No one getting any help. No one has anything. She's checking. Nadir, do you take a stab? Nope, he's checking.
Now, will Elan bet here? Maybe he wants to get people to fold a 5 or king high. So he's going to take a little stab here, 125. And this might work out for him. Emma does have the best hand. And she folds. And I don't blame her for folding either.
They run away from him. He takes down that pot. And it goes to show you, you read your players, you see how they're playing. No tricks there, just take the pot. Elan is taking home close to 1.6 million in live worldwide earnings in poker. Quite a player, good table talker, kind of a wild player. A lot of talent there. Elan out, and now Mike has picked up the weapons of mass destruction. Pair of aces. 250 makes it, and Emma?
Emma's got less than 20 blinds, so she's just going to go all in with king-queen here and run straight into aces for the second time at this final table.
Call.
Mike snap calls aces.
Wow. Emma's sickened by that.
Sometimes it's just not your day, Vince.
Mike Sexton picking up the premium pair of aces up against a king-queen to knock Emma out. Emma gets up from her seat, looks to her rail, all her friends.
The hometown favorite in bad shape here.
Here we go. Here's the first 3, not good for Emma. 5-4 deuce up here.
That's a terrible flop for her. She's got to go runner now, but you see Mike, an enormous favorite.
Can he knock out the second player here tonight? Here's the turn card.
And a 5 on the turn will seal it. That is it. Mike Sexton scoring the elimination of Emma Zamovich. Came in second in chips. Everything went against her. And now Mike Sexton, our chip leader, further pads his lead. Kind of running away with it.
Wow, what a shocking turnaround here at the Playground Poker Club. Emma Zamovich is out in 5th place. Will take home $102,000. Has to be disappointing for her. Let's talk to her.
No, it was fun. It was a fun final table, but it's just 5th place. It's a little bit disappointing. I wanted the 1st place. That's all.
With Emma Zamovich out in 5th place, there are 4 players left chasing poker glory here in Montreal. Stick around.
What a night so far for Mike Sexton, knocking out the very tough Emma on his left. With a pair of aces, it held up. He didn't have to sweat it. And look how stoic Mike is. It's very impressive. No smiles. He's been around too long to get excited, but he's very close to taking down this championship.
Now 4-handed, Mike Sexton still way out in front.
Yeah, he's got about 9.3 million in chips. 3rd time at a final table on the World Poker Tour. This could be it. Will he become our champ? Blinds are 61-20. Here we go. Action right on Mike.
Nice to get a hand that a 2-year-old could play.
Yeah, he's going to fold it.
Over to Nadir with king 10 on the button.
And he will raise it to 250 into Benny Chen, the restaurant man.
Benny cutting out raising chips. Now, I like his idea of going after Nadir because Nadir doesn't seem that comfortable with risk, and I don't think he's going to make any huge plays pre-flop, but usually if I do this type of thing, I want a slightly better hand than Queen 9 offsuit.
Well, he has called it. Big pot brewing, and the flop is an ace, queen, 8, all clubs. Nadir with a king of clubs.
This board actually connects with both players. There's second pair and a flush draw for Benny.
All in.
But the nut flush draw and a gut shot for Nadir, and I love this play. He's just gone all in. He's only about a pot-sized bet behind, and this really puts Benny to the test.
No, it doesn't like it. He's going to fold it.
Forced to let it go, and a nicely played hand by Nadir. He's going to flash the king of clubs as well. Says, hey, I got a little something here.
My name is Nadir Lalji. I consider myself Canadian, although I was born in Congo and also lived in Hungary. I've traveled, I think, everywhere in the world, and I speak quite a few languages, actually 9. Yeah, in 2007, I was living in Budapest, in Hungary, and that's where friends and I started playing poker. And then there was a poker club, so I used to go to the poker club, participate in tournaments. I did well, and when you do well, then you get more into it. And I developed a passion for it. It's the thinking, the statistics, the maths, and the thrill of winning. And I just love the game.
Well, what's great about him, he seems like he's at peace at the table, like he's having a really good time, very comfortable.
Yeah, Nadir clearly enjoying himself here today. Not a professional poker player, he's a businessman from Toronto. He's made his first WPT final table. Truly a man with nothing to lose.
He hasn't made a mistake yet. I'm impressed by his game as we move through this. Benny Chen with a queen-9 has raised to 250. Elon with a suited connector, 7-8 of hearts. Makes the call, Sexton out.
Nadir coming along in the big blind with a 9-6 of diamonds, so everyone kind of holding each other's outs here. All right, so 3 ways to a flop of 7-4 deuce. Rainbow. Top pair for Alon. Some backdoors for Nadir, but Benny here with the lead and some overcards is going to be the one to bet.
He bets 300,000.
Alon not going anywhere. He'll make the call. Nadir is out.
Turn card mixes things up. A king of diamonds. No one likes that.
So check, check. And a 6 of hearts on this river. The Benny with just queen high. Really doesn't have much, but he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, only way to win the pot, he's figuring.
Well, this is interesting because if Benny had a king, he's usually going to bet the turn. But people don't bet the flop, check the turn, and bet the river as a bluff very often. And that's what Alon's thinking about right now. He says, nobody bluffs like this. So even though my opponent probably doesn't have a king, maybe he has pocket 8s through pocket queens. It might work. Yes, it does. And Alon shows him the 7s.
Too good.
Yeah.
Even though nobody bluffs like that, it's pretty effective when they do it. So Benny takes that one down and gets Alon to fold the best hand.
Nice bet by Benny Chen. He plays poker as much as possible. He says he keeps his balance by working in his brother's restaurant, and when he's playing at the poker table, he will not eat. Wants to stay mentally sharp, doesn't mind being a little hungry.
And there's something about being hungry that puts you in a kind of survival state. You know, I'm trying to get there.
And now Benny's gonna fold this one. Elon with an ace-9, likes it, gonna raise it, 250 total. Mike goes out.
240 doesn't work. I figured like we gotta change something. I lost like 1.3 million. Just missing flops and folding pairs.
Nadir just with 5-3 offsuit in the big blind.
Oh, you're gonna take me some more chips?
You know, I'm not dangerous.
You are. I absolutely disagree. You're just killing softly people. You don't rush. That's how wise people play cards, you know?
And the flop is a 10-8 deuce.
I'm gonna check also.
Both players check the flop, but hey, Nadir makes a pair on the turn.
Again, go for it. That's a good card.
And Nadir makes 2 pair on the river. So what started as nothing becomes 2 pair, and Nadir fires out 200,000.
And Elon seems like he gave up on the hand a long time ago.
Yeah, but he hasn't folded yet. So I guess what Alon is thinking is, if Nadir had a 10, I expect him to bet the turn. I'm not sure if he'll bet an 8 on this river, so I kind of think he either has a bluff or some kind of weird, strong hand. And then he makes the call.
He's curious.
Nadir has a weird, strong hand. He has running 2 pair.
Elon pays off the local businessman.
Runner, yes.
4 players remain here at the Playground Poker Club. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour in just a moment. Tonight's episode is sponsored by U-Blow, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Club WPT is a great way to practice your game.
I get to practice anytime I want to.
It's a nice way to practice tournament-style poker.
Even if you're not involved in the hand, you get to see and you get to learn.
It's been a fantastic tool.
It's paid for itself. I spend less than most people spend on coffee. I'm playing poker, and I've won more back.
I think it's fun. I think it's great practice when you can't get to a casino.
It's great just to see hands. It's just great to see how the hands lay out, how they play out.
Have fun, enjoy yourself, and there's no pressure to it.
You can practice it on the site, and you can get some good experience.
I think it's one of the greatest sites that has been invented for poker players.
Club WPT is a convenient way to up your game without wiping out your wallet. Visit clubwpt.com and sign up today.
All right, well, we are back to four-handed play here at WPT Montreal. Mike Sexton still well out in front. The rest of our field chasing him as they have been for the duration of this final table. And it's on Alain Boujna. He's gonna fold.
Into Mike Sexton. Mike this time with a queen 8, the button. Makes it 250. The deer with an ace 9, but he won't play it. And now Benny with an ace deuce.
Thinking it over and calling. So heads up to the flop.
Ace deuce versus queen 8. Flop is a 5-3 deuce. Not good for Mike.
Now, this isn't Mike's flop, but he is going to take a shot here. He's got the lead. Thinks it's very possible his opponent has missed.
Wants to find out where he is. Bets 250, and now he knows where he is.
Benny, of course, can't go away. He makes the call and hits the straight on the turn.
Wow.
So he's got a wheel.
Benny checks again.
Mike checks back.
And a king on the river.
Benny checks one more time, trying to induce a bluff from Mike, and it's going to work out for him.
Mike is going to take a stab. Bets 325.
Benny, he's reaching for raising chips. Now, Vince, I get what he's going for here, but I don't think someone like Mike
I went for it, huh?
is ever going to call without an ace.
That's good.
And if he has a 6 or a 6-7, you're going to end up losing a lot of money unnecessarily.
No doubt.
You knew I couldn't help myself, huh?
I love to play poker as much as I can, but I also need a little balance, and I like to help family out, so I'm a restaurant manager at my brother's restaurant, Wayne's Takeout. Family's very important to me. We actually grew up in a restaurant business my whole life. In restaurant business, I have to work with a lot of people. I have to make them comfortable, make them happy. It's just like on the poker table.
I'm getting hungry. I want some Wayne's Takeout. Sounds good.
Tries to stay humble. He won a huge tournament at the World Series of Poker a few years ago, and that could have gone to his head, but instead, Benny stays down to earth, continues to help out his family business. So I admire that he tries to achieve some life balance. Something that a lot of poker players lack, actually.
And he has raised his hand with a queen 9. Elon's gone out, and Mike with a king 5 of clubs makes the call.
Okay. We'll try again.
Mike with about 8.1 million in total chips up against Benny, who has about 5.4. Here we go with the flop. It's a king 10-3. Good for Mike Sexton, hitting kings. He checks it.
Benny gonna follow through. He has a gut shot here to the jack.
That's 150.
Mike not going anywhere, makes the call.
Top pair doesn't like his kicker much, but nevertheless, deuce on the turn. Mike again going to check. And a bet by Benny, 400. Mike trying to keep this pot down small with his hand, so he makes the call. Down to the river card we go. And the card is a disaster for Mike. Jack!
Benny drills it on the river here.
Hits the straight. Mike checks again.
Now Benny reaching for the orange 100,000 chips. How much does he want to bet with his straight? 1.2 million.
Oh boy, this could damage Mike very much.
I guess I get to be on the raw deal. How about I played this hand?
No, you didn't play it bad, Mike. You played it perfect. Now you just got to fold.
You bet like you wanted me to call, now you don't want me to call. Maybe you do.
Mike knows that there are diamonds that have missed, that there are straight draws that have missed, but I think that's part of the reason he'll be able to get away. If he calls, he's really just hoping that Benny has diamonds.
Okay.
That's a well-played hand, but it never feels good to make top pair and lose, so...
Well played.
Perhaps that's why Mike's questioning himself a little here.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
I love playing at Playground Poker Club in Montreal. The venue's amazing, the staff is great, and they do everything right.
Quite possible the best in the world. Favorite room. Comfortable tables, chairs, good food, TVs everywhere. They really look after the players here.
I think it's just like good vibes everywhere. It says it's a nice, friendly venue, so I love it here.
The place speaks for itself. It's hardcore poker. Everybody loves to play here, and I recommend any poker player that really loves the game and loves deep tournaments and great venues, got to come to the Playground.
Players always love coming to Playground Poker Club, and I can see why. This is one of the best poker rooms anywhere in the world.
Great cash games all the time. Amazing food on top of it. Just great ambiance. And right now, Mike Sexton, the big chip leader, out here. And that's what they're playing for. The winner will take home 425,000 Canadian currency. Action is on Mike, and he looks down at a beautiful pair of ladies, pair of queens.
Mike first to act, going up to 250.
So one man folds, and now Benny Chen, thinking about it, folds. 250.
Now with Alon.
Yes.
He's going to call 9-8 offsuit in the big blind, so we go to this flop heads up. And it is King 10-9, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Mike's not going to like to see that king out there, but nevertheless has to find out where he is. Makes the bet, 250. Elon getting a piece of that.
Yeah, Alon does have a little piece here, and he knows that Mike is likely going to bet things like ace-jack and ace-queen on this flop, so he makes the call, and we get another king on the turn. It's a pretty good card for Mike. I'd like to see him bet here. Yeah, he's going to check behind.
River card, another king.
Yeah, even better card for Mike. Now he's got a full house. Elon also with a full house. And he seems to believe his hand is best here, so he's going to make a value bet. Bet of 300,000 there. Probably hoping to get called by ace high. And that's not how it's going to turn out this time. Mike pumps it up to 800,000. This is a nice raise from Mike Sexton here, going for maximum value with his full house. I'm very surprised that Alon is considering this because people never bluff spots like this.
He's going to try to milk him for more, and he gets it.
Wow, really well played hand by Mike there. I like everything Alon did up until he called the raise on the river. I think that's where he went wrong and ended up paying off $500,000 more than he needed to.
Mike Sexton is a Poker Hall of Famer. Now, he only got to play the last 4 or 5 years on the World Poker Tour. Mike's only played about 30 total. He's made 3 final tables, which is incredible.
Yeah, you're supposed to cash about 1 in 10, not final table 1 in 10. Those are excellent results.
I am stupid. I am stupid. Yeah. Whoa, nice raise, buddy.
Pardon?
Nice raise. It's a nice raise on the river.
What a nice raise, thank you.
I don't expect you to raise there with queens.
This time, Benny has raised it with an ace-6. Elon. Elon finally folds. He's a little punchy from that last hand, that last call. Mike also getting out of the way. Nadir, he'll call with an 8-6.
Nadir has been very sticky in his big blind so far, and it's actually worked out for him. But here, both players flop a 6, but Benny has the ace-high kicker. He's going to bet 150,000 here, and Nadir, he's going to call.
Yeah, Nadir having kicker problems here. Little does he know. Turn card, jack of spades.
I would expect that jack to slow things down here a little bit. No, Benny's going to surprise me and make another bet for value here. So he believes he has the best hand. He believes that Nadir is going to call with worse hands, and it appears he's right on both counts.
Benny in the restaurant business goes right from the salad right into the entree. Doesn't slow down. 9 on the river. Well, that slowed them down. There you go, check, check.
And a nicely played hand by Benny Chen here. Gets maximum value with second pair. Nadir uses one of the first pots he's mixed up in this final table.
He's played really nicely so far. Benny's super aggressive as the antes go up to 25,000 and the blinds are 75, 150 at this point. Action on Sexton, ace-8.
A little surprised to see Mike fold there, but perhaps he sensed a disturbance in the force because Benny has pocket aces here.
Wow.
Now, Elan is short stacked in the big blind, so Benny limps in trying to trap him, and this is going to work to perfection.
Oh, yeah, Elan's pushed all in with sixes.
Snap call from Benny, and Elan is at risk.
Oh, the obligatory good luck that you never mean.
Runs so good that you have the suit covered too.
Yeah, black cards. Let's make the 6 on the turn.
Running so good.
Don't say this too quick.
The devil might be knocking.
You done it yesterday.
I'm a tough thing. I don't know. Might happen.
The devil might be knocking.
I definitely came back from back so many times in my life.
Benny aces up against sixes, and the flop is a big ace. Wow. 9-10.
Case ace in the deck.
That's not gonna be hit.
Elan is almost drawing dead on this flop. He could go running 6-6 or 7-8. But he's got one foot out the door.
Courageous play by Elan. Now he needs a miracle. It's not going to happen as a jack of spades hits the turn.
It was nice meeting you, though.
Well, Elan
wish you guys good luck.
Makes a run at this final table that comes up short. Our fourth place finisher taking home 132,000.
Running so good.
But you know, it's okay. It was fun, and I really wanted the swatch. But no, it's fine. I'm happy. Wish you the best of luck to all of them. It was nice playing.
So it's au revoir to Elan Boujana, who's out in fourth, leaving 3 determined players vying for the top spot at Playground Poker Club. We'll be right back with more on the WPT.
Easy to play the hands I got today.
It's the best way to play when they come easy.
Welcome back. We're at Playground Poker Club in Montreal, where 3 players remain, and Mike Sexton's the chip leader with 9.5 million in chips. Benny Chen in second with 7.5.
Nadir rounding out the field following the elimination of Elan Boujana in fourth place. Mike, with ace-jack suited, makes them in raised.
Nadir has gone out, and Benny Chen now with a 9-10. We'll stick around and make the call. We're going to see a flop ace-jack versus 9-10.
And it is 7-7-3 on this flop. Not much for anyone here. Check, check. On to the turn, which is the 10 of spades. So Benny catches up. A little surprised that he's checking here. I wouldn't expect Mike to bet after checking back that type of flop. And an 8 on the river.
Benny's going to make a 400,000 bet.
Another robbery job, huh?
Mike does get away, so nice fold.
I'm not too happy with how I played that one, I don't think.
Well, maybe the bet after the flop would have won on the pot, but we'll never know for sure. Benny Chen with a nice little comeback there. Benny's 36 years old. He's a restaurant manager up here in Canada. Loves poker, but keeps his balance by working in his brother's restaurant.
Working out for him. He looks way younger than 36. He's going to call here on the button with 9-7 suited. And Mike, with ace-queen in the small blind, is going to pump it up to 575.
Another quality hand for Sexton. This time he's going to make him pay for it. A nice raise. But Benny is going to call it.
Benny in position here with a suited 1-gapper.
And the flop is a 10-7-7. 3 of a kind there for Benny.
Benny drills it on this flop, and Mike gonna follow through with a c-bet here.
Oh, wow.
Of 600,000.
Oh, Benny doesn't want to ruffle the waters. Just calling. 3 of a kind. Wants to get Sexton's money. King of diamonds on the turn.
That card could induce Mike to bluff here. He's got a gut shot now. Nope, he's gonna check it.
Benny with the 4 flush and 3 of a kind.
And does Benny want to bet or trap? He wants to trap, so he's going to check back on this turn. I'm a little surprised by that, and he fills up on the river.
Oh, boy.
7's full of 10s for Benny. And you know what? After the last hand where Benny got Mike to fold ace high on the river, this could be a little bit of a tricky spot for Mike.
Sure. Well, he's checked it, and Benny's going to put in 900,000.
Mike's saying, if you had anything, why didn't you just bet the turn? Conversely, if Benny was bluffing, you'd expect him to bet the turn if he had something like 8-9 or Jack-9.
It looks like a 10 or nothing to me.
And Mike says it looks like a 10 or nothing.
And the restaurant man praying that he gets this call.
I think it's a 10, though. That's the sad news.
Mike, convinced that his opponent has a full house, but stacking up calling chips, he's saying, well, maybe you got something like pocket 5s.
But you could have 2 4s.
Well, or 4s.
Mike's talking himself into it. And the restaurant man gets his bill.
Yeah, Mike does pay off on the end here, and you know, sometimes when you just never get to see a guy's cards, you decide to try and call him down and see if he's bluffing you a bunch, but it turns out Benny has had the goods thus far. Mike just doesn't know it. Well, this time he sees it.
Nice flop.
Ooh, Benny. The boss.
Running really good.
We haven't seen you run bad.
So with that pot right there, the new chip leader, Benny Chen, out in front of Mike.
Damn, dude.
Mike Sexton going through some adversity right now. Let's see if he can ride through it.
All right.
Benny Chen, fold by him. Mike this time peeks at a pair of 8s.
Now Mike gonna raise it up to 375. Nadir with ace queen.
All in.
He's all in the big blind. Mike
Okay.
makes the call.
Auto call by Mike Sexton with 8s. He could double up Nadir. Race situation. Ace queen versus a pair of 8s.
All right. Up to a race. Let's see what happens.
Thank you very much. It was great fun.
All right, put a snowman out there.
Coin flip for Nadir's tournament life, but Mike currently in the lead with pocket 8s.
Here we go with the flop. And an 8!
That's a good flop.
You ask for a snowman, you get one.
It's over. It's over.
8 Jack 3. What a flop for Mike Sexton.
It is almost over here, Vince. One more card, and Nadir could potentially be drawing dead, and we would be heads up for the title.
Here comes the turn card, and it is over. 4 spades.
And with that set of 8s, Mike Sexton knocks out Nadir Lalji in 3rd place. Played a very tough final table, but ran out of gas.
Yeah, Nadir, great player. He's going to take home 183,000. Let's talk to him.
C'est la vie. My family has been sending me texts and messages. They're very, very proud of me, and I can't wait to go home.
And that will end our second hour of coverage from WPT Montreal. Be sure to join us next time when Benny and Mike go heads up and we find out which one will earn their first WPT title. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Oh my God, it's his time. Come on.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome. We're at Playground Poker Club for Season 15 coverage of WPT Montreal. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We've witnessed some stellar poker so far, and we are very close to discovering which of these players will secure the title. My world-class colleagues Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst are here to share their insight. Guys, how are things stacking up at this point?
Well, Lynn, this is truly one of the exciting moments of my 15 years on the World Poker Tour because Mike Sexton, the ambassador of poker, the Hall of Famer, has a real shot now in the heads-up battle to take down his first title. He's made 3 final tables. This is his 3rd one. He'd love to have his name on that trophy. Can he do it?
Yeah, that's right, Vince. Mike, a little bit behind going into this heads-up match, but you know what? It really feels to me like his career, his time with the WPT, his experience at the table is all culminating in tonight, and I still like his chances. Mike's the man to beat.
Well, Benny Chen, a tough player from Canada, he is on fire right now.
Yeah, Benny's playing really great. He's mixed in some bluffs with his value bets. He's sizing things well. He's being disciplined pre-flop. I really like his game so far, so a tough opponent for Mike to face off against.
It's going to be a great competition. Let's see what happens.
Thanks, guys. Heads-up play between Benny Chen and Mike Sexton is about to begin here at WPT Montreal. And during the break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Benny, you're heads up for your very first WPT title. You could win it right here in your home country. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot to me. If I be able to bring the title home to Canada, show all the Canadians that a Canadian can do it, it'd be great.
And make your family proud, I'm sure.
Yes, they'll be very proud.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Mike, I can't believe it. This is so special. You've been speaking to this audience for 15 years, and they're all watching you. Here, heads up for a title.
All right, I feel the vibes. All the seniors out there, all the old school players, the Hall of Famers, and the WPT family especially. Let's do it for them.
Yeah, good luck. Will Mike Sexton be the next WPT champion? This is an historic moment on the World Poker Tour. Heads Up play is about to begin, so I'll throw it back to Vince and Tony.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's look at the Club WPT chip count. Benny Chen is the chip leader with 10.5. Mike Sexton with about 9 million. Winner will take home 425,000 Canadian cash.
Not to mention a beautiful Hublot watch, as you see there.
The Andes are 25. The blinds are 1 and 200,000.
Well, it's my highest finish ever in the World Poker Tour event, whatever happens.
That's good. It's a good accomplishment either way.
So I moved up from third to second, at least.
Last time was third place. Was your highest?
Yeah, I finished third.
Mike, looking on the bright side already. Gonna make it 400,000 to go with ace-9 of spades.
Benny with 8-4. Of hearts will make this call, though. Going to our first flop. It's an ace-9 queen, 2 pair for Sexton.
Interesting flop here. So the flush draw for Benny, top and bottom for Mike. Leads to a bet and a call from Benny.
Benny going for the flush right here. 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Now, on a texture this wet, I'd like to see Mike make a really large bet because there are lots of ways his opponent can have a pair plus a draw, be it flush or straight draw. So I think about 1.2 million would be good here. And Mike is bet, but it's 800,000, so a little bit small there.
He wants to get this guy in, perhaps. Thinking that's the right amount. Benny, of course, with a lot of possibilities. Makes this call, hoping to hit his flush. Let's see if he does. Nope, 8 of diamonds.
Well, 4 to a straight, and the backdoor flush draw is completed there. So Benny has bottom pair, but you see him thinking here, and I think he might turn his hand into a bluff, Vince.
That's the only way he's going to win it. He knows that. Whoa, he's got the chips out. He's going to do it.
He's betting about half pot here, just under, and this could work out for him. This is a very difficult spot for Mike.
Well, Mike with aces up after the flop. But now all the guy has to do is have a jack in his hand to beat you.
Wow. Oh, man, oh, man.
This would be the call of the night and turn all the momentum around for him.
Very tough spot.
You could have had them all here.
It's hard to imagine that Benny would be betting a worse 2 pair for value, so he essentially has a jack or nothing.
You could have been wearing a crown.
Oh, Mike's gonna lay it down. What a great bet by Benny. He pushes the best hand away. He earned that pot completely.
Maybe I'm on a free roll. You sure got them all if you'd ever bet earlier.
The set?
Said you'd have got them all if you'd ever bet earlier in that pot or ever raised me.
When Mike says you would have got them all, you saw a little smile escape the side of Benny's mouth right before he put his poker face back on, and we know why.
Great play that he didn't push it on the 4 flush. Otherwise, Mike does double up in a huge way. All right, moving on. King, queen versus 7-5. They both got a piece of it. Of course, Benny, top pair of queens. Benny's bet 400.
Call from Mike.
Yeah, Mike's starting to...
You can see it. You can see the frustration on his face a little bit.
Sure. Ace of clubs on the turn.
It's an interesting card. 3 clubs out there. Benny has second pair, the nut draw.
They go check, check. Oh, and look at this. A great card for Mike. Hitting 2 pair. A 7 on the river.
Almost no outs. Just slams the one he needs.
Now he's putting in a value bet 800,000.
This is interesting, Vince, because if Benny decided to turn his hand into a bluff, I don't know that there's anything Mike can do. He has like the ultimate bluffing hand here. He blocks the straight, he blocks the flush, he blocks 2 pair combinations, but instead he's gonna fold, and that is a good fold, but just always interesting to think what you could do instead of the choice you made.
Go, Mike! Go, Mike! Go, Mike!
There's the beautiful tuba, enjoying watching Mike Sexton, along with the gorgeous Caitlin at the Dr. Pepper bar. And that was a nice pot for Mike. He really needed that, trying to take control of this heads-up battle. Mike knows he's up against tough competition here. Can he ride out the storm? Action's on Mike. Gonna call with an 8-6. Benny with Jack 3 of clubs. Content to see the flop, but the flop is a 6-6-3. Mike Sexton, 3 of a kind.
The perfect flop for Mike here. Benny's gonna fire out 200. Ooh, I think that's the first play I've seen from Mike today I really don't like.
He just didn't want the aggro. He'll take the pot. Maybe not as big as he wanted, but it'll work.
Hey Vince, while there's a short break in the action, let's fill in the viewers on the recent World Poker Tour events around the globe. In the United States, WPT Deep Stacks held 2 tournaments. First at Ocean's 11 Casino in San Diego, California, then at the Downstream Casino Resort in Oklahoma.
That's right, Tony, and the WPT National Series has been going strong with events at the Montesino in Vienna, the WPT National Iberia, with the finals held at Casino Villa Mora, and I also got to return to China and the beautiful island of Sanya for another great time at the WPT National China at the MGM Grand Sanya.
And while you guys were in China, Mike and I were in the UK. Dusk Till Dawn held 2 tremendous tournaments. Ben Windsor emerged victorious at the WPT 500, and Luis Cruz added his name to the Champions Cup when he took down the WPT UK title.
And if you would like to join us on the World Poker Tour, just go to WPT.com for a complete tournament schedule. Now let's get back to the action here in Montreal.
All right, Mike with a 6-3. He's gonna limp the button. Benny with an 8-6 is gonna check this one out.
Couple junk hands, and here we go. Flop is an ace-7-5.
Now, both players make a straight draw, and a 4 could be a tournament-ending fiasco for Mike were he to catch it.
Mike's betting 200, and it's getting called. Going to the turn, no one gets there. Queen of diamonds.
Benny checks. Mike, I like that he's betting for a second time here. He really doesn't have any showdown value. And that queen could make it difficult for a 7 or a 5 to call a second barrel, but Benny, with his open-ended straight draw, is gonna go to a river here, so an 8 lands that gives Benny a pair. So he checks over to Mike, and Mike checks back. So Benny gonna take this down with a pair of 8s. Mike says, yeah, you're good.
And you can't blame Mike for trying. Gave it a big effort. Shot 2 barrels at it. Just didn't work out. Tough play by Benny Chen. He has about 12 million. Mike down to about 7-3. He looks a little frustrated here.
Yeah, it's never fun to lose most of the pots you play heads up. It just starts to feel a little hopeless.
This time, Benny Chen is going to raise with a 9-8 to 400. Mike with king 7 of clubs, quickly making the call. And the flop is a 10-9-5, 2 clubs, 4 flush for Mike. Benny with the 9s.
Benny checks back. Ooh, all Mike.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go. Ooh.
Caught the flush, they both check. 5 on the river, pairing the board.
Well, Benny checked back this flop planning to call some bets, but now on this river, he loses to just about everything but a bluff. He loses to trips, straights, 10s, queens, flushes.
Well, Mike's bet 500. Mike's begging for a call. Come back some of those chips, but no, he escapes. So Mike Sexton trying to ride out the waves here in Montreal.
Never make a bobble. You never make a bobble, do you?
I make a few bad moves.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
The one and only Mike Sexton.
You can't really bluff Mike. I think you can just beat him straight on.
He's really capable to put people in tough spot, and people are folding to him.
There's nothing that needs to be said. He's a legend.
I would say Mike Sexton's the best player on the table.
Well, Benny, I'll tell you what, he's the guy that I would probably fear the most at the table.
You don't know what he's playing with, and he doesn't give up.
Really aggressive. He wasn't afraid.
Benny's a psycho. Definitely has the opportunity to win this tournament.
We are back to the heads-up battle. As you can see, Benny Chen with close to 12 million. Mike Sexton with 7.7.
Not going Sexton's way so far, but still has plenty of room to make a comeback here.
Right now, Mike with a little suited connector. And he's going to raise with it, make it 400,000. Benny Chen with ace-10, though.
Yeah, Benny has a choice between calling and re-raising here. People like to mix up how they play these kind of spots, and Benny wants to make it 1.1 million to go.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure on Mike.
I think Mike's a little too shallow here to go to the flop with 5-4 suited. Can't really make top pair with that type of hand, but it looks like he wants to peel, and so we will go to a flop.
He's going to gamble, hope to get lucky. Here is the flop. It's 8-6 deuce. Good for Mike.
Yeah, that's a great flop for Mike. You need 3 or 7 for a straight. He also has backdoor spades, plus Benny is whiffed here, so I expect him to make one bet, and if he doesn't find something on the turn, he'll have to shut down.
Benny's bet $1 million. Mike Sexton liking that flop, making the call, hoping to connect here. Let's see if he does. No, in fact,
no.
Benny connects.
Oh, no. I mean, that is all kinds of Benny's card. How does he want to play it? Oh, check. I like that.
Just going to hope that Mike bets at it. And, oh, boy, yep, Mike's taking a stab.
Well, I like Mike's bet here. He only has 5 high. He's got a lot of outs. Often your opponent has ace high or Broadway cards that are forced to fold this turn, but unfortunately for Mike, this was actually the perfect card for Benny.
All in.
And then Benny coming over the top. Just torture Mike just a little bit more.
Man, Benny has played this perfect.
Well, he hit the card even more perfectly.
I could have checked here, I guess.
I like that Mike has bet here, but now I believe he's forced to fold, and he does not have the odds to call for his straight here. Plus, he'd be putting his entire tournament life at risk. So, Mike in a very difficult spot. Oh my goodness, this is gut-wrenching, Vince.
Sometimes you do everything right, but it still backfires. That's what we're seeing right now. Mike melting away.
Well, do I feel lucky?
Don't start that. Finally getting away from the hand.
A very reluctant fold from Mike, but it was the correct fold.
The crowd just silenced.
Nice hand.
Oh, that's killer. You must have lost $3 million in that pot, right?
Yeah. 1.1 more. 3.5.
Ah.
So he's down to 4 million.
Guy's been out here for 15 years. You see him going for the title and everything just not going his way.
Now our blinds are up though. We were playing 125, 250. So Mike running out of room.
And Mike with ace high, gonna disguise the ace with just a call. Benny with a 10-7, and the flop is a queen 8-9. Good for Benny as he open-ended straight draw.
Not much here for Mike, so he checks back.
Turn card, another queen.
Okay, so Benny picks up a flush draw to go along with his straight draw, and Mike really doesn't have anything here.
Benny's betting 250, and Mike...
Kind of surprised by that call. I mean, there's not much happening here for Mike, and it's very easy for your opponent to have a better hand or bluff you out on the river, so...
6 on the river makes Benny a straight here.
I mean, that is the best possible card for Benny. An offsuit 6, and he's gonna bet 600,000.
You're gonna hand it every time.
Mike has to lay it down.
Every time you got it.
Running good.
Mike Sexton running up the down escalator right now. And Benny with 17 million. Mike just dribbling away with 1.8 in chips.
Benny has him 10-1 now. After they entered this heads-up match, even in chips, so...
Mike mucks this hand, and his dream of becoming the WPT champion up in smoke.
Gross, 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 gross. All in.
Benny all in for Mike's last 6 blinds.
Yeah, this could be it. Now, Mike?
This is close, Vince.
Let's gamble.
Yep, he's going to do it.
All right, that's a good call by Mike.
Oh.
No 9?
Man.
Got the 2 overcards here, trying to hold up, get back into this heads-up match.
Suited.
I must say, I didn't expect to see that hand on him.
Crazy things have happened. Benny's running so good.
Makes me think he's been bossing me around too much.
Can Mike possibly win this hand, double up, and get back into this? Here we go with the first 3. Queen on the flop. He hits a queen. Mike Sexton hits a queen. Whoa. Little reprieve so far, going to the turn.
There it is. Mike will lock up this pot with a deuce.
Mike will take it and double up. Could this be the beginning of a complete turnaround for Mike? We will see. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour from Playground Poker Club. Stay with us. There's a little bit of smoke left on the campfire. He's blowing, Trying to get that flame going. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, Playground Poker Club. And the heads-up action continues, and right now, Mike Sexton just hanging in there. Tough time for everybody on the WPT. You got to root him on.
Yeah, I mean, Mike has been on the wrong side of every major pot here. Usually he's had a hand, but made a second-best hand against Benny, who I will give credit for a great job of not paying off when he's behind in this heads-up match.
Well, Benny Chen is a great player, and he's proven it tonight. He's running good. Let's see if he can finish off the great Mike Sexton.
Now, Mike still about a 2-1 dog against Benny, but that's a lot better than being a 10-1 dog, which he was moments ago. So starting to recapture some momentum here. Now has a king-jack that he's going to raise up. Benny has pocket aces for his 3rd time this final table.
Unbelievable. Benny Chen getting the best hand you can get before the flop. This is how you win championships, and he's going to raise it. Total of 1.3.
Benny making a tiny re-raise out of position. I mentioned earlier in the final table when Alon did this, that this is usually a play people only make when they have a really strong hand. Benny this time has the strongest of them all.
Mike's going to call, though. Needs to get real lucky, and here is the flop. It's a 8-9-4.
It's a pretty safe flop for Benny, and one that probably won't cost Mike any more money.
The bet by Benny and a quick ejection by Mike Sexton. Luckily for him, he didn't get a jack or a king on the flop. Benny gonna take that one.
I love poker because I'm very competitive and there's so many different variables constantly changing. I just love the thrill, like playing in a big cash game or getting deep in a tournament. There's no other feeling like that.
You're a tough man, Benny. You're a tough man.
Good game.
I knew it all the time.
Pardon?
I said I knew it all the time after I played with you yesterday.
Mike is trying to soften him up a little bit, I think.
Very good player.
Mike taking it well, discouraged, but hanging tough. And the blinds are going up to 2 and 4 with a $50,000 ante.
Benny, he's got an ace-7 here. Making it 800,000. Mike's pretty short. I'm a little surprised Benny didn't just shove on him. So Mike will make the call here.
So ace-7 versus 8-6, and the flop is a queen 8-7. So 8s from Mike, Benny with 7s. Mike checks, Benny checks. They both check. 4 on the turn.
That's a good card for Mike. He now has a gut shot to go along with his pair. And I like that he's betting here. He's going to get some value. Benny stuck in this pot with his 7.
And last card is, oh no, a 7. 3 of a kind, but Benny!
Man, I mean, Benny just living on the river so far in this heads-up match. And it's one thing to catch up, but if he hits an ace, I think Mike gets away. But on a 7, now Mike might get stuck into this.
1.2.
Oh boy. Benny trying to pick him apart. 1.2. And Mike going to the think tank.
Just have not seen you bluff.
And the tricky part about this hand is that Benny checked back on the flop. And I really think that if he had some kind of drawing hand, he just bets the flop.
Check the flop. Give me 3 4s on the turn.
Worse. 3 7s on the river.
Check the flop.
Oh, he's gonna call it. Benny loves it.
That's a rough one for Mike.
Oh, Mike is stunned. He can't believe what he's seeing in this heads-up battle.
Lucky.
You know, I'll give credit where credit is due. That's a really well-played hand by Benny. Flop bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Checks back on the flop, calls 1 bet in the turn, and gets the card he absolutely needs on the river. That's how this game works. Well-played hand by Benny, but a very expensive pot for Mike Sexton. Lost about half his stack in that hand, down to around 3 million.
Yeah.
Below 10 blinds, and he is officially playing push-fold poker.
Well, just Benny say abracadabra, because that's magic.
Let you have one.
Just the one?
No, I'm gonna let you have a couple more, I think. All right.
Benny up to 16 million. Mike with 3 million.
You're entitled to a few.
Mike has seen it all in poker. Rarely, and I played a lot of poker with Mike.
All in?
Have I seen him get upset now? Benny pushing all in.
Call.
Mike has got a pair of kings, though.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, my
The guy doesn't even have an ace. He doesn't have 7-6 to try and hit a weird straight. He literally has, like, the one hand that cannot win against kings.
Well, Mike with a big chance here. Big, big favorite. Needs this double up, and the flop is a 9-10-10. Great for Mike. Not over yet, though.
It's a mostly safe flop, but Benny could go runner-runner here for a straight.
And turn card is a queen. Best Benny could do is chop.
Chop?
At least I can't lose it.
Good spot for you.
So Mike looking good, and the river card, no chop there.
3 million exactly.
Queen pairs the board. There's life for Mike.
Scores a crucial double up.
Well, hands I win, I'm all in.
All right, no more all in, that's it.
Got a good show here. He was hanging in there by dental floss.
Thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
No trip to Montreal is ever complete without its world-famous comfort food, poutine.
And there is plenty of it here at the Rail. Let's go.
We have
a variety of different poutines. We have the General Tao poutine, the Texan, the Italian, as well as the rib poutine, the Mexican, and the aristocrat. And here you have the classic poutine that's made with our homemade fries, our curd cheese, as well as our homemade gravy. Enjoy, ladies.
Oh, that looks fantastic. Great food at the rail. And what a heads-up battle we have going here, Tony.
One of my favorite parts of Playground Poker Club is the fact that you can order great food at the table and it's brought to you so promptly.
Blinds are going up to 250, 500. Here we go. Mike Sexton behind with close to 6.7. Benny Chen with about 13. Mike is going to just call, and Benny now.
I think Mike's a little short to just be calling. He's down to like 12 or 13 blinds. There's just not enough room for that kind of thing.
Benny's raised to 1.2, and Mike is going to make this call. Splash around. Pops a king, queen 9. Good for Mike. Hitting queens. And Benny getting none of that, but making the continuation bet of $1 million.
Really not a fan of how Benny has played this hand. I think if you're going to raise pre-flop, you should just shove. And I think on this particular flop, the likelihood that you get your opponent to fold something he limp called is so low, you can just give up.
I'm all in.
Mike is going to gamble here. Hope the guy doesn't have a king, and he's right with that assumption. Mike Sexton taking that one down. It's a good one, too. Mike crawling his way back. Mike has made 3 WPT final tables. He's never taken down the championship yet. Can it be his night tonight? But look at this Benny, pair of kings.
It's just an avalanche of big pairs for Benny at this final table.
1 million.
He's going up to $1 million.
Mike has an ace-6. He's going to take a peek, makes the call. Big pot brewing. And the flop is a 5-4-3. Couple spades.
That's actually pretty good for Mike. He has the ace of spades to go along with his open-ended straight draw. So an ace, deuce, 7.
Mike checks.
Surprised that Benny checked there.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Well, no help from Mike. He still has an open-ended straight draw and an overcard. But usually when Benny has checked back, it's been with showdown value, and perhaps Mike is picking up on that because he's not going to bluff here. So now over to Benny, and I doubt he's going to check 2 streets in a row here. He wants to make a bet.
$1 million. Big overpair. He wants action from Sexton. Does he want to push here and take a shot? No. Luckily, intelligently, he folds the hand.
Well played hand by Mike.
I was consistent. I misplayed that hand on every street.
No, you didn't. You just losing every hand and it never feels good.
Every street I misplayed that one.
Well, he's talking to himself, and now Benny Chen with close to 12 million. Mike about close to 8 million. Blinds at 250, 500. Hugely expensive. This time Mike with a king 9, and he will raise it up. And Benny with a very strong ace queen.
I mean, this is crazy, Vince. Every hand, Benny looks down at a premium.
Oh, he's figuring out how to punish Mike even more.
$3 million.
Ugh, that's how.
And that's about half of Mike's stack. Well, not much Mike can do there. Just ran into a big hand. So a lot of the story of this heads-up match has been Benny looks down at a sweet hand. Mike pays off a little and then gets away. There you see. He won the 2013 Millionaire Maker at the World Series of Poker. A massive cash for such a small buy-in. Great way to break into the poker world. Now has an opportunity to win a WPT title to go along with his bracelet. Has a nice chip lead here, facing off against a legend of the game in Mike Sexton.
Benny this time with a nothing 7-4. He'll go to 1.2. Mike Sexton with a queen, 9 of clubs.
Now, Mike just calls, but tell you what, Vince, Queen 9 suited plays great as an all-in. People think I'm crazy when I say that, but you run the computer and you realize just how good hands like Queen 9 and Jack 9 suited are.
Well, 10, 8, 6 on this flop. 4 flush for Mike Sexton, but he checks it.
Everybody connects on this flop. I mean, straight draw for Benny, straight and flush draw for Mike.
Oh, 10. No flush there for Mike.
That is not his card.
Well, he's gonna bet it though, 800,000.
Now, thus far in the heads-up match, when Benny has had outs going to the river, he has called and usually hit. He does make this call, looking for a 9 or a 5.
River card. Mike wants to hit a club. No, it's a 4 spades. That gives Benny the winner now.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, Vince. I mean, yet again, the perfect river for Benny.
Mike checks.
He doesn't know how perfect it is, but he's about to find out.
Just checks it
You
down.
bet the flop I'd have shipped it. I'm sure you got me now, though.
Yep. Mike completely, oh man.
Look at his face do a double take.
Wow.
We have to take a short break, but there is much more poker to come from WPT Montreal.
Wow.
Hey, Tony. One thing you might not know about me is that I'm actually very good at multitasking.
Yeah?
See, right now, for instance, I'm here with you. We're watching this thrilling final table, but I'm also in a game on Play WPT, right there. See that? Now, if any of you are still wondering what PlayWPT.com is all about, I'm gonna spell it out for you.
P is for poker, the game we love.
L is for liberate. Free yourself from all-in fest on other social poker sites.
A is for action. The action is around the clock and available on all your devices.
Y is for you. You are all that's missing.
For a truly competitive social poker experience on your computer, laptop, or mobile device, head to PlayWPT.com, where skill matters.
Here we are at Playground Poker Club, down to the stretch we go. Mike Sexton hanging in there, but Benny Chen is the chip leader, wanting to take down his first title, as is Mike Sexton.
Yeah, as much as we wanted to see Mike win his first title tonight, Benny just not cooperating, playing a very tough final table, an extremely tough heads-up match.
I mean, the blinds are massive, 3 and 600, so Mike with 5 big blinds, that's really it.
I'm all in.
Just gonna shove with Jack 10. Call. And Benny with an ace-8.
Mike needs to improve in order to keep this heads-up match continuing.
Have to draw it again, Vince.
Mike here with about 3 million.
I can't watch.
Benny about 16 million. Vince cannot watch. The intensity too high.
This is the last time I'm going to ask to draw out in this tournament. I'm not going to ask any more.
Come on, Mike.
I gotta know.
Yeah, he's got it!
That's a 10!
He's got a 10!
All right, 2 more cards to fade.
Now he's gonna sweat the turn of the river. Turn card, safe for Mike, 3 of spades. Mike in front, looking good, but there is one card that Benny could take down this title with.
Benny can find an ace on this river. He will be our champion.
Here it comes. What's it gonna be? 9 of clubs, that's good for Mike.
Mike Sexton gonna double up here. Back around 6.5 million.
Amazing. What are we seeing in this heads-up battle?
9 lives. Right there.
There's so much more that goes into poker than just the 2 cards you get. And that's the beauty of the game. Now, most people nowadays probably just think of me as a commentator on the World Poker Tour. These young guys probably didn't even know I played poker for 25 years first. So keep it a secret.
Mike Sexton, Hall of Famer, is playing like a genius.
Just always enthralled me. It's challenging. It's about reading other people as well as the cards. The skill of winning and getting to the top, and everybody's saying, hey, look, the guy still got it. You know, we can still do it. It's fun for me to get to these final tables. Well, they're very rare, very tough to get to them. You have to appreciate it when you get there and try to relish the moment. and I'm certainly going to do that.
Mike finally starting to look like he's happy to be here again, you know? His life had just drained out of him for a while there when he was losing every pot.
Getting color back in his skin and everything, and this time a pair of deuces.
All in.
Gone all in.
Yeah, let's go. Ooh.
Count, please.
This is a tough decision for Benny. This is about 11 blind shove. He's got a very borderline hand here with ace-5. Every all in, so crucial.
Just under 7.
And all of a sudden, Benny's starting to look a little worried. He's going to fold the hand.
Benny should be worried. Not long ago, he had Mike 10-1. Now they are drawing even in chips.
We'll have quite a battle, whatever happens anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, Mike's starting to smile again. It's very unusual for him at this final table.
I think he feels like he's been given a new lease on life. He was so short, and then he was all in behind. Ooh, Benny has a big hand here, King 10 suited. He's raising it up to 1.2 million. Mike with ace deuce. Okay, let's hear those magic words, Mike. Let's go again.
There's a good chance he could shove.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
He's gonna shove.
Benny, what the hell was that? I'm speechless, Vince. I don't know what that fold was.
Well, he's on a good streak right now. Mike Sexton on a comeback. Amazing. Can he take down his first WPT title here tonight? We're coming back for more action here on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back to Playground Poker Club in Montreal, here on the World Poker Tour.
Mike was a 10-1 underdog at one stage of this heads-up match, but now has drawn the chips around where they have started.
Action on Benny Chen, the chip leader with about 10.5. Benny this time with a queen 9 of diamonds, just calling.
Keep saying, Vince, queen 9 suited is a better hand than everyone realizes.
Mike with an 8-5, content to see the flop. Well, the flop is a jack 10-9.
Something for everyone here. Bottom pair and an open-ended straight draw for Benny. Open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Mike. He picks up a heart on the turn.
Yeah, they checked on the flop.
Both players check again. So let's go to a river. And it is a 7 of spades. That's exactly the card that Mike was looking for. He makes a straight on this river.
Beautiful card from him. He's going to bet 900,000 into Benny.
Mike hasn't made many river bluffs so far in this heads-up match. And I wonder if Benny is going to adjust to that, or will he pay off? He's going to call down here and find out the bad news.
Yeah, Mike's going to like that very much. Benny finally has a look of worry at this final table we haven't seen.
Well, after taking down a couple of pots, Mike Sexton has taken the chip lead here.
Can it be? No, it can't. It's almost impossible for what we've been seeing tonight.
And for the first time tonight, Mike Sexton has the lead in this heads-up match. Ooh, and he's got a pair of 8s to go along with it.
Just calling.
A little surprised that Mike is limping a hand this strong on the button. I don't quite understand.
Disguising the strength of the hand, perhaps. And here we go with the flop. 5-5-6.
It's a good flop for Mike, and actually not a bad one for Benny. He does have a gut shot straight draw to a 7.
Mike bet 700, quickly takes it down. Momentum now going to Mike Sexton. He's trying to stretch out his chip lead. Can't believe what I'm seeing here. Mike's turned it around. And this time Benny with a king jack.
He's got about 14 blinds, so how's he want to play this?
All in.
That's how he's going to play it. Mike with the ladies?
Yes, I call.
Oh!
In the affirmative. Now, Vince, you don't see a lot of emotion at the poker table, but Mike there trying to fight a little back. I feel like I want to hold your hand.
5 cards to come.
Both these guys on the edge of their seat going to the flop.
It's a queen on the flop!
Great flop for Mike, but still 4 outs for Benny here. He can hit a 10 to make a straight and double up. But if he doesn't, Mike's gonna be our champion.
3 of a kind on the flop. Thing of beauty. Here comes the turn. Ace of clubs.
No help to Benny. Still the same 4 outs. 10 and only a 10 will continue this tournament. Otherwise, Mike Sexton, your newest WPT champion.
Deuce of diamonds, it's over! He's done it!
Vince, that is it. We have witnessed history tonight.
We root on our colleague. Just an amazing effort. Benny Chen, what can you say? Bad luck. He'll come in second. Mike Sexton, WPT champion. Let's talk to him. Oh, my God. Great goal. Great goal, Mike.
What a battle.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Mike's very tough. He's a great player. Hats off to him. Congratulations to him. I know I played my best, so that's all. It wasn't in the cards for me, so there's nothing I can do.
He did it. Setting up for his winner interview with Vince. Amazing. He did it.
Well, this man on my left is Mike Sexton. He's a Hall of Famer, a great ambassador of poker. This is his 3rd final table on the World Poker Tour. And finally, you are a champion. What do you say, Mike?
3rd time's a charm.
Well, along with the $425,000, Mike, you are going to get this beautiful Playground Poker Club Champions Belt. What are you going to do with that?
Well, I'm going to give this to my son, Ty. He loves this. Ty, it's coming home, baby.
That is beautiful. Along with that, you get the Hublot watch. You get Monster headphones, your name inscribed on the Champions Cup. All the goodies for you. Let's hear it one more time for the great Mike Sexton.
Thanks, Vince. WPT Tournament Champions, I'm coming.
Back to you, Liz.
What a historic moment for the World Poker Tour. Our very own Mike Sexton wins his first title. Mike is the season 15 WPT Montreal champion. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Bellagio has long been the home of high-stakes poker action in Las Vegas, and this week it lives up to its reputation. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We're here for the 15th instalment of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Years ago, this was the very first WPT tournament ever held, and for seasons this has been hailed as the most coveted title to win on the tour. And 5 days ago, players from around the world descended on the Bellagio Poker Room, ready for action in their quest for a WPT title.
Today's the Bellagio 10K, one of the best tournaments of the year. Very few tournaments left have $1 million for first, so this is obviously everyone's goal. To not have to rebuy would be optimal strategy. If necessary, of course, I'll fire extra bullets.
Got a good 8 hours of sleep. I'm ready to go.
Dealers, shovel up and deal. Good luck, players.
With unlimited re-entry for the first 8 levels of the event, action around the room was fast. And with a likely $1 million first place prize, the stakes were sky high.
Guys, I have to win. I got braces 2 months ago and they take them off if I can't afford to pay for them. True story.
This tournament holds a special place in the heart of many players, including 3-time WPT champion Chino Ream.
I won it before. It was my baby. It was my first WPT, so it's very special. It's not easy to win any event these days.
Kate Hall, who came in 5th place here last season, shared what it takes to have success in this event.
No secrets, just solid poker, patience, and hoping for the best.
The massive turnout had players spilling over into the Bellagio Sportsbook, where 4-time Super Bowl champion Richard Seymour saluted the newest WPT champion, Mike Sexton.
Shake your hand.
Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, look at this. Super Bowl champ to a champ here. How about that, huh?
He's a poker champ, though. This is the guy right here, poker champ.
As players hit the rail, many were soon back on the felt after re-entering to take another shot at advancing.
Number 5.
With so much money on the line, some players had a tendency to tighten up, something for which WPT finalist Roger Teska provided a remedy.
Everybody's so focused and they're very serious. That's not fun for me. So I went to the table and I paid everybody to drink with me because that made me happy. And now my table is a lot more fun. It's probably the funnest table in the room.
When play ended for the day, 519 entrants had hit the felt, with just 367 surviving. Familiar faces dominated the leaderboard, including Jennifer Tilly. But at the top of the chip counts was German player Robin Hagel, who amassed a chip stack of 183,000.
Everything went in my way. It was just an awesome run.
Welcome to the World Poker Tour.
Players were ready to get into action on day 2, and past champions of this tournament were not afraid to fire it up.
I will buy in as many times as required to get this done. I think this is one of the better tournaments of the year.
It's kind of a fun tournament where on day 1 I go a little cuckoo and hope to get doubled up in chips, and I've done that. I've got 80,000, 3 levels left to rebuy, but I plan to keep it a 6-shooter, hang on to these chips, not do anything stupid.
The field continued to grow, with plenty of players taking advantage of re-entry, as well as several new Day 2 entrants, including Jason Mercier, WPT champion Scotty Wynn, and the first ever 5-diamond winner, Gus Hansen. Unfortunately, Gus's return to the 5-diamond felt was short-lived.
I definitely made some mistakes. It has been a long time since I've played a tournament, but I definitely think I should have done better.
When registration closed, the final numbers were announced. A whopping field of 791 entrants created an over $7.6 million prize pool. 72 players would finish in the money, with big paydays for the top spots. First place taking home over $1.9 million, and the runner-up would take home over $1.1 million. As play continued into the night, it was apparent there were no easy tables, and players fought for pots, with chips changing hands. Much to the benefit of poker pro Ryan Hughes.
I just picked up a couple key hands, won some big pots, and just kind of cruised for most of the day.
Ryan would take the chip lead into day 3, leading the remaining 277 players. Second on the leaderboard was poker player and actress Jennifer Tilly, who was continuing her good run at Bellagio.
I think it makes me smarter to play with poker players that are smarter than me.
Day 3, make good decisions, see what happens.
Newly minted WPT champion Mike Sexton was on the short stack, but still optimistic.
When you win, it makes life so much fun, I can tell you. So hopefully something good will happen this tournament as well, but if not, I probably used up all my luck this year. Who knows?
The massive prize pool had friends James Calderero and John Gordon dreaming of a 1-2 finish.
You can't beat this. I mean, 1.9 and 1.1. He's getting 1.1, I'm getting 1.9. You know, what are you gonna do? Bet.
You're chopping.
No chop. Zero chop, just so you know now, I will not chop a muscle head.
The Bellagio poker room was buzzing with players looking to put themselves in position to make a deep run. Early action saw some players chipping up and others busting out. An interesting hand developed when facing a raise and a call. Season 12 5-diamond finalist Barry Hutter re-raised to $16,500. After Gerald Karlik, a poker pro from Austria, called, Kate Hall 4-bet to $44,000. Barry moved all in, Gerald folded, and Kate went into the tank. After 8 minutes, the clock was called. Before time ran out, Kate made the call. Barry turned over pocket jacks, and Kate turned over ace-10 offsuit.
Oh my. Ace-10 off?
No help on the board sent the huge pot to Barry and left Kate with just 10 big blinds. Soon after, Barry took Kate's remaining chips. Also hitting the rail after a strong start to the tournament was Jennifer Tilley, who was eliminated when her set of kings lost to WPT champion Jessie Sylvia, who spiked a set of aces on the river.
Good luck, everybody.
The field continued to thin as play continued into the night.
Sometimes you just get beat by the better player.
And even though his tournament run was over, Mike Sexton was impressed by the talent still remaining in the field.
My man, Jason Coon, Dan O'Brien. This looks like a table of death right here to me.
The day ended with 75 players remaining, only 3 away from making the money. Once again at the top of the chip counts was Ryan Hughes, who was the only player to crack the 1 million chip mark. At the start of day 4, the money bubble was looming.
I'm expecting people to kind of fire and not care about the bubble as much as most tournaments do, because it's like a 10K re-entry, like most people are in for more than one bullet.
There's quite a few really short stacks, so I think we're going to get there fairly quick.
After Dan O'Brien eliminated Mike the Mouth Mattisau in 74th place, the room entered hand-for-hand play. Predictions of a fast money bubble were not realised. But season 12 5-diamond champion Dan Smith thought that was a small price to pay.
The money bubble's going very slowly. With so many tables left, we have to wait for the slowest. I'm not too unhappy. For $10,000, you're getting a chance at 1.9 million. And if that means on day 4 you have to wait around for a couple hours, it's not the worst.
Down to just over his starting stack, poker pro Jerry Wong moved all in with pocket jacks and was called by chip leader Ryan Hughes holding pocket kings. No help on the board eliminated Jerry in 73rd place, and the bubble burst.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you are now in the money.
Play then loosened up, and player after player hit the rail, including season 15 Best Bet Bounty Scramble champion Sam Panzika and a former champ of this tournament, Joe Hasham.
I'm disappointed, but I'm not like raging with anger or sadness. I did the best I could with the chips I had.
Meanwhile, just outside the poker room, Mike Sexton had the opportunity to sign some copies of his new book, Life's a Gamble.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Okay, Alan, I appreciate it. Good luck to you, my man.
As play continued, WPT champion Jared Jaffe scored a double knockout when his pocket aces held up against the pocket kings of WPT champion Jessie Sylvia and the pocket jacks of poker pro Dmitry Urbanovich. Then Mr. 5-diamond Antonio Esfandiari tried to muster up some magic, but had to settle for a 43rd place finish. Ryan Hughes soon found himself below average after poker pro James Romero doubled through him. James was among the big stacks, a group that included 2-time WPT champion JC Tran and WPT finalist Igor Yaroshevsky. In the biggest hand of the tournament, Christian Krishna shoved all in with pocket threes and was called by Jared Jaffe. Poker pro Ryan Tosick then moved all in, putting Jared to an agonising decision. Jared made the call and was disappointed to see Ryan's pocket aces. Christian flopped an inside straight draw, but the aces held up and eliminated him in 22nd place. Ryan dragged in the over 3.3 million chip pot, and Jared was knocked down to 700,000. But aces weren't unbeatable. Poker pro Justin Bonomo's 7-6 offsuit cracked Ryan Hughes's pocket aces, sending the day 2 and day 3 chip leader home in 21st place. Then Jared Jaffe hit the rail just before play ended for the night. When it was time to bag up chips, only 19 players remained. Justin Bonomo and James Romero both cracked the 2 million chip mark, but everyone was looking up at Ryan Tosick, who finished the day with nearly 3.5 million and the chip lead.
Usually, like at this point in the tournament, I get pretty tired, but since it's a big tournament, like the adrenaline, it's got me going all day.
What do you make of the remaining field?
A lot of tough players. You know, this is one of the most preeminent tournaments in the world, so a lot of good players came out. A lot of them are still left. Really fun field, diverse field, and looking forward to making the final table with some of them.
The first player to hit the rail was a disappointed Corey Hockman.
All I can do is move forward, make it to the next one, go deep, and eventually get there.
Next to fall, at the hands of chip leader Ryan Tosick, was Richard Seymour in 18th place.
When I took the field, I wanted to compete. I wanted to out-prepare everybody that I faced, and I was relentless in doing that. So that's some of the same passion that I'll, play poker with.
Richard was followed out the door by two-time WPT champ Tommy Vedes, and then David Sands in 14th place. As chips changed hands, a surging James Romero could not believe his good fortune.
Just playing my general strategy and running really well, to be honest. This is my first 10K, and I am going deep in it. This shouldn't be happening. I'm basically getting very lucky, happy to be here. Feeling really good.
Justin Bonomo put Igor Yaroshevsky to the test after moving all in on the river. Igor had turned a set of nines, but the raise would be for all his chips. After a 10-minute tank, the clock was called.
3, 2, 1, handstand.
And Igor's hand was declared dead after time expired. Igor showed his hand, and Justin turned over the bluff.
Oh my God.
Poker pro Alex Condon went from short stack to $2.4 million in just a couple of hands, busting two players in the process. With Ty Ryman's elimination in 11th place, the field combined to one table. JC Tran 4-bet all-in, holding pocket tens, and was called by the red-hot James Romero, who was behind with ace-queen offsuit. James hit a queen on the flop to take the lead, and then improved to a full house to knock out the Season 5 WPT Player of the Year in 10th place.
A little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. I could have been out waiting for the money, so I'm not too hard on myself.
Igor knocked out the last WPT champion in the field, Taylor Poor, in 8th. 2 hands later, a massive three-way pot developed between the chip leader James Romero and WPT finalists Chris Klodnicki and Jake Schindler. Chris let out on a king-high flop and was called by Jake. James then raised and both players called. After the 4 of hearts fell on the turn, Chris and Jake checked to James, who made a bet.
All in.
Chris went all in. Jake folded and James snap called, turning over pocket sevens for a set. Chris turned over king 9 for 2 pair. He would need a king or a 9 on the river to survive. A 5 on the river knocked Chris out in 7th place. And with that, the televised final table was set. James Romero would take a massive chip lead and face 5 experienced pros, all looking to win their first WPT title. Great players and huge payouts. What more can one ask for? The 5-diamond final table starts after this. Welcome back to the 5-diamond World Poker Classic from Bellagio. With so much on the line tonight, you can feel the anticipation in the room. And joining me to call the action are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. So Mike, or should I call you Champ, you played this week. Tell us, how tough was the field in this tournament?
Well, thanks, Lynn. I was fortunate to win a WPT title in Montreal, and it just shows you there's hope for everyone. As for this tournament, it was a very tough field, and like everyone else that entered, I was dreaming about winning the nearly $2 million that goes to the champion, but it just didn't happen this week. But what a unique final table we've got for you tonight. Our chip leader, James Romero from Portland, Oregon, has $9.8 million in chips. That's more than twice as many as anybody else at the table. But this guy's only got 4,700 in lifetime tournament winnings. Now, he's primarily a cash game player, but this is only the 3rd cash in a tournament in his lifetime. In second chip position is Ryan Tosick with $4.4 million in chips. And you add up Ryan's lifetime winnings along with the chip leaders, adds up to $367,000. On the other hand, the remaining 4 players at the table, led by Justin Bonomo, have over $24 million in lifetime winnings. So, Lynn, this final table is all about experience versus the chip leaders. It's going to be interesting to see how it comes out.
It sure will. That's some serious money. Now, Vince, these players all want to win their first WPT title. What do you think is going through their minds right now?
Well, Lynn, I think what's going through their minds is show me the money, because this is a big one. In order to win one of these tournaments, you have to have a few things going for you. You have to have a strong game plan. You have to have complete concentration. You have to have tremendous heart. And most of all, you can't tilt when things are going bad. Now, if all else fails, here's the most important thing. You have to know how to raise your hand to the waitress and yell out, "Cocktails!"
I think that works for all of us. Thanks, guys. Now, just before the players took their seats, WPT's Executive Tour Director Matt Savage had a chance to speak with chip leader James Romero.
James, millions of poker players around the world dream about being in this spot, chip lead at a WPT final table. What kind of pressure is on you tonight?
Tons of pressure. I can feel it. There's a lot of talent at this table. I know they're going to come for my chips because I'm the newbie, but I'm going to try to defend as well as I can.
You've cruised to this point. What are you going to do tonight to finish it off?
I'm going to keep running really well. I'm probably going to hit a lot of sets. I'm going to drill some flushes versus overpairs all in pre-flop.
All right, well, let's see if you can do that tonight.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Such a dynamic final table, battling for the largest payday of the season. Players ready to begin at the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, so let's get down to the final table.
Well, there's the ClubWPT.com chip count. James Romero well out in front with 9.8 million. Ryan Tosick in second place with 4.4, and that's what they're playing for.
Wow, 1.9 million for the winner, 1,124,000 for second place. That's the Hublot watch. The champ will also get a beautiful timepiece. And we're about to get started with the antes of 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. First to act, Ryan Tosick.
Yeah, what a youthful final table. 4 guys in their 20s. The 2 oldest players are 31 years old each.
Alex Condon now next to act. He also folds. Jake Schindler, we've seen him before at a WPT final table. He wants no action.
And the chip leader, James Romero, out as well. Now over to the man from Ukraine, Igor Yarashevsky. He is out.
So Justin Bonomo going to take down the pot.
First hand, we get a walk. I don't think we've ever seen that in the history of the tour.
No, you're probably right, Mike.
Yeah, everybody folding to the big blind. Just doesn't happen much.
On to the next hand. Quick fold by Condon. Jake Schindler wants none of that. James Romero going out. Igor, unattractive 9-7.
Doesn't want to get involved with it.
Justin Bonomo.
Hey.
Yeah, he's going to limp in the small blind with 6-10 of diamonds.
Ryan not going to raise with the 3s.
Flop comes Jack 8-5 Rainbow. And Justin's going to lead out at this pot.
2 for 2.
And he is going to win it.
Chosen one? Who's the chosen one?
Well, Mike, thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members.
You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Yesterday, I was pretty nervous for the first time in quite a while. There was stuff going through my head, like thinking about the situation and like how big of a moment it is for me.
It's like the biggest stage of my poker career. It's just like a war, and if you like study and keep your composure, you can really like win this little war.
I did some simulations, I ran some ICM calculations, talked to friends, did some research on the players, so I think I'll be the most prepared player at the final table today.
Этому нельзя научиться, ты просто должен играть, и когда с опытом это приходит, играешь в игру, которую любишь.
To be honest, what matters most to me is just the process of how I play. Hopefully I don't make any mistakes, and as long as that goes right, that matters more to me than the money or the title.
Obviously, I'm a favorite, but poker's poker, and stuff's gonna happen. We're gonna play big pots. I'm not gonna give up without a fight, right?
We're just getting started here at the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic at Bellagio.
James Romero well out in front in chip count. Ryan Tosick in second place. Right now, Jake Schindler in the last chip position, but things can change quickly. Let's get back to the felt.
Yeah, first to act will be Jake Schindler. 27-year-old. He has an ace-deuce, doesn't like it, folds the hand. Romero, our chip leader, also folding into Igor.
Igor Yarashevsky, 31 years old. It's 1.9 million in lifetime earnings. Going to raise it up here with the King-9 of hearts.
This is the hard part of the tournament.
Bonomo folding, and now Ryan Tosick also folding. Only one to beat is Alex Condon. He's from Vegas, 24 years old, but he likes his action.
Yeah, he's in the big blind with the King-Queen. He's certainly going to play. He's just going to make a call.
King 9 versus King Queen. Here we go with the flop. It's a ace 8-6.
Well, it doesn't help either player. Alex has got a key card to King of Diamonds. He checks. Well, Igor checks. Very surprised by that, Vince. You just can't assume your opponent would have an ace there. He'd re-raised you before the flop, so surprised he wouldn't make a continuation bet. Now a king comes off. That's going to be really good for Alex. It goes check, check again. Neither player bet their kings. Now the Jack of Diamonds comes off. Now, you're certainly not going to worry about a flush for Igor if you're Alex, or he would have bet the flop. So he's betting for value here with his king queen, and I believe he's going to get paid off.
Yeah, the bet is 140. Little tickler. And Igor, he's going to make the bad call.
King queen.
And Alex is going to win this pot with his queen kicker. Both have 2 kings.
Igor looking a little perplexed. Mucks his hand.
Well, Vance, good chance he'd have won that pot had he bet the flop. He didn't do it, and it cost him.
There is Alex's girlfriend, Christina Lindley.
Yeah, quite a poker player herself. In fact, she was the ones to watch on the World Poker Tour back in season 12.
The price of poker has just gone up. That's like Mike's tagline.
Do you have any taglines? What do you stand for? What do you stand for, Bonomo?
Death, destruction, chaos, filth, and greed.
What?
Casual conversation while you're playing for $2 million.
And the blinds and antes are going up. The antes will be 10,000 now. Blinds are 30 and 60. A lot of folds on this hand. And now it's again around to Condon. And he has an ace-9.
Tosar, will you tell us more about the plan for tonight?
Win all the money.
No, like after the club. How big is your entourage? What does it consist of?
I have no idea.
No, you know.
I really don't. Changes on a day-to-day basis. All my friends are at the new MGM right now.
All right, forget the clubs. We got a hand going on here.
Well, Condon is going to raise, makes it 190 total. Jake Schindler.
So I'm going to have you join my entourage for the night.
The guys are talking about going out to clubs.
Going to the club. They're playing for $2 million, talking about clubbing right now.
Don't blame them. They're going to make the big bucks they can really spend, Mike. Well, Jake's going to make this call with the little suited connector. Hope to get lucky. And the flop is at ace, king, 5. Nice for Condon.
Alex's parents, Mark and Shelley, drove in from Phoenix to watch him at this final table today. And I think they're going to like the results of this hand for sure. As he leads out and bets his 2 aces, I can't see Jake continuing.
Yep, so 130. Jake has had enough. He's going to muck. And Alex Condon taking this one down. Learned to play poker online when he was living in Sioux City, Iowa. Well, he's made close to $900,000 in lifetime earnings. Pretty impressive. And we move on a few folds into Condon once again, and he looks at an ace-8 this time.
Alex actually finished 17th in this event back in 2013 when he was just 21.
He's going to move it up to 140 to go. Jake Schindler can't play, and now it's on James Romero. And
2 aces in the big blind.
How much are you playing roughly? Am I allowed to ask that?
Like 2.5.
Romero is from Portland, Oregon, 27 years old. Everything going right. Let's see what he's going to raise. Total of 355. Into Igor, gets out of the way. Back into the victim.
Alex just with an ace-8 offsuit. Just not the kind of hand you want to play against a raiser, who is the chip leader.
Mike, this is Romero's first WPT event. His biggest cash in his life is only $3,600, and now he's well out in front. Going to take this one down without a sweat. He extends the chip lead.
Well, James giving himself a little cheer for winning that pot. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Bellagio has this aura about it. It's like the first big, prestigious poker room. So I like playing there for that reason.
There's a lot of talent here. Bellagio, it's like the big leagues, you know?
Bellagio is like the mecca of poker. This is one of the best tournaments in the world.
What a great event. Everyone knows Five Diamond every year. Everyone marks their calendar and they're here playing cash games and side events for the whole month. It's just really fun playing at the Bellagio, especially for a ton of money.
Well, everyone does love Bellagio, especially at Five Diamond time, because this prize pool is enormous. 1.9 million to the winner, 1.1 million to the runner-up.
And right now, James Romero, first time ever on the World Poker Tour, is out in front with 10.4 million in chips. We go down to the felt. Ryan Tasic, first to act. Uneventful 9-10, he's going to muck.
Well, action over to Alex Condon.
Got a pair of 10s here.
He's certainly going to raise with this hand.
Blinds at 30 and 60. Let's see the raise. Yes, 140 total.
Alex admitted he was a little bit nervous coming to this final table because there's so much prize money on the line. Absolutely life-changing money.
Well, Jake goes out, and James Romero, the chip leader with a pair of 6s, making the smart call. He will speculate with it. Igor going away.
Over to Justin.
I looked at your Facebook last night to get reads. I'm serious. Look like you're having fun out there.
Flop comes king, 5-3, all diamonds. Justin checks. Alex, of course, still has the best hand with the 2 10s, but James has 2 6s and the flush draw. A continuation bet. Many people would check in the 3-way action pot with this hand, but not Alex, and it's going to bode well for him as his opponents get out and he takes down the pot. So nice aggression there by Alex. Good continuation bet. Well done.
Yeah, it always feels good when you don't have that great of a flop. You make the bold bet with no diamond, no top pair, and it works out.
Well, they're calling him Akon. Alex Condon. He's got his rooting section up there. So far, so good.
Yeah. On to the next hand, a few folds. Around to Jake Schindler, who is on the short stack. He's got queen 6, and he can't play that with the button, so he's dwindling away. And now James Romero, our chip leader.
And he's got the ace high.
Yeah, he says that you guys are going away. I'll make a raise to 250. Igor going out, and James Romero will pick this one up.
Thank you, Bonomo. What's up?
I was impressed by that hand.
You want 5 case?
Did you say your name right, though? More importantly.
You did?
You know, Mike, I look over that trophy over there, and I'm still in awe that you, my friend, now have your name on the WPT Champions Cup. Well done.
Well, thanks, Vince. But I'm not the only new player to make it on the cup, as the WPT held non-televised main events. First at the Party Poker WPT Caribbean at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Punta Cana, Neil Farrell won his second leg of poker's Triple Crown. Then over in Europe and the Czech Republic, it was Ukrainian Oleg Vasilchenko who emerged victorious at WPT Prague. And let me tell you, Vince, I look forward to facing those guys in the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions.
It's shaping up to be a great one. And if you would like to join us at a WPT tournament, just log on to WPT.com for a complete schedule. Now it's time to get back to the action here at Bellagio.
Well, James Romero well out in front right now. Ryan Tasic in second place. But Vince Jake Schindler getting in critical condition now. About 13 big blinds is all with less than 800,000.
Yep, he's in trouble. We started out there with 791 at Bellagio. We're down to these 6. And Ryan, action goes to him. Quick fold. Alex also going away.
And Jake Schindler looking to pick up a hand here.
Will he get one? No.
Hasn't made a hand yet.
Romero with just a 10-8.
That's going to raise it to 150,000. Igor out. And Justin with the ace-9 is going to make the call here and look at a flop.
Flop is in 3-3-8. So the chip leader out flopping Bonomo. And Romero makes the continuation bet. Looks like 100. He's going to get called.
Well, 7 of diamonds comes off. That gives Justin the nut flush draw.
He's going to check.
Check, check.
And now a 10 comes off. Really good card there for James. He now has top 2 pair. Justin checks. James has to feel certain he's got the best hand now.
Yeah, he's going to make a bet, 600,000. A value bet, but what's going to be called with? Why make that bet when you get pair out there, diamonds are out there?
You might get paid off by ace high here. I like the bet. Justin gives it up, so James Romero off to a great start here at this final table.
Yep, everything going right for him. 6 players playing for $2 million. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
You know, when things heat up at the poker table, Club WPT qualifier Lucas Albrecht feels right at home because he's a chef and he cooks with pots, and as a player, he takes them down.
Very much enjoy cooking and learning new recipes and techniques. I'd say the recipe for a good poker player would be someone who's confident. You really have to work well under pressure and in the heat of the moment. Getting that dish out the window and getting those chips in the pot, got to make it happen. This experience has been amazing, from walking in the door of the Bellagio to sitting down with some of the greatest players in the world. The thing I like best about Club WPT is that it gives me an opportunity to play poker. It's not a gimmick. You have a shot at a lot of really awesome prizes, so it's a great site.
If you want to practice your game, but you don't have a fortune to spend, head to clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, we are back at Bellagio at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. James Romero, first time ever on the World Poker Tour. He's out in front with 10.6 million in chips.
Yeah, great story about him, Vince. He came to Las Vegas about a month ago on a very short bankroll. Been playing cash games every day, doing well. Decided to play this tournament. Now he's got a shot at 1.9 million after coming to town almost broke.
Pretty amazing.
Great story.
Yep. Down to the felt we go. We have a few folds.
It's folded around to Igor. He's out as well. Justin Bonomo has the pink hair, as you can see. Justin's a supporter of non-conformist gender roles and feminism, which is why he wears the pink hair.
Well, with Queen 10, he's just going to call. And Ryan with Jack 8 says, let's see the flop. Well, the flop's an Ace Jack 10.
So Justin with the straight draw and bottom pair checks, and Ryan checks middle pair right behind him. Now both have a pair in the flush draw now. Let's see what happens. Well, again, Justin checks. And again, Ryan checks. Very conservative by both players. Deuce of spade. Well, Justin's going to bet 2 10s here for value, thinking they're the best hand. And I don't blame him for thinking that the way the betting's gone on this hand, but he's going to get looked up with second pair by Ryan with the 2 jacks, and Ryan is going to win this pot with 2 jacks.
Yeah, Ryan Tosick.
Yeah, 26-year-old from Chicago, now lives in Las Vegas. Here's Ryan's parents, Ronaldo and Rosario. They flew in from Chicago to be with their son today.
And we move on. And Jake Schindler now with a pair of 4s on the short stack, Mike. Will he shove it?
Well, he bet 400,000, which is a very big bet. It sends a message to everybody that if you raise me, I'm going to call you all in. So it's the equivalent of an all-in bet, but there's no way he's getting out if somebody sets him all in here. He's bet more than half a stack.
It's difficult.
The only one left is Condon, but he won't give him any action. So finally, Jake Schindler picking up a little pot.
Oh, you do have supporters.
Everyone's there. Well, there is Andrea and Brendan enjoying themselves at the Dr. Pepper bar.
Yeah, probably not as much as these guys at the table tonight because they're all making big bucks wherever they finish.
Now Justin Bonomo picking up Ace-Jack. He's raised, but he could be in trouble because Ace-King is sitting there right behind him with Ryan's hand.
Makes it 350 to go.
No one else can compete. Goes, even Romero, our chip leader, goes out. So back on the man with the ace-jack, Bonomo.
Yeah, you don't like getting 3-bet with this hand, but he's going to call and look at a flop.
Here we go with the flop, and it is a big ace-king 3.
This could spell big trouble for Justin. He does have a backdoor flush draw, but he is in dire straits as his opponent's flop top 2 pair, while he just has the 2 aces.
Ryan Tosick going to make the bet here. 225, and of course Bonomo with aces with the worst kicker.
Yeah, quickly makes the call.
He's got a lot of catching up to do.
Well, he can't catch up now, Vince. He's drawing completely dead.
He is.
He's going to check.
What a nice opportunity for Ryan. Going to check this, though.
Wow.
Give a free card out. 10 of hearts on the river.
Well, there's a possible straight out there, but now Justin checks again. And now Ryan is definitely going to make a bet. Pretty good size bet, 700,000. And Vince, because he checked on the turn, Justin's going to pay him off on the river here. And he now sees Ryan has top 2 pair. Ryan Tosick is going to take down this pot, much to the delight of his friends and family who flew in from Chicago.
That is a big move for Ryan Tosick. This will be his biggest cash ever on any tour. Winner's going to take home close to $2 million, and we're coming right back for more on the World Poker Tour.
I'm looking for something really magical. I want this union, this magical moment. I always see poker like art. I love poker so much, and art to me, it's all my life. So I can mix my 2 passions. Mike and Vince inspire me like directly. I love the opposition with Mike and Vince. They are like 2 but 1. I love that, 2 but 1. When you play poker, you're afraid of some stuff. And when you create a painting, it's the same. In this painting, the link is the fear. The fear is symbolized by the Minotaur. Even when I play poker, I see the Minotaur. I see the Minotaur when I paint everywhere. The painting in this project is not the only part of the creation. Behind this painting, you have all the story of the painting. And all the story with me as an artist, Vince as a model, Mike as a model. So all this story can make the painting. It's completely crazy to get Vince, Mike, the monster in the poker room. So I mean, this whole story is completely crazy. So that's why it's so exciting, you know?
Well, what a talented young lady.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about the Minotaur, though, I got to tell you the truth. But really a nice ceremony when she presented us the portrait, Vince. Very well done, and thank you to the World Poker Tour for commissioning Steph to do that wonderful piece of art.
And now we go back down to the table. It's on Justin Bonomo. He won't play. Ryan Tosick with an ace-3. Makes it 135.
Now Alex with the king-10, going to lay it down. Jake looking to pick up a hand here. He's got the ace-9 of hearts. This could be the one, Vince. He's the short stack.
Well, he's going to raise, makes it 500,000 total. Gets the chip leader to fold.
Well, Vince, he's only got 800,000, so essentially that's an all-in bet without going all in. He's not going to throw it away if he gets set all in.
So back around to the original raiser.
Well, Vince, you hate to double a guy up on a junk hand like this.
Yeah, he's going to lay it down. Jake Schindler going to take this one. He's 27 years old. Plays in big, big, super high tournaments.
It's a big bet.
Big hand.
This is Jake's 8th WPT cash, his 2nd final table. Finished 4th at Choctaw back in 2015. Looking for his first WPT title tonight, but still got a lot of work to go as he's on the short stack.
On to the next hand. Igor, finally with a decent king, 10 of clubs. He's 31 years old, out of the Ukraine, and he will raise this up to 130 total.
This is his 2nd WPT final table performance. We saw him back in 2015 when he finished 4th in the LA Poker Classic He came to that final table as the chip leader, was very nervous about it. Felt it was tough to play as chip leader. He's more comfortable in the middle of the pack here.
Well, Igor's pushing everyone away, but now James Romero, he's into big blind. He's got queen, 8 of hearts.
He's also got a lot of chips. So he's going to make the call.
And the flop is a jack 10-5, 2 hearts.
Quite a draw for James. Got a gut shot straight draw and the flush draw, and it's checked. Igor with middle pair checks. Very conservative. 7 of diamonds comes off. Well, I'm guessing James is going to bet here, assuming his opponent might have ace-king or ace-queen, because he didn't bet the flop. Or an underpair where he might throw it away.
Yep, he's going to put the pressure on Igor. 400,000. He's out in front, but he can be outdrawn. He could be behind at this moment. He does not know.
Well, a very conservative lay down and play. Didn't bet the flop. He throws away middle pair on the turn. So aggressive play by James Romero. Picks him up yet another pot.
He's playing really well, rolling over these guys. James Romero looking good at this point. And the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 as we move on. Action's going to go to Justin Bonomo.
Well, Vince Igor's played conservative deluxe, I would say. Remember, raised before the flop one hand, it come ace 8-5. He didn't make a continuation bet there, it cost him. He didn't bet second pair here, it might have cost him.
And now the chip leader, James Romero, with just a 6-3 of spades. He's getting a lot of respect at this table.
Well, it's a battle of the blinds.
No.
No. Bad James, no.
James Romero, his first time ever on the World Poker Tour. He's at the final table, dominating. Very exciting.
Well, that's all for now here in Las Vegas. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic from Bellagio. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
15 seasons ago, the World Poker Tour came to Bellagio for its very first tournament, and tonight the tradition continues. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Joining me tonight are Vince Van Patten and WPT champion Mike Sexton. Mike, tell us what makes this event so special.
Well, Lynn, to me, it's the history of Bellagio and the World Poker Tour. Our first ever event was held right here at Bellagio. It was the 5-Diamond event that Gus Hansen won, but many of the biggest names in poker have won this tournament. Daniel Negreanu, Antonio Esfandiari, Joe Hashem, and many more. So a lot of history involved with Bellagio, but to these players at the final table tonight, it's all about the money. Big bucks on the line, life-changing money. The winner getting nearly $2 million, the runner-up nearly $1.2 million. It's just hard to top that.
And Vince, who looks like they're in stride to join that illustrious list of 5-Diamond champions?
Well, right now, the chip leader is a guy named James Romero. He's a bit of a mystery man. He's a cash game player that just decided to play this tournament. He's got a lot of chips. He will be tough, but the rest of the field is really tough as well. Should be interesting.
Thanks, guys. Play is getting set to resume, so let's head down to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. James Romero well out in front with 11.7 million. Ryan Tosick in second place with 5.5, and that's what they're playing for. Mega bucks tonight.
Yeah, 1.9 million to the winner, 1.2 with second place. Big money, very exciting. The antes are 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80. Here we go. Quick fold by Ryan Tosick.
Vince, not many poker tournaments in the world where two guys or more get over $1 million in cash.
All right, it's been folded around to the chip leader, James Romero. He's just got a 9-10, but he'll make it 190 to go.
Yeah, James has been sort of the boss at this final table so far. Came in as chip leader. Still the chip leader, but Justin Bonomo going to look him up here with the Jack-10 of clubs. Justin, an extremely talented pro, highly respected. Has $12.5 million in lifetime earnings. That's incredible for a 31-year-old.
Well, the flop is a king 6-3. Hits neither player. Bonomo checks.
Now let's see if James will make the continuation bet.
You'd think he would with this hand because it's going to be hard to win if he doesn't bet.
He's getting the chips out. Yep.
He is going to bet, and Justin's going to go away. Doesn't want to battle the chip leader.
Yep, nicely done by James Romero. He's out of Portland, Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you.
His first ever WPT event, and he is impressive here tonight.
He is. Vince says he likes to read about visionaries, both past and present. And right now, he's got a vision to win that $2 million first place prize.
Good strategy.
He wants to be an entrepreneur in the future, and when you have 1.9 million, you become more of an entrepreneur, I can tell you, than when you're broke.
All right, on to the next stand. We got a few folds around to the aggressive James. He's going to make it 180 to go, but behind him, Igor picking up a hand finally.
I'm all in.
Ooh.
No, it's not.
Push it all in with his ace-king.
Well, you saw James smile there. Igor's just played very conservative thus far,
The lights
and everybody's going to respect him when he makes a big raise, that's for sure.
Everyone going out back on James. He says, okay, you just take that. And Igor taking a hand. He's from the Ukraine. He is 31 years old. He says he plays for the love of the game, not the money. You believe that?
No. Okay. But he does say it. He does love the game. He's been a pro for 8 years. He's like the oldest player at the table, Vince, at 31. 4 of these guys in their 20s. Youth prevailing once again on the World Poker Tour, and this time for mega bucks in this tournament.
Well, James has raised with just a 9-10. And Igor, though, with a king, queen of spades, will make the call. On to Bonomo, who has picked up the pair of aces.
All in.
Well, just not going to mess around here. Says, you want to gamble, boys? Let's do it. But he's not gambling because he's got 2 aces.
It's like 1.3. Am I allowed to get a count?
It's like 1, 2, and change.
Those are stacks at 20? You don't. If they're stacks at 20, it's fine.
Yeah, make sure. 1.205.
Thank you. Tossic.
Anything for you. King James.
I'll keep that in mind later.
Well, there's 0 chance he's going to call here, Vince.
You are correct. Back on Igor.
Igor could possibly make this call, Vince. You put him on a pair of 10s or jacks. You might want to race here. But nope, Igor just too conservative. Going to give it up. Justin taking down that pot.
Yeah, he lives in Vancouver, Canada. Grew up in Virginia. He plays in some of the biggest high-stake poker tournaments in the world. Very impressive, Justin Bonomo.
People always ask poker players, what type of style do you play? And I think that's a really flawed question. I think a great poker player doesn't want to be pigeonholed as to someone that can only play one strategy. My whole life I've been able to think outside the box, and I think that's a huge edge for a poker player. There's no linear way of solving poker. Like, you can't just learn the charts and play great poker. You have to be able to think on your feet to solve a situation that you've never seen before on the fly. And I think I'm very good at that.
Justin Bonomo, excellent poker player, primarily because he put so much work and effort into his game, no doubt about that. Certainly outside the box in the hair department with the pink hair. He said he wears it because he supports nonconformist gender roles and feminism. On another note, Vince, Justin's just starting to learn how to juggle. Looks like he's doing pretty good to me.
So if you can juggle 3-4 balls, it's good for your peripheral, which is good for your poker game. And good for all the sports you play. I'll tell you that.
Okay, there you go.
Back to the felt. James Romero now with Jack 5. Quickly folds. Igor now with an ace-10 of clubs. He's going to raise, makes it 175. Bonomo going out.
Ryan out as well. Alex Condon throws away an ace-10. All these guys know how conservative Igor's been playing, so you're just not going to give him much action unless you get a big hand. But Jake is going to defend out of the big blind with the king-4 spade. And Jake is on the short stack at this table. Flop queen jack 6. Igor flops a gut shot straight draw. Jake checks. And Igor checks behind him. Now an ace comes off. So Igor now with 2 aces and the straight draw. Jake, of course, with a gut shot straight draw, checks again. See what Igor does. Can't imagine he'd possibly check this hand, but he does.
That is shocking.
And look what's happened, Vince. He's got outdrawn on the river by Jake Schindler, who makes a straight. Igor didn't make a continuation bet A, and then B didn't bet when the aces came up, when he was second to act. And now it could get him in dire straits, as he now has 2 pair, but his opponent has a straight.
Yep, and Jake is going to pet the 150, and Igor is already kicking himself. Oh, no!
Well, Vince, Igor had nobody to blame but himself for losing that pot. Unbelievable how conservative he played that hand. Didn't bet the flop, but how you don't bet the turn there just is shocking to me.
You let him in, you deserve not to win. Bottom line.
Might be a little gun shy. Last time we saw him on the World Poker Tour, he came to the final table as chip leader, went out in 4th place, so he's taking a conservative route tonight.
We move on. Justin Bonomo going out.
Just nothing makes you feel worse as a poker player, Vince, when you didn't bet when you had the best hand. You give him the free card to beat you, and then you pay him off.
Yeah.
It's just a combination of mistakes, and it just drives you mad.
Well, Alex Condon now.
All in.
And he's going to shove all in with his hand.
The youngest player at the table, 24-year-old Alex Condon, moving all in with ace-10. Folded around to Igor. And Alex going to take the pot down. Well, Alex played in Florida when he was 18. In fact, won back-to-back contests for the under 21 years old. And Vince, he had longer hair then.
A great final table we are seeing here tonight. They're playing for big dollars, but all week long, we've been having a good time. We went to a party this week, and Hublot was there.
Yeah, and it was a terrific party. We're so happy to have Hublot as a sponsor of the World Poker Tour, and we were so pleased that they had a chance to display some of their watches for our players.
That's right. Players were so impressed, including Sean Kunix, who found one that he fell in love with so much that he bought it right there on the spot.
But what is most special to me is that I was presented with my Hublot King Power Unico watch for winning WPT Montreal. And Vince, I've had a chance to learn more about this magnificent timepiece, and Hublots are exceptional. The amount of research and design that they put into their product is fascinating. It took 2 years, for example, for Hublot to design the Unico movement. Each one is comprised of 330 components and has a 72-hour power reserve. This, partnered with Hublot's Art of Fusion design, makes each watch very impressive, and I'm so happy to have one of my own.
Great, great watch, great timepiece. And of course, the champ tonight will also get a Hublot watch, get his name inscribed on the Champions Cup. Who's it going to be? Let's go back down and find out.
James Romero looking to take down the 1.9 million that the winner gets, well out in front right now with over 11 million in chips.
And as we move on, a quick muck with a pair of deuces by Condon. They're folding, and now Romero with a king-6 offsuit. We'll make it 260 to go.
Here's James just trying to take command of this table here.
What is it?
Folded around to Ryan. Looks at 2 5s in the big blind and gets rid of them. So nobody wants to play against the chip leader, Vince. I think they're just waiting for the short stack to go out here. There's about 3 of them now on the short stack. Justin Bonomo, Jake Schindler, and Igor Yarashevsky.
Gotta tell you, with a pair of 5s, and he's in second chip position with over 5.3. He didn't even think about mucking that hand. He just did so. That's shocking. And we move on.
Jake gonna raise this one with the Queen Jack to 175,000. Justin folding a pair of 2s away on the button. Just want 1 or 2 of these short stacks to go out so you can move up possibly a couple 100,000 in real money.
Alex goes out, so a quick win by Jake Schindler. He needed that. Great young poker pros battling at Bellagio. Champ will take home close to $2 million. Big money at stake.
There's much more to come from the 5 Diamond at Bellagio. Don't go away.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT. So think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters. Las Vegas is a city of fantastic opulence. Quite the change of pace for Club WPT qualifier Timothy Nelson, who hails from a small town in Texas.
Spearman, Texas is an agricultural community. It's several hours to drive to go to a land-based casino, and that's where Club WPT really comes into play. It's something that we can do living out in the middle of nowhere. I won my way to this event on Club WPT.
All right, Tim, you're going to be the next one in line to get in the Poker Hall of Fame.
Not only the tournament entry, but they also furnished my travel and all of my expenses.
Nothing for me.
A big goal of mine is that I wanted to survive day one. I did survive day one. We got some hands that was good pocket pairs and was able to chip up quite a bit. I will probably continue to play on Club WPT the rest of my life as long as I'm able.
Sign up to play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including seats to live WPT events. Join ClubWPT.com today.
Six players left fighting it out for this coveted title and the nearly $2 million that goes with it. James Romero came to the final table as the big chip leader. He's still the big chip leader with over $12 million in chips.
And we go down to the green on Igor, who's on the short stack at this point. He's got a queen deuce, doesn't like it, throws it away. Bonomo with king jack, also folding.
Well, that's pretty conservative. Well, Ryan Tosick is going to raise it up with a king nine. Makes it $175,000 to go. Alex out.
Now it's on Jake.
And Jake's under one of the short stacks goes out.
James Romero with just a 9-7 can afford to speculate.
Going to defend out of the big blind here.
And the flop is a king 7-6.
Well, James checks middle pair. Ryan has top pair and checks right behind him. And now a jack comes off. 3 spades out there. James does have the flush draw. Ryan with the best hand with 2 kings is going to bet $200,000. Now James is going to make the call here with just 2 sevens.
James would like to hit that spade with a flush. Let's see if he gets it.
Well, now the board pairs jacks. Action's on James. When he's reaching for betting chips here, Vince. But look what a small bet it is, $150,000. Pot's got $850,000 in it. It's what we call a blocking bet. It's a very small bet because if you check, you don't want your opponent betting a lot more where you're going to pay him off maybe with a pair.
Yeah, this is an astute bet.
It's a very good bet because he's not going to get raised here. He's just going to get called.
Right.
His opponent fearful he might have hit 3 jacks, have a better kicker, maybe made a flush.
Yes, he slowed Ryan down, and Ryan will take the pot. Very nice bet there by James Romero.
Love that blocking bet.
There is Ryan's parents. They flew in from Chicago to watch him. That's got to be exciting.
Ronaldo and Rosario. He just absolutely is thrilled that they came to watch him tonight at this final table. Thrilled to still be here. He's sitting in second chip position right now, in good shape.
He's gaining confidence. He's raised with Queen Jack to 180. Couple folds behind him, and even Romero going out. And now it's on Igor.
Ooh, 2 aces in the big blind.
Wow.
Oh, well.
He's got a shove.
With his chip stack, you can't blame him, Vince. But Ryan knows he's a very solid player, just not going to double him up on the queen jack, throws it away. So Igor Yarashevsky taking down that pot.
Я вышел на финальный стол в Лос-Анджелесе. Это был первый такой крупный турнир и крупный финальный мой стол.
Well, of course, the chip leader is Igor Yarashevsky.
Я был чип-лидером, это очень давило на меня. Вроде бы я играл неплохо, но мне показалось, я очень был напряжен и как-то играл не оптимально, как-то скажем так. Это тяжело играть под камерами, когда ты не привык, когда у тебя нет опыта игры под светами, под лучами софитов.
Okay, mono future, young man.
Oh, he's got the call.
Come on.
Я ошибся, сделал там плохой кол.
So Igor knocked out in 4th place.
Я вылетел, это было неприятно, но недолго. Сегодня, мне кажется, я не испытываю давления, по крайней мере, пока. Я забыл уже, что произошло в Лос-Анджелесе. И я сфокусируюсь на этом турнире конкретном. Надеюсь, мне повезет.
Even if Igor Yarashevsky wins this tournament, he wouldn't be the first player from the Ukraine to do so. Back in season 6, Eugene Kechelov won this event.
Be a long shot if he could do it. He's got a lot of catching up to do here tonight. And we go back down to the table. Quick fold by Alex. Jake Schindler.
Yeah, Jake, one of the short stacks here too. Looks at the queen-8. Just hadn't picked up any cards tonight. He folds. James Romero not folding the ace-8 suited though.
And he's going to raise 185 total. Igor getting out of the way. Justin also going out.
So around to the big blind here. Ryan Tosick looks down at a pair of 3s. He's going to make the call.
There he is.
I'm here.
It's been a while, huh?
That's true.
He's in the flop. It's an ace, ace-7, 3 of a kind for Romero.
Ryan checks. The crowd oohs and ahs. And James, I'm guessing, is going to bet the 3 aces after raising pre-flop. There's your continuation bet.
Yeah, very gentle 110.
110.
Well, Ryan does have 2 pairs. He's still got the 2 3s. In case his opponent's got king, jack suited, king, queen. He's going to make the call, but obviously hoping to hit a 3 to give him a full house.
Turn card is not very special. 9 of hearts.
Well, Ryan checks again. I think you have to maybe tread water a little bit here if you're James. I know you have 3 aces, but your opponent called you on the flop.
And he's going to put the pressure on, not slowing down. 230.
Well, Ryan is going to make the call here.
Yeah.
So he's getting in deeper and deeper. We are going to the river. Oh, a 3 comes off. Lightning in the bottle for Ryan Tosick. He's got 3s full. He checks. Oh, if James bets here, it could be big trouble for him.
Well, he's going to bet
$1 million. He might not want to put all his chips in this pot and go out in 6th place if his opponent's got a bigger full house.
Just going to call. Look at the look on James' face. He can't believe this.
Well, Vince, he should believe it. The guy called him before the flop on the turn. What do you think he's got?
Well, not a pair of 3s.
Well, you're right. Ryan Tosick taking down that pot and a big one.
Strange plays, big moves.
And don't forget drawouts on the river.
That river.
Boom. Sick river. How do I have an ace? How does he have a full house? Crazy hand.
It's cooler.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. It's now that time of the night where Tony Dunst is standing by to throw in his thoughts in the raw deal.
Every now and then, there's a moment in poker where you're highly confident you have the best hand on the river, but shouldn't try getting more money in the pot. I know that sounds like contradictory advice, but we just witnessed a hand with Ryan Tosick that perfectly exemplified this concept. So why do I love that Ryan just called on the river with his full house? Let's break it down. The hand opens with James Romero raising ace-8 suited and Ryan calling pocket 3s in the big blind. James hits trip aces on the flop and makes a small bet that allows Ryan to continue in the hand. Not surprisingly, James bets again on the turn, and Ryan makes something of an optimistic call with his small pair. But that's not what we're here to discuss. When a 3 lands on the river, Ryan fills up with a card that appears totally harmless to James. After Ryan checks and James bets, Ryan elects to just call. And while I'm sure some members of our audience think Ryan missed an opportunity to get value, I think he played this river perfect for 3 reasons. First, look at the stack sizes entering the hand. Ryan and James have most of the chips in play, which means Ryan should be especially cautious about playing big pots against the only player that can bust him. Second, James bets nearly full pot on the river, which polarizes his range between strong hands and bluffs. James' likely holdings are trips, full houses, and bluffs. If James had only bet 300,000, then I'd like to see Ryan raise. but raising a bet of this size means putting his entire stack at risk. And third, it's doubtful that James would call a raise with less than a full house. Yeah, he might pay off with ace-king, but since it's nearly impossible for Ryan to be bluffing on the river, James will likely fold every hand that's worse than threes full and call every hand that's better. If I had to guess, this will be the last raw deal where I recommend not raising when you have the best hand on the river. So you got it right this time, Ryan. But if you try something like this again, I'm probably gonna flip out.
Well, Ryan definitely made the right call by calling, but I'm still puzzled by James's bet on the river. I would have checked it down and saved the million.
But James still out in front with 10.2. Ryan getting closer with about 7.2 as we go to the felt. Blinds of 40 and 80.
I give it on a tell box. A tell box.
David Peters told you that?
Why would he tell me that?
Action on that chip leader, James Romero.
Here he is first to act with a Jack-9 offsuit now.
Just randomly came up to you.
It's 200?
300. Looks like 300.
3? What's the bet?
Makes it 180 to go, and they are folding behind them.
180, Jake.
Well, Alex does have a pair, but he gets out of the way.
And the only one to defeat now is Jake, and he has a horrible hand. So quick pickup by James Romero.
After losing one big pot, he comes right back, raises under the gun with a Jack-9 offsuit, takes down the pot.
Look at you. You're just in the know. You have a lot of friends, don't you?
Started out this with 791 entries at Bellagio, and we're down to these 6. Here we go, actions on Igor. Wearing a nice suit tonight, looking good.
Just gives up the ace-3 suited like it was nothing.
Yeah, Justin also going out.
Well, folded all the way around to the blinds. Jake now looks at a Jack-9 offsuit. Looks like he's gonna call.
Now James with a King-10.
I check.
And James doesn't push.
Just respect for his opponent, I think, a little.
All right, at the flop comes 10-6-2 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, great flop for James. Top pair. King kicker. Jake is checked. James gonna make a small bet.
Yep, 80,000, and he will quickly take down that pot, and he shows it to Jake.
Pocket aces.
He's gonna lie to Igor.
King 10. Jack 10. King 10. Ace.
Thank you. Guy just called me Cupcake. Over the tournament, I've been playing with people I don't know. Their impression of me might not be so positive, but I haven't gone out of my way to make friends, and that's just because I'm focusing on what's going on. There are people who respect me and my play, and some people who don't, but I think that is going to be pretty normal just in life in general.
James, there are no friends at the poker table. They're friends when you're away from the table.
I'll tell you, if you win $2 million, he'll make a few friends. Trust me. Back down to the table, the man in pink, fine player, folds his hand. So does Ryan and Alex. Play goes to Jake, he with an ace-9. He's just gonna call it. And now James with a king deuce of hearts.
And he's in the small blind. He's running good. He's got chips. Big bet by James here. He is raising it. Igor out.
And now Jake with a little bit of a decision.
Oh, Vance, he knows there's no way his opponent's going to put him on an ace because he didn't raise on the button. He's been bullying everybody around all night. I think you have to make this call here.
All the money, huh?
Wow, what a call by Jake Schindler. You just wonder if that look that James gave him was a clue for him to call there.
Nice call.
If he's really strong, he's just not going to look at him. He's just going to stare straight at the table, but wasn't the case. Jake picked up on it. Great shot to double up for Jake.
Nice call, Jake.
5 cards to come. Jake Schindler, we've seen him once on the World Poker Tour at the final table. This is his second time, and now his life on the line. But he hits an ace on the flop. Ace 5-8.
James now has to hit 2 runners to win this pot.
Wait. I could hit a 4.
They say, don't do that to me. 7 of diamonds, it's over.
So just like that, Jake Schindler doubling up here to get right back in the thick of things in terms of winning this tournament.
Yeah, a little hit for our chip leader.
Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose.
Welcome back to the WPT and the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. James Romero out in front with $9 million.
Yeah, but it's the smallest lead he's had so far at this final table. Ryan Tosick with $7.1 million right behind him there. So let's see if James can come back and regain a big chip lead. Well, Ryan's going to raise it here with the Queen Jack.
I think I would have bet James minus 150 on that one.
So you're rooting for...
No, I would have.
me.
He's just, no, he's guessing on the outcome.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no favorite. He's interested in money.
No, I would have. I said I would have.
Right.
Bet on you.
For betting. He's trying to say that I run really good, and that's why I'm here, and I should be out.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying
All right,
that.
Message received, kid.
Next to act is going to be Alex. He's got a pair of 10s.
I'm saying you're the truth.
Pushes it all in.
No, I should be out though. For real, I should have been out. I should have been out on
going
day
out.
1, like twice.
Even Justin. Ryan folds his Queen Jack.
So Alex Condon going to take down that pot. Tom Marchese, highly respected pro, and his cousin, William Reynolds. They'll be proud of him so far.
I love the strategic element to poker, just getting in people's mind. Everyone has a fundamental understanding. All these great players know the game, but then it takes it to the next level when you're just trying to get in each other's head, like figuring out what they know about you and what you know about them. It's a constantly evolving game, and you can't just do the same stuff all the time, and it's always changing. All your opponents are getting better, so you have to get better or you'll fall behind.
Well, you either have to get better or you have to get luckier. I'm not sure which one is stronger.
I'd go for the lucky, I'll tell you that, but he's right about that. Even if you think you know everything there is to know about the poker game itself, you can always learn more about your opponents.
He's pretty quiet at the table.
Yeah, composed himself pretty good for a 24-year-old, I'll tell you that.
We go back to it. Quick fold by Jake.
Well, James Romero got the King 5 here, going to raise it up here and stay aggressive.
Yep, he makes it 180 to go, but Igor, with the ladies, picks up the pair of queens.
All in.
There you go, shoving with the queens.
Well, you certainly can't blame him for going all in with 2 queens there. Justin out, Ryan out. And it's folded all the way around to James. 0 chance he's going to put another $1 million in here in this spot with a King 5. At least I don't think so. But you never know. Nope. He goes out. Igor taking down the pot. Igor probably considered the most conservative player at the table. Certainly has played that way tonight. But he's still here with 6 left, fighting it out for the nearly $2 million first place prize.
And the antes are going up to 15,000, and the blinds are 50 and 100, getting expensive. And this time Igor with another strong hand, ace 10.
Pull in.
And he is going to push all in with it. Will he get any play?
Trust me, when you move all in under the gun with ace 10, you don't want any action. You're just happy to pick up the blinds and antes.
No one could compete so far.
Party time.
Oh, and now it's James with the 2 queens who makes the call. So the last hand, Igor had the 2 queens. He won the pot because nobody called him. Now he's up against 2 queens. And if he doesn't outdraw them, Igor is going to be out in 6th place.
King, queen, jack.
I take it.
And not good so far for Igor. 7 deuce deuce on the flop. James out in front with the ladies.
Yep, Igor going to have to catch running deuces, running tens, or an ace to take the lead.
I bet it's a club.
Going to 4th Street. Can he hit his ace?
Well, that's a 9, so we are down to the river. Igor must catch an ace on the river, or he will be our 6th place finisher.
Can Igor pull off the miracle?
Nope, it's a 3. So that's going to do it for the man from Ukraine, Igor Yarashevsky, out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, a real gentleman, wonderful player, going to take home $268,000. He is our first victim at Bellagio. Let's talk to him.
Congratulations, Igor. Great week here at Bellagio. $260,000. Are you happy with your performance?
Да, я очень рад. Это была прекрасная неделя. Мы обязательно еще увидимся. Всем спасибо. Играйте в покер.
With Igor Yarashevsky out in 6th place, we are down to 5 players at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Action continues from Las Vegas when we return.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Las Vegas here on the World Poker Tour. James Romero is having the night of his life. He says chip leader with close to 11 million in chips.
Yeah, only 5 players left now fighting it out. Big money on the line for all these guys. The next guy that goes out gets over $345,000. The winner gets nearly $2 million. The runner-up over $1.1 million. Huge money here at Bellagio in this 5 Diamond tournament.
And down to the felt, Jake Schindler with a pair of kings.
On the button, you're just hoping to get action here. $225,000 to bet by Jake.
Yeah, Romero goes out and Bonomo with just a jack 7 of hearts.
Well, it's going to cost him another $125 to make the call when he does so. That's going to leave him with just about $1 million left is all. 10 big blinds for Justin. But let's see what happens on the flop. Well, it's 8-4-3, no help at all for Justin. He's going to check. Jake, happy to see no ace came on the flop. Certainly going to bet, just a matter how much.
$225.
And Justin, with no part of this flop, is going to have to give it up. So Jake Schindler, who was struggling on the short stack most of the time at this final table, is now in 3rd chip position.
Oh, I'm looking at Jake. He's on a heater. Let's wait till his heater is over and then get him. I don't want him joining the 4 million chip club.
Yeah, Jake is from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He's 27 years old. He's made over $7.4 million in poker earnings. It's on Jake again after one quick fold. And Jake this time with a pair of 7s.
And Jake has had 8 WPT cashes. This is 2nd final table.
He's made it 225 to go, and now Bonomo, all in. A pair of 5s. He's going to shove all in.
Well, you can't blame him, Vance. With this chip stack, you have to do it. You hope your opponent was making a light raise or has 2 overcards where you can race.
How much?
Unfortunately for Justin, his opponent has 2 7s, and I don't see him getting out for the remaining chips that Justin has. He does make the call, and he has Justin completely dominated, as we say, pair over pair. It's as good as you can do, getting the money in pre-flop.
Yeah, Justin Bonomo on the ropes, a big dog at this point, and here comes the flop. It's a 7-jack queen, 3 of a kind there for Jake. Bonomo looking bad.
It's a 7. You're good.
No, I'm seeing if there are 2 spades. a huge favorite here.
Is he?
Yeah.
How can you tell?
Let's burn and turn. And it's an ace of diamonds.
That's going to do it for Justin Bonomo. Drawing dead as Jake Schindler hits the slot machine on the flop, the 3-7s, to take down the pot to eliminate one of the greatest poker players in the world. Justin Bonomo out tonight in 5th place.
Yeah, he's a great player, fun to watch. 345,000 he picks up. We have to talk to him now. He's out of here.
Justin, you came in here 3rd in chips tonight. Are you disappointed with this finish?
Yeah, I'm extremely disappointed. I thought I had a really good chance at this final table and wish I was still playing.
At this point in your career, you've had a lot of success. Are you playing for the titles or for the money?
Definitely both. I would have to say money comes first. I'm not rich enough to not care about $2 million. But, you know, titles are pretty sweet too.
So with Justin Bonomo out in 5th place, we are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from Bellagio.
Are we ready to roll here?
Yeah, we were ready to shoot, but what the heck is Lynn doing? Where is she?
Just a sec. Yes! ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
My name is Roy Elomar. I'm the executive chef here at Harvest at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. Harvest is our farm-to-table concept here in the hotel. We have sustainable products, and we prepare things with the health-conscious diner in mind. We hear it all the time. Oh, why does this taste so good? Why does this taste so good? And you know, to be quite honest, we prepare it very minimally and naturally, and it just has to start with the best product that you can get.
Delicious.
You know, food is a vehicle that brings people together. To see a dining room full of happy people having a great time every night, that makes me feel good. And for me to be a part of that through my food in a very personal way is special and it's exciting for me. When you come to Vegas, there's literally 1,000 restaurants to choose from. But you should come here. You're in the Bellagio. You want a different experience. It's fun, it's lively, and you're eating good food, like good food, good for the earth food.
So many great restaurants here at Bellagio. I can't wait to try this one, Vince.
Yeah, it looks great. Right now, James Romero is the chip leader with 4 players to go. Winner's going to take home close to $2 million tonight. All right, now this time, James Romero with ace-jack. Makes it 225 to go. Ryan behind him with a little suited connector, 4-5 of spades.
Got the kind of hand you like to see flops with. He's going to 3-bet it here to 575,000.
Yeah, he's getting fancy. And now Jake Schindler also with an ace-jack.
Oh, man, so most people would just jettison that hand right away when it got raised and re-raised, playing 4-handed. You want somebody to go broke here. Jake is getting out raising chips. It's like he's picked up a tell on Ryan.
Boom.
That he's 3-betting weak, and he does 4-bet it to 1.3 million.
James goes out, and now Ryan can't really call with this.
Nope, he'll be going out as well.
Yeah.
So well done by Jake Schindler. Vince, I'm telling you, most players would just throw that hand away immediately in that spot. But instead, he 4-bet to pick up the pot. That's why this guy's got 7.4 million in career earnings, and that number's going up tonight, just a matter of how much.
If there are like other dimensions, in another dimension, you finish in 4th.
Wow. I don't know what that means, but they have a nice little chit-chat banter going on, kidding each other, laughter and mirth. And right now, Alex, with a queen-9 of clubs, has pushed all in. Jake going out.
1.1. 1.1? 1.157.
James has a pair of 5s.
James quickly calls it. It's a race situation. The 2 overcards versus the under pair. James has the 2 5s. If they hold up, Alex will be our 4th place finisher.
Yep, Alex Condon. The dream very much alive.
A lot of fans in the stands rooting for him here.
And the flop is a King-Jack 8.
What a sweat.
Yeah.
You see these signs? They're on point. He's got way more signs than me.
Well, an ace comes off.
Not much change.
So Alex down to the river. Must catch a queen, a 10, or a 9. Nothing else will do.
Yep, otherwise James Romero will knock out another player.
9 of hearts.
Extend his chip lead. It's all coming down to this card.
James Romero's buddies trying to root him on. Want the 2 5s to hold up. Let's see if they do.
Here's the river. It's a 7.
It's a 7. So that's going to do it for Alex Condon, the youngest player at the table at 24. Originally from Sioux City, Iowa, now lives in Las Vegas. Out tonight in 4th place.
That's right, Mike. The Condon breaks. He's going to take home $494,000. Let's talk to him.
Alex, a great run this week, almost $500,000, but you seem pretty disappointed.
I'll be happy with it in a few days, probably. But.
With Alex Condon out in 4th place, that will end our second hour of coverage from the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic at Bellagio. Join us next time when we will see who takes home the nearly $2 million first place prize. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush crew, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, history will be made as we crown the 15th 5 Diamond World Poker Classic champion. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the WPT. Joining me this evening, as always, are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you know what it takes to close a deal. Who has the best shot at doing it tonight?
Well, Lynn, it's been quite a final table. It's come down to 3 players. Youth prevailing once again on the World Poker Tour are 3 finalists, 27, 27, and 26 years of age. Now, the 2 guys sitting in 1st and 2nd chip position came to this final table in 1st and 2nd chip position, James Romero and Ryan Tosic. But the 3rd member at the table is one of the great pros in the world, Jake Schindler. His poker pedigree far surpasses these guys. Vince, it's going to be interesting to see if the 2 young guys can hold on and take this title.
Well, huge money we're talking about, and it's got to be especially exciting for James Romero from Portland, Oregon. He plays small games and cash games, never for these kind of stakes. If he wins tonight close to $2 million, it's got to be so thrilling for him. He wants to be an entrepreneur in the future. Well, he's well on his way if he could take down this title.
Well, let's not wait any longer to find out who will join the WPT Champions Club. Cards are back in the air, so let's head down to the table.
There's the ClubWPT.com chip count. James Romero out in front with 11.4 million. Ryan Tosic in 2nd place, 7.1. And Jake Schindler in 3rd with 5.1 million.
And the winner's going to get close to $2 million here in Vegas tonight. There's the Hublot watch. The champ will also win. And the blinds are 50 and 100 at this point with a $15,000 ante. Here we go. Action on James Romero.
Well, he's been the most aggressive player at the table by far tonight. Going to raise it up on the button here with a 9-7 offsuit. Makes it $250,000 to go.
Ryan
calling out of the small blind with the ace high. And Jake now getting a lot of value here.
Jake's got 5 mil. You got 6 mil. Dude, you don't know about me. I could probably have 13. I have like 7 million.
He's going to make the call. So we're going to have 3-way action here in a 3-way poker game.
You have 7? Yeah, dog.
The flop is ace, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. Good flop for Ryan there, and he's going to lead right out into the pre-flop raiser. Bets 300,000. Jake goes away. James trying to figure out why is he leading out into me. I'm the one that raised before the flop.
Okay.
Let me make a call here and see what happens.
Going to the turn, and it is a 6, giving aces and 6s to Ryan.
Oh, lightning for Ryan here. He's going to check him. He's setting the trap. James is falling right in with both barrels. Wow, 1.8 million. The pot has less than 1.4 million in it. That's an automatic tell that a guy doesn't have that good a hand.
Wait a second, he has folded the hand.
Wow.
It's impossible.
What? How do you lay down aces up there? You have to put your opponent specifically on 3 5s or 3 7s.
Full of 2 pairs. For real? Of course. I know that voice.
I am in shock. Ryan threw that hand away. I just can't believe it, Vince. I mean, there was your shot to win the tournament, maybe, right there. To take the chip leader way, way down, and he didn't do it. Let him win a pot. He should have never won.
Sometimes wonderful players make horrible mistakes. As we move on, Ryan has raised to 275 with a junk hand, 9-3.
Stepping it up.
And a pair of threes for James.
A little over.
Okay.
James just
What do you
makes
got?
the call.
13-ish.
Ooh, baby. Squirrel.
And the flop is an A7 deuce.
Check.
2 clubs, so Ryan has a 4 flush.
James quickly checks the 2 threes.
Ryan bets 300.
Well, James going to make the call, Vince. He got burnt when his opponent had 2 threes earlier, and that was Ryan when he made 3s full on the river. He's going to try to suck out on him this time.
Check.
8 of diamonds on the turn. Ryan didn't get there, but he's getting the chips out again.
Well, Vince, I like this bet. The second time. You can't check. You must signal what you have then. But I can't believe James is making this call on the turn. Yet he's right. The 2 threes are the best hand at the moment. And there's the club, the dream card for Ryan. Ryan is just hitting all kinds of cards. Some of them he's throwing away, but he's not going to throw this one away.
Check.
Well, again, James checks. And Ryan now reaching for how many chips? Well, 675,000, not much into a pot that's got 2.4 million in it. No, all James can beat is a stone 3-barrel bluff. How many guys are going to 3-barrel bluff the chip leader with 3 players left in the tournament?
Unless James wants to make the hero call, and he does, and he's going to be punished for it.
It's a flush.
Ryan taking down a nice pot.
$25, nice hand.
I think of poker as a mental sport. It's like a battle of minds. And growing up from Chicago, I watched a lot like Michael Jordan, and I just saw like how his competitive nature brought him to become this dominant figure. And I tried to like incorporate that in my life, becoming like mentally stronger than who I'm competing with. I'm far from the Michael Jordan of poker, but I think I bring like a pretty strong mentality to the table. Imagine if you lived every day of your life, just had that fire, like on every single poker hand you've ever played. I mean, just imagine like how much money you'd have. And you should just play your best and never get too high or too low. It's basically the way to be successful in poker.
Well, I agree with him about maintaining an even keel at the table, whether you win or lose a pot, but I don't agree that you throw aces up away on the turn in a 3-handed poker game.
Romero out in front with about 10.4 million. Blinds are still 50 and 100. As we continue, Jake Schindler from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 27 years old, to act first. He likes his king-jack. He's going to make it 250 to go.
Just about everybody would raise on the button with that hand.
James takes a break.
Well, Ryan's not taking a break, Vince. He's getting out 3 betting chips. He is re-raising here with a king 3 offsuit. You have to admit this guy's graph of playing goes up and down. Throws away aces up on the turn, and now is re-raising with a king 3 offsuit here.
And Jake has made the call. So we're going to see the flop. It's a queen-jack 9. So Jake hitting jacks.
And a gut shot straight draw, but Ryan with the same gut shot straight draw. Can't blame him for making a continuation bet, just hoping to get it through. 525,000 to bet. Jake just staring him down. He does make the call. And that should put the caution lights on.
7 of hearts on the turn.
Well, Ryan's going to check this time. And Jake with a pretty decent hand, but you'd hate to bet and then your opponent move in on you where you have to throw it away, so he checks also. Now a deuce comes off. Jake going to like to see that card. Because if his jacks were good before, they're certainly good now. And again, Ryan checks. Jake checks right behind him. And he's going to win the pot with 2 jacks. So Ryan feeling a little frisky there before the flop.
No respect.
Well, there you see some of our lovely Royal Flush crew at the Dr. Pepper Bar.
Jake Schindler plays in some of the biggest super high roller tournaments in the world, so he's used to playing for tremendous stakes.
Yeah, for one guy at the table, it's not going to bother in terms of the size of the money at stake here. It's going to be Jake Schindler.
350.
And now James Romero is going to raise with his queen 10.
About.
And Ryan is just going to call on the big blind here with king 10 of clubs. It seems like Ryan plays different against the chip leader than he does anybody else.
Check.
Flops a king 9-6, great for Ryan.
Got shot straight for James. 300,000 to bet by Ryan. He turns his head away and makes the call.
Doesn't want to look.
Check.
Now a queen comes off, so possible straight, possible flush out there. I think that card might scare Ryan just a little bit, but doesn't look like it. He's making a healthy bet here, 650,000. And again, he's getting called by James. James now has second pair in the get shot straight draw. And now another queen comes off.
Check.
James makes 3 queens. He checks one more time.
Nice check, man.
Ace queen.
What you got? One time for the fans, your family.
Oh, wow.
Well, if I was Ryan, I would have showed him the king there. Now James is going to think he played the hand good. Calling him with 2 queens when he was way behind.
There's a short break in the action here at Bellagio, and a quick look at the Hublot WPT Player of the Year standings show Benjamin Zamani with a commanding lead. But one only needs to look back a few seasons to season 10, when WPT champ Will Fiala held a large lead, and Joe Sirok came storming in with a strong finish to the season to claim WPT Player of the Year honours. So, can anyone catch Ben? Yes. We will just have to wait and see if anyone does. Looks like cards are about to get back in the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, James Romero back out with a commanding chip lead, 11.5 million. Jake Schindler in second with 6.8. Ryan Tosick now in third place, 5.4 million.
Action's on Ryan. He's got a pair of queens here, and he's going to make it 250 to go. Jake won't give him action. James is going to slop around with a 9-6. So 9-6 versus the queens, and wow, it's a 9-8-2, so James getting a piece of that.
Yeah, he could get in trouble flopping top pair here.
James has checked.
Ryan not getting away from the queens with that flop, I can promise.
James happy to call.
Now the board pairs 8s. And now James is going to lead out. Just wants to see if his opponent was making a continuation bet with 2 overcards or not. And now he gets the message that he has something. Now the 7 of spade comes off, so possible straight, possible flush, possible everything out there now.
Check.
Let's see if Ryan gets a value bet in here. About 1.8 million in the pot. He bet 600,000.
Nice hand.
Yeah. Well, James says nice hand before his opponent even turns up his cards as he makes the call with the 9s up, and he was right. Ryan has the 2 queens, going to take down the pot.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Tony Dunst will give us his take on tonight's action in the Raw Deal. The 5 Diamond at Bellagio always brings out the best poker players in the world. However, not all of the play rises to the occasion. Standing by to tell us why is Tony Dunst with the Raw Deal.
It's not often that I think someone misplayed every decision in a hand, but Ryan Tosick just executed the perfect triple screw-up. I feel a little bad laying into a guy who's so relaxed and pleasant at the table, but I just can't let this one slide. So let's break it down. First things first, Ace-6 offsuit sucks. I know you're thinking, well, technically it's not as bad as ace deuce to like ace five, but actually, you're wrong. Those hands can make a wheel, or flop outs to a wheel that give you some equity to bluff with. You shouldn't be looking for excuses to call with ace six, and you especially shouldn't do it out of the small blind. So that's mistake number one. Mistake number two is Ryan's lead on the flop. On this particular board, I can't think of a better hand to check call with, since the ace has showdown value and the six of diamonds provides backdoor draws that make calling multiple bets natural. But number three is easily the most stunning mistake. Ryan makes two pair on the turn, but then check folds to a large bet from James? I know facing a bet this big never feels good without the nuts, but there are tons of draws that James can have, plus numerous hands that are betting for value but are still behind ace six.
Pull it two pairs.
And the cherry on top is Ryan admits to folding two pair. Because apparently, it's not enough to just play exploitably, he wants to tell his opponents exactly how to exploit him. That's it, I'm done for today.
Well, totally agree. Can't imagine how you could fold the aces up there on the turn, but I wouldn't fold him as much as Tony did in terms of calling with the ace high out of the blind in a three-handed poker game. Just look at a flop.
Is it 800 yet?
How much are we guaranteed?
740 or something.
740. 740, 1.1, 1.8?
Yeah, no chops.
No chops.
Play it out.
I can buy groceries for at least a few years.
Oh man, this is gonna be great.
What are the blind?
Dude, if you win this,
It's 120?
That's 120.
60, 120 with 20K, Andy.
I sensed what you just did there, and I don't like it.
And action's going to James Romero. King six of clubs. He is going to raise with the king six, makes it 275. Ryan with ace seven of clubs.
And he's going to three bet with it this time. Jake gets out of their way. See how stubborn James gets. He's going to four bet with a king six, Vince.
And Ryan has to run home.
What a play by James Romero there.
Nothing. You had nothing.
I had something.
I like the three bet there by Ryan, but the four bet by James, even better. Give him credit.
Winning this event would obviously be huge. I mean, short of the money, we're talking about prestige. You have respect in the poker community. It's good for a career. It's a resume builder. It's good for myself to be able to look back on my experiences and know that I've reached some sort of heights in the world. And I'm sure it would bring a lot of happiness and honor to my family as well. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible.
Oh, a dream come true for James Romero. Looking good right now, close to 14 million in chips.
He sure is looking good. Came to Las Vegas about a month ago on a very short bankroll. Started playing in cash games. Won a lot in the cash game. Decided to enter this tournament and now could take home nearly $2 million. Vince, it's the American dream. The guy came to town with nothing. He could leave within 30 days with $2 million.
That's great. Now he's got a jack nine. He's raised. And Ryan behind him with ace seven of clubs. Looks like a re-raise. Yes, it is. Up to 750 total.
Well, he makes the call. James does not give up chips if he's got some in there.
Big pot.
Oh, a great flop for James. He's flopped top pairs. It comes 9-4-3.
Ryan's going to check.
Check.
Now a seven comes off.
And that gives Ryan sevens, and he's going to check it.
Well, James is now going to bet the two nines, confident they've got to be good. 650,000. You've got second pair with top kicker. You have to call here.
River card, nothing deuce.
So the board runs out perfectly for James here.
Ryan's checked again, and now James.
I think you have to bet top pair here, not even much worry about it. And it looks like 870,000 is the bet. And Ryan is certainly going to pay it off. His opponent checked the flop, remember. You're not going to put him on two nines because of that. So you pay him off on the river. James Romero extending his lead.
Coming back for more action. Stay with us here on the World Poker Tour. If only there was a place where over $1 million was awarded in cash and prizes every year.
There is Vince. Join ClubWPT.com for a chance to win a share of over $1 million in cash and prizes each year.
You know, Mike, Vegas is such an electrifying town. There are people playing and fountains dancing. Everything's lit up, moving, spinning.
Speaking of spinning, Vince.
Yes.
Did you take your spin at the wheel today on PlayWPT.com?
Every day that I log on to PlayWPT.com, I get a lucky spin. With one click, I could be awarded hundreds, perhaps even thousands of pieces of gold, which I can use to play games on PlayWPT. Watch this, Mike. Boom, I'm a winner, just like that. My PlayWPT bankroll is not something I'll play recklessly with. I won it, so when I take it to the tables on PlayWPT.com, every hand counts, Mike.
Have you spun the wheel today? Head to PlayWPT.com to take your lucky spin. The game's won around the clock, and the chips really matter. Take a spin at PlayWPT.
We are back here at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. 3 players battling for the championship here tonight.
Yeah, James Romero with a huge chip lead now. Nearly 17.4 million. Jake Schindler with 3.7. Ryan Tosick with 2.5 million. Vince James Romero in commanding position right now. And yet here he goes. He's not going to stop his aggression even though he's got the massive chip lead here. Raises with a king 3 offsuit. 280,000.
Ryan goes out, and now Jake with a queen 7.
Yeah, you have to defend with these kind of hands against this guy that raises every pot.
I saw your cards.
Yeah, flop is 10-9-4, no help to either player. Jake checks.
Check.
And James checks right behind him, a little puzzled by that. Now a jack comes off, giving Jake an open in straight draw. He's going to check it. Now James, who didn't bet the flop, is reaching for betting chips here with just a gut shot straight draw, but not a big bet, 165,000. He's going to raise it, 700,000. James has to give it up.
Thank you.
Jake just has uncanny reading ability, in my opinion, of players, Vince. It's easy to see why this guy's so successful. He just has a great knack of when to take a pot away from a player.
And we move on to the next hand. Action on Jake. He's got ace-jack this time, and he's raised to 275. James gets out of the way. And Ryan looking down at a pair of kings.
But he just calls with them, Vince. Doesn't re-raise.
And the flop is a jack 10-5.
Well, again, Ryan checks. Oh, this could spell doom for Jake. He checks, top pair, top kicker, and now hits top 2 pair. What an incredible turnaround right here. Well, again, Ryan checks.
Check, check.
Now a 10 comes off. Now Ryan's going to bet kings for value here, Vince. He thinks for sure they got to be the best hand.
Yeah, 325.
And obviously Jake's going to be concerned his opponent made 3 10s on the river, in which case he's going to kick himself for not betting earlier. And you want to punish yourself sometimes by calling to see if that's the case, but it's not. He now turns up the ace-jack. Both players are going to be surprised what their opponent turns up. Look at Ryan's face. And Jake's going to have the same feeling, knowing he didn't get re-raised before the flop or bet on the flop.
I like playing the bigger events because the players are really tough and you learn new things. You pretty much just have to play your A game. Like, there's no autopiloting whatsoever. You have to be zoned in or you're just not going to do well. I enjoy that.
That's why I play the smaller events where the players are really weak.
Guess I would have lost that hand, right? Would have had to have lost that hand. Would have had to have lost that hand.
Action on James. Ace, queen of clubs. Beautiful hand. He's going to raise to 280.
All in.
Ryan behind him with a pair of tens. He's going to shove it all in.
Well, Jake goes out, and the snap is, who's going to win it?
Ryan Tosick, his poker life on the line. Up against James Romero.
You're due to lose this one once in a while.
I would say one time, but I've used that like 10 times already.
Well, you don't feel bad about getting your money in before the flop with these hands.
Here is the flop. It's a simple 7-4 deuce.
All right, so far so good for Ryan. He must win this pot to stay alive.
Yep, he's on the short stack, dangling in there.
There we go. We got this. Come on.
Three clubs.
Quick. One time.
Well, the board pairs deuces. We are down to the river.
Come on.
10 of clubs. 10 of clubs. Come on.
Just root against an ace or a queen.
Down the river.
Did you have the 10 of clubs?
Ace on the lucky lady. Ace on the river. Here we go.
Last card.
It's a 4. So there you go. Ryan Toxic is doubled up here to get right back in the thick of things.
3 players remain at the Bellagio. We're coming back for more action from Las Vegas in a moment on the World Poker Tour.
See what? Nice hand.
Thank you.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
You know, I haven't played in a tournament for a while, so I'm just really enjoying being back at the Bellagio and being in the WPT tournament. They always have great structure, and it's good to see all my buddies. Every get a hand back and put in there. I also like these tournaments because they're super civilized. You play 5 levels, and then you're out. So after you finish playing, you can go for a nice dinner with your boyfriend, if you have one, which I do.
Oh, Jennifer Tilly and Phil Locke, 2 of the most well-loved people in the poker world, and they love coming to Bellagio like most every other poker player in the world.
Yeah, they're great. They're fun and great poker players. And right now we have a great battle going on here tonight, and the antes are up to 25,000, blind 75, 150. Let's go to the felt. Jake Schindler looks down at a queen 9.
Gonna bet 300,000 here. James Romero with a massive chip lead. He's got just about 10 million more chips than both of those 2 guys put together.
Yep, he's got a nothing 9-6, but he's going to get aggressive with it and make a raise. Goes to 825. Ryan out, Jake out. Well done, James.
Yep, got both players out, and both had a better hand than him. And that's the kind of pressure he's been putting on him.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no clue what I have, and they're telling me nice hand.
Mo, Larry, and Curly.
They're trolling me that my dad's not here. It's really low.
Well, James Romero finally folds a hand.
All right, Ryan this time with a king deuce.
So Ryan's going to raise it up to 450,000. And Jake now with the 2 4s. He's just relieved that James is out of a pot. He didn't have to worry about him on his left.
All in.
Well, there it is. Read him perfectly, Vince. Moves in with the 2 4s and takes down the pot. I'll tell you, Jake Schindler's as good at reading hands and people in a poker game as I've seen in a while.
Well, right now, Lynn Gilmartin is being joined by a special guest.
So, Kevin, why is United your airline of choice?
I started flying them back in 1997. Just the quality of service, arrival time, and then I started using them when I was flying over to Asia, and it's just the value you get with them is a great option out there, and I don't think you can beat it, to be honest, and the way they allow you to use your miles for an event like this.
Yes, and so you've used your miles for this WPT experience. What made you choose this?
Well, it's definitely, I've just always been a fan of the World Poker Tour, and I've always wanted to see it live, and you can't get that chance out there, except for when this came up, and it was a no-brainer for me to bet on this. It let me fulfill a childhood dream.
Aw, so how long have you been a fan of the World Poker Tour?
Since it came out in 2002, I definitely have been a fan. I've always watched it. I have some friends that are big poker players, and it's always fun to watch. I mean, you get to see how it's done, and just you really get to see the cards. I mean, I think it's a great viewing experience.
It sure is. So it's been your highlight, I'm sure, of this weekend?
Oh yeah, definitely. Being here today is definitely the highlight, getting to see the energy and the flow and how it all really works in person.
Well, on behalf of United Mileage Plus exclusives and the World Poker Tour, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
James Romero now 16.8 million out in front.
Yeah, Jake with 4.1, Ryan with 2.8. It's the James Romero show, Vince, and has been this entire final table. He has been by far the most aggressive player at the table.
All right, with a quick fold by Ryan, and now Jake with a pair of sixes.
He just limps in.
How much do you have?
The last time he limped in the small blind, he had ace-9. He got James to move all in with king high.
Oh.
And James has king high again.
450.
And he's going to raise it.
Yeah.
Just to 450,000.
All in.
Whoa, he's gone all in.
Now this scares you a lot more than the guy raising to start with and then re-raising.
You have 400.
When guys limp in and then shove, makes you tremble just a little, doesn't it, Vince?
I don't know if I can fold this.
James would be in a race situation.
You have 4 million, and you limp, shove. 3.5 behind. Three into 8.
I'm calling the clock. He's going to make the call.
He does make the call, and we're going to have a race. 2 sixes versus a king-jack. Jake Schindler must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, he was down to the short stack early on at the final table. Battled back courageously to be a real threat here.
This kid's the truth, man.
Well, Ryan's elated, of course, because if Jake goes out, he's automatically a millionaire.
So here we go.
A king right on the flop. Jake needs to catch a 6 or 2 runners to make a straight. Otherwise, we'll be down to heads up.
Disappointment, frustration by Jake. Going to the turn. 8 of diamonds.
Well, Jake needs a 2-outer, obviously, to win the pot. Must catch a 6. Odds against him. Can he do it? It's a deuce. So there it is. Ryan high-fiving the crowd because he is now a millionaire himself. So Jake Schindler, one of the top pros in the world, started this final table in last chip position. Battled hard tonight, Vance, but eventually out in 3rd place.
Did Jacob pick up $736,000 for his 3rd place finisher?
We are now very close to crowning the season 15 5-diamond champion. Will it be Ryan Tosick or James Romero who takes it down? We'll be right back with heads-up action on the World Poker Tour. We're getting ready for heads-up play here at Bellagio between Ryan Tosick and James Romero. During the last break, I got to catch up with both players. Ryan, I love your energy at this final table. Doesn't look like you're really feeling the pressure, are you?
Not really. I try not to think about it. Or maybe I just forget to think about it.
All right, well, you certainly look like you're enjoying yourself. Now, you have your family here. They've flown in from Chicago. Does it mean a lot to you to have them here to experience this achievement with you?
Yeah, of course. I always, envision, the day that my parents would be able to watch me have some success in poker.
Oh.
And it's kind of rare because I'm mostly a cash game player. So this is, everything I dreamed of.
Now, James, let me get this right. You came to Vegas a month ago with a small bankroll. You ran it up in cash games. And now here you are playing your first WPT, heads up for possibly almost $2 million. How does that happen?
That's the dream, right? I'm pretty sure most people come to Vegas with a small bankroll to fire and see if they can run it up. I just turned out to do it.
Yeah, you did.
Sometimes it's gonna happen.
How did it happen for you?
I guess I came at the right time and I got the right cards.
You think it's all luck?
A big part of it, obviously. Yeah, I think 99% of it.
No skill?
No, 1%.
The 1%. That's all you need. That's all you need, Toke.
Well, Vince, it's a lot more than 1% in terms of the skill factor, but James Romero has dominated this final table. He came in as chip leader. He could go wire to wire for the win. About a 9-1 chip lead over his opponent here, starting heads-up play.
Here we go. Romero this time with a queen 3.
You see that? No. 325.
Blinds at 75, 150. Ryan with a strong ace-queen behind him.
Yeah, this is going to get 3-bet for sure.
All in.
There it is. James has to run away. Ryan shows the ace-queen.
So Ryan's got a long journey back to take down this title, but it can be done.
Right now, Matt Savage over to talk to Ryan's parents.
Did you ever dream you were going to see him at the final table playing for almost $2 million?
No. But when he said, Mom, I'm going to move to Las Vegas, I said, no, you stay here. Then my oldest son, his brother, because there's 2 of them, he said, Mom, he's 25 years old, let him go. I said, okay.
Well, this has to be very exciting for you. Congratulations, and I'm sure you're going to have a good time tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, they have to be very proud of Ryan. Worst he's going to do is take home $1.1 million. And now he picks up 2 aces. After he just had ace-queen the last hand, he's going to bet $325,000. Quickly called by James with the king 10.
What a good time to get a rush. And the flop is a jack 7 deuce.
Check.
No help for James.
He checks. Ryan going to bet the overpair here. $275,000. James is calling here. That puzzles me. Out of position. Now the board pairs jacks. Again he checks. And Ryan going to bet $600,000 this time. Just hoping his opponent didn't hit 3 jacks there, but you have 2 aces. You're going with it here for sure. But James has no hand, no draw. As you can see, 0% chance to win the pot, yet he calls again. So whatever money he's putting in the pot now is just saying goodbye to. And the 4 clubs comes off. Oh, now he makes one of those blocker bets again. $300,000 into a pot that's got about $2.5 million in it.
All in.
But Ryan not buying it. Moves all in over the top of him. And that should do it for James. Yep, he throws his hand away. You just think, Vince, with that big chip lead, would you really want to jeopardize chips with king 10 offsuit?
Well, he plays by his guts. Can he close it out tonight?
We'll be right back on the World Poker Tour. Stop playing nonsense on those other social poker sites and start putting your skills to the test at playwpt.com. The chips don't come easy, so your opponent will think twice before going all in with a 7 deuce.
Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the Bellagio for the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. The heads-up battle continues.
James Romero over 19 million. Ryan Tosick with 4.6 million.
Antes at 25, blinds 75, 150. Both young players on the cusp of a major title. Here we go. 9 deuce for James.
Well, he's not changing his style, Vince. Staying aggressive, raises to $325,000 with the 9 deuce offsuit. Ryan going to call him with a king 4.
And the flop is an 8-8 deuce, so James Romero out flopping, gets deuces.
Made 2 pair on the flop with that junk hand, so why not bet? 200,000.
Ryan from Chicago is going to make this call. Just king high. He's splashing around, hoping to get lucky, but not there. An 8 hits, so 8's full of deuces there for James Romero.
Well, Ryan checks again. James is never going to put him on a pair because he didn't re-raise before the flop. So he's got to feel his 8's full of deuces are the best hand right now. 500,000.
Gonna put a little pain in the game for Ryan. If you want to call, you're gonna have to pay, but he's gonna pay.
Well, Ryan thinks there's a possibility the king high might be good here.
River card, no help for Ryan as a 7 hits. He's gonna check again. You put in the value bet if you're James. Makes a bet, 1.2.
Well, that's a big bet, Vince. Over half the size of the pot. Gonna make it tough on Ryan to call here with just king high. Nope, Ryan's going to give it up. So James Romero extends his chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, it's just incredible. James's first WPT event ever. He's mostly a cash game player, but he's played with such power tonight and aggression.
Well, his hobby likes to read, he says, about visionaries, past and present. And right now, he's the visionary that all poker players in the world would like to be, sitting there with this monster chip lead, playing for about $2 million.
Well, we got ace-5 for Ryan. Didn't raise, and James content to see a flop with a queen-3. It's a king 9-3. So threes for Romero, outflopping Ryan once again. He's going to check.
Well, Ryan's going to make the continuation bet here of $150,000. James makes the call with bottom pair.
Going to the turn.
Well, now a queen comes off.
Check.
It is a queen of diamonds, possible straight and flush out there, but James has 2 pair.
And he's checked it. Wants to trap Ryan, and he's getting him to bet the ace high.
Well, Ryan bets $400,000. I would set him in with 2 pair here. If he can beat this, good luck to him. But James is just calling. So we are going to the river here. Now the board pairs 9s. Well, that's not a good card for James. Oh, he's making one of those other blocking bets, Vince.
But Ryan has no interest in calling that, and James gonna pick that one up, getting closer and closer to the title. His name on the Champions Cup, the Hublot watch, and the close to $2 million for the first place prize.
Small blind.
And we move on. A pair of 5s by Ryan says all in, and look at this, a pair of kings for James.
Wow, pair over pair for what could be the title for James Romero. He's at 4-1 favorite to win this pot, take this title, and put $2 million in the bank.
It is a dream come true. James can't believe it. He's going to his friends.
I run okay. I run okay.
Positive thinking.
Oh my God.
It is not over, folks. I know they're all excited now, but guys have been there for over and over. They know anything can happen, and you don't start cheering till the boards run out and you have the best hand.
All his good friends ready to party after if this should work out right now.
I bet 50K of 5 is good king and window.
Flop is an ace jack 9.
Great flop for James. Ryan must catch a 5 to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
Oh my God.
Well, James realized how close he is to win a WPT title.
4 on the turn. Romero's still safe. Hope running out for Ryan.
Here you go.
We are down to the river. Ryan has 2 outs. Must catch a red 5. Nothing else will do for him. If the Kings hold, James Romero will be our champion.
Championship card coming up right now.
Let's see it.
A 6. There it is. James Romero has done it. He's gone wire to wire for the title, Vince. Congratulations to him.
Oh my God.
Romero is the champion. Takes home close to $2 million. But right now, let's go talk to the runner-up, Ryan.
Ryan, you experienced a lot of the ups and downs in poker. How are you feeling right now?
Extremely lucky. I'm happy. Every time you enter a tournament and you final table, like, you should feel lucky.
Well, looks like you got $1 million smile.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk to the champion of the Bellagio 5-Diamond World Poker Classic from Portland, Oregon, James Romero. James, what a performance you put on here tonight. Right now, tonight, you are the pride of Portland. Tell us how it feels to win nearly $2 million in cash.
This is amazing. I'm ecstatic. I can't breathe. This is more than I ever asked for.
Well, your performance was just magnificent. You led wire to wire for this title. You beat some great players to win it. That makes it even more special, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you, Mike Sykes.
Well, in addition to nearly $2 million in cash, to commemorate your victory, you also get a pair of monster rose gold wireless headphones, a beautiful Hublot watch, your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup, and an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. What do you think about all that?
It's great. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. One more time. Let's hear it for our champion, James Romero. Lynn, back to you.
What a memorable night for James Romero, the season 15 5-diamond World Poker Classic champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We're coming to you tonight from Los Angeles, California, where a twist Hollywood ending has led to recasting a major role here on the WPT. And it all started early this week when players from all over showed up to prove themselves in one of the toughest tournaments in the world.
Good to be here in LA.
I'm so excited to play.
I know it's a long tournament, so just trying to make it through each day is kind of the big thing.
As players made their way into the field at Commerce Casino, Vince Van Patten noticed something unique about this Southern California crowd.
The tournament's just starting, but there's not too many people in the house yet, and that's just typical LA. They take their time, they relax. It's going to be a great one, though, because the names at these tables that are here are extraordinary. The biggest names in the game. Really, really tough players. Let me see if there's any fish out there. Not a one.
Fresh off her victory in Montreal, WPT champion Emma Zajmovic made her first visit to Los Angeles to play in the LAPC.
I'm trying to play a little bit cash game and tournaments and just like to realize like the chance that I've got to play the heat while it lasts, because it can like stop whenever.
With the room beginning to fill up, another Montreal champion, our very own Mike Sexton, got a closer look at the action.
Say hi to the defending champion. Right here he is. Good luck, back to back.
And after a quick change into some more comfortable clothes, Mike was ready to jump into the game.
Time to get lucky.
Also joining the field was Darren Elias, right after winning his third WPT title.
Played a tournament last night, won it, got a 4 a.m. ride to the airport, and we'll sleep on the plane and see if I can keep it going today.
While some players continued to collect chips, like season 15 Legends of Poker finalist William Vo,
I love myself!
Others, like his fellow Legends finalist Pesh De Silva, hit the rail.
I've had enough.
Play wound down for the day, and 498 players had taken a shot at the LAPC title, with 306 bagging chips. At the top of the leaderboard with 187,000 was Poker Pro Nick Maimone, who looked to capitalise on his strong day one performance.
More of the same. I like working with chips and stuff, so hopefully I can make this one count and get a little deeper.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Day 2 is just underway here at the LA Poker Classic. We've already got $1 million for first place, and registration's still open until the end of this level.
As the first level of the day came to an end, registration closed. Poker Pro John Manette was the final player to enter the field.
Couldn't get a seat in the cash game, so I decided to donate to the No Limit Hold'em community.
All told, 521 players created a prize pool of over $5 million. 66 would make the money, with first place taking home over $1 million. Off to a strong start, former ones to watch Daniel Strelitz's aggression at the table was paying dividends.
My playstyle is pretty volatile sometimes. It goes up and down, and when I'm running good, it really works for me. And today, I've been running really well.
Okay, I'm going to call the clock. Doctor's going to call him.
After calling the clock on himself, WPT champion Phil Locke talked through what was to him a difficult call.
Damn, that's $1 million up top.
He has to show me quad nines, right? If I call. I guess I know I'm gonna fold. All right, you win.
Phil folded king-queen face up for a rivered full house.
Show it for the camera. Let's get a show. Don't show that.
His opponent showed an 8 of clubs and dragged in the pot.
I shouldn't have called the clock on my shouldn't have folded.
The field was thinning out as players hit the rail, including Emma Zajmovic, Richard Seymour, and two-time WPT champion JC Tran, creating new table draws around the room.
Mike Sexton coming off a fresh victory in Montreal.
Going for number 2.
Two-time WPT champion Antonio Esfandiari gave up his formula for success in poker.
Discipline, thought, control, and a big horseshoe.
When play ended for the night, 111 players remained. Nick Maimone held onto the chip lead with over 567,000. Mike Sexton and William Vo also cracked the top 10 with impressive stacks.
William, what did you do to him today? I thought I was doing good. I had 270, he's got way more. 350, good job.
At the start of day 3, WPT champion James Calderero saw few soft spots left in the field.
They're all champions. I mean, they're all great players. It's going to have to be getting down to who has the better hand and who makes the best plays at the end.
One tough table saw the Season 2 champion of this event, Antonio Esfandiari, battling with poker pro Matt Berkey.
He's kind of a bulldog too, so one of us is just going to end up with a lot of chips and everybody else kind of has to watch.
And although there was plenty of tension in the air, one player, William Vo, was still having a good time.
I love myself!
But the run would come to an end for many as the field continued to shrink. Antonio Esfandiari was eliminated just short of the money.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong. None of my bluffs worked. I ran ace-king into aces. Just one of those days where no matter what you did, it wasn't going to work.
Soon after, a huge hand developed with Derek Gregory all-in pre-flop and Grayson Ramage and WPT finalist Mike Eskandari betting into a side pot. After flopping a straight, Grayson led out and was raised by Mike, who had flopped a set of 4s. Grayson went all in and was snap-called by Mike. All 3 players tabled their hands. The king of spades on the turn had Grayson drawing to an even better hand.
Yes!
But the 3 of hearts on the river gave Mike a full house and eliminated Grayson and Derek to burst the money bubble. While this hand was playing out, Matt Berkey eliminated WPT champion Brian Altman, leading to a unique situation with Grayson, Derek and Brian chopping 66th place 3 ways. With the room in the money, one of the first players to hit the payout desk was WPT finalist Maria Ho.
I ran it up from a super short stack, so I honestly was just happy to be here and to have a shot at it.
Players continued to fall at Commerce, and Mike Sexton emerged as the new chip leader after winning a few massive pots.
They moved me to a new table and bam, 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 I had a couple hands, made one good play.
During the last level of the night, Daniel Strelitz knocked out Ted Gillis to snatch the lead from Mike. Mike would have to settle for second on the leaderboard, finishing with 739,000. Daniel would be the only player to finish with over 1 million in chips, but would face a tough road to the final table.
The field's getting a little bit harder now that it's getting down. I think there's, 45 people left. So you can tell that the cream is rising to the top a little bit more.
On a beautiful Los Angeles morning, 45 players took their seats, including WPT champion Nam Lee and his brother Alan.
Today is day 4 of the WPT, and I'm still here, surprisingly, but my brother is also here. He's good with numbers, and he loves money. I passed the crown over to him. I think he's a much better player.
Early in the day, Mike Sexton found himself in a tough spot for most of his chips. After making a king-high flush on the river, Mike let out for 160,000. William Vo went all in for 310,000, and Mike went into the tank.
I'm sure you made 4 nines. I saw you do that to a guy yesterday where you didn't have anything. Nah.
Mike eventually made the call.
I'm sorry, Mike.
And saw William turn over quad 9s. The hand knocked Mike down from the top of the counts to the bottom and left the usually boisterous William Vo feeling solemn.
In this case, I don't have to. Normally, I speak with, I say I love myself, but this case, you throw my hand.
Daniel Strelitz continued to roll, knocking out 2-time WPT champion Mohsin Charania in 41st place. The defending champion, Dietrich Fast, was still alive, and after knocking out 2 players in one hand, looked poised for another deep run at the LAPC. And after dominating for the first 2.5 days of the tournament, Nick Maimone was eliminated by William Vo.
Pretty bummed out. In these deep stages, you have to get good cards, you have to win some flips.
And there would be a new LAPC winner, as last season's champion, Dietrich Fast, was eliminated.
Nothing went wrong. I played great, so sometimes you run unlucky and you don't win tournaments.
Also hitting the rail were WPT champion Gavin Griffin, WPT runner-up Garrett Greer, and Nam Lee, who had his brother to thank for getting him to play this event.
I wasn't intending to play. Alan little brother dragged me out here. He said something like, what else are you gonna do? And that was enough, is that right?
Mike Sexton, who was down but not out, started to gain momentum, winning pot after pot. Holding pocket aces, he doubled through Bart Hansen, who held pocket kings to send his chip stack over 1.2 million. In the last hand of the night, Alan Lee knocked out Bart Hansen to bring the field down to 18 players. Alan would finish the night with almost 1.7 million. Good for second place. LA Cash Game pro Jesse Martin finished in third with close to 1.6 million. But in the lead once again was Daniel Strelitz, who after a tough day finished strong with over 2 million.
This is actually my official deepest run in WPT, and it's a good one to get deep in.
On day 5, play moved downstairs at the Commerce Casino, where the final 18 was set to battle until 6 remained.
Down to the final 2 tables, so we got this far. Gonna be hectic, but let's see what happens here.
Mike drew first blood in a 3-way pot that saw the elimination of WPT finalist Reiner Kemp. Local player Jared Greiner chipped up early in the day, knocking out Visna Lutek in 16th place to send his chip stack over 1.8 million.
I think I'm probably second in chips right now, so the goal is just to keep laddering up and make the final table.
Jared and the rest of the players continued to trail Daniel Strelitz, whose aggressive style was paying off as he dragged in pot after pot. Alan Lee was all in with pocket kings and called by New York poker pro Richard Turam, who tabled ace-king offsuit. An ace on the flop gave Richard the lead, and he held on to end Alan's run in 13th place. Next to hit the rail was William Bowe, who fell short of making his second final table this season. Although sad to be eliminated, William was happy about his deep run and getting to play with Mike Sexton.
Every day when I see him on the TV, like a commentator, I dream someday maybe I play with him.
When Bulgarian poker pro Simeon Naidanov knocked out Polish poker pro Dmitry Urbanovic, the final 10 players combined to 1 table.
Hello, guys.
After knocking John Sin out in 10th place, Daniel Strelitz continued to put pressure on the table, much to the frustration of other players, including Matt Berkey.
Having Daniel to my left is annoying. It's forcing an adjustment, which I'm used to being in that role where I drive the action. So having him there as kind of a stopper is part of the game. It's part of the puzzle that we just solve as we go.
Coming in as the short stack in the beginning of the day, WPT champion James Calderero took his bust out by Jesse Martin in stride.
Coming from 18 players left tonight, yeah, I'm happy because I had no chips. If I had a lot of chips, I guess it'd obviously be more disappointing.
Continuing his run good, Daniel Strelitz took out the Season 10 WPT Player of the Year, Joe Sirok, in 8th place, just short of his 4th WPT final table. One elimination away from the televised final table, the short stacks held their breath in a huge hand between Daniel and Matt. After flopping a straight, Matt 3-bet all in and was called by Daniel. Daniel held ace-deuce of spades for a nut flush draw and needed a spade to take the lead. An ace on the turn was no help, but the 5 of spades on the river gave Daniel the flush and sent Matt home in 7th place.
It's just kind of the nature of the beast. Get it in good, hope for the best, try to win one of these things sooner or later.
Daniel Strelitz would take a massive chip lead into the final table, but all eyes would be on Mike Sexton with a chance to win his 2nd WPT title of the season. What an incredible achievement for Mike. Now, before play gets underway, let me turn it over to my colleagues Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst. Guys, can you believe what is happening here tonight?
Well, Lynn, this is so exciting. Our very own Mike Sexton, the Hall of Famer, is going after his 2nd title in 1 season. Just incredible. 4 times at a final table on the World Poker Tour. Well, I gotta tell you, if he does take the million, Tony, you gotta think he's gonna stop wanting to slum it with us, perhaps Go out there with the big boys.
You might be stuck with me here, Vince, and as much as I'd love to tell you that there's an easy path to victory for Mike tonight, I'm afraid that's just not the case. He's at a table surrounded by pros. Our chip leader, Daniel Strelitz, has been running over this tournament for 2 days now and is a prolific player online. Jesse Martin's been playing this game for 15 years and has a bracelet induced to 7. Simeon Nainov, all the way over here from Bulgaria, might be lesser known to our audience, also has a World Series bracelet, so no soft spots at this final table tonight.
Not at all. Great players. It's going to be a lot of fun. Back to you, Lynn.
It sure will. Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage grabbed a quick word with WPT champion Mike Sexton.
Mike, you're going for your second World Poker Tour title tonight. How do you like your chances?
Well, I'm an underdog because I'm short on chips compared to Danny, who's got a big chip lead at this final table. But nevertheless, it's a goal that I think everyone dreams about after they win the first title, because only a few guys in the history of the WPT have won 2 events in 1 season. And I'd like to add my name to that illustrious group of players for sure. But got my good luck charm, my son Ty. Let's do it.
Well, Mike, you're an inspiration to me and many others. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, man.
Oh, that is so sweet. So how will Mike fare in his run for a second WPT title this season? Action begins right after this.
Jesse Martin.
When WPT first started, I watched every single event. These guys were heroes to me, just like any baseball player, any basketball player. It's cool that now I can say, yes, I did make a WPT final table.
Richard Turow.
I'm obviously not thrilled to be the short stack, but if I can run good early and accumulate chips, I'll have an excellent chance.
Daniel Strelitz.
Going into chip leader is amazing. I really don't know how to describe what winning would be like. It's hard to win 7 figures nowadays.
Simeon Nainov.
If I have a riskier spot and I think I'm ahead, I might take it, because this will increase my chances of getting the bigger prizes. I'll be playing for first place for sure.
Jared Greiner.
This is the LAPC main event. It's one of the majors like golf or tennis. I couldn't be happier to be here, but hopefully we can more than just be here.
Mike Sexton.
Know how tough it is to get there, how fortunate you have to be to get there. And here I am again, this time on the short stack, but you're never out until you're gone.
Well, it's all on the line for Mike Sexton, and here is the Club WPT chip count. As you can see, Daniel Strelitz out in front with close to 6.5 million in chips.
These guys playing for 7 figures. You could tell they were excited in their interviews. Not a lot of opportunities to do that in modern poker. Over $1 million up top, but $191,000 for 6th place and a Hublot watch for our champion, plus a ticket to the WPT Tournament of Champions, our season-ending event at Seminole Hard Rock.
You actually have to show the camera, right? It's not like the RFID.
Yeah, you got to show the camera.
Andy's are 5,000, the blinds are 15 and 30. Quick fold by Mike Sexton, and now Jesse Martin, originally out of Northborough, Massachusetts, now living in LA. He has big slick ace king of hearts.
Great way to lead off this final table, the premium hand.
He's gonna raise it to 85,000 to go. Right behind him, Jared Greiner with the king jack of diamonds called. Daniel Strelitz going out, he's the chip leader. And also going out is Simeon, but now Richard Turow,
85.
a chess national master, 23 years old, out of New York, has a pair of 3s.
Now, Bobby Fischer here has a decision to make. Decides to call, but he's on a short stack, so he can't speculate too much.
So pot number 1, nice action, 3-handed. And the flop is a 9-8-4, no one getting lucky there.
Not much for anyone here. I'm wondering if Jared will seize on this pot. He's in position. He's got a couple of backdoor draws to go along with his overcards. Nope, decides to check it back. Perhaps worried that Richard will just go all in over a bet.
Everyone checking a queen on the turn. Jared picks up a straight draw. And the chess master checks.
Still not much happening on this board, and checks around a second time.
River card coming up.
Bang.
Wow. 10 hits, makes a straight there for Jared.
Now, Jared's got the nuts, but I doubt he expects to get a lot of money out of his hand after getting checked to in all 3 streets. Bets 205,000 into 3.
Richard going out, and now Jesse Martin. Jesse going out as well, so pot number 1 going to Jared Greiner. He's 30 years old, out of Huntington Beach, California, right down the road, and it's his first WPT final table.
Good first hand, boys.
Wonder if he's a Pats fan. Said he's been on a downswing recently and satellited into this LAPC main event, so that should fix his downswing.
Fold by Jared, and now the chip leader Daniel Strelis is going to raise. He's also from Orange County. He's going to get action by Simeon with ace-queen.
I was curious whether Simeon would call or re-raise here pre-flop. He's decided to call, maybe trying to set up one of those short stacks behind him. Now over to Jesse with queen-jack suited in the big blind.
Yeah, he likes it. He'll make the call. Three-way action again. Let's see who will get lucky on the flop. It's a 10-5-4, so no one.
Yeah, nobody connects on this board here. Jesse's got a little piece, overcards and some backdoor draws, but Simeon with the best hand, he's gonna bet, take the lead in this pot.
The Bulgarian, 29 years old. Tough player taking a shot at this, and he will win it with that. Just ace high, taking the pot. There are his Bulgarian railbirds rooting him on.
I wonder if they came over after they realized he was deep in the event, or if they were already here and he just so happened to have them come out for this final table.
Yeah, it's amazing how it happens when if you make a final table.
You got friends you never knew you had.
Exactly. They come out of the woodwork. A quick fold by the Bulgarian. Also Richard going out.
Mike Sexton raises to 75,000 on the button with an ace deuce into the blinds.
Mike looking very serious.
He's looking professional too, suit and tie.
Wanting to take his first pot here tonight. Will he get action with his ace high? Everyone folding. Mike Sexton, the Hall of Famer, taking down this pot, picking up the antes and the blinds.
I'm doing commentary and I didn't bother to wear a tie.
Mike always said a tie at the game is a good thing when you're playing against it, because usually guys that are wearing a tie aren't the strongest players. And now he's contradicting himself here.
It's totally true, Vince. Whenever I see a well-dressed man at the table, I'm like, who is this fish?
Here we got a raise by Strelitz, the chip leader, to 85,000.
You notice our blinds have gone up. We're playing 20,000, 40,000 now. So Daniel, just over the min to 85, but Richard with an ace-7 suited is a real decision.
All in.
Call. Wow, he's going to push all in, an insta-call by Daniel.
These hands essentially played themselves. Daniel called off that 13 big blind shove. Richard out in front here.
He's from New York. He's a poker pro, 23 years old, a great chess player. And his poker life on the line right now.
Doesn't matter what you have. Whenever you're all in against king-queen suited, you don't have a good feeling. You're just, oh, he's got king-queen suited.
Here is the flop, and it's a good one for Richard, hitting sevens. The chess guy looking nice.
7 of clubs for fun.
And Daniel up on his feet, wanting to get lucky. Not there. 9 of hearts, so Richard out in front.
6 outs going to the river for Daniel. King or a queen will send Richard home. Otherwise, he's doubling up.
And the river card.
Ooh, there it is. There it is.
Unbelievable.
And that's all she wrote for Turum.
So that's checkmate for Richard Turum, the chess player, out in 6th place. He'll take home $191,000. Let's go hear his disappointment.
He's going to call you River Rat.
Richard, tough hand there. You came in here to play cash games at Commerce, and you found yourself in this tournament. Tell us about your experience this week.
It's been a great run, and, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I mean, obviously had to, win some big pots and get a bit lucky to even be here, so... this one didn't go my way, but, shortest in chips anyway. And, there's always other tournaments and other cash games.
Well, Richard hit the rail quite quickly tonight. He is the first to leave this final table at the Commerce Hotel and Casino. Stick around for more action from the LAPC.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the beautiful Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. We're down to 5 players. And right now, Daniel Strelitz is the chip leader with 7.1 million in chips.
He just knocked out our 6th place finisher, Richard Turum. His king-queen suited, caught a king on the river.
And we go to the felt, a quick fold by our chip leader, and now Simeon Nadenov from Bulgaria picking up a pair of sevens.
Gonna raise it up here, of course.
90,000 to go. Mike Sexton has to fold. Jesse Martin lives in LA, 36 years old, also folding. And now Jared Greiner with a nice little 4-5 of diamonds, and he will speculate with that, makes the call.
Not folding those kind of hands out of the big blind.
Let's go to the flop.
Ah, that's a pretty interesting flop for these two hands. A set for Simeon and an open-ended straight draw with Jared, plus a little backdoor flush draw action.
Simeon hitting 3 of a kind, makes the continuation bet of 125. And Jared is interested, will make this call.
And there is a handsome-looking deuce for Simeon Nadenov.
Yeah, Jared not hitting there. He's going to check it.
Well, on a board this coordinated, I would expect Simeon to keep betting and bet kind of big because he knows there's a lot his opponent can continue with.
Yeah, bets 340. Jared now. Can't take the heat, has to fold his hand.
Gotta get your chair! Gotta get your chair!
And after that pot, the Bulgarian rail is coming alive.
So in the audience, Simeon from Bulgaria, his friends have actually brought in a flag today of Bulgaria. You think they brought that in, Tony, or do you think they actually had to go to a flag shop today?
Oh, they definitely brought that in.
Yeah.
Where do you even buy a flag?
There's flag shops.
Flag shops?
Yep. I used to have one.
You used to have one?
Ah, okay.
You got a flag guy?
You want a flag? I got it for you.
No.
I feel like we're gonna go to the parking lot. You're gonna open up the back of your van. You want a flag over here? You know?
I don't know why I'm even saying that. I'm lying on TV here. All right, I'm sorry. No flag shop, but a nice group he has on the rail with him. Very, very patriotic and supportive. And we move around to this hand. We see that Daniel Strelitz with a Jack-6 is going to take a shot. Makes it 135 to go. Simeon going to make the call with a Jack-9.
I love how fast Simeon plays. He just instantly acts on every street.
When the flop's a 10-9 deuce, that's good for Simeon, not good for Daniel.
Real good-looking flop for Simeon here. Daniel, just a couple of backdoor draws with an overcard. Gonna try and take this down, though.
Take a stab again, 155. That's not going to work. Simeon with the quick call. Go into the turn. Big ace. Now Daniel. He has checked it.
Some people like to bet on an ace. If they raised pre-flop, they think they can represent an ace that lands on the turn. Daniel decides to slow down here. Simeon checks behind. And a queen on the river further weakens Simeon's pair of nines. So does Daniel want to bet? Looks like he does.
Bold bet with just Jack high, betting 325.
This is tough for Simeon.
Yeah, he can't make the call. He folds it.
There you go. You get to the river with Jack high and can't win by checking. So you take a shot at bluffing, and it works out for Daniel Strelitz.
Nice steal for Daniel, the chip leader. Now he's close to 7.5 million in chips. And his family's on the rail here tonight. His mother and father rooting him on. He is from Orange, California.
Where's their flag?
Yeah. I can get him a flag. All right, quick fold now by Simeon. Mike Sexton also going out. Jesse Martin with a king-5 of diamonds. Seems to like it. Going to make it 115 to go.
You see Jesse still opting for this big sizing. It's kind of a cash game strategy. He's sticking with the strategy that he's familiar with.
And Daniel with an 8-6. We'll splash around and hope to get lucky. Here is the flop.
This is not a great flop for Jesse. Daniel with an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, he checks it, and Jesse checking behind him. Losing interest. Going to the turn. It's a king that's going to hit Jesse.
Well, that'll make him more interested, but Daniel here still with 8 high straight draw wants to make a bet, hoping his opponent has something like ace high that's just going to fold.
Hey, that's 150 into Jesse, who just hit his kings here, and he will make the call.
Jesse, of course, not going out now that he has top pair.
Down to the river card. It's a deuce, doesn't change a thing.
That's a great card for Jesse, but I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel bets again. He cannot win by checking, so I'm not sure if this will work, but I do like his bet since his opponent can have some weak pairs that are going to have to fold this river, and he cannot win by checking.
Good call. And Jesse has figured it out, making the call.
So back-to-back bluffs by Daniel Strelitz. One works and one doesn't.
Yeah, but you gotta admire Daniel's chutzpah, betting with nothing. 5 players are remaining here at the Commerce Casino, and we'll be right back.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Well, there's no official uniform in poker, but I gotta say, Tony, I have seen some rather interesting attire at the tables here at this tournament. There was an unusual hat that absolutely stood out in the field, and it belonged to ClubWPT.com qualifier William Halsey.
If I get in a big hand, I'll take and pull it down. You know, people cover themselves up. That my daughter made for me. I told her if I ever made it on TV that I would wear that hat. My card protector is a little gnome that my son made. I'm definitely a family man. I changed careers just to allow myself more time with my family. My wife, Janelle, she came. She's great support.
This is his dream.
She doesn't mind me playing on Club WPT because it doesn't take away from family time. I don't have to go leave the home to go play poker. I've won numerous cash tournaments, the seat here. This was my first WPT event, and it was absolutely amazing. I felt like I was in my element, playing cards, you know, having a good time. I'm definitely going to play on Club WPT. Can't wait to get into another qualifier for another chance at WPT live event.
There's $100,000 in cash and prizes waiting to be won every month on ClubWPT.com. Sign up to become a VIP member to play all you want and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back at the LAPC, the Commerce Casino. Daniel Strelitz with $6.7 million. Mike Sexton down under $1 million. He's on the short stack. Blinds at 20 and 40. Action on Jesse. Martin. And he will not play it. Jared also going out, and now it's to the chip leader, Daniel. He's got King, 8 of hearts, and he will raise it to 85,000 to go.
Simeon in the small blind with a suited king of his own, going out. And now Mike Sexton with garbage in the big blind, also out. Quick one for Daniel Strelitz.
Yep, he is taking pots. Very aggressive player.
Let's go, Daddy. Let's go, Deoxy.
Go! Wow, Farrell drinking. It must be any day of the week.
Jared with King 7 of clubs. He elects to fold, and now Strelitz with a King 10 of hearts will make it 85,000 to go. Simeon goes away, and Sexton.
I'm all in.
He's going to shove all in.
Mike on the short stack here. Quality hand for a quality player is going for it. And Daniel very quickly out. So Mike is going to take down that pot unopposed.
I grew up as a tumbler at the Dayton YMCA. I was very fortunate. My high school had a varsity sport that was gymnastics. Because of that, I was in gymnastics all my life. I got a full scholarship to Ohio State. 4-year tuition, books, room and board, the whole works. And it was just fantastic for me to get to go to college without coming up with the money, because we didn't have money. I mean, I know people would look at me now and say, wow, that guy was a gymnast? I can't believe it. But actually, I was in shape one time.
You know, he's a great ballroom dancer, too.
Very coordinated. He schooled me at ping pong the other day.
Wow.
I was holding the table down, and I thought, I got a lock on this. And then Mike Sexton showed up, and, well, I learned something.
He's tough. He's tough. He's the short stack at this point, though. Let's go to the next hand. Action on Daniel Strelitz. He's going to finally get out of a hand. And now Simeon nodding off with an ace-queen.
Strong hand here for Simeon.
And he'll raise it to 90,000 to go into Sexton, who picks up a pair of kings.
Ooh, but a stronger hand for Mike, and I'm curious to see his sizing here. He just went all in, so I think if he makes a small raise...
I'm all in.
Oh, yep, there it is.
That's his sizing. He is going to shove and put the pressure back on Simeon.
It's tempting to get cute and make a small raise, but I think that would be transparent against a thinking player like Simeon. So I think Mike going all in is the best option here, and Simeon now has a very tough decision. Not an easy spot for Simeon, but he's going to come to the right conclusion. Very nice, disciplined fold.
Mike Sexton taking the pot. They're afraid to play with them. 5 players remain here at the LAPC, and we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Here at the Commerce Hotel and Casino, 5 players still remain in the hunt for the $1 million first place prize and a WPT title.
Daniel Strelitz still out in front. Mike Sexton moving up a little bit after winning a couple of all-ins, but currently our short stack.
Action on Sexton. 4th time at a final table on the World Poker Tour. He's going to fold it. And now Jesse Martin with a 10 deuce, the Doyle Brunson hand. Mucks that.
Takes a little breather before folding. Now with Jared holding 10-8 on the button.
90.
Going up to 90.
Gets the chip leader Daniel to go out, and now Simeon not enough with an ace-5.
He's not going anywhere.
So Jared from Huntington Beach getting aggressive here. Let's see if he gets lucky. No, ace-6, 3 on the flop. That's aces for Simeon, and he will check it.
Great looking flop for Simeon here, but it's also a board that Jared is going to follow through on almost every time, so he does bet 110 here. And Simeon, as always, acts very quickly, which sets off alarm bells in Jared's mind.
6 on the turn, pairs the board.
A lot of guys like to lead in these blind battles when the middle card pairs here. Instead, Simeon checks over to Jared, and he's cutting out a bet here, but I'm not sure why he wants to bet this card. This is not one that's going to make Simeon fold many hands. Jared really just has nothing, no draw, no outs.
Well, he has bet at 230. Simeon going to make this call, going to the river. It's a jack.
That's also a pretty good looking card for Simeon. The obvious draws missed, and if he was behind something like ace-9, ace-10, now he's chopping with that hand.
Jared is considering another stab at a bluff.
That would not go well.
And now he looks back down at his hand, and oh, he's going to slow down.
There you go. So good check by Jared on the end. I think he probably could have saved that turn bet, but I get what he's trying there.
There's the Bulgarian Railbirds, loving it. Simeon, 29 years old. He's made close to $2 million in worldwide earnings. Things are going well for him tonight. And we move on a couple folds around to Daniel. He's the chip leader, and with just a 9-10, it's going to make it 85,000 to go. Simeon out, and now Mike Sexton with ace-king. Come on.
Mike Sexton dropping the hammer with ace-king.
And he doesn't get action. Sometimes it's nice just to take the pot. Take it when you can. Very subdued tonight. There are his buddies and Railbirds rooting him on.
There you have it. After winning those all-ins and after Jared bluffed off some of his chips, Mike now up to 4th. Jared our short stack.
You realize Mike Sexton has made over $6.2 million in worldwide earnings, and that's just in tournaments. Forget about the cash games. Jared, quick fold by him. Daniel now finally getting a real hand pair of jacks. Makes it 85.
Well, he's built up his aggressive image. Now he's got a quality hand. Raises into the big blind of Jesse Martin, who also has a quality hand. Ace-10 suited here. Now, be aware, Jesse is essentially tied for second in chips, and Daniel is the only one that can really bust him. So he's going to be a little bit cautious when he knows that being patient will help him move up the pay ladder.
Look at this flop, a 10-8-7. Jesse with top pair ace kicker. He's going to check it.
This could be a trouble pot for Jesse. Daniel decides to check behind on that coordinated board.
4 spades on the turn. You got to think Jesse's going to bet. No, he checks again.
Surprised that he's checking, but I guess he is prioritizing pot control against the chip leader.
Daniel's going to make the bet with the overpair, 115.
And maybe he's seen Daniel bluff a couple of times already, and he thinks, well, if I keep checking to him, he's going to bluff a whole bunch, and then if I just check, I don't risk going bust, so...
Well, the river card is a queen. Jesse can't like that. He's checking again.
He can't like that, but he also has to believe that if Daniel had something like, you know, queen jack or king queen, he's going to bet on the flop.
Daniel's bet 320. Puts in a value bet.
It's a very nice bet from Daniel. Tells me that he can hand read well. He's not too concerned about the queen. He believes that Jesse probably has like a 10 or an 8.
Jesse's got to call that.
Very well played hand from really both players. I don't think that Jesse can get away on that river, but he did a good job of minimizing his risk.
Good things going on for the chip leader, Daniel Strelitz. We're coming back with more action. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour.
The Club Savers Guide program saves VIP members big money at places they already shop and visit. Save big, win big at clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the LAPC, coming to you from the Commerce Casino. Daniel Strelitz still out on top, but Mike Sexton, our man, moving up that leaderboard. Won a few pots, all in pre-flop. Jared Greiner, currently our short stack.
Winner's going to take home over $1 million here tonight. Big money at stake, and it's on the Hall of Famer. He quickly folds. Jesse Martin now with a nothing hand. It's going to fold into Jared Greiner. Nope. Daniel Strelitz is the chip leader. Let's see what he does.
A lot of players like limping in the small blind with many of their hands. Daniel has adopted a more aggressive strategy, continues to raise out of the small.
135 total. Simeon calling with ace deuce. Here's the flop. It's a 9-6-4.
Daniel with a gut shot straight draw, gonna follow through. Simeon, as always, acts very quick, drops his hand.
Daniel Strelitz, the former ones to watch there. His family sits rooting him on. They've got to be so excited for the 27-year-old. Blinds are 20 and 40 at this point. Action back on Jesse. Quick fold. Jared out. Strelitz once again. No, even he can't play jack deuce. No, Simeon has picked up the ladies. Pair of queens.
Decides to limp in the small blind, get a little creative against Mike, who has a strong hand in king-queen suited.
He's going to raise at 165. Back on Simeon.
And now Simeon going with the limp re-raise out of the small blind. Let's see if that sets alarm bells off in Mike's head.
Now Mike is saying, why did I raise? Really? Kicking himself, saying, why did I have to be aggressive this time? Now what to do?
You'd raise to start with, you'd had them all.
That's a good point.
Tell Simeon if you just raise to start with, you get all my chips.
And he's going to release it. Simeon happy to take a pot away from the great Mike Sexton.
Good bet. I don't know if it was a good hand, but it was a good bet.
No, it was a good hand, Mike.
Big hand, and there's the flag. It's coming out again for the Bulgarian boys. Chuckling it up. Anytime you can beat a Hall of Famer like Mike out of a pot.
And our blinds are up here, Vince. We're playing 25,000, 50,000.
Back on Simeon. He will fold. Mike also folding. Jesse Martin. He's got just a jack 9.
All in.
Whoa, what? I mean, Jared is the short stack, but he has like 24 blinds.
Call.
And he's got ace-queen, so he calls.
Jesse taking a shot that Jared has nothing, and he can just pick this pot up. But obviously, Jared with a big hand, ace-queen, has called it. Now,
We got this.
Jesse with more chips, of course, almost twice as much.
I get what Jesse was going for here, but that seems like too many chips to just rip.
Let's see if Jesse can get lucky. No, ace, ace-7, great for Jared. Looking great to double up.
And before the flop, Jared confidently said, we got this, and the flop was like, I got you.
9 of spades on the turn.
Put a bow on it, Vince. This hand is over.
The river card is 8, so big double up for Jared Greiner, and that's gonna hurt Jesse Martin. 5 players left. What a battle we are seeing here tonight at the World Poker Tour.
That marks the end of tonight's coverage from Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, we have another poker classic in the making. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. The LAPC has a rich history, and the list of past champions reads like a who's who in the poker world. So it's no surprise to see another stacked final table. Here to get us up to speed on the remaining players are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, Lynn, what a final table. And the great Hall of Famer Mike Sexton still hanging around. He's going after his second title of this season. Pretty incredible, but playing very patient and very well.
Yeah, but he's going to have to fight off our chip leader, Daniel Strelitz, who scored the first elimination of this final table and further buffered that lead that he came in with. We'll see if he continues to control this final table as we get deeper.
Thanks, guys. And with the over $1 million and a prestigious WPT title on the line, we are in for an epic night of poker. So let's get back to the game.
Here is the Club WPT chip count. Daniel Strelitz out in front with close to 7.2 million in chips. Mike Sexton down to about 1.1. And that's what they're playing for, $1 million to the winner. Very impressive, big money here.
And a Hublot watch, plus a seat in our $15,000 Tournament of Champions season-ending event.
Andy's at 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Mike Sexton, quick fold by him. And now Jesse Martin from LA also folding. Jared Griner going out.
We've seen Daniel raise every time it's folded to him in the small blind, and it appears this time will be no different.
He is the chip leader, and he has raised and will take down this pot without a fight. He's a former ones to watch. There are his mother and father and friends rooting him on. And they're enjoying the action over at the Dr. Pepper bar.
That's so cute that his parents are in the audience, you know? We never see guys with their parents in the audience. Maybe a wife or a few friends or some guy that he owes money, but never parents.
Yeah, it's a great thing. He's a local, and he's going at it again. Pushing with Queen, Jack. Will he get action? Jesse out. So again, Daniel Strelitz winning this pot.
You cashed the one drop, right? The year you played it?
I did. It was amazing. They played 9 when there were 10 players left, playing a bubble for 1.2 million. And now I'm one of the 3 short stacks. I'm playing 150 and 300 blinds. And mentally, I'm prepared to last 2 or 3 hours. I said, you know, for $1.2 million, this is going to take forever. You know?
Yeah, you kidding me?
First hand of 10-handed poker. Sam Trickett raised under the gun to 800,000. He had 21 million. Folded all the way around to the big blind, who was a Russian guy. He moved all in for 5 million. Sam shrugged, said, I called, turned up a king-8 offsuit for 4.2 million more. I thought, wow, I can't believe you're going to double this guy up on that hand. And
Mike looking down at his hand, and he's got a pair of kings. Oh boy, the story's going to go on hold with these kings.
And the Russian guy turned up a queen 10 offsuit. Sam had the best hand.
Guess he had a read.
He made 2 8s. The first hand, we were in the money.
Mike doesn't care about his story anymore. All he cares about is getting action right now.
I said, Sam, I said, you're always going to be a hero of mine.
Yeah.
Always.
And he's going to get it from Daniel. So we are going to go to the flop. Pair of kings for Sexton, and oh no, an ace, 8-3. Daniel hitting aces. He's going to check it.
I like that Mike is still betting here. You kind of want to bet these kind of flops with everything you raise into a big blind, but Daniel, unfortunately, has connected with the top pair, not going anywhere.
Yeah, made the call, going to the turn, 7, changes nothing. Mike, will he have the wisdom to slow down here? Daniel's checked it again. And yes, very wisely done.
Mike only has about a pot-sized bet left in his stack, so living on the edge right now.
River card, check, check. Mike has got to be wincing about that. He shows the kings. Daniel taking him down with an ace.
Best hand I've seen.
Daniel with close to 7.6 million. Mike down to 735. As 5 players compete at the Commerce Casino.
Daniel Strelitz has barely lost a pot at this final table.
So frustrating for Sexton, going after his second WPT title of the season. You pick up kings and it gets beat. But good defense by him by not losing more.
Mm-hmm.
All in.
Now Jesse Martin's going to push all in with ace-10. Jesse also with under 900,000. Jared going out, Daniel going out. Simeon won't play, so Jesse Martin, who lives in LA, 36 years old, taking that one down.
I play poker in LA at the Commerce Casino almost every day of the week. This is my home casino, which I think has been a huge benefit to me. The most typical game we play at the Commerce is 400-800 mixed game, which is a 16-game mixed normally. During the LAPC, we've been playing higher stakes, 800, 1600. So it's been a swingy month for me, and luckily I had that final upswing, or I probably wouldn't have played the tournament. Not because I couldn't have afforded it, but because I wouldn't have been in the right mindset. So to kind of be on an upward trajectory helped me be in a positive mindset for the tournament.
Jesse Martin began playing poker at Syracuse University with friends. He followed Fish on tour, that is a band, 160 concerts he attended, and he's a big cash game player, of course, at the Commerce Casino, has a bracelet at the World Series in a lowball, and he's also a new father to a 3-month-old boy.
And I really like what he said about being in the right mindset to play a tournament. People forget that this is a marathon, and so you've got to be in a good state to play for days on end. Otherwise, you're probably going to make a mistake.
Going back at it, no mistake for Daniel Strelitz, who's the chip leader, and again, he's going to raise it and get everyone to fold. Now he's aggressive.
I will say it's pretty cool to have someone as aggressive as Daniel be our chip leader, because he just forces the action.
He looks so nonchalant, too. Like he doesn't really care, like he just rolled out of bed. He must be jumping up and down inside, though. It's been raised by Daniel again. King Jack. Now it's up to Jared, who has a 9-10, has some money in there already. And yes, he completes the call. So King Jack versus 9-10, here we go with a flop.
8-5 deuce, not much for either player. That's actually not a bad flop for Jared, but there's also not enough that he can really continue with against a chip leader who he knows will continue the aggression on multiple streets. So a bet from Daniel and a fold from Jared. Our chip leader continues to stack.
Everything going the way for the 27-year-old. He says he's been underestimated at tables because of his youthful appearance.
He does look very young. He's the kind of guy that walks into a casino and immediately gets carded. And then the guard says, whoa, 27. Hold on, let me call somebody over and make sure this isn't fake.
$1 million for the winner here tonight. Everyone folding around to Jesse Martin.
All in.
He's going to shove all in.
Wow. That seems like a little much for Jesse to be shoving, but I guess he figures he can't raise this button into Daniel without facing an all-in.
Like $1 million, right?
So he says, okay, I'm all in myself. If you got a hand that can call with, good for you.
All right.
Everyone going out, so this time he'll be successful with that move. Our chip leader still Daniel Strelitz, close to 7.8 million in chips. Mike Sexton down to 635,000. We had 521 total entries for the event. We're down to these 5. Quick fold by Sexton. Jesse also going out. Jared out, and now Strelitz, the chip leader. Will he do it again? But of course, raises it up to 165.
Simeon's like, are you even looking at your cards before you raise me?
It's just a great example of power poker by a chip leader. The local loving this moment.
I feel like the buzzards are circling.
Yeah. I was feeling like that a minute ago.
Mike hanging on there by dental floss. That's about it.
So many people on this table are short. The energy is kind of subdued right now.
All right, well, Daniel finally going to rest, take a break, leaving up to Simeon, who has a pair of deuces.
He's looking at the two short stacks, trying to decide, am I going to raise small or am I just going to go all in?
All in.
And I like the choice he made here.
Well, he puts the pressure on, puts them all in.
Jesse with a decent hand, but I don't think he can call here with Mike being so short right next to him.
Yeah, do you want to call it off for a race at this point? Especially because the difference between 5th and 4th is over 70,000. And he elects to make the fold.
I did. Thank you, shit.
And there's the advantage of just going all in, Vince. If Simeon had raised small there, I think that Jesse would have gone all in over the top. But because he just shoved, Jesse can't really call while Mike is still shorter and at risk of going out.
All right, Daniel this time with an awful 9-3. Even he won't play that hand. Simeon also going out. And now Sexton with ace-jack. He's going to shove all in.
Let's go!
Will he get some action with it? Does he want some action with it? Nope. He'll just take it down. Take the antes, take the blinds. Mike lives to see another hand.
I know we're usually supposed to be impartial, Vince, but I'm throwing that out the window tonight. It's all about Mike Sexton.
Mike down to about 640 in chips. Daniel with about 7.9. All right, we go right back down to the felt. Simeon, Mike out, everyone going out, and now Jared Greiner with a pair of sixes.
Raise.
And he will raise to 125. Right behind him, Daniel has picked up the weapons of mass destruction.
What doesn't Daniel have?
He makes it 350 to go.
And this really sucks for Jared because he's third in chips. There are a couple of guys really short, but he's got a quality hand and he's stuck out of position facing a re-raise against the chip leader. So he's going to call and go to a flop, but he needs to proceed carefully.
Yeah, I'd love to hit a set. Can he get that? No, it's a queen 3-3. Tricky flop for him.
This is not a fun spot to be in for Jared. You often suspect you're good on such an uncoordinated texture, but you wonder how you can continue against someone you expect to fire multiple barrels.
Daniel's gonna bet at 225.
Nice sizing from Daniel, but it's real small. Allows Jared to believe that perhaps he's just trying to buy it cheap.
Oh, danger everywhere. And finally, Jared making a good laydown right there. Daniel Strelitz with another one. He is dominating this final table, and we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
They always get a very strong field here. A lot of tough pros come out here. It's fun to mix it up against these guys. Jesse Martin is a real poker player. I mean, he plays all games, and he plays them all very, very well. And because he's never been at a WPT final table or he's not on television much, the viewers may not know him, but I'm telling you, keep your eye on this guy. He can play the game. Jared in C3, I've been impressed with his play. You know, here's a guy that 3-bets a fair amount before the flop. It looks like he's not afraid to play a pot. That's always a trait of a really good poker player. Simeon, I've never seen him get out of line yet too much. He doesn't make a lot of moves, and he's in good chip position, so I don't expect him to play much. I think he's going to sit back and see what everybody else does. The chip leader, Daniel, it's been fun to play with him and watch him at work. Sadly, he's mowed me down like he has everybody else at the tables for the last couple of days. I have been so impressed with this kid, it's unbelievable. If they gave the trophy out today, it wouldn't even be close. I mean, he'd be a landslide winner the way he's dominated play. But it's not over. It's fun to be challenged. It's enjoyable to be up against really the best.
Great evaluation by the ambassador of poker, a Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton.
Yeah, knows who he's up against.
It's down to 730,000. It's all about Strelitz tonight. The 27-year-old with 8.3 million in chips, dominating this table.
I mean, at this point, Daniel has in his stack what the other 4 players have combined in theirs.
Down to the money pit, a couple folds. And now Strelitz with a jack 8 of clubs, and of course he puts in a raise again, makes it 115.
Simeon's got a real hand in the small blind, but he goes out. You see him really avoiding conflict with the chip leader while there are two short stacks at the table, and says, look, I'm just not going to get involved with Daniel unless I've got a really strong hand.
He's pounding on us like Mike Tyson in his prime, isn't he? You guys might be too young to even know who Mike Tyson is.
The guy in The Hangover? Yeah, that
guy.
The guy with the tiger in that movie?
Daniel's got lots of chips and quick wits. Although Mike Tyson had a great saying that I think kind of applies to poker, which was everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's right, he did say that. It's great. A raise by Strelitz. And Mike coming back over the top.
Let's go.
Queen Jack, he's got all in.
Jesse Martin with King Queen suited right behind him, but I'm not sure he can call. No, he's going out, so the aggression there for Mike Sexton pays off. Daniel Strelitz is out. He gets Jesse to fold a better hand. He's going to take down that pot.
Didn't really want to get called, to be honest.
Let's take a quick break and look at all the movement in the season 15 Hublot WPT Player of the Year race. Benjamin Zamani still holds the lead, but several players have begun to close the gap. With her victory in Montreal, WPT champion Emma Zaimovic added to her point total. And with his victory at the Fallsview Poker Classic, the now three-time WPT champion Darren Elias is currently third in the standings. But all eyes are on Mike Sexton, who has vaulted into second after making this final table. How many points he'll earn and how much Mike can close in on Benjamin's lead will depend on where he finishes tonight. We'll keep you current on the race as we head into the final events of the season. But now, let's get back to the final table.
Daniel Strelitz at 8.4 million. Mike up to about 850,000 here at the LAPC, the LA Poker Classic. And Mike
I wanted to retweet it and comment, but he was on Twitter too, so that's fine.
with a nothing hand folds. Jesse Martin with Jack 8 of diamonds.
Jesse's got about 17 blinds, sort of an awkward stack.
All in.
Wow.
And he's going for all of it.
He's going to push it with Jack high. Jared behind him with a pair of sevens.
Jared with the decision.
No.
He's out. Okay. Daniel.
He's also out. And Simeon folding, so big-time cash player Jesse Martin, the local, taking it down with Jack high. Very aggressive. Nicely done.
Well, I know those look like big shoves, Vince, but I think that Jesse is aware if he open raises, one of those stacks behind him is just going to come over the top and force him to a decision, so he takes that play away from them.
I'm all in.
Smart poker now. Mike Sexton's pushed all in with an ace-6.
Right, here we go.
I called.
Oh, no, don't do it.
Daniel with the insta-call with the ace-10.
Didn't want to see that hand.
I didn't really want to call.
Mike in big trouble.
Strauss is like, I didn't want to call.
Vince, I need help, Vince.
Oh, boy.
Calling out for your help here, Vince.
Show me some love with hearts.
You can do it, Mike. Perhaps.
All right. What do all those guys say one time? Is that what they say?
I think that is what they said.
I need it here one time.
Here we go with the first three. It's a king, queen, 3.
Not a great start.
Jack of hearts for fun.
Could be worse.
Turn card is a 7. The Hall of Famer Mike Sexton needs to get lucky. Can he do it?
Pair the 7 or 3. I'll settle for that.
Pull the rabbit out of the hat. Come on. I mean, let's see it.
Mike calling for a chop. 7 or 3 would do it.
It's a 3.
Hey, a chop. Still alive.
3s, king, queen, ace plays.
Yeah, lucky hit for Mike. Lucky move for Mike Sexton. Chopping that pot right there in the middle. 5 players remain. Mike is still here. Stay tuned. We're coming back on the LAPC in just a moment.
I'm not greedy. I'm just happy to chop it.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
The poker scene in Southern California is pretty great. Commerce is massive.
Here at the Commerce, the atmosphere is nice, and you can always go to the cash games if you're best from the tournament.
I love the Commerce Casino. A lot of high-stakes cash games. You know, I'm a mixed game player, so I love the high-stakes mixed games here at the Commerce.
The first poker tournament I ever played was one of their daily tournaments. I had no idea what I was doing, of course. I love Commerce and I love the atmosphere here. They take care of the players, and I respect that.
We are at the fabulous Commerce Casino. 5 players remain. Mike Sexton down to 775.
Most guys ask for a 6, and that's just getting too greedy, you know.
And he's explaining how greed kills in poker, and he's not a greedy guy. That's Mike Sexton. Quick drop there.
You can tell he's done this before. He knows if he asks for the 3-outer, he's going to get punished. But if you ask for the chop, the universe will reward you.
Yeah, the poker gods. All right, it's around to Jared. Queen, 8 of hearts. He's going to raise. Daniel going out with ace high.
I'm a little surprised that Daniel didn't come after Jared there. He's been winning every pot.
And the Bulgarian, Simeon, ace, deuce of diamonds. He's going to play. Flop is a 10, 7, 3.
Not much for either player.
Simeon's going to check it. And now Jared with nothing but queen high.
180.
And guts will bet 180,000. Simeon quickly folds his hand. And that's a big smile for Jared. Smile of a man that took it down on a semi-bluff.
Shit, that was the easiest spot I won all night. Can't believe it.
Tell the truth, have you ever given a walk to a short stack in your lifetime?
All the time.
You haven't done it here.
Yeah, Mike a little bitter about the aggressiveness of Daniel. He's so right, this Daniel just keeps pushing.
I mean, it pains me a great deal, too, but all the time.
I believe it.
Fold by Griner. Action on Daniel. Look at this. With just a 4-3, a junk hand, he'll make it 115 to go. But Simeon behind him with a pair of 6s.
Simeon has really avoided playing hands against Daniel. Finally going to take a flop in position. Mike now with ace-9 suited.
Going to release that. Now Jesse with a pair of 5s.
Man, another decision. Now, does Jesse want to call or go all in? Thus far, he's been all in a lot pre-flop, but just going to call.
2 mid pairs. Up against a 4-3, and the flop's at 8-8-4. Jesse with the 5s checking. Now, Daniel caught a piece of that. And he will make a continuation bet, 180.
It looks like a good board for Daniel, but he's actually in 3rd place.
Simeon with a quick call.
And Jesse, kind of an awkward spot here.
Yeah, he's on the short stack. That would be a nightmare. Great fold by him.
Yeah, very disciplined fold there.
It's a 2-way action. Simeon out in front, and he's staying out in front with his jack of hearts on the turn. Daniel losing interest checks. And Simeon will make a bet of 275.
It's a small bet from Simeon, trying to get a little value from a worse hand and block 6 out draws from getting to the river for free.
Now, Daniel hates to get robbed. He's thinking, what does this guy really have? And he makes this call. Down to the river we go. It's a 5. They both check, and Daniel finally losing the pot.
The 5 on the river would have connected with Jesse's pair, but I'm sure once he sees Simeon's pocket 6s, he feels pretty good about his fold.
Not really. You feel bitter because you could have outdrawn the guy.
But in the results-oriented world, he's furious.
A little rest coming. I feel it.
What are you going to do? Anyway, Daniel Strelitz out in front with close to 8.2. Mike down to 685. And the guy that's controlling the game is Strelitz, the young guy from Torrance, California. Just dominating tonight. No real adversity for him so far as he folds this hand. And now Simeon also going out. Sexton, can't pick up a hand. Jesse Martin with a queen 6.
On. Whoa, that seems a bit much.
Well, I was just hoping that Jared has nothing and he can quickly get this, but Jared does have a pair of 8s.
I call.
And he will make this call.
That's twice now that Jared has woken up with a real hand, blind versus blind, against a Jesse shove.
Call.
And this time, Jesse at risk of elimination.
Who are you rooting for, Mike?
Jesse being a dog at this point, but not out, of course. Let's go to the flop. It's a king, 4, no help for Jesse.
Very good looking flop for Jared here. Jesse starting to collect his things.
Oh boy, he's getting up. Turn card, and it's a 4.
Jesse looking for a queen for the win, or a 4 for the chop.
What would be funnier? Just wanted to
Jesse, the big-time cash game player, on the ropes right now. A big dog. He needs to strike lucky, but he does not make it happen. It's an ace of hearts.
Jesse Martin out in 5th place, going to take home $230,000. Let's go see what Jesse has to say about being dismissed from the table.
A little bit of ICM suicide right there.
Jesse, great run here at the LAPC. You don't play a lot of tournaments. Does that go into your thinking when you come in here against tournament players? You're mostly a cash game player.
I don't know if it went into my thinking. I was focused and ready to play this tournament. I don't really know if I made mistakes at the final table. I mean, I definitely made 2 plays that were extra loose. I had my reasons for them, and usually they work. I thought I made some good plays and some good reads, but yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed the tournament. The final table was fast, and it just didn't work out for me.
Well, again, great run and congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's the end of the line for Jesse Martin, who's out in 5th place. We'll be right back with more on the WPT. Of course, I love being here watching the final table, but I also love being at a poker table. With playwpt.com available on my phone, I can do both. Oh, when I think back to the days before Play WPT.
Options for social poker sites used to be quite limited. Nobody played like it mattered. It was all in every hand. It was predictable. It was bunk. Then came along Play WPT. With Play WPT, every hand counts. Every hand captivates. Every win is more and more satisfying. Finally, pure poker for real players. Available around the clock, 24/7, even on the go. Head to playwpt.com or download the app today.
Night or day, there is always a game waiting for you. Wherever you want to play, it's on. Leave the past in the past. Get into the here and now with playwpt.com. Play on your computer or download the app today.
We are back here at the LA Poker Classic. 4 players remaining. The winner is going to take home over $1 million here tonight. And the great Hall of Famer Mike Sexton still in here on the short stack. All right, action going to the Bulgarian, Simeon. He's got an attractive queen, jack of spades, and he will raise.
Oh, those suited Broadway hands always look so good, play so well. Nothing but upside.
Couple falls, but Daniel waking up with a pair of 4s.
Daniel with a real hand in the big blind, gonna take a flop. It's our chip leader versus our second in chips.
And the flop is a 10-5 deuce, no help for Simeon. Daniel's gonna check into him.
It's a pretty nice flop for Daniel's 4s. Simeon gonna check behind here. I expect him to bet if there's a spade on the board, but as is, I like his check.
7 on the turn, no help for Simeon.
Again, a pretty good looking card for Daniel, and he wants to get some value and block his opponent from seeing a free river, so he fires out a bet. Simeon quickly folds, and Daniel collects yet another.
Yep, there's Daniel's family in the audience, chuckling it up. Nice control by Simeon, though, not to get too involved. He just has a great strategy against Daniel, does not want to get involved with big pots with that guy.
Come on.
Mike Sexton picking up ace-king, has shoved all in. They get action with it, not so far.
Simeon's going away with queen 9 in the big, and Mike's gonna take down that pot.
Well, Tony, there's a little break in the action right now, so let's get everyone caught up with the recent happenings on the World Poker Tour. Now, we visited some beautiful stops in Southeast Asia. WPT National Thailand took place at the Holiday Palace Casino and Resort, and WPT National Cambodia was held at the Quinco Hotel and Casino. Then, a pair of WPT National events took place in Europe, first in France at the Casino Barrière de Deauville, then in Belgium at the Grand Casino Brussels. Then we went back to the United States for a pair of WPT Deep Stacks tournaments at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, and the Parks Casino just outside Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And Vince, we also added 3 new names to the WPT Champions Cup. First, it was Daniel Weinman, who emerged victorious at the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Then we held back-to-back events in Canada. In Montreal at the Playground Poker Club, Emma Zaimovich captured the belt that she had come so close to winning earlier this season. Then, over in Niagara Falls at Fallsview Casino Resort, Darren Elias became just the 5th player in WPT history to win 3 WPT titles.
It's pretty amazing. Now, if you would like to join us on the World Poker Tour, head to WPT.com for a complete tournament schedule. Now let's get back to the action here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, down to 4 here at the LAPC. Mike Sexton still our short stack. Daniel Strelitz running away with it.
Mike Sexton going after his 2nd WPT title of the season. This is his 4th final table, and he doesn't play that many events every year either, so impressive by him. Daniel has raised with a King 10. The Bulgarian Simeon going out. Mike also going out. Jared down with Ace 9. We'll make that call.
It's going to take a flop against our chip leader out of the big blind. So heads up. And it is Ace 9 Deuce, all hearts.
Aces and 9s there for Greiner. He's going to check it.
It's a good flop for him, but he still needs to be cautious, playing against the chip leader and with the 3 heart flop.
Daniel bets 75 with no heart. Call by Jared. Turn card is a king. That gives Daniel kings now. Greiner's going to check. Neither player has a heart. And our chip leader will continue to bet. A little $100,000 bet.
Okay. I think the Daniel is just trying to get a little value out of a 9 or against maybe a king-high flush draw.
River card, another heart. That's going to be a scare card for both players. And they both check. And Greiner's got to be tickled pink that he won after that last heart coming out there.
You can see how relieved he is. The Daniel check behind. Woo!
There's your bet on the river. Can't believe you didn't bet that river.
Welcome back to the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. 4 players remain at the LA Poker Classic. What an exciting night. Winner's going to take home over $1 million. And Daniel Strelitz, the local, is the big favorite at this point. Simeon going out. Sexton out. Now Jared Greiner, he completes the call.
It's on you, Daniel.
You cannot find her.
We have a non-raised pot.
Yes. For the first time.
I'm so happy right now.
And the flop is a Jack 4 deuce.
Good looking flop for Daniel here. Queen high flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Jared will bet this with his Queen 9, 100,000, and Daniel's called. Turn card's 9, hits Jared.
That's the card that Jared was looking for. And it's one that Daniel is going to take an opportunity to bluff on. Jared not going anywhere. Makes this call.
River card is a deuce. Pairs the board, no help to Daniel.
Safe looking card for Jared thus far. Daniel has followed through on his bluffs.
Getting out betting chips again. Yes, he'll bet. He'll try to take a steal here with 400,000.
I have a deuce.
Now he's a little worried that Daniel has a deuce somehow, but Jared also knows that there's a lot of missed draws that Daniel can have here, so does he want to make this call with a 9?
I feel like you're not bluffing right now. For once.
Well, it's unraised before the flop, too. So you could be playing with, well, you just never know with this guy. He could be playing anything, anytime.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tricky, but this would be a nice solid call if he should make it. And he is going to make the good call.
Figured it was a 9.
Yeah.
2 pairs.
Nice hand from Jared there. Bets when he didn't have very much, and then when he turned a bluff catcher, he correctly checked the Daniel twice and caught him bluffing.
I've had a pretty big downswing. Throughout this day, I was trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. Sort of felt a change in my mindset and just sort of adjusted what I was doing. And a couple weeks ago, I sort of jokingly tweeted out, hey, any rich guys out there want to buy me in? You know, and unfortunately for them, nobody took the bait on that one. I entered into this $1,100 satellite with almost my last poker money, to be honest. Won the satellite, and here I am.
It's a great story. Love to see that. Just when you think you're out, you have to have the heart to keep playing sometimes, and then good things can happen. Beautifully done. Anyway, we're down to 4, and Mike Sexton just continues not to be able to pick up a hand. He is frustrated. Jared going away.
Over to Daniel in the small blind. So far, he has been relentless with his aggression into Simeon Naidenov. Simeon here with a 9-8. He's mostly let Daniel get away with this blind versus blind aggression, but here he's going to make the call and take a flop in position.
And the flop is an ace 7-4, no help to either player.
A little surprised that Daniel has checked this board thus far. He has followed through with most of his pre-flop raises. Simeon senses that something's a little wrong here, checks behind, and Daniel turns a gut shot straight draw to the king. Going for the delayed continuation bet.
And that is just enough to get Simeon to muck his hand. Daniel Strelitz can do no wrong tonight, extending the chip lead.
There are many reasons to sign up for a Club WPT membership.
Yeah, 100,000 to be exact. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Recently here in Los Angeles, the WPT Foundation presented the 4 Kings and an Ace charity poker tournament to benefit mending kids. And the stars were out in full force to support this wonderful organisation.
Mending Kids is a surgical organization. We provide surgeries for children all over the world. We're in 63 countries, including the United States. So we take care of children that don't have any other access to surgery. And for the last 10 years, we've done over 3,000 surgeries. And the types of surgeries we do are highly complex.
Whenever you're giving some opportunity to kids, that's an easy thing to say yes to.
Charity, baby, I be there. Don't matter where.
Now, how good is your poker game?
I'm terrible. I don't cheat. I haven't got a good poker face. I never win. Generally, when I'm invited to play poker in a real game, I just turn up to the game, take the money out of my pocket, throw it on the table, and leave. It saves me time.
We've tried a couple times. Dad tries to teach us. He's not bad because you can't tell what he's thinking most of the time anyway, because he doesn't have normal social tact. So it's really, he's not bad.
And how much does this organisation mean to you?
Well, look, there but for the grace of God, it could be your children, you know? You're talking about children around the world. So everybody in there, you know, all the stars are here to torture everybody, to write checks that then supports the doctors who devote their time for free to go around the world and perform these operations on needy children. You're not only changing lives, you're saving lives. The children.
We believe that poker is more than the game. It brings people together. And so for us, being here tonight, it's a way to support great charities like Mending Kids, who are changing the lives of young people across the world.
What an amazing night that was. To date, the WPT Foundation has helped raise over $6 million, and we hope to raise plenty more in the future. Play here at the Commerce Casino is about to start back up, so let's get down to the action.
We're so proud to be involved with that beautiful charity. And right now we have 4 players battling for this championship and $1 million first place prize. Daniel Strelitz is the major chip leader with about 7.6. Mike Sexton there showing his son Ty.
Ty, you gotta go to work here. We're not doing very well. Come on, you can do this. Time for a rush.
Wearing the championship belt he got in Montreal earlier this season.
Let's see if Mike can stick around and turn this around. Action going on Strelitz, the chip leader. And he's gonna muck this one, and now Simeon with a queen 7 also folding.
I'm all in.
Mike, he's gone all in.
All right, let's see what we got. I've been lucky in these spots so far, but not this time. That's a pretty bad hand.
It is.
So Mike sees a picture of his son on his phone, and maybe that's the good luck charm.
Not as bad as it gets to call an all-in, I think.
Blinds are now up to 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante.
10, 30, 60. I guess that benefits me. Can't get it too high. I wish we were playing 600,000 blind right now.
Yeah.
Mike just won a pot, but then the blinds go up, and he's right back where he started.
Action on the Bulgarian. He's going to fold to now Sexton. He's got the kings again.
Hey, hey.
I'm on.
He's got the kings. He's gone all in.
Call.
Oh.
Daniel with a quick insta-call with ace-7.
Yeah, real quick call from ace-7 there. Daniel behind, looking for those 3 outs.
It's the same exact hand he beat me on before. I had 2 kings, he had ace-7 offsuit. Come ace A3.
Yeah, I think it was ace-4, but it's all the same, basically.
Can lightning track twice here.
Don't worry about this, Mike. You have the second best hand in all of Texas Hold'em. All you.
I think I'm gonna hold this time.
Yeah, there you go. You're gonna hold this time.
Staying positive. Here we go with the flop. Let's see what his kings do. Oh no, it's ace-jack-7 on the flop.
And there is an ace on the board. And suddenly Mike is drawing very thin for his tournament life. He's gonna need runner straight or a king.
He needs a king or 10 queen.
Just a queen or a 10 and give me a little extra sweat.
It's just tough to crack this Daniel's luck.
9 of clubs on the turn, no help, and so a king and only a king on the river will save Mike Sexton's tournament.
Pretty amazing. Same hand twice, he beat me.
Pretty close. Mike Sexton needs the miracle on his own show. No, an ace hits on the river. It's not going to happen for Mike.
Mike Sexton going to be our 4th place finisher, taking home just over $300,000 for his 2nd WPT final table of this season.
What can you say? The ambassador of poker has to say goodnight. Huge tournament for him. A standing ovation for Mike Sexton as he waves goodbye. We're watching one of the masters of poker play a fine game. Let's talk to Mike.
Half this room hates me.
I don't hate you.
Mike, you moved up from your starting chip position, chopped out a little 70,000 more with that split pot. But what does it feel like to have this kind of support in the room and in the poker community that you've had behind you today?
No, it's very nice, and you know, it's just thrilling to get to a final table. As you said, I could have gone out in 5th place, I could have gone out in 6th, then I'm going out in 4th. Ironically, I had 2 kings twice against him, and he beat me both pots. So that's pretty unusual. It just shows you, I think destiny's on his side.
Daniel's run pretty well at this final table. You think anybody's going to be able to stop him?
Yeah, actually, I think Jared could possibly stop him if he can win another pot or 2 off. I mean, he plays good, too, but they're just terrific players. They really are great players, and they deserve to be where they are right now playing for this title, so I wish them all luck. And, you know, it was a pretty good run, just didn't quite get there.
You got to go back to work?
I'm not going back to work. Tony can do it.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm taking a night off. I'm going to the bar.
Oh, Mike, well, he took that beat like a champ, and I think he deserves the night off. We are down to 3 players looking to become a WPT champion here at Commerce Hotel and Casino.
You made it to your biggest score then.
This is my biggest score.
Sick, nice.
Yeah, mine too.
Be sure to tune in next time when a new champion will be crowned. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Mike, you're going to be in the really in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year. How does that feel?
Now you're going to get me playing more events.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You know, you're in it at this point.
You're going to have to play a whole bunch. Throw some back to the government here a little bit.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, we are coming to you from the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, California, with continuing coverage of the Season 15 LA Poker Classic. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. Standing by to call the action are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst. Gentlemen, as we get closer to crowning a champion, what can we expect to see here tonight?
Well, Lynn, now that the great Mike Sexton is out in fourth place, he played wonderful. But we're down to 3 players, and the chip leader is Daniel Strelitz, 27 years old. He's running over these guys, playing every hand, burning these guys like I burn my chicken at my summer barbecues. Will it continue?
Well, Vince, we're about to find out, but one thing I know for sure is at a final table, no chip lead is safe. So everything going Daniel's way for now, but he still has to contend with 2 excellent professionals. Lynn, take it away.
Thanks, guys. A 7-figure payday is on the horizon for one of these players. And action is about to start back up, so let's get down to the table.
All right, there's the club WPT chip count. Daniel Strelitz, a local, out in front with about 8.3 million. Simeon, 3.8. Jared Greiner, another local with close to 3.4 and $1 million to the winner.
Not to mention a beautiful Hublot watch, plus a seat into our $15,000 Tournament of Champions at the end of the season.
The antes are 10,000, blinds are 30 and 60. Here we go. Daniel Strelitz, the chip leader with ace-7 of clubs.
Thus far, this final table has been the Daniel Strelitz show. Very smooth ride up the leaderboard for him.
Well, he's raised it. It's been called by Simeon, and Simeon hits 10s there. But Daniel with a 4 flush.
A little surprised that Daniel decides to check this flop, but maybe he thinks it's so coordinated he won't get many folds.
They went check, check, 9 of spades on the turn.
Another check from Daniel. He now has a gut shot to the 8 to go along with his flush draw. Simeon here with his second pair is done checking.
Yeah, he's made a bet. Now, what's surprising is Daniel was so super aggressive throughout the night, but now he's playing in a different way, just making this call.
Well, without a short stack there to pressure his opponents.
Whoa, Daniel hits the ace on the river. They go check, check.
Simeon, a little bit annoyed by that river.
Yeah, he had a lot of outs.
He had a lot of outs. A ridiculous amount of outs, really.
Daniel Strelitz, running right, playing right. Everything's happening for the 27-year-old out of Orange County.
Still trying to get a read on you, blind versus blind. We've only played like 3 pots.
He's a former WPT, ones to watch, so a big reputation behind him, and tonight he's proven it. Action on Jared, who got in this tournament through a satellite. He's also a local from Orange County.
140.
And he has ace-5, and he'll make it 140 to go.
Daniel here, he's gonna re-raise out of the small blind and...
With just 8-7, Tony.
Yeah, I like aggression out of the small blind, but I'm not sure this is the hand you should choose. Either way, he's gone to 435, and Jared wants to take the flop with ace-5 suited in position.
Wow, ace-5 versus 8-7. Battle of wits happening. And here is the flop. It's a queen 6 deuce, no help to either player.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good flop for Daniel. It's very uncoordinated, so it's unlikely that his opponent hit. Plus, that 6 means that there are a lot of ways he can turn straight draws on the turn.
Well, he's going to bet it with 8 high, 340,000. And Jared, who is in the solar panel company business, along with being a poker professional as well, he's going to throw it away.
Nothing there for Jared. Senses that he probably has the best hand, but still he's a little locked up.
We decided to see these hands on TV. I mean, I know you don't have it like 9 out of 10 times, so I just wanted to see.
You'll be happy about some and sad about some.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's one that you're going to be really happy about.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Daniel's made close to 1.7 in lifetime earnings. Tonight he has a chance of taking home another $1 million. Becoming a WPT champion at one of our most prestigious stops of the year, the LA Poker Classic. And we move on back down to the money pit. This time Daniel with a Jack-10. He raises it up to 135 total.
Simeon going out. And Jared, with the dominating hand in the big blind, will make this call.
Jack-10 versus King-10. And the flop is a 10-7-5.
Yeah, both players with top pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Jared with the better kicker. He's going to check.
Daniel decides to check behind.
Surprising. Queen of clubs on the turn. Jared still in great shape here. Checking again.
And yet another check. Okay.
Down to the river card. And oh, wow, it's a 10. Beautiful for Jared.
That is the action card, and I do like this check from Jared here. He's going for a river check raise.
Oh, that's what he's going to get. Daniel's going to bet.
And I'd like to see him use a nice big raise here. It's just so improbable that he has a strong 10. But there are some bluffs he can have, so I think you should go big, and he should be bigger than 400.
I should probably re-raise, but I'm just going to call. Wow, that's sick.
Wow. And Daniel says I should probably re-raise. Incorrect. You're going to love yourself in the morning. You didn't lose too much. You had kicker problems, but Jared Greiner going to take down that pot.
Should have made it 600K instead.
I mean, you make it $1 million, I'm still calling.
Yeah, I know. And obviously, I can't believe you have a 10, so.
This is Jared's first final table on the World Poker Tour. Lifetime earnings of about $500,000. So gigantic opportunity for him here tonight. And right now, Jared has raised with ace-deuce. Daniel goes out. Simeon with an 8-5 is contemplating something here.
8-5 is one of those hands that some players think, okay, it's not quite good enough to call in the big blind and connect often post-flop, so I'm going to turn it into a bluff. And that's what Simeon has done here.
It's pretty hefty.
Yes, very creative. He has made it 5-10.
Why so much?
I would expect him to take a flop here. These very low suited aces play really well post-flop. But Jared has totally broken his poker face, so now I'm thinking he's going to fold.
Yeah, usually when a guy breaks out with a big smile, that means I'm relaxed now, I know I'm going to fold, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, tight fold from Jared there, but a really nice play from Simeon.
A friend of mine introduced me to the game. Then I actually started watching the World Poker Tour. I remember Negrano, Sfandiari. These guys were like idols to me like 8 years ago. Today, I look at them like a competition. When I saw the people playing for millions, that just grabbed my attention. So I managed to build my own bankroll, start playing higher and higher, and then finally get it to here. If I get to playing for $1 million, I'm sure my blood pressure and my pulse is gonna get higher. So this will be a really big competition for myself, because it's really hard to control your emotions, not only in the poker table, but in life.
Wisely said. That's Simeon Naidanov from Bulgaria. He studied business economy at the University of National and World Economy in Bulgaria, and now a very successful poker pro.
Speaks to how difficult it is to control your emotions at the table and how that can train you to control your emotions in life.
Action on Daniel. He has raised with just a 7-4 to 135. Simeon goes out. Jared with a Jack-3 wants to see the flop. He'll stick around.
Earlier in this final table, both Jared and Simeon were being very careful out of the blind against Daniel, but now that there's no short stack, you see that they are refusing to fold.
The noses are bloodied up. They're playing poker now. They both check here. And a 7 on the turn, hitting Daniel. Jared losing interest, checks again. Daniel setting up a trap, perhaps, checks as well.
And I really like this adjustment from Daniel. He knows that he can't bulldozer his opponents right now the way he could when there was 2 short stacks at the table. Jared's going to take a shot at bluffing, and I think he's going to get his hand caught in the cookie jar.
Now we find out if you ever bluff.
Jack high.
There we go. He says, now we find out if you ever bluff, and Daniel, correct this time. His opponent is in fact bluffing with Jack high, so a well-played hand there, taking the more passive line.
I guess you got your answer. But I guess you got your answer.
Yep. It's a good answer. That's what I was looking to hear.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because Daniel just didn't know how Greiner was playing. Sometimes you play with these guys for days and you still don't know what the heck they're doing.
One day we're going to cut to Niall Farrell in the audience and he's not going to be drinking, but that is not today.
Oh boy. That's the beauty of the World Poker Tour. Drinks allowed at the final table.
Drinks encouraged at the final table.
Yeah, that's right.
Daniel up to 200,000 here in the small blind. Simeon's got a pair of 7s in the big blind. How does he want to play this?
It's going to make it a total of 660.
All in.
A push by Daniel, though. and a call.
And that was a very well played hand by Simeon. You can tell there he went into that raise with a plan. He said, if my opponent goes all in, I'm calling. And he catches Daniel with ace-4 suited here, making a move out of the small blind. And now is all in good shape to double up as we go to the flop.
It's a jack 9-4. That is good for Simeon.
Yeah, good for Simeon, but Daniel picks up a 4, so he's got 5 outs, looking for a 4 or an ace. Otherwise, Simeon gonna get a big double up here.
Oh, 6 of diamonds on the turn. The Bulgarian still out in front with a great opportunity to double up. Gotta dodge one more card. It's a 5 of hearts, he's done it.
That is the first serious setback of this final table for Daniel Strelitz.
Things are evening up. We're coming back with more action from the LAPC in just a moment here on the WPT.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
The LAPC's biggest, most prestigious event is the WPT main event, but it actually runs for 7 weeks. It features 60 different events at all range of buy-ins, including $0 free rolls, all the way up to a $25,000 high roller main event. A lot of well-known players came out and played the LAPC and had a lot of success.
I did win 2 tournaments. I won the free roll for the $10,000 seat, which is pretty sweet. And I won a mixed game tournament.
Phil Hellmuth got into a heads-up match with Mike Matisow and ended up winning. Dietrich Fast, who won last year's LAPC main event, he came and played the 25,000 buy-in high roller and took that down for first place. No matter what your skill level, no matter what your buy-in range, we will definitely have a game for you.
Yes, and this one right now is the culmination of all those events. It is the LA Poker Classic. And right now, Daniel Strelitz out in front with $6.3 million.
But after that big double up from Simeon Naidenoff, the two of them are very close in chips. Jared is our short stack, but he is by no means short or desperate. So anyone's game right now in our 3-handed final table.
Simeon has called with King-Queen. And Jared's going to put in a raise with his Ace-Queen. And a quick call by Simeon. So Ace-Queen versus King-Queen. Here we go. Flop is a 7-4-3. No help to either player. Simeon checks. Jared will bet 225. And Simeon not too sure yet. He's going to make this call.
Yeah, Simeon limped such a strong hand in the small blind here. He's not going to give up on this very uncoordinated board. Plus, he's going to turn a king.
He's going to check his kings. It's just a beautiful card for Simeon. They both check, and the river card is another king.
Okay, so now it's a question of how much do you bet? Simeon's going to bet a lot. He bets 1.3 million. That's well over pot.
It's a good bet, I guess. I thought I was going to snap when you set the river.
And I guess he's thinking that if Jared has a pair here, like, eights through queens, he's not going to be able to fold to a river bet. So he should just go for as much as possible.
He does the right thing, gets out of the way. Simeon going to take the pot. And with that, Simeon Naidenoff is now the new chip leader.
You didn't want action, I guess.
You see it on the TV, this was...
Yeah.
Everybody says.
Yeah, I don't think you wanted to call.
Just when we thought Daniel Strelitz was going to run away with it, we have a Bulgarian surprise.
And now Jared has a pair of jacks, a legit hand, calls the hand.
Everybody getting sneaky in the small blind and limping strong hands.
Daniel with ace-9 of clubs is going to raise. He's made it 200,000 to go.
It's a limp re-raise from Jared here, up to 660. Daniel is going to take the flop in position with a suited ace. This is the first time Jared's made any play like that pre-flop, so I'm sure there's some alarm bells ringing in Daniel's head, but his hand is too good to fold.
Flops a deuce, deuce, 4. Very nice for Jared.
Most guys make a small bet. Oh, wow, that is not a small bet. That is a big bet. That's almost 2x pot.
And he's going to chase away Daniel. Well, just didn't want to see any creepy card on the 4th Street. Improving Daniel. Only had about 2.3 left.
Guess I'm happy I didn't shove it.
Yeah, if you didn't call that flop, there's no way. Or maybe I just had ace high, I don't know. Sure.
2 players from Southern California, Jared and Daniel, up against the Bulgarian. Simeon now, the chip leader with 7 million. Daniel in second chip position with about 5. Jared with about 3.5. And the blinds are going up to 40 and 80 with a $10,000 ante. And actions on Jared. He's got very seductive 9, 8 of diamonds. And the button. And he's just going to call it.
Well, the pre-flop play at this final table has suddenly become very passive. We're seeing a bunch of limping in the small blind. Jared now limps the button with a really good hand. Daniel will complete, and Simeon with ace-6 suited will check. So everybody holding each other's outs, everyone's suited.
And the flop is a queen, jack 10, and that's going to give a straight for Jared.
Wow.
And a 4 flush for Simeon. This could get very interesting.
If Jared had raised this button, he and Simeon would be playing a huge pot.
And Jared's going to come out and bet 200.
Simeon is aware that this board really connects with a button limping range, so he's not going to go crazy here, just makes the call.
Simeon hoping to catch a flush, but not there. 4 clubs. He'll check it. Jared already with the straight.
375.
375.
And Simeon has way too many outs to fold at this stage. Makes the call. We go to a river, 6 of diamonds, so he makes 4th pair. I'm sure he's aware that's not much good on this type of texture.
Yep, he's going to check it. He's disappointed.
Okay, Jared, how much is it going to be?
And Jared's going to stick out 625 before he can do it, though. Simeon has folded. Jared Griner from Huntington Beach, California, shining here at the final table.
You know, Vince, Club WPT qualifier Eugene Miller flew out here from Delaware for his first live WPT event. And as an owner of a seed and garden supply business, Eugene was hoping his green thumb could help his chip stack grow.
I own and operate a small lawn and garden supply company, mostly specialized in grass seed, fertilizer, hydroponics. Since high school, I had jobs landscaping and work in nurseries, and some might say I have a green thumb. Club WPT has helped me grow as a player. I pretty much win $50, maybe $250 a month. Where's my name going to go when I win? And then I finally did win one of these. I was definitely a little starstruck being in the poker room. I saw Eric Seidel, Negranu, Phil Locke. On Club WPT, there are lots of players. They're all different styles and types of play, and that's interesting and tough to get through. If you really enjoy poker and you want to learn, it's inexpensive to play, and there are real things you can win, real money, real live seats like this. I will continue to play on Club WPT probably every night like I usually do, and hopefully win another one of these, or 2 or 3. You'll be seeing me again.
Well, perhaps we will see Eugene win another package, or perhaps we'll see you win your first. Join Club WPT today. And now we're back here at the LAPC, LA Poker Classic. Simeon from Bulgaria, the chip leader with 6.5 million. And the blinds are 40 and 80,000. Let's go down to the felt. It's on Simeon.
Simeon played so patient at this final table. Finally caught Daniel. Scored a big double up. Now has the chip lead. Let's see what he does with it.
Well, with 8-7, he has raised to 200,000. But Daniel now with a pair of 9s is going to re-raise. 680 total.
And a very quick call from Simeon. That's surprising. 8-7 suited, sure, but I didn't expect him to call offsuit. Either way, we go to a jack 7-4 flop, so second pair for Simeon, but Daniel still in the lead with his 9s. Check, check from both players. And a 5 on the turn will give Simeon a gut shot to go along with second pair. One more check from Daniel. Yeah, at this point, Simeon believes he has the best hand. His opponent has checked to him twice.
550,000 bet.
He thinks, my second pair is probably good. Plus I have outs, if I'm wrong.
Daniel with nines. And he will make that call.
Simeon's probably a little confused by Daniel's line. Okay, you 3-bet me pre-flop, check twice, and then check called, huh?
River card is a 10 of spades.
One more check from Daniel. And Simeon, not loving that 10, will check behind. So Daniel's going to win a nice pot here.
There we go. Let's go.
Daniel on the comeback trail.
My nickname's Deoxyribo. Basically, it's the D from DNA. I was studying biology for a little bit in college, and my dad's nickname is Deoxydad. He was actually on the rail since day 2. He's always been supportive. Before, he had no idea how to play, and he would just watch and not understand what was going, just cheer whenever the chips went my way. But now he's actually learning how to play poker. So he's there from the start of play to the end of play for 5 days straight. The tournament's gone excellent. I can't believe how great it's gone. It's unreal how well I've run.
Let's go, Deoxy.
Go! Yeah, the family that watches together, stays together. A thing of beauty in the poker world.
Plus, I think they've adopted Niall Farrell as their sort of, eccentric, hard-drinking son.
Jared Greiner will raise with a 9-10. Makes it 200,000. Daniel with an ace-deuce makes the call. Flop is a 7-5-3.
Not a bad flop for both players. Jared's got overcards and a backdoor draw. Daniel has ace high and a gut shot. So Jared follows through for 225,000, and Daniel will make the call. 6 of diamonds on the turn. It's going to give Jared a gut shot now, looking for an 8. It's also a card that he imagined hits Daniel's range of hands pretty well here. So he checks. Daniel checks behind. And we see a 5 of spades on the river. So Jared, stuck with 10 high here. Looks like he's going to bluff with it.
How much? 550.
Daniel's made a lot of correct guesses in these river situations. He doesn't have much of a hand here, but he is in the lead, so let's see if he puts the pieces together.
Wow. Great call.
Nice call.
Oh, Jared just rolling his eyes.
Wow, nice.
Simeon impressed with that call. Jared. Daniel just laughs at him. Oh, man.
Don't listen to that Scottish idiot. It's a moron.
Oh, your opponent catches you stealing and then laughs in your face.
So right now, Daniel out in front again with 8.4 million. The winner going to take home over $1 million tonight. Second place, close to 700,000. Third place finisher, 431. Huge money here at the Commerce Casino.
Jared limps the button here with 8-6 of spades. Daniel completes in the small. And Simeon checks 4-2 offsuit. So Jared doing more button limping. And he flops a flush here. Whoa.
Wow. Daniel with queens.
Okay, time to build this pot. And what the hell? I'm not sure why Jared's checking back. Maybe he's feeling a little shell-shocked after that previous hand, but he needs to build this pot. Okay. There we go, 200 Jared. Daniel with second pair, believes it's good and makes the call. Simeon has bottom pair with a 4, and it looks like he wants to raise. Wow, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff here. He seems to think that Jared can't have much.
How much is it?
And that Daniel's range is capped, so to say. It means that he can only have so strong a hand.
That's why it's sometimes very good to play deceptive hands. Don't bet when you hit that flush. Mix it up, get a guy to make a mistake. This is exactly what's happening, and there's the re-raise all in, and they run away, and Simeon's cursing in Bulgarian right now. Why did I do that thing? Why did I do it?
Welcome back to the LAPC, coming to you from the Commerce Casino. Our final table of 3 has Daniel Strelitz out in front and Simeon Naidenov in second, followed by Jared Greiner in third.
2 guys in their 20s, Daniel 27, Simeon 29, and a 30-year-old Jared Greiner, who got in this tournament through a satellite for $1,100, full by Daniel. Simeon with the Motown hand, jacks and 5s. You get it, Tony?
I do, although it's a little before my time. But I know my history.
All right, well, Simeon has raised to 250 with the Motown hand, and Jared with King 10 is making the call. Here we go with the flop. King 10-8. There's 2 clubs out there, so a 4 flush for Simeon.
Action flop, and Simeon checks.
2 pair for Jared, top 2 pair.
Jared checks. What is going on?
8 pairs the board.
Well, that's not really the card that Jared wanted to see, because he knows that Simeon might check an 8 to him here. So Simeon now bets 200,000. Jared, his top 2 pair, will make the call.
Down the river we go. And Simeon catches a flush.
It's the card he was looking for. And that also completes the flop straight draw to 9-7. So Jared has to be at least a little worried that his once monster hand is no longer good.
Now Simeon gonna come out a bet of 875.
I definitely had you on the flop.
Yeah, exactly.
I shouldn't have slow played it, I guess. Another one of these big bets. 875? Yeah. I think I can fold my hand. I think I can really beat as a bluff, though. Unless you just have top pair.
Jared telling himself that his opponent could be betting a worse hand for value.
It's a bad turn to river. I think I can fold this. I can't fold it.
He's gonna call, he's gonna pay it off, he's gonna be sickened, but that's life in the poker game.
I feel like Jared has psyched himself out in his 3-handed match. He was playing great for most of the final table, but all of a sudden he's playing so passive at all of the wrong times.
Good river. Could have got all our chips in, you would have busted me, but...
And they are drinking and singing and having the fun.
Okay, now it's starting to lighten up over there. Now we're gonna hear from him.
The tequilas are already in the game.
The tequilas?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, getting wilder and wilder.
Daniel Strelitz with 7.4, Simeon behind him with 6.5, and now Jared down to about 1.7.
It's got 17 blinds. As our blinds and antes have gone up, we are playing 50,000, 100,000 with a 15K ante. Action with Daniel Strelitz on the button, and he's going to go up to 225. Simeon, with pocket 8s in the small blind, will call. And now Jared has ace-queen suited in the big blind, so you know what time it is, Vince.
You would think it, and he's going to do it. He's gone all in.
How much?
Daniel with a quick muck. But Simeon will make this call. Showdown battle.
Ace, queen of diamonds, pocket eights.
So Jared, in a coin flip for his tournament life.
Whatever they're saying, the opposite of that.
Well, he's in bad shape here, but he hasn't lost his sense of humor. Jared at risk. If he gets this double up, he'll be right back in the mix of things. If not, he's our third place finisher and gets $430,000.
Here's the flop. There's an ace, 8, 9, 3 of a kind for Simeon. Aces for Jared.
3 eights. This has turned into a soccer game.
We want a diamond.
Yeah, it's not over yet. He's in bad shape, but it's not over yet.
No.
Diamond's coming, though.
Jared needs either running ace-queen full house, or running diamonds, or running straight jack-10.
Deuce of diamonds.
Going to the turns. No, it's a jack of spades.
So it is not over yet.
We still have 4 outs, 4 outs, 4 outs.
A 10 would give this pot to Jared. Otherwise, he's going to be our third place finisher.
10 ball. 10, baby.
I should like stand up and put my bag on. That's how it's gonna happen.
Can Jared possibly catch that 10?
It's yours. 10.
No, not to be. It's a queen.
High fives all around.
Good game, man. Good game.
Jared Griner out in third place. Going to take home $431,000. He is gone, and we are down to heads-up action. But first, let's talk to Jared.
Jared, you almost didn't get in this event. Now you made the final table of the World Poker Tour. How do you feel about tonight's performance?
I'm super happy. I'm really competitive. I love winning, and I hate losing more than anything in the world. So, you know, winning $400,000 is pretty ridiculous. I'm really, really happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Jared.
Well, with Jared Griner's elimination, we are down to the final 2 players here at the LAPC. When we return, Daniel Strelitz and Simeon Naidinov go heads up for the WPT title. You don't want to miss it.
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to PlayWPT.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker.
Where skill matters.
Preparations are being made for the heads-up battle between Daniel Strelitz and Simeon Naidinov here at the LAPC. And during the last break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Daniel, you are playing for life-changing money right now. You've got your family here. It's basically in your backyard. How much would winning this mean to you?
Winning would be amazing. I mean, it's like the biggest tournament of SoCal where I've lived my whole life, and winning it would just be a dream come true.
And what do you think of Simeon as a player?
I think he's great. I think he's probably what I thought was the next best player at the table. So I figured that we would get heads up.
Right, well, the challenge is here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Simeon, you're about to start heads-up play after outlasting some very tough opponents. What's it going to take to come out of this one with a victory?
Well, that's the hardest part of the tournament, I guess, the heads-up when you're even in chips with a very good opponent.
Are you feeling some pressure going into heads-up?
Yeah, definitely. I was feeling pressure all the final table because I figured out that we might be flipping for $500,000 like, you know, the next hand, and I'm like, whoa, that's a bit stressful. But I mean, that's the game of poker.
You've got a very rowdy, supportive rail here.
Yeah,
has that been
nice.
Helping your game at all? Or?
It is make me happy that they're really happy for me. Actually, that's what really very nice. They're drinking tequila since 4 p.m.
Well, hopefully you can finish this quickly so you can join them for a celebratory drink.
Yeah, that would be really nice, actually.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Who will become the next champion of the prestigious LAPC? Heads-up play is about to start, so I'll send it back to Vince and Tony for the call of the action.
8.4 for Simeon, 7.2 for Daniel Strelitz. There's chanting going on at the Commerce Casino. Simeon from Bulgaria with his group of cronies.
Пичове, бата, ако не мокнете, не сериозно ви казвам. Смисъл, искам да се фокусирам малко и да игра. Ако не мокнете, ще стане... Много ви моля. Смисъл, не игра за 100К, сещате ли се?
Things getting serious.
She said I'm forbidden to sing.
Okay, action with Daniel here, and pocket threes. Going to 225. Simeon with Jack 8 of spades in the big blind will make this call.
And the flop is a queen, queen 5.
It's a pretty good looking flop for Daniel. And he's going to take a little stab for 150. And it looks like his small sizing is going to keep Simeon in this pot. He makes the call with just Jack high.
And the turn card is a 3, making 3s full for Daniel, and a 4 flush there for Simeon.
That was the #1 best card in the deck for Daniel.
And there's the bet, 525, and now Simeon with hope will make this call.
Simeon stuck in this pot now. He doesn't realize he doesn't want a spade.
Oh, and it gets worse. Ace of spades.
Ooh, yeah. Well, he thinks he's just hit gin, and instead he has run into a full house.
Oh, he's checked it. Daniel now getting out the betting chips.
1.4 million into 1.8. So will Simeon call or raise? That's the question now. He will call.
Luckily, and Simeon smiling.
And he shows him the spades.
Daniel Strelitz taking down the pot, and once again, he is the chip leader. Now Daniel with an ace-5 of spades, right back on it. Gonna make it 225 to go. Simeon with a jack-9. Here we go. Flop is a king 10-3.
Check, check. And a queen on the turn will give Simeon a straight to the king.
300,000.
His opponent just has ace high, so Daniel will fold there, and Simeon will not get paid off.
No more. Take your seat. Копале, млъкнете, бе, не с***ам, бе, вие бавни ли сте? Не с***ам, млъкнете малко. Не мога да се крака, ми викате, бате, не си чувам мислите от вас.
He said, I told you I wanted ice cream.
He's mad at them.
He's mad at them.
Yeah, it's too loud. It's too loud.
He's happy with them, so keep going.
Craziness going on here.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody berate their own rail before.
Daniel Strelitz still out in front with 9.6. Simeon close to 6. And Simeon this time with a 7-6.
Simeon to 250, but Daniel makes it 700 with ace-jack. Simeon, maybe a little bit on tilt, judging from his behavior, makes the call here. So we go to a flop.
Oh, wow.
Jack 5 on the flop. Could not be better for Daniel.
3 of a kind. He puts in a bet of 425. Of course, Simeon has absolutely nothing, and he throws away that hand. Things starting to look real good for the local from Orange County, Daniel Strelitz, with family in tow. Can he take down his first title and take home the million? We will see.
Thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the LAPC, coming to you from the Commerce Casino, where the drinks are flowing and the chips are flying. We are heads up between Daniel Strelitz and Simeon Neidenoff.
Let's go.
We got a rowdy bunch, great crowd here. Let's go to the felt. Daniel Strelitz is the chip leader with close to 10.6 million in chips. Simeon with about 5 million. And the blinds are 60-120 at this point. Action goes down to Simeon. He has ace-5. He likes it. He's going to raise it to 260. Daniel with a king-9.
Gonna make the call here. So we'll go to this flop. These guys are playing about 50 big blinds effective. And it is 10-8-7, so open-ended for Daniel and just ace-high for Simeon. Check, check.
Turn card is a 9, so that is going to hit Daniel with 9s now.
He'll take the lead here, but checks over to Simeon. And now, Simeon eyeing his chips. He's gonna fire out here as a bluff.
Yeah, just ace high, no straight.
And it's gonna work. Daniel lays down second pair.
Yeah, Simeon's mixing up aggressive play. Very good instincts by the Bulgarian. Here's the Champions Cup. Champ gets his name inscribed on that with all the other WPT champions over all the years. Daniel, he will raise it. Simeon with a king-queen has made the call. Here we go with the flop.
Queen 6-7 on the flop, so something for everyone here. Top pair for Simeon, open-ended straight draw for Daniel. And he'll follow through for $325,000. Simeon.
Will he check raise here? Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Close to $1 million. Now you're open-ended. Do you take a stab and make this call?
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to speculate, hope to hit lightning in a bottle.
Daniel looking for an 8 or a 3.
And he gets the 8.
Man, that's the one.
And now Simeon's going to check it.
Okay, so he check raised the flop, but now he checks over to Daniel on the turn. He only has a little more than pot behind, so we'll see what happens here.
There it goes, $1,350,000. Now Simeon with top pair. I don't know how you get away from this hand.
I don't either.
All in.
Call. And Simeon's gonna go all in. Daniel snap calls, and this tournament is over.
That's the championship.
We won.
We won.
Daniel has won it. Amazing.
Well, that's going to do it, Vince. It was an exciting heads-up match and a great effort from Simeon all the way over from Bulgaria. Going to take home over $600,000, but tonight, all about Daniel Strelitz.
Yeah, Daniel Strelitz is our champion, taking home over $1 million. What an exciting event for him. And right now, Simeon's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Daniel said you were his toughest opponent. How do you feel about tonight?
Actually, I'm pretty happy with the way I played. I'm very happy with the result I have. So it was a great experience for me.
Well, a great result. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank
Vince,
you.
over to you.
Well, I'm standing here with the new LAPC champion, Daniel Strelitz. Well, Daniel, you beat one of the greatest fields in poker here at the LA Poker Classic. You got to feel like the best player on earth today. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel incredible. It's the experience of a lifetime. I can't believe it.
With that win and the over $1 million, your name's going to be inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. You're going to get the beautiful Monster headphones along with the gorgeous Hublot watch that every poker player wants to wear. Let's hear it for our champion, Daniel Strelitz.
Thank you, guys.
Lynn, back to you.
What a night for Daniel Strelitz, the season 15 LAPC champion. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The Bay 101 Casino in San Jose, California is famous for taking poker's biggest names, putting bounties on their heads, and calling them shooting stars. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that taking one out isn't easy, but that didn't stop players from around the world from coming out to do just that.
Here it is. The targets are all I'll be shooting for.
Busting one of the shooting stars earns you the medallion, $2,500, and a coveted custom t-shirt.
Yeah, see that? That's my face right there.
Look at this face. How can you not have them every year as a bounty?
Just threw away like 80% of my closet when we were moving and definitely kept the bounty shirts.
I'm not signing a shirt this year. The event is mine.
Dozens of bounties were on hand for the first of 2 starting days, and they were ready to get into action.
I want to bust me out some shooting stars today, hopefully.
As the players took their seats, Daniel Strelitz, fresh off his LAPC victory, had his eye on a new prize, Mike Lear's bounty. Another new champ, Emma Zajmovic, was making her first bounty appearance, and she got to see firsthand how players come after shooting stars. Emma's kings were outdrawn by her opponent's trip deuces on the turn, which made her the first one to have to turn over all the goodies and hit the rail.
I had what I like the most, a lot of action, great experience. I'm gonna be there tomorrow for sure.
Any player whose initial run fell short could take advantage of a single re-entry option on either of the starting days.
I'm protecting my bounty here.
Hall of Famer Todd Brunson has become a legend here at Bay 101 for his off-colour bounty shirt signatures. And Eddie Sabat was eager to get his hands on one. But to Todd's delight, Eddie was denied once again.
This is the only t-shirt I want. 2 years ago, I had a chance.
As other t-shirts and cash were handed out, it was easy to keep track of shooting star exits, including Mike Sexton and his friend Flippy.
My son gave them to me for good luck, and might not be lucky right now, but tomorrow's another day. We're going to come back and try again.
Others were having better luck. WPT Champions Club member Justin Young scored 2 bounties, but the 5K payday wasn't all he was after.
It's more about the chips and having a little bit of control over the rest of the table. Definitely good confidence.
Hall of Famer Eric Seidel and others took 2 the wrong way. After busting twice, they'd have to wait until next season to try again.
I'm outie.
Nearing the end of the night, Eddie Sabat got another chance at a famous Todd Brunson bounty tee. This time, his flopped straight held. And Todd rewarded him with one for the ages.
He signed it with a bunch of bad words. And if anybody knows Todd, it's all in good fun, and he's the most amazing person to play poker with.
Play wound down, and 119 survived to advance to day 2. 14 shooting stars remained, including Garrett Greer and Noah Schwartz. But it was Eddie Sabat who bagged the chip lead, which on each day 1 comes with a $10,000 cash bonus. And for Eddie, it marked another goal reached.
I don't think I've ever on a World Poker Tour event bagged the chip lead.
Shooting stars, players and fans geared up for another action-filled day at Bay 101. There was a fresh crop of elite shooting stars to take aim at, plus some returning on a second bullet, like Lonnie Harwood. Lonnie was out for revenge against Brian Piccioli, who captured her bounty last season on his way to a 3rd place finish. They got their chips in again this season versus each other. This time, Lonnie was ahead with a flopped flush draw versus Brian's straight draw, until Brian backdoored a flush of his own.
2 in a row. I got her last year, too. That's unreal. I gotta write you a bad message now.
Brian claimed another shirt to add to his collection, plus $2,500 cash. The strong turnout was approaching record numbers, and many eliminated players took another shot at the huge prize pool.
I'm just busted, but I get to fortunately re-enter, so let's have another go. Round 2.
Shooting stars James Calderero and Emma Zajmovic were both on their second bullet and having a great time. Then Emma shoved her ace-king suited into James's 10s. It was a classic race.
What's gonna happen on that river?
Until the 10 on the river sealed Emma's fate, and her time here was done.
Cards weren't on my good side, but I had an amazing time today. Really fun table, fun people watching.
The whole rail's rooting for me. Yes, tell them.
They make believe they were actually rooting for me, but they were rooting for Emma.
Thank you. 25-1, pays for dinner.
I got Jared Jaffe here now. He loves giving his chips to me, so hopefully he'll do it again.
A short time later, dinner was served when a juicy flop gave James a straight over Jared's trips.
Yeah, still pay for dinner.
It was good until it wasn't.
Of course, whether a hand is good or bad depends on which cards you hold.
Back in business.
Dennis Stevermer, on a family vacation from Minnesota, was thrilled to collect Maria Ho's bounty.
Sorry to see her go, but I was glad that everything worked out in my favor. She's a great player, and she's super nice.
And Maria fell short of besting last season's 6th place finish.
I try not to come in with a lot of expectation, but I'm a little disappointed, not gonna lie.
Chips continued to change hands as the registration period ended, and players continued to hit the rail.
Get 2 bounties? Get 2.
I hate you in my life.
Play for the day came to an end, and 145 players survived, including 19 shooting stars. The top 2 bagged over 300,000 chips, with Stephen Grainer collecting the $10,000 chip leader bonus for taking the top spot.
I play for the win. One hand at a time, one opponent at a time, one table at a time. I'm ready to go.
It's just so cool being at Shooting Stars, seeing all of the different stars here, just everyone in the same room. Bay Area Poker is awesome.
Excitement was in the air as the 264 remaining players combined for the start of day 2.
I won it last year, so it was my biggest win, so it's of course very special for me. I hope I will get back-to-back, but I don't think it will happen, maybe.
It's going to be a long day. We're going to break the bubble today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The Bay 101 tournament staff released the official numbers. A record-setting 806 entries created a prize pool of $5.7 million. 81 would make it in the money, including $1.3 million for the top prize. Certainly something to shoot for. 33 shooting stars were still in the mix and continue to fall, including Tyler Patterson falling to Brian Piccioli, who collected his 3rd bounty, the most accumulated by one player so far.
I like this place a lot. I got 3rd place last year in this, and I'm ready for another deep run.
But there were plenty of shooting star shirts yet to be signed, for better or worse.
I kind of want Sexton's. He's on such a heater, and it'd be nice to have revenge for that Montreal final table, but we'll see.
We got 4 bounties on the table. Tournament poker is like walking across a minefield. You can blow up at any time, so you got to be very careful.
The bounties don't mean nothing on day 2 here. We're late in the tournament, playing for $1.3 million. I just want to win the tournament and not play bad.
The numbers kept dwindling.
This is hard. Much easier sitting in the booth doing it and talking about it.
And as the money bubble approached, play shifted for some.
There's amateurs that are still left that are short on the bubble that really don't know what to do. They might get exploited a little bit.
At long last, the field thinned to 82, triggering hand-for-hand play. Mike Sexton was on the shortest of stacks, down to 5 big blinds, when he went all in with pocket queens, up against 2 bounty busters. Tuan Mai, who busted Richard Seymour earlier today, was holding ace-queen suited. Latvian Edwards Kudryovsis, with 2 bounties under his belt, including Mike's from day 1A, was holding pocket 8s. Mike was looking good, but the turn gave Tuan a real flush draw. A 6 on the river meant Mike tripled up, to the delight of his lucky charm, Flippy.
He's back on target now. 3 in a row. See that?
Hand-for-hand play was getting intense, and a crowd gathered for every all-in. Local player Oscar Zarate Ramirez took a chance versus Eddie Sabat's Kings with a gut shot straight flush draw. But Oscar came up short. Realizing they were all in the money, the room exploded into applause. With the crazy long bubble complete, it was time to spin up those short stacks. Making moves was the name of the game, creating a growing line at the payout desk. And play continued into the morning hours.
It's already 1:20. It's definitely going to be a long night. Maybe it was the long day getting me. I don't know.
Probably made a couple of bad decisions because I was tired.
Shooting star Garrett Greer got into a tangle with fellow shooting star Christian Harder when Garrett's flopped 2-pair was all in against Christian's set. The king on the turn did him no good, but a 10 on the river gave Garrett a bigger boat and a welcome double up.
Nice hand, Garrett. Nice hand.
After a long day came to an end, the field had been thinned to 44 players vying for the 7-figure payday. More than a few Champions Club members were still in the hunt, including Chino Ream and David Williams. But sitting in the top spots were Paul Volpe and Dan O'Brien, 2 elite players who know skill alone can't get you to a title.
I had aces like 3 times. I just won a ton of hands and then just had a great day.
These days are really long. I never get a good night's sleep during these like marathon tournaments.
I'm hoping to miss my flight at midnight and piece the land for it tomorrow.
Players settled in for battle at Bay 101 as they vied for the 6 seats at the final table.
What's up?
Mike Sexton was in the middle of the field and had a number of fans, including Doyle Brunson, cheering him on.
I haven't played this much poker in 2 weeks' time, in 20 years probably, so it's getting to me, wearing me out, but I'm going on adrenaline right now.
Early on, Eddie Sabat, the Day 1A chip leader, lost a flip against three-time WPT champ Chino Ream.
Sometimes you're on the right side of the coin, sometimes you're not. Only thing you do is just give yourself an opportunity to win, and I think I did that.
And players continued to fall. As the stack soared, the 100K plaques were put into play. Once down to 36 players, the dynamic changed as the tables were redrawn six-handed.
Way tougher because you don't have time to kind of fold and wait for hands. I mean, you got to get in there and play, or you're going to get attacked.
And play they did.
I think we're going to get down really quick to 18 players. All those chips are going to consolidate. You'll see some people probably get close to like 150 big blinds. You might even get like a chip leader with 200 big blinds or something.
I wish I could take it to the next level, beat these dang professional players.
Even shooting stars have to fall to earth sometimes.
This one hurts a little bit more than the rest. I don't know why. I guess I had some high hopes. I'm pretty disappointed on this one.
Local Tuan Mai, who tried to bust Mike Sexton on the money bubble, finally got his man with a flopped set. He scored his third bounty, adding to his $2 million+ chip stack.
Good luck, guys.
And sending the season 15 champion back to the booth. Sam Panzica was now the lone season 15 WPT champion still in the field as heavy hitters continued to hit the rail.
It's heartbreaking. It was going so well, and I had a lot of chips.
Luck ran out for Tuan Mai.
I play at this casino a lot. I live like 7 minutes away. Probably some of the best times of my life in the past few days.
And Day 1B chip leader Stephen Grainer, who also scored 3 bounties.
I'm a fortunate guy. As Park would say, life goes on.
When Chino Ream took out a devastated Igor Yaroshevsky, the remaining 7 combined to one table with 1 elimination left. Once the chip leader, Sergio Ido, was now all in with a short stack and saw his dreams dashed when the last bounty standing, Reiner Kemp, flopped a pair of deuces. The WPT final table was set with 3-time WPT champ Chino Ream holding an overwhelming chip lead. Can he win number 4? With over $1.3 million up top, these other hungry pros will surely give him a run for his money. Or will the lone amateur become the ultimate Cinderella story? No matter who wins this title, history will be made.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
The players at this table have significantly more experience than I have. For me to win this one would be amazing.
Anthony Spinella.
The whole final table is tough. I'm not going to want to get out of line to the point where I'm going to get myself in an awkward spot.
Reiner Kemp.
I would like to win the title to compete in the Tournament of Champions. I've gotten close a couple of times, and I'm hoping to get it done today.
Sam Panzica.
To win a second title would mean a lot. Being in a great group of people that have won 2 titles would be something special.
Chino Ream.
It's always good to win more titles, right? Who doesn't want as many titles as they could get? I do believe I'm lucky. So right now we're in a good position to win.
What a stellar group of finalists. But before they continue on their mission to take home a WPT title, let's gather some intel from our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on these players.
Lynn, I am wowed by the talent we have at this final table tonight. The 4 chip leaders, the guys sitting in seats 1, 2, 3, and 4, have over $25 million in live tournament winnings. The guy to watch tonight, though, is the big chip leader, Chino Ream. Chino is going for his 4th WPT title tonight, which would give him the all-time record for wins on the World Poker Tour. and Chino knows how to close. This is his 4th WPT final table appearance, and he's won all 3 of the other times that he's been here. That is amazing. But Vince, if we're going to see Chino make some WPT poker history tonight, it's not going to be a walk in the park for him, that's for sure.
No, Mike, this is a great table. You know, we have one last bounty standing, and that is Rainer Kemp from Germany. We met him last year at the WPT Montreal, and since then he has made $8 million. How do you do that? Fantastic. But also we have a guy that's going after his 2nd title of the season. That is Sam Pansica, very tough player. And of course, Paul Volpe. We've seen him a few times at a final table on the World Poker Tour. He's never taken down a title, but he's taken home over $5 million in poker earnings. Lynn, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage caught up with the man of the hour, Chino Ream.
Chino, you're the big chip leader tonight. You're one of 5 players with 3 WPT titles. What would it mean for you to be the first to win 4?
It'd be really cool. I mean, yeah, I'd be the only one, so it'd be awesome. I just hope we continue to run good.
All right, you got a lot of support out there, so good luck to you tonight.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So will Chino make history and win a record-setting 4th WPT title? Play is about to begin, so let's head down to the table.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Chino Ream well out in front, nearly 10.8 million. Rainer Kemp in 2nd place, just over 3.6 million.
Yeah, winner's going to take home close to 1.4 million, and of course gets that beautiful Hublot watch to go with his championship. And he's just starting at 10,000. Blinds of 40 and 80. Actually going to Sam Pansica. Young poker professional looks down at a king, queen, and he will make it 175,000 to go.
Well, we saw Sam win an event earlier this season at Best Bet in Jacksonville, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. Folded around to Paul Volpe. Looks at 2 jacks and just calls, Vince. Does not re-raise.
175.
Chino Ream with Queen 3 says, I'm fine with that. Let's see a flop.
And flop comes Ace King 6. So Sam takes the lead with 2 kings now. It's check to him.
Yeah, makes a bet of 250. 24-year-old poker pro. It is going to work. Hand number 1 going to Sam.
Do you have a pair?
I did have a pair. You feel better?
Kings are better?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I played my hand super nitty. Had a big hand.
Jacks?
Something like that.
Rainer Kemp, Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Likes it. First position. He will make it 170 to go.
170 total.
Well, he's raised and everyone is running away.
Good bluff, bro.
Thanks, got him.
Way to get it in there.
Now Rainer, the last bounty standing, gets to collect his own bounty if he wins this tournament.
Being a bounty did have some advantages in the beginning. People were very eager on playing pots with me, but once the tournament got deeper, they kind of stopped doing that. The table today is definitely tougher than I would have expected it to be. Chino is in the driver's seat, but everyone else on the table is pretty experienced, and we're all waiting for our spot. I mean, I would like to win it. I was actually kind of disappointed on missing out on it in Montreal, because I thought I was really close at some point.
He is going to be out in 3rd place, but Vince, all you can do is salute all 3 of these guys for the battle they put on here tonight.
So there's some additional motivation right there.
He's 27 years old, lifetime earnings of over $9 million. This is his 2nd final table on the World Poker Tour. What a player he is. As we move back to the action, Dennis Stever Murray, the oldest player at the table, 56 years old, out of Minnesota. He quickly folds.
Flops king 5-6.
Spinella and Volpe also going out. Chino Ream taking a break.
Well, Sam looks down at the suited connectors. You always like to see flops with those hands.
Just going to call it, though, Mike. And Rainer Kemp with an awful 4-10.
I've got the Highway Patrol hand, the 10-4.
And he will not press, so we're going to see another flop without a raise. 6-7 versus 10-4, and the flop is an ace, queen, deuce, helps neither player.
Now Sam is going to try to just take this pot away from Reiner. And it's going to be easily done with his hand. So nice bet there by Sam Panzica. And there's Sam's mom, Amelia. Then she flew in last night, got here early this morning to surprise him at this final table.
How are you?
And he is surprised. You never get smiles out of Sam Panzica very often. He's smiling now. Mom's in the house. Let's see what a good luck charm she can be for him.
Well, Mike, here we are in San Jose, California at the Bay 101 Shooting Star, where we both had bounties on our heads, of course. And it kind of reminds me of the classic Westerns. Maybe you heard of the Magnificent Seven? Well, here's a group that may be new to you, the Superb Six.
I'm Kathy. I qualified on Club WPT and cash for $1,200.
I cashed out in 197th place for $1,500, and I owe this all to ClubWPT.com.
I can't believe I cashed in a WPT event.
Cash for $1,200. And if you play enough on Club WPT, you can play with the big boys in Vegas or any place.
I cashed for $2,500 in the WPT 500. I would definitely encourage other players to play on Club WPT, where you never spend a dime playing online.
Those qualifiers turned a free roll into real cash, and you can do the same. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, I lost more than a dime here as one of the bounties here this week. And I didn't like it.
Well, these 6 players like it, I can tell you. They're all getting a big payday. Just a matter of how much. Chino Reem well out in front still, $10.5 million. Just a huge chip lead with 6 players left.
Let's go to the felt pole. Volpe quickly folding, and now Chino Reem, our chip leader, makes a raise with his king-jack to 180 to go. Sam going out.
Well, Reiner Kemp has the suited connectors, the Jack-10. We all like to see flops with those hands, and Reiner makes the call. Dennis out. Anthony with junk. He goes out.
What'd you start with? 3. Okay, thank you.
Flop comes up at king, 8-7. That's good for Chino, hitting kings.
Yeah, Chino's flop top pair. Reiner, as you can see, a gut shot straight in the backdoor flush draw.
200,000 bet into Reiner.
And Reiner going to make the call. Well, an ace comes off. Probably a card neither one is happy about seeing.
Chino checks.
Reiner with the 2-way straight draw, he checks now. And a 10 comes off, giving Reiner a pair of 10s, but Chino, best hand with 2 kings, he's going to check. Reiner has check down value, but his hand's not good enough. Chino going to win the pot with 2 kings. Chino going for his 4th WPT title tonight, which would put him ahead of everyone else in the history of the World Poker Tour if he gets that 4th win.
Yeah, pretty amazing talent. He is 36 years old, out of LA. And right now the antes are going up to 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100. And Anthony Spinella,
15K.
he grew up in Long Island, lives in Vegas now. Tough poker pro.
Vince, how about this stat? If Chino Reem wins this tournament tonight, it'll be the 5th time he's cashed for more than $1 million in one poker tournament. That is astounding.
That really is. All right, Spinella with queen, 9 of spades, going to get aggressive. Makes it 225 to go. Volpe going out. Chino Reem also folding. And now Sam Panzica picks up ace-king.
Yeah, he's got position. He's got more chips, so he's going to 3-bet it right here.
Yeah, 550 total. Right back on Spinella.
You can just look at his face and see he's not happy.
Spinella doesn't wear shoes at the poker table, says he wants to be comfortable.
Oh, brother, did you have to share that with us? God. You're going to lose all his action in this upcoming game, Vince.
Well, he has folded. That'll make your toes curl. And he goes out.
Who knows? Maybe Sam was just clicking. I like it if you were. I mean, Sam's come to play.
All right, into this hand. Paul Volpe going out, Gina Ream going out, Sam out. Reiner Kemp. Reiner likes his hand. Makes it 250 to go with a 6-7.
Just raising it with the 76 trombones, but Dennis moving all in over the top here.
Take that.
For 670,000.
Good luck, Dennis.
670,000.
But look at this. Reiner says, I'm priced in. I'm going to make the call. They turn him up.
I had a jack and a 9.
You got what you hoped for.
You're straight out, it's gone.
Reiner did get what he hoped for here, where his opponent's got 2 overcards, where he's only about a 2-to-1 dog.
Dennis Stevermer, 56 years old, out of Minnesota. Can he get lucky here? The flop's a jack 10-3.
So far, so good for Dennis. Out in front with the ace-king.
Turn is a jack. That's great for Dennis.
Reiner needs a 6 or a 7 to eliminate Dennis on the river here.
That would be ugly. Dennis from Minnesota sweating out the last card.
Oh, boy.
Big moment for him.
The gopher looking to go into a hole, maybe. No, it's a 10. His hand is going to hold up. The gopher survives. They call him Gopher, Vince, because he's from Minnesota. It's his nickname, Gopher.
Buckle up, boys. It's gonna be a little ride. You can smile. You just won.
That was my smile.
All right. You can do better.
It's really special because the people in San Jose just really love poker. There's so many awesome fans and just so many nice people that are really excited to see us here and to talk to us.
I grew up not far from here. I've lived here for like 25 years. So I would come out and watch the players as well. And the fans are thrilled to be this close to the superstars.
It's a great venue, great place. The atmosphere here is great. The people are great. Staff's great. Everything's great. The food's good. Had a great time and really was a fun tournament.
All right, now Gina Ream out in front with 10.8 million in chips. Sam Pazika in second chip position. The winner's going to get close to 1.4 million. It's a record here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
Kid in the park.
And we go down to the felt action on Chino. As he looks down at an ace-7.
We're playing 51.
Chino likes that hand. It's going to make it 225 to go.
Chino likes most hands.
Yep, he plays a loose, aggressive game. Very clever player. He's so talented he gets to play a lot of hands.
How about he's been at 3 WPT final tables before, and he's won all 3 times.
Amazing. Now look at this. Everyone's folded, but Paul Volpe has woken up with a pair of 10s. Then he says all in.
They're not going to let Chino outplay him after the flop, that's for sure.
We woke up with it. Yeah, Paulie woke up with it. That's all right. You're allowed. You are allowed. Woke up with a hand I'm supposed to be reshoving. But I did not want to hear you say call quickly. Ace queen? No, pair. 8s? 1 better. 9s? Yeah. You definitely don't want me here to, yeah.
Paul Volpe, extremely respected in the high-stakes poker community.
Yeah, he grew up in West Philly. He was one of 6 kids raised by a single mom. He has some talent in this game of poker. And Reiner Kemp now with the 10s. And he will make a raise, total of 210. Dennis going out. Spinella not going to play. Volpe also folding. So Gina Ream with Woolworth's hand, 5 and 10. Not going to play it.
Well, Sam looks down at ace-queen. He's definitely going to play. But he just calls, doesn't raise.
2 nice hands, 10s versus ace-queen. And the flop is a queen-jack 5.
Well, very nice flop there for Sam. He's going to check.
And the German, a lot of guts to make the continuation bet with 2 overcards, but he's going to do that. Looks like 140 to find out where he is.
Well, Sam's just going to call, doesn't raise.
Yeah, he's going to milk that Holstein. And a 9 on the turn. 3 hearts out there, straight possibilities.
Either player has a heart. Sam's going to check. Reiner checks behind him with the open-end straight draw now as well. And an ace comes off. This gives Sam a top 2 pair, the best hand. And he is definitely going to get the W in this pot unless something crazy happens. And by that I mean something like Reiner going all in and not getting called.
Well, Panzika's going to bet 375, and the German has got to be disillusioned by that.
Man, I just can't see him going any farther with 3 overcards out there and a possible straight, possible flush. And he does the right thing. Reiner gives it up. So Sam Panzika taking down another pot here.
Yeah, there's his mom in the audience. Can't wipe the smile off her face.
Incidentally, if Sam wins this, Vince, he goes past me in the WPT Player of the Year race, where I'm now sitting in 2nd position. But he deserves to go past me if he gets 2 W's in the same season.
I hate to see someone go past you when you're just sitting here.
Oh, man.
You have nothing. You're very vulnerable. I feel bad for you. All right, into this hand. Spinella has raised to 225 with a king, queen. Everyone folds but Chino with ace-jack.
Call.
Got to make this call. And Reiner with 10-7.
Well, he's in the big blind. He's looking at how much money's sitting out there. He said, let me just go ahead and call here. Maybe I'll hit a lightning flop. So 3-way action. 8-4 deuce, no help to anybody. Reiner checks. See if Anthony will make a continuation bet here with just king high. Yeah, he's doing it. Give him credit.
Yeah, it's going to stick out 280. Now Chino Ream.
We know Chino doesn't like to give up pots, but he is going to give this hand up. Reiner is as well, so nicely done there by Anthony.
Should have done it. Did it. It's okay.
It's okay. You'll do it next time.
It's okay.
Thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Chino Ream came to this final table with 10.6 million. He's got $1 million more since we started here. Massive chip lead over the others.
Reiner Kemp and Dennis Stevermer on the short stacks as we go down to the felt. A quick fold by Panzika, and Reiner now looks down at a queen 9 of hearts. And he will pop it up to 215 total. Dennis from Minnesota goes out. Spinella also going away.
Paul out as well. Chino in the big blind as a defender, as we say. He doesn't like to give people his big blind. Here he's going to make the call with the king deuce offsuit.
And the flop is a 10-8 deuce 2 hearts. That is very good for Reiner.
Well, Chino's out front with 2 deuces, but Reiner has the flush draw and gut shot straight draw and 2 overcards, the mathematical favorite to win this pot.
He's bet 305, but Chino, getting stubborn here, makes this call with the deuces. All right, going to the turn. Let's see if a flush appears for Reiner.
Well, an ace comes off.
Check.
That no help to either player. Chino checks, and Reiner
whoa,
is moving all in here.
Gutsy move.
Show the bluff.
1.1.
Show it. Show it. You show, I'll show one hand. A different hand.
And I can ask at any time?
The pot has to be this big.
No, he has to be able to ask at any time if you want to.
Yeah, this is any hand between me and you.
He's putting stipulations on things now. With all those stipulations, Reiner just mucked his hand so Chino doesn't get to see it.
No, they're reasonable. Yeah. He declines.
Yeah, it does limit limit the options a lot, though.
And we move on. Dennis this time picking up tens.
All in.
Well, there you go. He's just moving in with him. That's exactly what Paul Volpe did when he had him. Just move in. They can't outplay you after the flop, that's for sure, if you move in. But wow, Reiner now with a tough decision as to what to do. This is exactly what I consider the borderline hand, whether you call or not.
Yeah, ace queen.
Can I get a count?
Dennis Stevermer, 56 years old. He owns a metal processing plant. He's a recreational player, and right now he is shoved, and he may get called down by the German.
Well, Reiner in a tough spot. You just don't put a recreational player on any kind of bluff in this situation for all their chips at the final table. You're going to put him on a hand. And if you make a call and he shows you ace-king, you just feel like a complete idiot for putting your money in there.
Dennis has knocked out shooting stars Maria Ho and Pat Lyons in this. Made the final table. Will he win this hand? Yes, he does, Mike.
Well, Reiner lays it down. I think a good decision by him.
That is going to make you look really, really good on TV.
The businessman from St. Paul, Minnesota, taking us to these pros.
Poker is about making good decisions, okay? And that's what it is about business too. Making good decisions makes for a successful business. I own flame metals processing. We heat treat metal to make it harder. It's a metallurgical service. Poker for me is really just about fun. And if I can make money doing it, that's even better. There's enough luck in poker where a recreational player like myself still has a good chance against a pro. But there's enough skills where the pros certainly have an advantage. I'm going to try not to look foolish and do something stupid on national television. Hopefully Vince will be saying that I've got the weapons of mass destruction. That would be my goal.
That's a good goal. There you go, Vinny. You got a little plug there.
Yeah, I'll say that you had a pair of tens, though, and you played them nicely.
See, your lines are so famous around the country, you don't even know about it.
Well, it's nice to see a recreational player like Dennis doing so well here tonight.
Vince, he plans his vacations around poker tournaments.
Back to this hand. Sand has raised with Jack 8, and now Reiner Kemp with Ace 5.
All in.
Oh, he's going to shove. Dennis out, Sam out.
Nice all-in bet there by Reiner.
So Reiner Kemp getting aggressive, taking that one down. 6 players remain here on the World Poker Tour. We're coming back for more. Stay with us. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. For this event, 6 players remain.
Yeah, not much change, especially at the top. Chino Reem well out in front with about 11 million in chips. His nearest opponent has under 4 million, so Chino just in great shape to take down his 4th WPT title tonight. Let's see if we can do it.
Okay, we got 3 folds in a row. Around to the businessman, Dennis Stevermer. He's got ace queen.
Well, he's on the short stack here.
All in.
And he's going to ship it all.
What do you have over there, Paul?
1.9 something.
Spinella with a nothing hand. Goes away.
A little reshove, but cannot call.
Volpe with a little pair of deuces.
And lays him down. Now, if he got a chance to act first, he might have moved in and played that hand, but you just don't want to call a guy who's all in with 2 deuces, knowing the best you can be is in a race.
And Dennis Stevermer taking that pot down. This is his first final table, his 2nd WPT cash. And we move on. Dennis going out, and now Spinella picks up ace-king. He's getting the chips out. Yep, 225. Volpe goes out. Chino, very patient. Sam out.
So around to Reiner. Now Reiner has the king-deuce offsuit. We saw Chino defend with this hand earlier at this final table. Reiner going to do the same thing here.
And the flop is an ace-king 7. Oh, my.
Well, 3 diamonds on the board. Neither player has one, but Anthony going to be liking his hand, aces and kings.
Reiner just with kings. And Anthony's gonna get out the chips, it appears. Makes the bet of 280. Reiner with no diamond, just a king.
If Reiner had the deuce of diamonds instead of deuce of clubs, slight chance he'd make that call, but he just gives it up.
To Anthony Spinella. Lives in Vegas now, and he's a new dad. 5-month-old baby boy.
Yeah, it's his second WPT final table. Back in season 14, he came to the LAPC final table with the chip lead, Vince, and went out 6th place. He was very devastated by that performance. He's hoping to make up for that tonight.
Yeah, action goes to him. Ace-9 in first position. He's going to give that one up. Volpe also going out. Chino Reem now picks up a real hand, pair of kings.
225.
There you go, Chino. Tired of all that patient stuff. He finally gets a quality hand now. Reiner with Ace-9.
Well, Vince, against any other player, he might just call or even throw this hand away, but against the wide range of raising hands that Chino shows down, this is the kind of hand that can well be playable.
All in.
And it certainly is for all his chips.
A call.
A snap call by Chino. Reiner Kemp, the German, in dire straits here. Could be eliminated in 6th place unless he gets very lucky.
Reiner just hoping against hope. His man on his right didn't have much. Of course, that's not the case. Chino wakes up with a big one here.
You know, even Chino catches a hand once in a while. He's got one here. Let's see if it holds. Oh, great flop for Chino. 7-6-3 all hearts, and Chino has the king of hearts.
Reiner, no heart, no pair. Needs luck. Not there. Pair of threes on the board.
And the ace of clubs is the only card Reiner can catch to stay alive. A one-outer.
Chino Reem looking great. Going to the last card.
Well, an 8 comes off. As you can see, takes off his bounty badge. Going to give it to Chino Reem. Shake hands. Good sport. The likable German out tonight in 6th place, Vince. And many would not have predicted that. Well, Vince, that's the problem of being a bounty, as we will know. When you bust out, you got to stick around and sign a T-shirt. You just want to race to the bar.
That's right. We have our first victim, the first body thrown into the bay here at San Jose. That is Reiner. He'll pick up $188,000. Let's talk to our victim.
How much does it hurt to come so close to that TOC seat and your first World Poker Tour title?
I never really won a tournament with more than like 50 runners or something, so every time you get that far, it obviously hurts a little to be stopped in whatever way.
You were the last bounty standing, so there is some honor in that, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Our 5 players are still reaching for the $1.3 million first place prize and a WPT title. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight in San Jose, California, coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star continues. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. It's been an exciting final table thus far, and one of these talented players will become our next WPT champion. Here to share their insight on all the action are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, then, what a lineup we've got at this final table tonight. Just phenomenal poker players. I'm talking about guys that play a lot of pots. They don't sit around wait for aces and kings. They're in action. Obviously, all eyes are on the chip leader, Chino Reem. This is his 4th final table appearance on the World Poker Tour. The other 3 times he's got here, he's won every time. Incredible, Vince. Can he take his 4th tonight?
Well, it is exciting. The crowd loves the guy. Sam Pansica hanging around, going after his 2nd WPT title of the season. And then, of course, we have the non-professional at the table, Dennis Stiepermer from Minnesota. You know, he came to this tournament. He was on vacation with his wife. She's in the stands now. And they have an agreement. He said, I'm just going to play 1 poker tournament per month. He's picked the right one. He's in there for the big bucks.
Thanks, guys. We're clearly in for a good one tonight, so let's head back to the felt.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Chino Reem well in front, nearly a 10 million chip lead over the 2nd place guy, Sam Pansica. Incredible.
Yeah, Mike, and the winner's going to get close to $1.4 million in cash and also pick up the beautiful Hublot watch. Get his name put on the Champions Cup. Well, here we go. Five-handed action. And look at this. Paul Volpe first to act. He's got a pair of aces.
Well, he had to look down twice, Vince, to make sure they were for real.
He's raised at 200. Right behind him, our chip leader, Chino Ream, with ace-queen.
7-5. Sorry. Am I allowed to ask this right now? Like, who's got the most between you four? Can I?
He does.
Am I allowed
he
to
does
ask?
like, what, 3.8? 3-4.
3-4.
3-4.
Thank you very much. I make it 6.
Chino's going to go to 600,000. Couple folds behind him. Anthony Spinella also folding now, back on Volpe.
Following. Yeah, good luck.
He is pushed all in.
Well, all in and called.
Sorry if you lose this one.
Not the hand Chino wants to see, obviously.
I waited for that. You did. You waited patiently. So listen, I'm very sorry if I do this. All good.
Paul Volpe in great shape to double up here. Right now, Paul is in 5th chip position, but he'll be virtually tied for 2nd chip position if the aces hold up, which obviously they're big favorite to do so.
Here's the flop. It's an ace-10-6.
The 10 was good, you know? We need paint. Exactly, King Jack, right? Or Jack King. That's it.
But Chino needs 2 runners to stay alive. In terms of winning this pot, he doesn't do it as the deuce comes on the turn.
1.7.
Just like that, Paul Volpe doubling up.
If I call, whatever, it doesn't matter. Well, I'll place the same. Yeah.
Well, Paul Volpe just doubled up with 2 aces, and you just dream about moving all in and getting called when you have 2 aces. They beat him, but you just can't do any better than that than get your money in before the flop with them. Paul Volpe doing that, but certainly can't blame Chino Ream for calling there with all his chips and having an ace-queen against a very aggressive player that could have any hand and move all in.
Volpe from West Philly was one of 6 kids growing up, single mom. He's made his living at poker, become one of the big names of the game.
Fine for you. As well.
As we move on, Dennis Stevermer, non-professional, he has ace-5 of spades. Makes it 225 to go. Couple folds behind him.
You started with what?
2.
2 million.
Chino Ream is slowing down the pace with a 3-deuce.
Someone's down. Wasting time is a better word for it.
Okay, he goes out finally. Now Sam Panzica with an 8-7. Already has money in there, so he'll make the call. Here come the first 3. It's an ace-5.
How about this flop for Dennis? He's flopped the stone cold nuts. Aces full of 5s.
Wow.
Well, he's going to check here, of course.
Smart play.
He's praying for his opponent to hit something or make a stab at this pot.
King on the turn.
See what Sam Panzica does. He's going to check. Now, if you're Dennis, you want to try to get some money. Maybe the guy hit a king. You know?
Just check again.
Maybe he'll check raise you to try to bluff you or something.
He chased him away.
So no action after a flop like that. A little depressing.
Dennis owns a metal processing plant in Minnesota. He's a family man. He's been playing recreationally for 5 years, Mike.
He schedules his vacations, Vince, around poker tournaments so he can play them.
Love it.
If he wins tonight, his wife will be telling him to take a few more vacations.
All right, the blinds have got up to 61-20 with the 20,000 ante. And look at this, Panzica with ace-king has moved it to 250 to go.
Well, I mean, action on Anthony.
Yeah, king 8 of hearts. He's made this call, and Volpe with a queen 6 with money in already. Makes the call as well.
So 3-way action here. Sam out in front with the ace-king. But out in front, no more, as it comes queen, 3-deuce, 2 spades.
Yep, good for Volpe, but Volpe's going to check it, hoping to get a bet by Sam, but does not. They all check.
Oh, and a king comes off. So both Anthony and Sam hit the king. Sam out in front, obviously top pair, top kicker. But Volpe, hoping neither one of them hit it, is now going to bet his 2 queens, but...
He's going backwards.
Yep, too late, Paul. Well, there are 3 spades out there. So you don't want to fall into the trap of giving all your money away to a spade flush in case he had that. Sam just calling here with the 2 kings. And now what do you do if you're Anthony? Looks like he's going to call too. So we still have 3-way action.
One too many.
Yeah, to the discomfort for Paul Volpe.
Well, Anthony hoping they're drawing out a flush or a straight or bluffing.
River card, 9 of diamonds.
There's a possible straight out there now. Anthony checks his kings. Volpe checks his queens.
Very nitty check.
Ace king.
Oh, sorry. Sounds like you win. Huh? Sounds like you win.
Ace king.
Anthony turnover.
With a spade. Club.
You had a king too? Not a king. Nice hand.
So Sam Panzica taking this one down.
You showed a queen?
There's his mom in the audience.
As we near the end of season 15 on the World Poker Tour, there are only a few opportunities left for players to earn coveted WPT Hublot Player of the Year points. Our own Mike Sexton has so far put the biggest dent in Benjamin Zamani's lead, thanks to making the final table at LAPC and his 22nd place finish this week at Bay 101. Mike now sits just 400 points behind Benjamin. But we'll also be on the lookout for Sam Panzica, who can jump Mike with a 3rd place finish or higher and be just 50 points shy of Benjamin with a win. This is sure proving to be a race to the finish, and I cannot wait to see who comes out on top. Now, play is set to resume here in San Jose, so let's get down to the felt.
At least I'm in the hunt, Benny.
Well, you've been impressive. 1 title already.
Yeah, it's been a good season. Can't complain.
What are you credited to, Mike? Your phenomenal play.
Good luck, I can tell you that. I feel like I'm playing the same, but hands are holding up this year, and it's just been nice to see. Nice to be lucky once in a while, I can tell you. There's hope for everybody.
Let's go.
All right, we move on. It's just been called by Volpe.
I like playing flops. How come Volpe's the only one playing flops with me, boys?
And Chino just checks.
We are going to see the flop. It's a king, queen, 10.
Well, Volpe flops top pair and reaching for betting money. Chino with 2nd pair and a straight draw. Even though it's a sucker straight draw, going to make the call. Now Jack comes off.
Ooh.
Chino makes a straight, but as I said, the sucker straight, so.
Volpe's going to slow down and check. Chino going to check as well.
Now the board pairs queens. Well, again, Paul checks, and I think Chino try to get a little value bet in here right now. 300,000.
Can't beat a 9, can't beat a queen. Can't beat bad diamonds. Good news for me. Yeah, I got a king, obviously. Wow. Good news for you, huh? Maybe. So much, but so little. 300. Folding every rarity tonight. You gotta call at some point. I know. Well, maybe. You could keep folding, obviously. I know. I don't mind. Well, you said you've had it every time, so. You claimed. But I have claimed. I don't think you'd lie on TV. You never know. What can I do? Queen Jack 10. God, would you check back at Jack?
It's a curiosity call, Vince.
Good hand.
Paul makes the call. Chino takes the pot with the king eye straight to extend his chip lead.
You know, normally for me when I win a tournament, it's a little bit of a roller coaster. Players who've been playing with me long enough, they know if I go on tilt, all those chips are in play. In a very, not hard to get my chips way. You got me to fold. I was gonna call you. The extremes are so different when I'm playing very good or if I go on tilt. It might be the worst bet I could ever make in my life. I always have confidence in myself that if I'm still in, then I can win. I'm a big optimist. You know, you always gotta believe. You lucky. Rather be lucky than good. If it's meant to be for me to win number 4, it's gonna happen. If it's not, it wasn't meant to be.
Now, that's a great attitude, no doubt about it. But right now, I'm sure he's thinking it's meant to be for me to get that 4th WPT title more than anybody else in the history of the World Poker Tour, especially with this kind of chip lead.
13.2 in chips. Blinds are 61-20. Let's go to the felt. Sam quickly folds. Steve Vermeer, the businessman from Minnesota also going out. Spinella.
He's got the Jack-3 of hearts. He's on the button. He's going to raise it to $250,000.
Yeah, Volpe out and Chino with ace-8.
Call.
Says call. So Jack-3 of hearts versus ace-8, and the flop is a king-9 deuce, all hearts. Spinella has flopped a flush.
A miracle flop for Anthony, but Chino, with the ace of hearts, a key card, as we say, could get in serious trouble in this hand.
Yeah, that's a bet by Spinella of $250.
All in?
Wow.
And Chino going all in with the ace of hearts, quickly getting called by Anthony. So Chino is going to have to hit a heart to win this pot.
See what happens.
Yeah, but Chino says he's been running lucky lately.
You know what we need?
Delicious, Daddy. 7 out, line away.
7 outs? Is that what it is?
Let's see the turn.
Heart attack.
And that, no heart there. 9 of clubs on the turn.
Nice. What's she got? Like 2?
6 hearts.
What?
5 of hearts.
Let's see the river.
Going to the river. Can Chino make it happen? Not to be. A jack of spades hits on the river.
Nice hit. Anthony wants to fade it.
So the first hit for Chino Ream at this final table. He still has a nice chip lead. No reason to spew off chips at this point.
I'm trying to get this shit over with.
It's all good.
Well, of course it's all good, but I'm trying to get it all over with. That looks like a lot.
It's a healthy amount. We were working it up.
3, 6. You did good.
Then you catapulted us. Thanks.
Catapulted you right in the game.
Big turning point right now.
Game on, boys.
Game on.
Welcome back to the Bay 101 Shooting Star in San Jose, California, here on the World Poker Tour.
Well, Chino Ream still out in front, but only has 9.2 million. Anthony Spinella with 8 million now in second chip position.
How much do you have now?
I don't know. It's going to take me a while to count all these.
We're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, you can do the math.
Well, 3.6, but there's more.
You can do the math.
Right. You got like 8 million?
There was 560, 660 in pre-flop, and then 3.6 from each of us on the flop, so there's like 8 million now.
And Spinella.
He's giving Chino a little math lesson there.
And now Volpe with a king-7 of clubs.
Yeah, he's going to raise it on the button. Makes it 250,000 to go. Chino is going to make the call with just a queen deuce here in the small blind.
Are you steamed up? A little bit. A little bit. I was waiting for you to ask me because you already knew the answer to that. If I said no, I'd be lying. Check.
And the flop is a jack 7-5. They both check here.
Check.
King on the turn. That gives Volpe kings.
And 7s. Top and bottom pair. Obviously going to bet here. There are 3 hearts on the board.
Volpe bets 375. Chino
Yeah,
goes
that was
out.
A very steam call.
Well, a steam call. I like that phrase.
I didn't. That was a straight steam call. You got a free steam call.
You double 2 guys up, you do want to get your chips back right away. That's why Chino made the call, but didn't lose any more money with it. Back to the action.
Yeah, Spinella this time with ace deuce in first position. He's got close to 8 million, and he will raise it to 250. Volpe out. And Chino with the quality king, queen of diamonds.
Now we're going, I'm gonna wait. I want to know, please.
I told you, 8 million.
All right.
3.6 times
All right,
2 plus 660.
Thank you, Anthony.
7.85000, if you would like the exact number.
Thank you.
I'm trying to count myself, but I already counted it for you, so to be asked again is like a little impeding.
Take your time, my man.
Cool, what's the bet?
600.
600. Good wager.
Thank you.
And Spinella a little annoyed by being asked so much.
Don't get mad at me if I ask twice. I might
How
ask
many
twice.
chips he has.
You can definitely ask twice. It's just if I just told you, and I'm still trying to figure it out myself, trust me that I gave you the right answer.
Show a little faith. Right?
Just have a little faith.
Just have a little trust in a friend, you know? Was that a steam raise?
No, that was we had it.
Certainly Chino has a right to know how many chips the guy's got. Now, there's a couple WPT champions. James Calderero, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, rooting Chino on here at this final table.
Okay.
All right, blinds are going up to 75, 150. Chino Ream with about 9-6 in chips. And Spinella in second chip position with 7-5 at this moment. He quickly folds. Volpe now also folding.
What are we playing?
And Chino with the button and a king 9 perks up, makes it 325 to go.
It never stops. You guys are sick.
Well, Dennis with the ace-8 of diamonds.
Solid.
Yep.
Wow, a nice all-in bet by him.
I think I have to call you with a bad hand.
1.4?
Yeah. 1.4. Wait. 1,400,000. What are we playing? 10 bigs? All right, I call. Good luck.
Wow.
Hope I'm live. All right.
Now, this is a gambling call, in my opinion, Vince. Another 1.1 million here with King 9 offsuit, when it's almost for sure you're going to be behind. If a guy had 2 8s where you'd be racing, that's the best you can hope for in this spot, but otherwise, you're at least a 3-2 dog like he is.
Well, the flop is a 9-7-6.
I'm a dog no more. Chino takes the lead with top pair. Dennis with the open-end straight draw, of course.
You can turn me dead to a chop.
Dennis Stevermer, a big tournament for him, and now he needs luck. 4 hearts on the turn.
Don't want to see 2 crosses. I will take 3 sides.
Yeah, must catch a 5, a 10 to make a straight, or an ace for the best hand. Only those 3 cards will do for Dennis.
It's going to be an ace.
Let's see the river.
And the river's a queen.
It's a queen. So just like that, the non-pro at the table gets outdrawn to get knocked out of this tournament, Vince.
Back to the house.
Well, Dennis, welcome to Tournament Poker. Get your money with the best hand and get outdrawn by some pro. Knocked him out in 5th place, but what a week Dennis had, Vince. Played great all week to make it to this final table. Just a great show for a non-professional player to get this far in this event.
Yeah, Dennis is out. Back to Minnesota to shovel some snow. Let's go talk to Dennis. He'll take home $243,000.
Dennis, you say you only play 1 tournament a month.
Yes.
How do you think you performed this week?
This has been a pretty good month. I'm really happy with playing the Bay 101. It's my first time playing this tournament. Obviously, I wish it could have gone a little bit better, losing that last hand, but very happy with how it turned out and just very happy with this whole tournament.
You're not a professional poker player. You ready to go back to work?
I'm definitely ready to go back to work.
All right. Thanks a lot.
The journey has ended for Dennis Stevermer, who is out in 5th place. Playing amongst the stars can be tough, and if you're not careful, you might get burned. Tony Dunst has tonight's Raw Deal next.
Vince, people ask all the time, can you really win on Club WPT?
Well, Mike, with $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month, the answer is yes.
Find out for yourself. Sign up at clubwpt.com.
There are some exceptional players remaining here at Bay 101, but Tony Dunst is about to take exception with one of them in the Raw Deal.
Say what you will about Chino Ream, but a final table with him will never be boring.
Buckle up, boys. It's gonna be a little ride. Have some fun, though.
Whether you tuned in for table talk or fast action, Chino's got you covered. But does being the most entertaining man at the table help his chances of winning? Let's break it down. We start with Anthony Spinella raising Jack 3 suited into Chino's big blind and doing his best to contain his excitement when he flops a flush. Even better for Anthony,
all in.
Chino check shoves on him with the ace-high flush draw without knowing how much he's putting at risk. Anthony started the hand with nearly 4 million, or as Chino puts it,
what's he got, like 2, whatever.
Shoving into someone without knowing their stack size is pretty laughable. But I guess when you have somewhere really important to be,
I'm trying to get the over with,
it becomes more understandable. It's only after the hand that Chino becomes curious about Anthony's stack.
How much do you have now?
You can do the math.
Meanwhile, he's calling raises out of the small blind with queen deuce and admitting to Paul Volpe that he's steaming.
He's steamed up. A little bit. A little bit.
Sounds like a good plan to me. One hand later, and he's still asking about Anthony's stack size, which elicits a curt reply from one of the nicest guys in poker.
I want to know.
I told you, 8 million.
Meanwhile, Paul Volpe is loving the show and getting free information.
Show a little faith.
Let's have a little faith.
Was that a steam raise?
No, that was beheaded.
While I'm over here wondering if this is really a final table where they're playing for $1.3 million. Which brings us back to the original question. Are Chino's antics helping him win? Hell no! He's playing ridiculous and thinking out loud. But will any of you turn off the TV? I doubt it.
Well, Tony says he's playing bad, but all I know is this. He's been at 3 WPT final tables before. He's taken the title all 3 times. That's batting 1,000 in my book. And he's still got a good shot to win here tonight.
That is Chino poker. We're seeing it here tonight, but right now, in this hand, Anthony Spinella has picked up a pair of aces. And he'll raise to 300,000. Volpe out. Chino with a 6-7.
Chino, don't do it.
7?
Don't do it.
Well, he's done it. He's going to raise with 6-7. Sam goes away.
What'd you start with?
11?
It's just like he's got a vendetta with Spinella here that he doubled him up there a minute ago, trying to get his chips back or bully him around, but you don't bully bullets around, I can tell you that. Anthony knows the way he's playing. He's calling any re-raises, so you might as well get in a nice one here.
Total of 1,950.
Yeah, it's another 1.25 million to Chino.
And they're going to call it, so here we go.
Well, Jack 5 deuce. That's a beautiful flop if you have 2 aces.
Chino checks with nothing. And Spinella with the goods. And he's going to stick out a bet of 775.
Well, Vance, we've heard of guys pressing at the poker table. Chino doing that right here. Trying to outdraw his opponents to win pots, and that is a surefire way of destroying your chips at a poker table.
He's going to finally fold, but that is disappointing for Chino.
And Vance, with that pot, we have a new chip leader for the first time at this final table. Anthony Spinella is now the man.
Most of the players at the table are all pretty high caliber players with the pay jumps and stuff. You know, everyone's just gonna play well. They're gonna play tight. So I might play a little looser than I have been and try and capitalize on their adjusting. Yeah, it's gonna get gritty.
All right, Anthony Spinella, as you can see out in front now, 9.8 million. Chino Ream now in second chip position, 9.2. This was after having about an 11 million chip lead over the field.
Big one.
So Chino Ream running into a little adversity. Let's see if he can recover. Chino's going to raise this with the king-9 in the button. Makes it 325 to go. Sam out. And Spinella has an enticing ace-deuce of diamonds.
I know he's going to get played with if he re-raises, so he might as well just call and see a flop. That's what he's doing.
What are you playing now, Chin?
9?
Damn, where'd you get all those chips from?
Now flop king deuce 5. Good flop there for Chino. He's got top pair. Anthony's got bottom pair. He's going to make a continuation bet here. Now, I don't see Anthony going anywhere here with the backdoor flush draw on a pair.
Yeah, picked up a piece. It's worth the investment. We'll make the call. Going to the turn. Can Spinella get lucky? Well, he does get lucky. And now he has a 4 flush with the 7 of diamonds.
Well, he checks. I think Chino's going to keep betting the kings. Can't blame him for that. 600,000 this time. And with the flush draw, now you know for sure Anthony's going nowhere.
Yeah, he's going to call it. Big pot now. Down to the river we go.
Oh, an ace comes off.
Oh, boy.
Anthony Spinella now with aces up. The best hand in checks. And I think this is an easy check here on the river for Chino, because if you bet, what can a guy call you with that he can't beat your hand? Oh my gosh.
Chino bets 1.5 million.
1.5 million, a snap call. And Chino turns his hand up like he thinks it's the best hand, but I really see no purpose of that bet on the river by Chino. That is just spewing chips.
With diamonds, come on.
Nice hand.
Yeah, good run out for me. I'm not doing that.
We're coming back for more. Stay with us on the World Poker Tour.
Stop playing nonsense on those other social poker sites and start putting your skills to the test at playwpt.com. The chips don't come easy, so your opponent will think twice before going all in with a 7 deuce.
Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. This is just such a great event, this Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament. You talk to all the players, they love coming here.
It's the best WPT of the year, in my opinion.
Shooting Star Tournament's one of the most fun tournaments on the entire tour.
I love the tournament. It's like maybe my favorite stop all year. It's
one of my favorite tournaments. I think one of everyone's favorite tournaments on the tour.
Bay 101 is one of the most fun places. All the fans here go crazy.
Everyone's here signing autographs. It makes me feel cool.
I love it here. I will never miss it. I really won't.
Well, as you can see, the consensus among players is that the Bay 101 is one of the leading stops on the tour. No doubt about it. Certainly, Vince, they have the best poker fans on the tour.
And the best players in the world all congregate here. And we're down to 4 players right now. Let's go to the felt. Action on Chino Ream.
325.
With a queen 8, makes it 325 to go. Into Sam Panzica, who has a little pair of 3s.
All in.
Wow, he's going to shove it all in.
So sick. We were going to have a fun one, Gene.
Spinella with Queen Jack of Diamonds goes away. Back on Chino, and he cannot compete. He goes out.
Yeah, I need that small blind. Me too, man.
Sam going for his second WPT title this season. Tonight, very few guys in the history of the WPT have done that.
That's because it's tough. Gus Hansen was the first in Season 1, followed by Howard Lederer. Then in Season 2, Eric Lindgren took down 2. Daniel Negreanu got his 2 titles in Season 3, and so did Tuan Lee. In Season 13, Darren Elias was the first to go back-to-back in the same season, and then Anthony Zeno did the same. Remarkable.
We got poker history all over the place tonight, Vince.
Yeah, we're down to 4 players. Anthony Spinella, the chip leader with 12.6. He's got an ace-9. And he'll make it 300,000 and go into Volpe with an ace-8. He escapes. Chino also going out. Panzica with just a 10-7.
Gonna make the call.
2.1 behind. Thank you.
We are flopping. It's a Jack-7 deuce, so Sam getting mid-pair there.
He checks. See if Anthony makes a continuation bet, which he does, 300,000. Sam looks back at his hand and
all in.
He announces all in here.
What pressure back on Spinella. Bold move.
Can't stand the heat here. It was a good bet by Sam because he knows his opponent's got to have virtually jacks or better to make the call. Might not even make it with 2 8s or 2 9s there for the all-in bet. So well done by Sam there.
325.
Now Chino Ream has picked up a pair of kings, makes it 325 to go with a big hand. Spinella out. Volpe now with an attractive queen jack of spades.
Yeah, he certainly wants to look at a flop.
He'll make this call, and the flop is a 7-4-8, 2 spades, Mike.
Oh boy, we could see some fireworks here. Paul with the flush draw, Chino with the big pair.
Chino with the bet of 375.
Well, Paul's going nowhere. It's just a matter if he calls or raises. If he raises, might have to be for all of it.
All in.
That's what he's going to do. Call. And a quick call, of course. It turned the cards up. Paul Volpe, 3rd time at a final table on the World Poker Tour, has an opportunity to either double up or go out in 4th place.
Well, as you can see, Chino a 2-1 favorite to win this pot and eliminate Paul Volpe from this tournament. Everybody on their feet, deuce of clubs. We are down to the river. Paul Volpe must catch a spade on the river. Nothing else will do. Otherwise, he'll be our 4th place finisher.
Last card's at 8 of clubs.
That's going to do it for Paul Volpe, the tough pro, out tonight in 4th place. Vince, you can't blame him for going all in there. He just didn't hit a hand when he had to hit one.
Paul Volpe, the body goes into the bay. He picks up $349,000. Matt Savage over to talk to him.
You're obviously one of the greatest players. How hard is it to come so close so many times and not win the championship?
It's tough. I really want to win a WPT, but I'll sleep fine, you know. I'll be back to play more, but, you know, I really want to win one, so I'm going to keep trying.
Another great run.
Thank you.
All right.
With Paul Volpe out in 4th place, we are down to 3 players vying for the Season 15 Bay 101 Shooting Star title. Who will blast off next? Stick around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the Bay 101 Shooting Star. 3 players remain, Mike.
Well, Anthony Spinella out in front right now, 10.9 million. Chino Ream with about 9.8 million. Sam Panzica, as you can say, in 3rd place with 3.3 million. And Vince Chino's been up and down here in chip count this final table. He's busted all 3 players that are missing from this final table. He's got 2 more to go, though, to take this title.
Yep, action on Spinella. He's got 7, 5 of spades, makes it 300,000 to go.
7.
And Chino is going to repop with a king-queen. Makes it a total of 700,000. Sam out.
Those plaques you see, 100,000 each. And Anthony does make the call.
Yeah, king-queen versus 7-5. And the flop is an 8-3 deuce, all hearts.
Yeah, that's no help to either player.
425.
But Chino making the continuation bet at 425.
Effective bluff, Chin.
He's going to take down the pot. So the power of pressure, doing well for Chino there.
Yeah, Spinella said nice bluff. Sometimes you know it, but you can't call it.
Well, with that pot, Chino Ream has reassumed the chip lead.
325.
And he's relentless right now. 325.
With queen 9, and now Spinella with queen 7. Seems interested. And yes, he will make the call, so.
Now you wonder if he's steaming calling a little bit here now.
Flop is a 6-4 deuce, but all clubs.
Now Anthony does have the queen of clubs. Chino has the best hand with queen 9.
275.
He's going to make a continuation bet here. 275,000. Well, Anthony with the queen-eye flush draw. He put out more than half the bet. Vince, he has to raise here.
What's that?
No, he brought out
Yeah.
He brought a stack of 500K.
Yeah. So 500?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be 650?
No, it's 275, 550.
Oh, 550? Yeah,
Yep.
550. So that's a raise, correct?
Yeah.
They're going to make him make at least a min raise to 550.
Chino wants the max out of it because he knows that Spinella made a mistake here.
And he's going to call here, Vince. Now, he would never call a raise in this spot unless he knew Anthony didn't want to raise on the flop, and that's the case.
Love that information. A king on the turn. Doesn't help either player.
Now, Anthony is going to check, and you're going to see Chino start betting here.
With Chino with no club, no pair,
But
just
Vince,
queen high. He sees.
He had the obvious tell.
Yeah.
He knew Anthony did not want to raise a minute ago, so you know he doesn't have a flush.
He's going to put the pressure on a 675 bet.
That's not how you win tournaments.
It's proof once again how you have to stay so aware of all the little things, the nuance at the poker table. You get information that if you're not really watching, you won't pick up on. You're watching Chino Ream, a pro at this, do this to perfection.
Well, Anthony raising it with a 3 deuce here. Sam going to call out of the big blind with 7-6.
All right, 2 horrible hands, and the flop is a 10-10-7.
Well, Sam takes the lead here with the 2 sevens. He had the lead with 7 high, but now he's got to feel a lot better about it. He checks. Here comes Anthony.
Yeah, Uncle Tilty's going to bet 225. And Sam.
And he's going to make the call for sure with 10s and 7s, and that should shut Anthony down unless you put him on a straight draw. Now a king comes off. Well, Sam checks. Anthony does know the only way he can win is to bet at the pot, but he opts to check.
Yeah, he's had enough.
Now the board pairs kings. So both players playing the board.
Sam realizes how bad his hand just got, but he says, might as well bet it. 450.
Well, Anthony's got the same hand.
Oh, man. Oh.
I've speeded enough this tournament. I've speeded enough this tournament.
And we're watching Spinella go into a little tailspin here.
You got like some king 8 suited. I don't need to get too ambitious.
A beautiful bet right there by Sam Panzica.
Yep. If in doubt, bet.
Otherwise, you'd have checked, and Anthony would have bluffed at it and won the pot.
Now Chino with a jack 10 of diamonds.
425.
Blinds are up to 1 and 200 at this point. Chino makes it 425. Sam Panzica folds at ace deuce of diamonds. Surprising.
Well, Anthony with just a jack 4 offsuit. Wow. He's starting to make some of these steam calls here, Vince, looks like to me.
Is that 3? Not 4.
I mean, you're going to play a jack 4 offsuit out of position here against the chip leader. I know it's Chino, but still. That's a good flop for Anthony. He's got an open-in straight draw. He's going to check. Chino checks right behind him. And now 10 comes off. Really a good card for Chino. Gives him top pair here. And Anthony said, maybe I can get him off this hand, but there's 0 chance you're going to get him off 2 10s here. Chino does make the call, so we're going to the river. And the 7 of clubs comes off, so it is a possible flush out there.
Anthony has nothing.
Well, he knows the only way he can win it is to bet at it, Vince, but I don't see it working here.
Well, the only way to lose more would be to bet at it, because that's what's going to happen. Chino with top pair.
I guess you're not bluffing.
He may stall a while, but Chino's going to look him up. There it is. He is going to make the call and win the pot. So Chino Ream extending his chip lead.
Nice, Sam.
Thank you.
It's Anthony Spinella now sort of spinning downward like a top going out of control, Vince. It was Chino Ream doing it earlier. Now it's Anthony. It seems like Sam Panzica, the only sane one at the table here.
Well, maybe you are.
The tilt is in effect at the Bay 101. 3 players competing for this title. We're coming back for more. Stay with us on the World Poker Tour.
Hey guys, we're here on the rail at the Bay 101 Casino.
Yes, and we're not just watching, we're also playing on Play WPT.
All right, I'm gonna take my lucky spin.
Me too. Ooh, I got 300.
I won 500. Let me show you my avatar. Isn't she cute?
Here's mine. I'm dashing, aren't I? He looks just like me.
And if I click poker, they've got ring games, they've got sit and goes, they've got tournaments.
Or you could just go quick play. Boom, you're at a table.
I take these emojis. You can express yourself while you play.
Oh God, I give up. I give up. I can't do it.
I'm gonna call. I won! That was so much fun. I chipped up. How'd you do?
I busted. No leaderboard for me, sad emoji.
Well, hey, you have another lucky spin. Maybe you'll get more gold and eventually be as good as me. Laughing emoji.
Yeah, Caitlin and Brendan already know what more and more people are finding out. Play WPT is the way to play. Get started on playwpt.com on your computer or download the app today.
I love it, Vince. You can actually wave a white flag there. All right, back here. Nobody waving the white flag between these 3. Chino Ream out in front, 11.3 million. Anthony Spinella, 7.8. But don't count Sam Panzica out. He's watching these guys play, and I know he's saying, just let me catch a hand or two, or I can catch up with these guys in chip count, and we'll see what happens.
Yes, as we go back down to the felt, the blinds are 1 and 200.
500?
Grace, 500,000.
Chino betting 500,000 here. And unfortunately for him, Sam has got 2 8s.
All in.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's going all in over the top. Chino quickly going out.
And there's Sam's mom. in the audience.
How good was it?
It was a pair.
I needed it to be threes.
It was not threes.
Yeah, Amelia, who flew in here to watch her son play this final table. And honestly, Vince, I haven't seen Sam make a mistake at this final table. He hadn't had any chips, but every time he does make a play, it seems like it's the right one.
All right, we move on, and Chino gonna hit it to 425 with just a 4-3. Sam goes out, and Spinella with a little pair of deuces. He's content to call and see the flop, so 4-3 versus deuces.
Yep, don't blame him for that.
And the flop is a deuce, ace, nine, but all clubs.
Yep.
Three of a kind for Spinella.
Well, Chino does have the wheel draw, and he's going to make the continuation bet here, 400,000. Now, because there's three clubs, you might raise with three deuces here. But you know how aggressive Chino is. Maybe a call is a better play. That's what Anthony is doing, just hoping the club doesn't come off, or he can check and get another big bet out of Chino, perhaps. But now a four comes off. That does give Chino a pair of fours, but Anthony is checked. Chino quickly checks right behind him, and now the fourth club comes off.
Oh, boy.
Well, neither player happy to see that one. Four clubs on the board. Action on Anthony. He's got three deuces, but can't be happy to see that fourth club. Oh, and look at this, Vince. What we call a blocking bet, 425,000. It's a very small bet into a big pot. It's obvious he just doesn't want to put more money in. To me, it's a sign he does not have a flush. Will Chino pick up on it and come over the top of him? Well, Chino calls him with two fours. I don't understand that.
Four flush, and he calls him with two fours.
I could see you raising, I could see you folding. I don't know how two fours could possibly be the best hand there.
Still need another 425. This thing is up for grabs at the Bay 101. Shifty, sneaky, interesting play happening by all the players. What an event we have, Lynn.
That's the end of our coverage tonight from San Jose. Tune in next time when we crown the winner of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. For years, the Bay 101 Shooting Star has been a fan favourite. And tonight, one player from the record-setting field of over 800 entries will walk away with $1.3 million, the title, and so much more. Standing by to help us keep up with all the action are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, there is a lot at stake here. What should we be looking for?
Well, Lynn, this tournament's come down to three tough pros fighting it out for this title and over $1.3 million that goes to the champion. Right now, we have a virtual chip lead tie between Chino Ream and Anthony Spinella. The big question is, can Chino go on and win his fourth WPT title tonight? If he does, it'll set the all-time record for wins in the history of the World Poker Tour. But Vince, he's got his work cut out for him right now.
Well, Chino, a great player, but Sam Panzica has already taken down one title this season on the World Poker Tour, going after his second. The dream very much alive. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Anthony Spinella out in front with 9.5 million. Chino Ream not far behind with 9 million. Sam Panzica with 5.7 million. Anybody's ball game.
Yeah, the winner's going to take home close to 1.4 million. Also get that beautiful Hublot watch to wear for the rest of their life. The antes are 25,000. Blinds are 1 and 200,000. Let's do this. Action on Anthony Spinella. And he picks up a huge hand. Ace, king of clubs. Big slick.
Beautiful hand. Let's see how much he's going to raise it to.
He makes it 400,000 to go. Chino Ream going out.
Sam Panzica going to make a call here with the king nine of diamonds. Better hope a king doesn't come up. Let's come 10-5-5. Sam checks. Anthony going to make a continuation bet, as most everybody would with that board texture.
Yeah, 275. Sam was his king high. Is going to make this call.
Well, he's got the backdoor diamonds and a backdoor straight, but
here we go with the turn. Oh, he's hit a 9 though.
Well, he's hit a 9 to make 2 pair in the best hand. He's going to check, but Anthony has the nut flush draw here and checks.
Deuce of diamonds on the river.
And now here comes Sam. 475,000 now. Because of that board texture with no straight or flush draw on the flop, I think if you're in Anthony's seat, you got to give him some kind of pair or 3 5s here, in which case your ace-king can beat nothing.
Sam Penzica, 24 years old, started playing poker in high school. Beautifully done. He's going to take down this pot.
Well, there you see his mom, Amelia, sitting at the Dr. Pepper bar. She flew in as a surprise, and so far she's been very good luck for him.
425.
She sure has. And now onto this hand. Chino with big slick this time. Ace, king of diamonds makes it 425 to go. Sam looking down at 9-4 goes away. And Spinella.
And some big hands in this 3-handed poker game.
Yeah, he's got a pretty solid ace-9.
Doesn't re-raise, just makes the call with it.
And the flop is a king-queen-4. Great for Chino.
Beautiful flop for Chino there. Anthony checks. Chino gonna bet.
300,000.
Well, Anthony gonna call him with ace high.
What's Anthony drinking there? Turn card 5 of diamonds.
Well, he knows Chino could raise with a 10-8, 10-9, anything possible. And this time he had a real hand, ace king of diamonds.
Not my money.
And he's gonna bet $1 million. I just can't see Anthony lighting up any more money on fire here.
Yeah, it's one thing to float on the flop, but now $1 million comes out there.
He'll be floating to the bottom of the river if he puts much more money in this pot.
He talked me out of it.
Chino Reeve has once again taken the chip lead, Vince.
Everyone thinks I'm crazy.
These guys know Chino will bet on air time and time again.
Any given moment, I could just 3-barrel bluff all my chips, or like, you know, I got it.
Nice call, sir. Nice hit.
When you play crazy and you go through like little poker emotional roller coasters, you're definitely not gonna be sitting there bored. I promise you that. I can't say it's gonna be fun. You're gonna have some lows, but when you win it, it's definitely fun.
Against Chino Reeve going for his 4th WPT title tonight. Can you name the other 4 guys that have won 3 WPT titles along with Chino?
Well, I think you got to go back to Gus Hansen would be one.
Good.
Zeno, just recently. Anthony Zeno.
Anthony Zeno, good.
Darren Elias.
Darren Elias, good.
Carlos Mortensen.
And Carlos Mortensen. You got it, Vince.
Yeah.
Good job.
I've been watching, Mike. I've been watching.
Very good, Vinny. Very good. Proud of you.
All right, we look to Sam Penzica's hand. It's an attractive king-queen.
Nice hand in a 3-handed poker game.
He's raised to 400,000.
Anthony calls.
Well, Anthony going to make a call out of the small blind, and Chino
Call.
is going to make it a 3-way party. I mean, there was $1 million in there. It cost him 200,000 more to call. That's why he called with a 6 deuce, in case you're wondering.
Flop comes up queen 9-4, so 2 guys with queens. Sam out in front with a kicker of a king.
And they've checked it around to him. And he's going to bet 675,000. But Anthony with top pair, I don't see him going anywhere. And he does make the call. Chino going out. Well, 7 of diamonds comes off. Anthony checks. And Sam will not check this because he may suspect Anthony has some kind of straight draw or flush draw or smaller pair. You're just not going to give him a free card to beat you.
Well, he's bet $1,150,000.
Should have just folded flop.
Whoa.
Anthony will let it go.
He's got to lay down queens. That's a nice lay down.
Then there's Sam's mom, Amelia, clapping for him. Can he go on and continue? He's moved into 2nd chip position now, Vince, after being in last place. What seems like an eternity at this final table in terms of chip count. Anthony Spinella has fallen to 3rd place.
You just made a lot of money.
I know, man. Life's good again.
Action going to Spinella. This is Anthony Spinella's 2nd final table. He finished at 6th place at the LA Poker Classic back in season 14.
Look at Chino re-raising with an 8-5 here. Sam gets out of the way. Makes it $1 million to go, 600,000 more to Anthony. Now, Anthony gets a little stubborn here sometimes. He calls, but then when he misses the flop, he just gives the pot up. Too many times for this play to be profitable for him, I would think. Well, flop king, king, queen. About as far away from both of these guys' cards as you can get. But there's a quick snap bet by Chino. The continuation bet for a little Millie. And Anthony does give it up. So Chino Ream on the move right now and moving in the right direction toward that 4th WPT title.
Yeah, you can say what you want about Chino Ream. He's playing crazy, he's tilting off, but he also wins with nothing hands a lot of the time, and that's impressive.
Well, Vance, I would say Gus Hansen, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, Chino Ream, Phil Ivey, those 4 guys, if any of them are at the final table, you never turn the dial.
All right, we got a raise by Anthony Spinella. Jack 7 has been called by Sam with King 4, and the flop is a King Queen 4.
That goes check, check. Now queens come off to pair the board. Well, Sam checks. Anthony now is going to start betting the jack high.
He's betting 350.
There's no way Sam is going to put him on a king or a queen, or he would have bet the flop. He does make the call for 350,000. We're going to the river. Now the 8 of spade comes off, putting the backdoor flush possibility out there. Sam is going to check. Will Anthony fire again? Well, he's getting out betting chips, and a lot of them.
1,250,000.
And Sam, as you can see, takes a deep breath, sits back in his chair. I think he's much more worried about the backdoor flush than he is about his opponent having a king or a queen in his hand. And he's going to give it up. So it turns out to be a great river bet by Anthony.
Wow, that's a rough turn card.
To steal that pot and take it down.
You have it?
Sorry, John.
There's plenty more poker action to come. Plus, we have a sneak peek of a huge project here at Bay 101. And Tony Dunst is lying in wait, ready for tonight's raw deal. Stick around.
I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Yes, and I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, I'm not playing on ClubWPT.com. I'm crushing it. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, where Tony Dunst has his phaser on blast with the raw deal.
Usually, I spend the raw deal highlighting a sharp move from one player, or a mistake made by another. But a hand we just watched was well played by both participants, and demonstrates how thinking players are able to hand read with a limited amount of information. But if one of the players laid down the best hand, then why do I think they both played it well? Let's break it down. The hand opens with Anthony Spinella raising the button, and Sam Panzica defending the big blind. It's an ideal flop for Sam, but unfortunately for him, Spinella has nothing and decides to check behind. The turn is where things get interesting. The Queen of Spades pairs the board and adds a flush draw, but also counterfeits the strength of Sam's 2-pair. Sam checks again, and now Anthony decides to bet as a bluff. I like this play from Anthony because his line plausibly represents a queen, king, or strong draw, plus his hand has little chance of winning at showdown. Naturally, Sam calls the small bet with his king, leading to an 8 of spades river that completes the backdoor flush draw. He checks for a third time, and Anthony cuts out a large bet that's around 75% of the pot. I really like Anthony's sizing here, since he'll need to go big in order to fold out weak kings and pairs under the queen. Plus, it's believable that he'd go big with his value hands, like trips and flushes, since he can be called by worse. Meanwhile, Sam makes a disciplined fold that I also like, because Anthony's line is congruent with a queen or flush, and he has to be completely bluffing for Sam's hand to be good here.
Wow, that's a rough turn card.
You have it?
So while I know we typically spend the raw deal defining a winner and loser of the hand, I like to think that this time they both won. But more specifically, yeah, Anthony won.
Well, he did win the pot with a bold bet, no question about it, but he's still sitting in third chip position. Chino Ream out in front, 10.8 million. Sam Panzica, 7.1. Anthony was 6.2.
Yeah, a lot of advanced play here. Everyone out of the comfort zone here tonight. Winner's going to take home close to 1.4, and right now Sam Panzica with a 9-8 of clubs. Suited connector, going to raise to 400.
Anthony going out. Chino with the 2 walking sticks. See how he's going to play him. Well, there's how he's going to play him boldly. 1.2 million to bet. And a quick call by Sam Panzica.
How much you have left? 6.
He wants to see a flop with these suited connectors, even though it cost him 800,000 more to do so. And flop is queen 3-3, a great flop there for Chino. He's going to make a continuation bet here and just hold his breath. He doesn't get raised. That didn't happen. Chino taking it down.
I had it, fair.
Not a fun flop.
It was a good flop for me. You gotta pull triggers, you know?
Chino, give me some wise words of wisdom.
Pair of 7s. That's what I had.
You had 7s?
I had 7s.
Telling the truth this time.
You had a pair too? Or? Huh? Ace Jack?
9-8 suited.
9-8 suited, yeah.
Well, that's serious to me when you're playing for 1.3 million.
Here we go. It's going to be on Spinella. With the button, he's got a big ace jack.
Well, certainly going to raise with this hand on the button.
And now Chino with a little pair of 4s.
How much did you start with?
6.
And you?
5.3.
I'm all in.
And all in.
Well, he's setting them all in. He's not really going all in himself, but you know, that should be obvious. Who goes from 400,000 to 12 million? I mean, you would never do that with a premium hand, aces, kings, or queens. These guys know that. Anthony knows it. If I was sitting in Anthony's seat, it's obvious to me he's got 2 4s, 2 5s, or a baby ace suited.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you want to raise for your money?
You know, I feel like we're probably flipping. Good wager.
Well, he said he doesn't feel like flipping, so he did think that he had a small pair. That was exactly right, but just didn't want to gamble his money on the flip.
Best hand I fold. Suited I call. Suited I call. No.
You didn't fold a pair?
No, you had one?
I had the best hand for sure.
Yeah? Ace king? Ace queen? I guess you figure I call ace queen?
I think you had maybe ace 8.
You insulting me?
Ace jack.
Yes.
Ace jack.
I normally snap that off.
Younger you would have been behind.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're Bay 101. 3 players competing for the first place prize of close to 1.4 million here tonight.
Well, Vince Chino's going up and down and up and down. And right now he's up. He's got about an 8 million chip lead over Sam Panzica in second chip position. Just a tremendous job by Chino to regain the lead this substantially after losing it.
Yep. Blinds at 125, 250 with a 25,000 ante. And Sam quickly folding, and Anthony Spinella with a 10-8. We'll just call it. Chino also with a 10-8.
Check.
And Chino checks right behind him. These guys have the same hand, even have the same suits.
Flop is at 9-5-5.
Well, no help to either player. Anthony checks. And Chino checked behind him. Now an 8 comes off, so they both have 8s and 5s.
300.
So Chino is going to bet 300,000. Called by Anthony. And now the board pairs 8, so 8's full for both players. Anthony checks.
1 million?
1 million bet by Chino. This is obviously going to get raised, just a matter of how much.
Spinella can't believe his luck. He's saying, I checked, I got bet, and now this is party time.
He's trying to figure out his sizing that he can get paid off with. Would he pay off a minimum bet? Would he pay off a maximum bet?
There you go.
And the answer is he's going to make the min raise here to 2 million. And now Chino sits up in his chair saying, wait a minute here. I'm the one with 8's full. Let's see what Chino's going to do now. Obviously could be beat. His opponent could have 8-9, 2 9s, 2 5s, but you have to love your hand when it comes 8-8 and you make 8's full.
I mean, you might stick in a raise, but with the guy with 5's full really re-raise.
Well, he's going to raise a million.
Yeah.
It's like limit poker.
Yeah.
It's like we're playing 500,000 and a million. It's gone 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, and call, and now it's going to be a split pot.
No one's going to be really happy or not happy. Even the crowd is disappointed.
Well, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi pulling for Chino Ream, oohs and ahs like everybody else when it's a split pot.
Nice hand.
Chopping the pot up with junk.
I had a little fun with it.
I had fun.
It was a fun hand. It was fun.
I thought I would scoop it another like 1.5 million, but
They're both lying.
let me less.
And we move on. This time Chino Ream.
Wow, he folds on the button for the first time, 10-4 hearts.
Did you get a count?
Sam Panzik in the small blind, going to limp in and call.
You're not going to divulge your voice during this hand?
Yeah, like 4.5 or something.
4.5? Yeah, like 5, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now flop comes Queen Jack 5. Anthony out in front with the 2 5s, but Sam has a flush draw. He's going to bet 300,000. Anthony going to call him here with bottom pair. So off to the turn we go, and a 6 comes off. This gives Sam the best hand now and the best draw. He checks. And Anthony checks right behind him. And now the ace of hearts comes off. A flush for Sam. He is getting out betting chips, and right now you can just sense Chino Ream is steaming over there because he folded the 10-4 hearts.
Whoa, 775 bet by Sam. And Anthony, of course, only with a little pair of 5s.
Well, that's the only way you can call this, if you put your opponent on a straight draw where he's got 9-10 or 10-8. There's no other hand you can beat. 0. You could beat 2 deuces or 2 3s, but he called him with bottom pair here.
6 of hearts. Figured. Nice hand. Yeah, that's what I expected to lose to.
I folded 10-4 hearts. I was just thinking. You're gonna fold if I raise pre-flop, right?
Yeah, good hand.
Anthony Spinella had things going his way for a while at this final table, Vince, but it's all turned around for him. He is now in a distant 3rd place.
I know it was a bad call, but it's really the combo I was concerned with.
I know he was trying to make a hero call there, but wow.
Well, Sam this time with a nice mid-pair. Pair of 7s makes it 500,000. And Spinella looks down at ace-6 of hearts, and he will go all in with it. Chino out. Quick call by Sam.
Well, Sam in great shape here to bust Anthony out of this tournament in 3rd place.
Poor Anthony was at risk. All right, let's see the flop.
Let's see if the walking sticks hold up.
First 3, queen, 6, deuce, 7's out in front.
There's gotta be 1 heart on there.
Yeah, let's put a heart. Turn heart.
Anthony makes 2 6s, but Sam's still out in front with 2 7s.
4 of diamonds on the turn, no help.
We are down to the river. Anthony Spinella needs an ace or a 6 to stay alive in this tournament. He's reaching for his shoes, his backpack.
Yeah. Sam a big favorite here, and the river card.
Oh, an ace! 1 shoe on the river. Oh, he did it! Unbelievable. Tough luck for Sam Panzika there. Outdrawn on the river. Anthony Spinella stays alive.
That felt great.
We have 3 players remaining at the Bay 101, and we're coming back with more action in just a moment on the World Poker Tour.
Everyone knows that poker is about outplaying your opponents, bluffing them when you're holding nothing, and getting paid off when you're dealt the nuts.
That is so true. So put your skills to the test against other real players at playwpt.com. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Bay 101 is proud of our long history with the World Poker Tour. We're excited to welcome you to the new Bay 101 facility. We are a stone's throw away from our current location. We are really proud of the new look. It's a modern, trendy Silicon Valley vibe. There's charging stations at every table. We have a restaurant with an outdoor patio. We still have the same friendly staff, and there's plenty of shooting stars in our future. We are really excited to see you at the new Bay 101, Silicon Valley's place to play.
And we are back here at Bay 101. Chino Reeve out in front with close to $14 million. So close to taking home his 4th WPT title, record-breaking.
Well, it was a record-breaking prize pool here as well. Winner taking home over $1.3 million. 806 entries, the all-time record here at the Bay 101.
Go down to the felt. Look at this. Sam Panzica with a pair of aces makes it $500,000. Spinella right behind him with King Jack makes the call.
And now Chino with Queen Jack of Hearts.
All in.
Whoa.
Wow. All in for Chino.
Call.
It's going to backfire. Sam really does have a big hand.
Wow. Well, Chino was trying to squeeze there, hoping Sam didn't have any kind of hand where he'd just pick up the pot right there. But his mom, very happy at the moment. Her son has the best hand possible. She knows that much.
Flop is a 10-7-6.
9 of hearts.
Put a 7 up.
9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
Come on, you got a heart. A 9 of hearts is only fair. 7.
9 of hearts.
Just put a 7 up there.
Big moment here for Chino. Can he get the card? No. Bad card. 4 of spades.
He is drawing dead here, so
Nice hit.
picked a very bad time to go all in there. And with that pot, Sam Panzica on the verge of taking the chip lead.
And right now, Chino right back at it.
525.
Making it 5.25 to go
Wow.
with King 6.
Another big hand by Sam.
Sam picking up a pair of 9s here.
And he's getting a rush at the right time, but he just calls here, does not re-raise. Anthony getting out of their way. Gonna let the chip leaders duel a minute here. Hope one of them goes broke. And a 9 right on the flop. 3 9s for Sam. Chino with zippity-doo-dah. And it goes check, check. Now a 5 comes off, so Chino does have a gut shot straight draw here, but Sam with 3 9s. Now reaching for betting chips. 675,000.
Call.
Wow. When you're calling trying to hit a gut shot, that's asking for a lot. Now a 3 comes off. Sam saying, hey, the guy called me on the turn. Maybe he'll call me on the river.
Yeah, he bets 1.4.
Got anything? What do you got? Come on, Sam, talk to me. You got anything good?
Chino with just king high, trying to get a read on him.
He's thinking about a hero call here, Vince. If he puts a man on a hand, he goes with his instincts. He does give it up, wisely so.
Bluffing. Huh? You had it?
I always have it.
Always? You never bluff?
Most of the time.
Most of the time? When it counts.
When it counts.
So Sam Panzica, he's on a roll right now, Vince.
Winning in front of my mom would definitely mean a lot to me. She's never seen me play poker. When I first started pursuing poker, my family didn't really think much of it. They wanted me to stay in school. But after I won my first title, they were pretty happy.
Congratulations, Sam, on winning the Best Bet Bounty Scramble.
They're actually like a little sad that I didn't text them that I made the final table so they could come watch. When my mom showed up at the final table, I was pretty surprised. I talked to her when I woke up. She was like, oh yeah, good luck. And then like 4 hours later, she's just at the final table. It's like a little more pressure though. Like I don't want to bust like super early.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, I must say. Your mom surprised you, flies in to watch the final table. Now you're playing well. You got the chip lead with 3 left. looking to capture your second WPT title in the same season. It's only been done a few times before in WPT history.
We've got a call by Sam Panzica this time, and Anthony not going to get aggressive with King 6. So the two of them will battle with this. And the flop is a 6-5-7. So Sam picking up sixes.
Yeah, he's got 2 sixes in the straight draw, but Anthony's got him beat 2 sixes with King Kicker. So it's bet and call 300,000. Now deuce of hearts comes off, giving Sam a flush draw. And he checks here to keep the pot size down so he can call a bet if the guy makes it, but it went check behind him. Now Sam makes 2 pair on the river, 9s and 6s. And now many players would check here, Vince, with a possible straight and possible flush out there. But Sam is trying to bet the 2 pair for value here. But look at this, he is getting raised. It's another 1.3 million for Sam to make this call.
Can I go back in 2 minutes and just check?
Exactly what I was thinking, Sam.
Such a second.
Well, Vince, let's see if Sam can sort this out. You just wouldn't think a guy would raise you if he made a straight with a possible flush out there. So you have to put him on the flush.
I call.
Wow. He is going to call, and it's a good one.
Wow, he called him a 2 pair. He figured it out. He wouldn't have raised with a straight. He'd have just called. Nice call by Sam Panzica to take down that pot.
In the world of poker, there are many nicknames. The Matador, Kid Poker, the Great Dane, just to name a few. And Club WPT qualifier William Doug Mann earned some nicknames of his own playing poker in his home state of Ohio.
My real name is Doug Mann. I've been called a lot of names. Usually William a lot, Wild William. Some Mr. Mann. Seems like I tell everybody different, and that way it keeps them guessing. It's been fabulous since the minute I stepped on this property.
Welcome to Bay 101.
When you're on a free roll at a big major tournament, it's the best feeling because no matter what happens, it didn't cost you a dime to be there. The bounty at my table was Andy Frankenberger. He's a phenomenal player, a very nice gentleman.
I'm just kidding.
He kept the table entertained. He really stuck out as the shining star. It's not as hard as you'd think to win a major package tournament on the club. It was one afternoon and half an evening of my time, and the reward was phenomenal. And the best thing of all about the club, for such a small monthly fee, where else can you win a package that's valued from $6,000 to $14,000 and have the time of your life and potentially win millions?
Sign up to become a Club WPT VIP member and play for real cash and prizes, including seats to a live WPT main tour event. Join ClubWPT.com today.
And now we're back at the Bay 101 shooting star, Sam Panzica, 24 years old with over 14 million in chips.
Well, Vince, he was sitting third on the totem pole in this 3-handed battle for a long time, and now he's got a substantial chip lead. Definitely he's going to be the guy to beat now.
Yeah, he's got the button, and he's got Big Slick as well. He's king of diamonds. Makes it 500,000 to go.
Oh, he is picking up some hands at the right time now, I can tell you that. Aces, 9s, ace, king of diamonds. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh.
Chino with a 5-3 will make this call, hoping to get lucky against the chip leader. Flop is an ace, 3 deuce, 2 clubs.
Chino checks, middle pair and a straight draw. Sam is going to make the continuation bet.
Call.
And Chino calls him.
And it just keeps getting better for Sam as a king hits.
Back.
Well, again, Chino checks. And I'm sure, again, Sam will be betting, just a matter of how much. Wow, 950,000 the bet. Just don't see how you can go any farther with a gut shot straight draw here.
Unless you're Chino Ream,
call.
Who likes to gamble, he's going to call this.
He's got to catch a 3 or a 4 to win this pot.
Doesn't realize it. Going to the river, queen of spades.
Well, Chino checks again.
And Sam once more.
2.1.
Wow, 2.1 million. The guy called $1 million on the turn, so you might as well bet $2 million on the river. Hoping he pays you off again.
You just keep firing, huh? Well, I can only beat a bluff. Good news for you. This will put me right back in it. You know, it'll be just, you know, a nice little... All right, this is gonna take a second. I mean, I'm just guessing here. This is all I'm doing, I'm just guessing. But, you know, can't win if you don't fire, right? And then...
He's trying to talk himself into calling here, Vince.
He is.
I call.
Oh, no!
My gosh. Unbelievable. 2.1 million. He called there with 2 threes.
He just talked himself into it all the way, and that is huge.
That was a big, big gift on the river. I should fold the river.
Chino's an instinct player. His gut thought he might be bluffing. He paid him off, and now he's got to climb back into it. Let's see if he can.
All right, we'll get back down to it. Spinella now with King Jack.
All in.
Says all in.
All in.
Chino over the top with his short stack all in.
Well, Sam Winston, but no way he's going to play King 10 here.
Definitely calling that.
Sam gets out of the way.
Chino out in front with the ace-queen.
Chino saved me.
Against the King Jack.
You got king, queen? 10?
I asked for that one. We still got it.
Thank you.
Crowd completely stunned. Don't know what to expect. The flop is a queen 6 deuce. That is good for Chino.
Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, very happy to see that flop.
So the barefoot Spinella, close to extinction, gets out his shoe to put back on, but he gets his card!
Vance, that shoe's like the glass slipper for him.
Hold, please.
Fits perfectly.
Hold. Zet.
Down to the river. Now Chino needs to get extremely lucky.
Wow.
4 clubs on the river. Not going to work out for Chino Ream.
Anthony Spinella has been so lucky in these situations. He had to catch an ace on the river to stay alive a minute ago, 3-handed. Now he had to catch a king. He did it both times.
Oh, I was running good in all ends this one.
But really, really tough luck for Chino Ream right there. Visions of a 4th WPT title just about out the window.
475?
Chino now all in with his 475 total. And Spinella with a 5-3. Anthony's gonna call.
Chino's got queen 10 up against Anthony's 5-3 of hearts.
You got a 5 in there.
Once again, Chino out front. Let's see if this one holds up.
Oh boy.
For the first step back of his long journey.
Flop is
King 8 on the flop.
Queen high silver leads for Chino.
Oh no! A 5 on the turn. He hit it on the turn just like before. Chino now needs a queen, a 10, or an 8 to win this pot.
Yep.
Must have a queen, 10, or an 8, or he's going to be our 3rd place finisher. Wow. You know, Vince, sometimes it's just not in the cards for you. Tough luck for Chino Ream. I feel his pain. He was so close to a 4th WPT title.
Yeah, great player. Not to beat tonight. He's going to take home $521,000. And a bad beat story. He's off to talk to Matt Savage.
Obviously a good run here, 521,000, but it feels like a
feels like a loss for sure.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like a loss because we had a shot to make history, and even though I say I play for the money, it was in the back of my head. I really wanted to win, and it's nobody's fault but my own that I didn't. It's not bad luck or anything. Overall, I feel like even if I got unlucky, I didn't play well enough to deserve that 4th title.
You're going to come back from this, yeah?
Definitely. I'll probably win like Rolling Thunder, like right here.
All right. And we'll see you at the TOC.
Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks, Chino.
Yep.
After Chino Ream's elimination, we are down to the final 2 players here at the Bay 101 Casino. When we return, Sam Panzica and Anthony Spinella go heads up for the WPT title. Heads-up action is about to begin between Sam Panzica and Anthony Spinella, but only one can fly away with the Season 15 Bay 101 Shooting Star title. So I'll send it down to Mike and Vince.
Well, thank you, Lynn. And right now, the antes are going up to 50,000, and the blinds are 150 and 3.
Sam Panzica with just under a 4-1 chip lead. He's got 19 million in chips. Well, big difference in prize money between first and second place. Well over a $500,000.
Panzica going after his second WPT title. He has a pair of sevens here.
Well, pairs are big hands. Playing heads-up poker.
600.
Sam knows it.
Wow, you're just going to raise me like that?
Spinella behind him has a king-jack, and he says all in. And it's been called.
Let's do this. I would have called, but you know. You can't let you raise my big blind like that.
Well, here we go. We got a race. If Sam wins the race, he'll be the champion. If not, they won't be far apart in chip count.
Sevens versus king-jack, and the flop is a king-king-jack.
Next case, it must come 7-7 exactly.
That's the way to start the heads-up battle.
Well, there's no question that the king-jack is going to be Anthony Spinella's favorite hand from here out for the rest of his life. If he wins this tournament. He took the king-jack a minute ago. Remember, he had to catch the king on the turn.
It's over 4 and a queen.
To beat Chino Reams 2 queens. He did it. Now he flops a full house here.
I knew I wouldn't be able to stack you on that flop, so I had to get it in free.
And Vince, just like that, so much for the big chip lead by Sam Panzica.
Yeah, it's 14 million to 10 million. Blinds 150 and 3. Action now on Anthony. He's got a pair of fours. He'll move it up, raising it to 650 total. Sam with a 9-10.
And he's going to look at a flop.
It's supposed to be 8. Still misclicking.
Flop is a 10-5-3. Sam has outflopped Anthony.
Yeah, great flop for Sam here. Yeah, certainly you're going to bet 2 fours here as a continuation bet. Just hope your opponent goes away.
Yeah, 550.
He's going to get check raised here, Vince.
It sure is. Total of 1.4.
That'll probably do it for Anthony here.
He's going to get a little crazy with us here.
Oh, my gosh, Vince, look at this. He is going to re-raise here. Going to try to represent 2 jacks or better in this hand. Now, let's see if Sam's going to go for that.
On. I misclicked. I was trying to call.
Wow, Sam quickly goes all in.
These things are so hard to read how much the numbers are. You can just look at how many chips I put in.
Sam Panzica getting closer to taking home the title. There's Mom in the front row.
I'm never going to win tournaments doing that.
Well, Vince, it looked like a subtle play there, but that was a big all-in right there by Sam Panzica in my mind. He could have been about drawing dead.
It worked out. Anthony this time with an attractive ace-8 of clubs.
Well, certainly a nice hand playing heads up. You're going to raise it with this.
Wow. Sam's going all in with his ace-10.
In the spirit of the game.
Yeah, I don't see how Anthony's going to get away from this hand.
I call.
Oh, boy, he has called.
Nice hand.
And he's behind, Mike.
Yeah. Sam Panzica dominating right now. Ace-10 versus ace-8. If Sam's hand holds up, he'll be a 2-time WPT champion this season. That is good stuff.
I could have played better than that. Huh?
Well, Anthony's made bigger drawouts than this so far. Let's see if he can do it again.
Jack 5-3.
Now, if the board would pair twice, they would split this pot. Obviously, Anthony will win it if it comes 2 running clubs.
Anthony, get the shoe on. 4 diamonds on the turn.
So Anthony will tie the pot. If a deuce comes off, he'll win it with an 8. Anything else,
it's over.
It will be over.
Yep. Down to the last card. Huge title at stake. To the river by the bay.
Well, he was down to 2 cards before. He needed an ace or a 6. He caught an ace against Chino.
That's it.
Well, it's the 5. That's going to do it. Sam Panzica is our champion. Well, Vince, you got to hand it to Anthony Spinella. He started out this final table in 5th chip position. Got lucky a couple times to stay alive. Finished second. I don't think he's got any room to complain. Played well, just wasn't meant to be.
Anthony, what an amazing week for you and a great night tonight. Fell a little bit short, but are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I mean, is King Jack your new favorite hand?
A little bit. Getting there.
All right, congratulations again.
Thanks, man.
All right, thanks.
And now let's talk to the Bay 101 Shooting Star champion from Saline, Michigan, and now two-time WPT champion, Sam Panzica. Sam, you're just 24 years old. You just picked up over $1.3 million, your second WPT title this season that puts you in a very elite club in the history of the World Poker Tour. And if you guys have done that, give us your feelings right now. Tell us what this feels like.
It's pretty incredible to win not one, but 2 WPTs in the same season. It's amazing.
What else is amazing is that the lady on your left, your mother, flew in here as a surprise to you. You didn't know she was coming to this final table, but what a good luck charm she is. Are you going to take her on tour with you from now on?
Might have to if I keep winning.
Well, I agree with you. Congratulations, Sam. Fantastic playing. Great victory for you. In addition to the over $1.3 million in cash, you win a beautiful Hublot watch again, a second one, as well as a set of Monster wireless headphones. Fantastic job. One more time, let's hear it for our champion, Sam Panzica. Lynn, back to you.
Well, the stars certainly aligned tonight for Sam Panzica, the season 15 Bay 101 Shooting Star champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
In poker, you face all kinds of challenges. Certainly every time you sit down at the table, if you play a tournament, you know, you're challenged, you know, do you put your chips in the pot, do you bet? And I don't care how great you are, even the best players in the world don't win that very much in any tournaments that they play. So it's a challenge to win, not easy.
In Florida, a storybook season comes to a close. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The Monster WPT Tournament of Champions is one of the most exclusive events on the poker circuit. And with so much added to the prize pool, it's no wonder players flocked to the Seminole Hard Rock to get in on the action.
I love the Hard Rock. I've been quite lucky here. The first ever World Poker Tour I played was here, and I won it. And I've been chasing that dream ever since.
There's a lot of good players around. Obviously, everybody's successful enough to win a poker tournament, which is an easy thing to do.
With stiff competition in the field, players were battling from the very first hand. While some got off to a quick start, others, like Sean Kunix, were struggling to pick up pots.
It's always fun. It could be more fun at times, though. It helps if you get some hands.
The first player to fall was the season 15 WPT Rolling Thunder champion, Mike Del Vecchio.
I'm a little honored to be the first person out. You know, that's something that not everybody could say, that they're first out of a WPT Tournament of Champions.
And they would keep falling.
Got to be prepared to bust poker tournaments when you sign up.
Flush over flush, early exit, get my Maui gems, go enjoy the pool.
When registration closed after the second level, the official numbers were released. 66 champions created a prize pool of nearly $1.1 million. 9 players would make the money, with first place taking home over $380,000 in cash, plus a bounty of prizes, including an Audi S5 Coupe. One of the last players to enter was the reigning Legends of Poker champion, Pat Lyons.
Just want to survive. Survive, want to win the whole thing, get the car, I'll drive the car back to California. Be like the Beverly Hillbillies.
Unfortunately, Pat would have to find another form of transportation to get back home. There were many returning champions playing in the tournament, plus some newly crowned ones, including Ryan Reese, who joined a small group of players who won a WSOP main event and a WPT title.
It feels amazing. It was a really tough field, and it feels really good to win. I've been playing these for over 4 years straight. To win one feels really good. I got a 15th at LAPC main last year, which was a really big one, and a few other like top 20, top 30, but first final table and to win it, it's pretty special.
Emma Zajmovic won her title after making her second final table this season and was in great shape holding aces versus Anđelko Andrejević, who was all in with nines. Anđelko outdrew Emma with a 9 on the turn, knocking her down to about 2 big blinds.
Birthday. Nice ball. Sorry, Emma.
Yeah. I don't tilt, I just pass some words in English when I got sucked up.
On the next hand, Emma moved all in and would find a double up through Kevin Eister.
Keep going.
But her comeback was stopped short when Emma's ace-jack did not improve against Tyler Patterson's ace-king.
It was really a hard day, but it was really amazing. I really appreciated my experience.
A few tables over, a big hand was developing after a raise and 2 callers. Two-time WPT champ Marvin Rettenmeier sent his short stack all in.
45K.
James Romero then re-raised to 45,000, which sent Kevin Starman into the tank.
Hold on, girl. All in. Oh my God. I really hope I didn't look at the same ones twice. I'm pretty sure I got it.
After Kevin's all in, Noah Schwartz's head was spinning.
Good job, Marvin. You really screwed things up here. You. All right, I fold. I had 8 seconds left, though.
Noah would release his hand. James quickly called, and when the cards were tabled, Marvin was optimistic about his one live card.
You got a queen ball. I see a queen.
And hit a queen on the flop and turn to give him the main pot.
There's a queen.
Go on, guys.
Kevin would hit the exit, and James collected the side.
That's nuts.
With all this action in the air, Vince Van Patten stopped by to check in on his fellow commentator and witnessed a more relaxed Mike Sexton at the table.
In 16 years, you've never had a massage before the table.
After building up a decent stack, Mike 3-bet all in on a jack-high flop and was called by Eric Seidel.
I almost ran away.
Mike held pocket kings, but was way behind Eric's 3 of a kind.
The event was great. Just sad that I had 2 kings against 2 threes and got broke. I came close to throwing the kings away when he raised me on the flop because I knew he had a small pair. And I figured he flopped a set. You know, that's poker. What can you do?
Play may have been winding down for the evening, but no one was safe as several more champions hit the rail.
Oh!
Including Scott Clements, Dominic Nietzsche, Sean Kunix, Chan Racy Kuhn, Jake Cody, and 2-time champ Mohsin Charania. When action ended for the day, 30 players remained. Season 15 5-diamond winner James Romero ended the day with 276,000 in chips, good for second on the leaderboard. But snatching the chip lead was 2-time WPT champion and local Michael Mizraki, who bagged up over 287,000.
It's nothing better when you're chip leader. You can go right back to the house, right down the block. I could walk home if I wanted to.
It was a beautiful Florida morning, but players were hoping to spend much of the day inside at the tables.
They're all still playing here on day 2 of the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. I'm on the rail. Busted me last night, but what an experience. What a great event this is. Just fantastic that the sponsorship has stepped up to the plate here for these players and for getting all these perks, getting added money to the prize pool. Fantastic event. I will be back.
With this tournament using the action clock from Protection Poker, the pace of play was swift.
I generally act within 5 seconds every time anyway, so it's nice to put a little more pressure on the people that take a little more time than I do.
I think just having the clock actually just like subconsciously makes people act faster before the clock even needs to be used.
I think it's great for poker. Most games and sports have some form of a clock that keeps the game flowing, keeps it fun.
Dylan Wilkerson knocked out the first player of the day, last season's winner Farid Yashu, who had started on the short stack.
It was a nice experience, like last year. It's an amazing tournament, the best field I've ever played.
Early action also saw the elimination of 3 Bay 101 WPT champions, Sam Panzica, James Carroll, and Taylor Paugh. Off to a strong start, Season 6 WPT Player of the Year Jonathan Little was enjoying the high level of competition.
Quite often there are a lot of players in poker tournaments who you do not think even have the possibility to win, but clearly everyone here knows how to fight, they know how to get in there, they know how to win tournaments, and that makes it exciting.
The grinder, Michael Mizraki, continued to build his stack, seemingly playing every hand. While other big stacks like James Romero and Tyler Patterson had tough days and were sent home short of the money.
I lost every all-in all day, and then now I'm going home.
Daniel Santoro started making strides and added to his stack when he eliminated James Mackey. Jonathan Jaffe took out fellow final tableist from last season, Noah Schwartz.
I'll never win those ones.
One of the players separating himself from the pack was Daniel Weinman, who won his WPT title this season at Borgata.
It was going good. It was short all day. The last 2 levels, caught a bunch of big hands, doubled up twice, and kind of just winning every pot I'm entering right now. So I have the trip lead going into 11 left. Looking forward to it.
With Jonathan Little's elimination by David Ormsby in 11th place, the room entered hand-for-hand play. Having cashed a record 25 times on the World Poker Tour, Lee Markholt understood how hard it would be to make the money in this event.
There's no dead money in this tournament, so right now everybody's maneuvering and picking their spots, and hope I can just hang in there and keep chipping up a little bit.
5 hands into the money bubble, Dylan Wilkerson went all in with Ace-King and was called by Daniel Weinman, who held pocket queens. Dylan, who was at risk, needed to improve to survive. Ace-King-10 on the flop gave Dylan 2 pair, but he would need to fade a queen or jack to hold on. An 8 on the turn and a 6 on the river, Dylan scored the double up and the money bubble continued. A few hands later, Michael Mizraki moved all in on a 6-high flop and was called by Lee Markholt, who was at risk. Lee held pocket jacks and he was in the lead against the nut flush draw of Michael. A deuce of diamonds on the turn gave Michael some additional outs, but he was still behind. The deuce of hearts on the river completed Michael's flush and knocked Lee out just short of the money. Jonathan Jaffe was the first player to hit the payout desk after running his ace-3 of diamonds into the pocket aces of Michael Mizraki. A disappointing end to his tournament, but an impressive run for Jonathan, who cashed in both WPT Tournament of Champions events.
I can't be that disappointed when I had like 10 big blinds an hour or 2 ago. Anytime you start getting a stack together, definitely be nice to see it through.
Eric Seidel doubled through Jesse Sylvia to send his chip stack north of 440,000. And then in the very next hand, Eric finished the job when his ace-jack held on to defeat Jesse's ace-4 offsuit.
I'll definitely come back. I had such a good time here. Everyone just took amazing care of us. It was a really great time.
Down to 7 players, Stefan Schilhubel 3-bet all in with ace-queen offsuit. Dylan Wilkerson went all in over the top with pocket 10s, and Michael Mizraki folded. Stefan needed to improve or would be eliminated. No help on the flop, turn or river knocked out the German pro, and the televised final table was set.
It was okay to cash, but of course I hope to win it, but you can't win every tournament, so.
Daniel Weinman would lead a stacked final table that included 2 legends of the game. Gentlemen, it is so wonderful to be here with you to close out season 15 on the World Poker Tour. Now, Mike, how was it getting to play in this event for your first time, and what do we have to look forward to tonight?
Oh, Len, it was such an honor to play in this tournament. The prestige, the perks, the prizes, the action clock, the opportunity to play against the best. This is such a great event. It's all champions fighting it out to determine who's going to be the ultimate champion. And we've got an amazing final table for you tonight, but there's 2 guys you need to keep your eyes on. In seat 1, we've got two-time WPT champion Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. The Grinder made it to this final table 1 year ago. He's back again, and both times he's come in second chip position. That is impressive. And in seat 5, we have one of the legends in the poker world. This guy is amazing. He's got $32 million in lifetime tournament winnings. Just incredible. Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. Now, Vince, even though Mizrachi and Seidel might be the headliners at this final table, they're not the chip leader.
No, they're not, Mike. We have 29-year-old Daniel Weinman. He is the chip leader, and he's primarily a high-stakes cash game player. So this is a little different from him, but I hear he's ruthless. Will he be able to take down the title, the champ of all champions? We're going to see.
Who's it going to be? Thanks, guys. And while the players are getting ready for this final table, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage caught up with chip leader Daniel Weinman.
Dan, your first final table was not televised, and it is tonight. Does that add any extra pressure to you?
I would say a little bit of pressure. That first tournament only had, 100 people watching online. This one's going to be broadcast to the whole world, so hopefully I can put on a good show.
Dan, this is a tough, exclusive final table tonight. How are you going to keep it light out there?
That's kind of my style out there. Everyone else is very serious. I'm out there cracking jokes, even in the middle of hands. You'll see me crack some smiles and hopefully get the other guys to engage too.
All right, well, good luck to you tonight.
For sure, thanks.
Final table action at the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions begins right after this.
I'd say I'm very ready for this final table. I think I'm the only one that's won something this season. Mine's really still fresh in my mind.
It's going to be exciting to say you won the Tournament of Champions and beat out a field only of champions would be a pretty awesome thing to do.
A big final table like this is always going to kind of fill you up with anxiety a little bit, but this is my 5th time for WPT final table, so it's kind of natural at this point.
It's going to be my first time playing on TV, so it's pretty new. Just got to play solid poker. Everyone there is pretty good, so there's no soft spots.
I love it here. It's a tournament of champions, and you're playing against the best. So if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
I think it would be a great title to have. It's only winners playing, so it's obviously a tough field. There's a good chunk of money at stake. Plus, I need a new car. My car is 12 years old, so I would really like to win that car.
Final table action at the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions is about to begin, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Daniel Weinman out in front with 872,000. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi in second chip position, just as he was a year ago, Vince, in this same tournament.
Winner's going to take home $381,000 here tonight.
Well, players love this event, the Monster WPT Tournament Champions, because of the additional prizes. Everybody at the final table will receive a Monster Superstar Rave box, and the winner will receive, in addition to first place prize money, a beautiful Hublot watch, a week stay at the Wyndham Extra Holidays, a seat in the Tigers Poker Night, a custom BBO poker table, a set of Monster headphones, and a 2018 Audi S5 Coupe. Just fantastic. Thank you, sponsors.
Let's go to the felt. Dylan Wilkerson out of Seattle, Washington. First to act. Looks down at a queen 3 and folds it.
Michael the Grinder Mizrachi almost won this event a year ago. Back to the final table again, folds.
Now Daniel Weinman, poker pro. Makes it 23,000 to go. David Ormsby out, but Santoro on the short stack picks up ace king.
On.
And he's going to go all in.
Yeah, he's going to move all in with this hand on the short stack like everybody would.
Eric Seidel going out.
And Daniel's going to go out.
Power play by the short stack. That's going to work out nice.
I'm playing tight.
You're getting through there.
I haven't played a hand yet.
When Grinder throws away one hand, people do consider him tight. He does like to play pots.
6 players battling for this championship, the Tournament of Champions. Action on Daniel, quick fold by him. Now David Ormsby out of Ontario, Canada, folds the hand. Santoro and Seidel going out.
Over to Dylan Wilkinson, the battle of the blinds here. And Dylan just limping in with the queen 10. Most guys would raise in this spot, but he knows Grinder, a very aggressive player, a defender. Hard to imagine that even the Grinder would raise with this hand.
I'll give you a walk.
That is a shocking check.
Oh, bingo, bango, bongo for the Grinder. He has flopped the nuts. Can you imagine starting with a 4-deuce offsuit and flopping the best hand possible?
Dylan, with just queen high, checks it.
Wow, what a sick flop.
Grinder doing reverse psychology, telling it like it is for real. Makes a bet, hoping to get called, but cannot get his action.
And shows the nuts to everybody.
The Grinder, 2 titles on the World Poker Tour.
Well, he has over $15.4 million in career live tournament winnings, 3 World Series of Poker bracelets to his credit.
Almost wheel. No heart.
Including winning the $50,000 Buy-In Players Championship twice.
Have you beat?
Night outs. To a shot.
Out the door.
Action on David Ormsby. Says he loves rap music. He's a cash game player mostly. He's going to fold. Santoro not going to play. Eric Seidel, a big legend, going out as well. Dylan out.
22.
The Grinder out of the small blind. Going to raise it to 22,000 with King-Jack offsuit. Up against the chip leader here, Daniel Wyman, who looks down at a junk 6-deuce offsuit.
Just let this one go.
Well, I'll tell you what he's going to let go. Raising chips, that's what he's letting go of. 76,000. Now, Grinder knows he's the chip leader, so automatically that makes you leery.
Well, we are playing this tournament with an action clock. Each player has 30 seconds to make a decision, and they have 5 buttons throughout the final table.
I'm going to have to use some of these.
Yeah, those time buttons are worth 30 seconds each, so if you need more time to think about your hand, you pitch one in the pot, you get more time. And we certainly want to thank Protection Poker for providing the action clock for this event. And he lays it down, so what a play by the chip leader right there.
Polarized man.
Like ace jack.
Flip.
King jack.
Flip.
I know, you look nervous. You're at 100 beats per minute there.
You got the wristband on, you go understand.
Can't see it though.
We'll be right back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Have a good resting heart rate.
Well, you can go from playing online to playing on TV. ClubWPT.com awards packages to travel, stay, and play in a WPT main tour event.
Yes! Make your poker dream a reality today at ClubWPT.com.
We are back at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
Daniel Wyman still out in front with 900,000. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi still in second with 720,000.
Action on Dylan Wilkerson out of Seattle. He takes a look at a awful jack deuce of clubs. He won't play that.
The Grinder folding as well. Round to the chip leader. Daniel Wyman, he's out.
Now David Ormsby out of Ontario, Canada, with just a 9-8 and some guts because he's going to make it 22,000 to go.
He's sitting in last chip position, yet makes a button raise.
Santoro out. Eric Seidel with Jack 6 of spades will speculate.
Eric going to defend out of the big blind here. Now flop is ace, queen, 5-2 spades. So Eric Seidel checks the flush draw. David makes a continuation bet, trying to represent aces here.
And he's going to be called by Eric. Going to the turn. Will Seidel hit the flush? Let's take a look. No, 7 of clubs.
Well, Eric checks again. David now has a gut shot straight draw, but literally has nothing. And he is firing a second bullet here into the great Eric Seidel.
Yeah, 40,000. Seidel, though, he's not going anywhere with that flush draw. Down to the river we go.
Well, a 6 comes off. This gives Eric 2 6s, but it gives David the stone cold nuts, the best hand possible, a 9 high straight.
Seidel checking. David can't believe it.
All in?
All in?
Well, he bet on the flop and the turn, hoping Eric would go away. Now, he's more hoping that he calls. Eric goes out, so David Ormsby bluffed his way till he made the nuts. Then made an all-in bet that didn't get called, but showing some heart there, Vince.
Nice smile by him. He says it's his first time ever playing on TV.
Monster was awesome. Monster gave everyone that made day 2 a free pair of headphones.
I got a set of Monster headphones. And I think today we'll be getting a ridiculous monster rave box, which turns any room into a party.
I don't know how I'm going to fit it in my suitcase, but all that plus the added money, it's a good value tournament. I'm probably going to play it every year.
It's hard to resist the swag. So to have such generous sponsors is a really cool thing.
And I expect after I win, Monster's going to give me a share of the company or something. They've been so great to the players.
Got them monsters on it.
You know, Mike, I hear that if you stare into that rave box for a long period of time, you play better poker.
Haha, we better get one then.
All right now, Daniel Wyman out in front with 943,000. And the antes and blinds are going up. The antes are now 2,000. Blinds are 6 and 12. Action's on Daniel. Folds the hand. Seidel also taking a breather. Dylan not going to play. And here's the grinder with just a 9-8.
And that's a big hand for the grinder on the button for sure.
25,000, he makes it.
Daniel going out. David now with the ace high. He opts to just call and not raise here.
Let's see if he gets lucky with the flop. No, 10-10-4 on the flop. Helps neither player.
David is checked. The grinder will be making the continuation bet here.
15,000.
And quickly called by David. Believing the ace high could well be the best hand, which it is. Now, if 5 comes off, this gives David a wheel draw, as well as the best hand, the ace high. But the grinder with just 9 high knows he has to keep betting to win this pot, and he doesn't like to give up pots, so he fires a second shell.
40,000. David's not going anywhere. He's making this call. But no king of diamonds on the river.
Well, David's going to check again. Will grinder fire a third shell?
And yes, he's going to make a bet, 50,000 with nothing.
Well, it's not a big bet, Vince, into a pot that's got 178,000 in it.
Which sometimes looks stronger.
It does. It almost makes you look like you want the guy to call you. And David gives it up, so the grinder firing 3 bullets there to take down that pot. Vince, that's why he is the grinder.
Tonight's sponsors are Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Maui Jim, maker of premium polarized color-enhancing sunglasses. Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. And Monster, the official headphones and speakers of the World Poker Tour.
Let me tell you, becoming a WPT champion is far from easy. But there is a simple step that might improve your game. And that's signing up to play at clubwpt.com.
To join is real easy. All you have to do is put in your email address and you can start playing that day. I've won pretty much every tournament on there.
I find the membership at clubwpt.com very easy to navigate the website.
Sign in with your email. You can play for 14 days for free, and then if you like it, keep playing, and you can win a seat like I did.
I've never met anybody yet that after the 2-week free trial was up, didn't stay on as a full VIP member. Very simple to play. It's not very complicated, and you'll have a ball.
Sign up at clubwpt.com and snap. You could be playing immediately and competing to win a seat at a live WPT main tour event. Join clubwpt.com today.
Okay, let's get back to the action. There you see the chip counts of everybody. Daniel Weinman still well out in front, 935,000. The grinder, Michael Mizrachi, has assumed second chip position once again.
Action going to the great Eric Seidel. And this man has lifetime tournament earnings of over $31 million. Not bad for sitting at a table. A couple folds around to the grinder, who has King 10 of hearts. Popped it up here, and the Wyman. Fold by him. Now David Ormsby with ace 3.
Same hand as he had before. He didn't raise the grinder last time.
All in?
Whoa, he's going all in.
This time he's going all in over the top.
Gamble or not?
Oh, that's the way to play the grinder. Don't try to grind him, just try to pulverize him.
And what he wants is a grinder to go away. And that's what happens is the grinder does go away. So well done by David there. He's probably wishing he would have moved on over the top with the same hand a minute ago against the grinder, where he'd have won that pot as well, but happy to win this one.
And David, out of Ontario, 27 years old. He said, I want to win this tournament because I need a new car. He totaled his car 2 months ago. Did you know that, Mike?
All I know is since he won in Fallsview back in 2016, he's lost 50 pounds since then. So you get some money, you get in shape, Vince. That's the way it is.
How much? How much?
26.
Dylan has made it 26,000 with an ace-4, and Grinder
56.
with the king-queens going back over the top to make it 56 total.
Just a little 3-bet here with the king-queen.
Our chip leader, Daniel Weinman, releases the hand, and
Dylan knows Grinder can make this play with any 2 cards. He's going to call him with the ace-high here. You have to defend against Grinder raising you, or he will punish you and raise you every single time.
Flop is a 5-5 deuce.
56.
The Grinder has zip and pip.
Dylan, he's got the inside straight draw now. Not hesitating, got to make this call. Loves to play the drums and improvise, he says, and he does that at the poker table. He loves to improvise, mix it up.
Well, the deuce comes off, so 2 pair. Ace-high, the best hand by Dylan. The Grinder just relentless. He just keeps betting. Tough decision here for Dylan. He knows the Grinder could accidentally pick up a pair at some point. And he takes down the pot, so Grinder winning pot after pot without having the best hand. That's how you do it. You just keep betting.
You know, it's amazing. He knows everyone knows how he plays. He doesn't care. He says,
hey,
it's still tough to call me.
The Grinder is tricky. He's tough. You look at him and you think, like, how can this guy ever win anything? And then you see that he's one of the most successful tournament poker players of all time. And clearly his style, which is unorthodox, works wonders for him. And he can be really, really difficult to play against.
Well, Dylan, those are the sentiments of all pros out there on tour. I can assure you, they all feel the same way about the Grinder. They wonder how he does it. Well, I can tell you, relentless pressure, great feel for the game.
25.
But betting is his strong suit.
And this time he's got a strong hand for him. A pair of 8s, he makes it 25,000. But right behind him, Weinman with a pair of 7s.
Let's play a big pot.
And let's play a big pot. Grinder loves to play big pots. Because he said that, Daniel just called him instead of raised him. And that's liable to bring David Ornsby into the picture. I would certainly call here out of the blind with the Jack-9 of diamonds and a 3-way pot.
And that's what he does. He makes this call.
And Daniel Santoro going out.
You pull the trigger. I would have called too.
I figured one of you would. Slow play.
Let's take a peek.
Well, Queen 10 deuce open in straight draw for David. He's going to check. The Grinder not liking the 2 overcards against 2 opponents. But that's not going to slow him down from betting, Vince. There it is.
He has no fear. He is making a bet of 28. He's going to push out Daniel. But of course, David, we know, open-ended at this point.
And backdoor flush draw, not going anywhere. The question is, do you call or do you raise here? And he's opting to call.
Yeah, he's on a short stack. He'd love to double up. But hits a king, makes the straight.
Also has a straight flush draw. Gonna check here. The Grinder drawing completely dead. Whatever he puts in the pot from here out will just disappear from his stack.
Yeah, 60,000.
Against an aggressive player like Grinder, you just want to walk the dog. Just check, letting him keep betting. 6 of spade on the river, and David checks again.
Digging the hole, putting the branches and twigs over, waiting for the sucker to fall in.
All in.
It's the Grinder.
Call.
He has bet all in, and an instant call, of course, by David.
David played this hand like a fiddle, Vince, I got to tell you. Played it perfectly against this particular opponent.
I think you're going to play Jack-9 as well,
Suited.
In the Mirage Poker Showdown, the World Poker Tour final table I made was Gabe Kaplan, John Juanda, Lee Watkinson, and Scotty Wynn, baby.
What a lineup we've got at this final table.
When we were three-handed, I felt this tournament is mine. I felt the confidence, I play good and I run good. And when I was heads up with Lee, I felt that if I just keep calm, I can beat him.
I'm gonna go all in.
All right, let's go.
All he's got to do is dodge a 5 and a 4, and he'll have the trophy, he'll have the seat in the WPT Championship, and he's done it!
When I finally won World Poker Tour title, it was a big relief and the best feeling in the world.
Now, Elia Lesra, former Poker Hall of Fame nominee, he and Daniel Wyman and myself played mixed games several days in advance before this Tournament of Champions started. We had a lot of fun every day playing together.
Yeah, he's a high-stakes gambler, a fun guy. Nice to see him back out here. And now let's move down to the felt. A couple falls into Eric Seidel, who has ace-10, likes the hand, makes it 27,000 to go.
56.
And the grinder's going to 3-bet Eric Seidel here. Says you may be a legend, you may be a Poker Hall of Famer, but I'm 3-betting you anyway. But Eric going nowhere, calls the 3-bet.
Yeah, with ace-10 up against ace-4.
Yeah, has him dominated right now.
And the flop is at 8-5-4, so the grinder getting a piece of that.
He's taking the lead after the flop.
He's going to check. It doesn't want to fall into any traps with Seidel.
It's going to check. Now the 6 of clubs comes off. Grinder checks. Eric checks again right behind him. And now an ace comes off. This gives Grinder top and bottom pair. If he bets out here, chances are he's going to get paid off because Eric has made a pair of aces.
Grinder putting in a bet of 80,000 with aces and 4s now.
There you see the deep breath by Eric. He said, "You got to be kidding me."
Thank you, River.
Yeah, exactly. It's the worst card in the deck.
How's it?
He's curious.
2 pair.
Everybody's curious against Grinder. So Eric does pay him off. There's the Grinder's mom, his fan club.
I like bluffing, but it's so much more fun.
He lives within walking distance of the casino, so a big favorite here locally. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi taking down that pot off the legendary Eric Seidel.
Yeah, it's a great time to just walk over to the casino, but when you have a bad night, it's a tough walk home. Back on Seidel. Quickly folds it. Dylan also out.
Yeah, the Grinder picks up Queen Jack.
25.
Yeah, speaking different languages, very impressive. Makes it 25,000 to go. Wyman, though, right behind him with an ace-10.
You're tired of re-racing? Hand's too good.
Well, Wyman just calls, doesn't 3-bet him with that hand, like many guys would against the Grinder.
I would have 4-bet you. Doesn't mean much.
All right, the flop comes up at 4-3, deuce, 2 clubs.
Again, Grinder, relentless, fires again.
19,000.
Daniel with just a wheel draw.
We still 1 pot.
Daniel going nowhere, makes the call.
This our range for sure. 7 of hearts.
Turn card is a 5.
That didn't change much.
Changed a lot, and the Daniel won't be going anywhere.
Daniel's got a small straight.
Well, Grinder's staring Daniel down. Wondering if a bet would win this pot for him. Well, Grinder bluff betting there. He does bet. He's going to try to represent the hand that Daniel has.
It's the biggest turn card in the world.
He's just really laying it on thick right now. Let's see if Daniel goes for it. And he does make the call with it.
6 of clubs, that'll be interesting.
Well, the board pairs 5s. The Grinder just has queen high, but I would think you have to automatically assume your opponent's at worst got an ace in his hand, Vince, when he calls you on the turn here.
The clock is ticking away. Will the Grinder make a foolish bet?
That's a time button he's pitched in the pot. Gives him another 30 seconds to act. Now, who puts in time buttons when they're thinking about bluffing, unless you're the Grinder?
Now he is going to bet it 105,000.
Yeah, pretty good sized bet into a pot that's got 136,000 in it.
You got it. Straight's good.
And Daniel is going to make the call with his straight, and he is going to take down the pot.
I gotta see one for once. Yesterday I let you get through 2 minutes.
So with that solid call, Daniel Weinman extends his chip lead.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
This is my first time in Seminole, and it's a very nice casino. It's been a great time. Everything here is nice, pool is nice. I didn't realize it was going to be such a high-end place.
This is my home. I love it here. Literally, I've been here every day for the last probably few weeks. It's my casino, it's my poker room, and this couldn't happen in a better place.
Welcome back. All the players love the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Why not? They put on great tournaments, great casino events. You and I love the steakhouse that we go to every night.
Yeah, incredible restaurants, a great gymnasium and pool. It is fun here. All right, back down to the table. To the grinder. And Michael the Grinder Mizrachi from Miami, Florida, looks down at an 8-5 of clubs. It's a big hand for him.
That's in his range of raising cards, for sure. There it is. Pops up to 32,000.
Behind him, our chip leader with King Jack.
Well, Daniel knows that Grinder raises with these kind of hands, so he's just going to 3-bet him with a little King Jack here, up to 92,000.
David goes out, and Daniel Santoro from New York picks up aces.
He is getting these premium hands at the right time. He's picked up ace-king twice when somebody's raising front, moved in and taken it. I'm guessing he's going to go all in here.
Come on.
Seidel goes out, and now Dylan looks down at a king.
Oh,
king!
What a time to get him.
All in.
Well, he's gone over the top all in.
Usually you're so happy to see him, but Dylan probably not going to be happy to see him here.
I guess I have an easy decision.
And Grinder now, of course, can't call it. Goes out, Daniel out. And they turn the cards up.
Wow.
You can see just bad luck for Dylan to pick up kings at this particular time.
Welcome to Tournament of Champions.
And remember, we saw Daniel Wyman throw a king away. He had King Jack, so things not looking good for Dylan right now.
And the flop is a queen, 3 deuce. Aces are safe.
Suspense. It's killing me.
Vinci has gotten his premium hands at the right time, that's for sure.
Dylan's sickened by this. Maybe a miracle can happen now. Not there. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Everybody chirping away, smiling.
God, I got out. I had the 5-8 of clubs.
Going to the river. Dylan won't be out.
He needs a king, but doesn't catch it. An 8 comes off.
God. Ship it in one time.
How are you gonna win that fucking?
Grinder jumps up because he had the 8-5 of clubs. But you just can't call a 5-bet raise in front of you with 8-eye. And Daniel Wyman's still the chip leader. But look, Daniel Santoro now sitting in second chip position here.
And Mikey came in as the low stack, the short stack at the table. And he's had good fortune here tonight so far.
Well, he did indeed. Now, we've only seen him play ace-king, and 2 aces. Now he's got some chips. He's going to widen his starting range here. Going to raise it up with the king 10 of hearts.
Makes it 40,000 to go. Seidel out, and now Dylan with ace-queen.
Vinci's only got about 11 big blinds, so I just can't imagine he's not going to ship it right here. Now, I know he has a lot of respect for Santoro's strong hands, but
All in.
he does move all in, and you have to in that spot with his chip count, I think.
Certainly. Everybody else going out. Now David Ormsby with a little pair of 4s.
Well, it's been raised and re-raised. I just don't see you getting involved with 2 4s here. Got nothing invested.
Can't do it. So now on Santoro, yes, he's priced in. Makes the call, and they turn him up.
Well, Santoro happy to see he's got 2 live cards. Dylan out in front, of course, with the ace-queen. Dylan over a 3-2 favorite to win this pot and stay alive in this tournament.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Rooting against me?
I said good luck. I didn't say it to anybody.
I looked at him. It looked like it.
I said to him.
Oh, a king right on the flop. And Dylan saying, kings are killing me. He just had 2 kings, ran into 2 aces, where he doubled the guy up, and now the same guy just flopped a king to take the lead on him. Not over, Dylan. Catch an ace or 2 runners to make a straight. 2 running queens, but a 3 on the turn means Dylan Wilkerson must catch An ace on the river, otherwise he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
Last card. A 6 of diamonds. Not going to work out for Dylan Wilkerson.
Well, the UC Berkeley grad who majored in political science, going back to the polls right now to figure out what to do, out in 6th place.
Walking away, has to be very disappointed. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Dylan, disappointing way to go. You dream about making the final table, then aces versus kings. Tell us about that hand.
Someone else woke up with aces. I have kings, pretty much always going to go down that way. You know, great week, disappointing result.
And with that, we end tonight's coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Join us next time for more from the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I can help play these guys. Got a nice shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Competition to me means all the players that are in my way.
Competition is that natural thing inside me that makes me want to do better than everybody else.
A bunch of people having the same passion and they want to reach to something bigger.
Everything is a competition, so you want to strive to be the best in everything that you do.
I am more competitive with myself than I am with other people. I just make a point to try to become the best person and poker player that I can be.
I don't really believe so much the will to compete. I believe in the will to prepare, and I think that's what competition really is people who prepare and are ready to go to work when the chips are down.
In Hollywood, Florida, the battle is on to become the champion of champions. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Tonight, we are coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino for the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. Joining me are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, it's been an exciting final table so far. The guy that came to this final table as chip leader, Daniel Weinman, is still the chip leader. And two of the biggest names in poker are still at this final table. That's two-time WPT champion Michael the Grinder Mizrachi and the Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. But Vince, Eric is sitting on a short stack.
Yeah, he is. He's down to nothing. But, you know, it's great to see a talented player like Eric hanging around. This guy is so old school. He used to go to Nixon's home games. Anybody can come back. It's Eric Seidel.
I don't expect any of these champions to go down without a fight, so this should be fun to watch. Now, play is resuming, so let's get back to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Daniel Weinman out in front with over 1 million in chips. Daniel Santora in second place. He started his final table in last chip position, doing very well here so far. Mizrachi in third, Ormsby in fourth, and right now Eric Seidel, the Hall of Famer, in fifth place.
Winner's going to take home close to $400,000 here. Blinds are 8 and 16,000, and he's 2. And let's go to Eric Seidel's cards with a little suited connector.
Eric's got 23 WPT cashes, his sixth final table here, but he's out. The Grinder out as well. Michael Mizrachi, a two-time WPT champ.
And the chip leader, Daniel Weinman, out of Stamford, Connecticut, will raise. Makes it 40,000 to go. Ormsby out. Now Daniel Santoro from New York. Ace-9 of hearts. Got to like that. And he will make this call.
So we're going to a flop between the two chip leaders here. Well, 8-5 deuce, no help to either player. Santoro checks. Two Daniels playing the pot, so we're calling them by their last name here. Weinman gonna bet. And the continuation bet gonna win the pot, so Daniel Weinman, he majored in mechanical engineering at Georgia Tech University. He spent 1 year on that job, didn't like it that much, said, you know, I'll be a poker pro.
Yeah, he said he got his poker bankroll from Guitar Hero competition. He won that, he said, and I don't know what I'm talking about, do I?
I don't know either, but I know he played tennis for 6 hours every day as a kid, he said.
32.
Did you ever play 6 hours a day in your lifetime?
Yeah, I did, actually. Mizrachi now has raised with an ace-deuce, and we get a few folds around to Santoro. He also goes out, and now Seidel, who lives in Vegas now, Hall of Famer, picks up 9-8.
Eric Seidel has 32 million in live tournament winnings, Vince, second all time to Daniel Negreanu.
And a flop of a king, jack 10.
Eric's got the open-end straight draw, but it's a sucker open-end straight draw. Queen comes off, he'll be frozen because his opponent will make an ace-high straight.
Grinder's going to bet 16,000, and Eric going to make the call.
So we are going to the turn. Well, a jack comes off.
That pairs the board, and now Seidel.
Wow, what a bet by Eric Seidel right here. He leads out into the guy who bet on the flop, the grinder. Wow, how do you call here with ace high? Man called you on the flop with king jack 10 out there. The board pairs jacks and bets at you.
3 on the river, so no help there for Grinder, but Eric slowing down makes a check.
The action clock brought to us by Protection Poker. And an action clock means you have 30 seconds to act on your hand.
Grinder's going to take more time, it appears.
We also have 5 additional time buttons for each player. So in certain hands, you throw a time button in the pot, you get an additional 30 seconds.
65.
And the grinder is going to bet on the river here. He thinks he's bluffing at this pot, Vince, but he actually has the best hand. Eric Seidel going out. But what a call on the turn by Grinder with just ace high. Incredible to me.
To be successful in poker, you need to have talent, obviously, and you need to keep a clear head on things.
Probably the most important thing for a long career is probably discipline. Just try to play well, always work on your game.
Tournament poker's tough, you know, it's not the easiest. And there's a lot of great players out there. So I always try new things out. You've got to sharpen your skills and keep up with the game.
I think money management is the biggest key to success in poker. There are a lot of people who are out of the sport now because they have leaks in so many areas, but treating it like a job and being your own boss is kind of the key.
If there's any kind of key to it, is that I love it. I love playing. I like to sit at a table with the best players in the world and try and figure out what the hell they're doing. And I like playing now as much as I ever have.
Well, just great tips by all the poker pros at this final table. Listen to what they're saying if you want to play tournament poker.
Yeah, it's good to hear Seidel say that, how much he loves it and what results he still has. And we talk about it all the time. Is it a young man's game? And mostly it is. But guys like him and you, I might add, have proven otherwise, which is nice to see. A raise now by David Ormsby with ace-queen. And will it get called by Mizrachi?
Yeah, but he's got 7-5 of diamonds, going to call out of the small blind. Daniel most likely going to call out of the big blind with a 6-5 of clubs. You would think he would anyway. So here we go, three-way action here. David out in front with the ace high, but let's see if that holds up.
The flop is a king, jack 7.
So David with the ace high straight draw.
Grinder actually in front with 7s.
Well, David's going to make the continuation bet after the two guys in the blinds check to him.
60,000.
Well, Grinder with the backdoor flush draw. He's always looking for reasons to play, Vince. That's one right there. He calls with bottom pair. Weinman goes out.
Going to the turn. It's a 9 of hearts. And the grinder, not exactly the card he wanted, but nevertheless, he's going to make a bet. 63,000.
Well, Vince, David has the key card here, the ace of hearts. And he just calls on the flush draw and the straight draw.
Going to the river.
And the 10 of hearts comes out there. This gives David the ace high flush. Now, yes, there is a possible straight flush on the board. Action on the grinder.
And the grinder is going to throw in a time button. He wants more time.
Notice every time the grinder puts in a time button, Vince, to ask for more time, he has no hand. It's just a matter if he's going to bluff or not. Will he do it again? If so, he's going to get spanked.
He's going to bet at 150,000. David Ormsby, of course, ace high flush. Will make this call.
Got it. Straight flush.
You got it. He doesn't raise in case the grinder's got the 8 of hearts. Didn't want to lose all his chips. And the grinder stares down at the ace high flush and mucks his hand. Another pot for David Ormsby.
Nice catch. Wins the pot, pays the time. Not too bad. Time pot, yeah. All right.
Well, Mike, it's pretty remarkable. We are about to finish our 15th season of the World Poker Tour, and it is just getting bigger and better than ever.
Well, that's right, Vince, and we recently held a pair of WPT Deep Stacks tournaments, first in Jacksonville, Florida, at Best Bet, and then in Reno at the Atlantis Casino and Resort.
Then it was time to add some new names to the WPT Champions Cup. Mike Del Vecchio was the last one standing and won the nearly $300,000 first place prize at WPT Rolling Thunder from Thunder Valley Casino Resort.
And Vince, it's been action-packed since we arrived here in Hollywood, Florida, where 2 new names were added to the WPT Champions Cup. First, Tony Sinishtaj claimed his victory at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, winning over $660,000.
That is big bucks. And then Ryan Reese made his first WPT final table count, taking home $700,000 in the final open tournament of the season, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Finale.
We extend our thanks to everyone who came out and played in the WPT tournament this season. We have big plans for the future, so log on to WPT.com and check out the tournament schedule. Now, let's get back to the action.
And now we have Daniel Weinman. He is the chip leader. He's from Stamford, Connecticut. He's got close to 1.2 million in chips. Seidel now down to 140 in chips.
Less than 10 big blinds, Vince, so he'll be looking to get it in soon, I promise you, and I'm guessing this is going to be it.
He'll put it all in.
He's only got about 8 big blinds, so he's got to ship it.
Grinder goes out. Daniel Weinman can afford to play, but not with a 10-5. Ormsby thinks about it, but no. And now the only one to beat is Santoro, but he's got a pretty decent king-jack.
He knocked Dylan Wickerson out of this tournament with a king-10 of hearts. Could he knock Eric Seidel out with a king-jack?
Or will he double him up if he calls? And he is going to call.
I think you're going to call. That small amount of chance to knock out a legend.
Either way, Seidel out in front with ace-5 up against king-jack.
I thought you were worse than that.
Eric Seidel, a living legend at poker, 32 million in all-time tournament winnings.
And the flop is a queen-jack-10. So Daniel Santoro has outflopped Eric Seidel.
Right now, Eric Seidel, the Hall of Famer, in dire straits.
It's tough to win. Unless you're a luck box like me.
An ace won't help Seidel.
Seidel with 23 WPT cashes, 6 final tables, 270 tournament cashes in his career.
Deuce of hearts on the turn.
Well, Eric Seidel in dire straits. His hobbies are music and going to the theater. And if he doesn't catch a king on the river here, Vince, he'll be heading back to Broadway.
Last card is a 7 of hearts. Not going to work out for Eric.
Well, that's going to do it for the Poker Hall of Famer, Eric Seidel, out tonight in 5th place.
Great Eric has to take the hard walk through the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino to Matt Savage. He will take home $73,000. Always a gentleman at the table. Let's go see what he has to say.
Fell a little bit short tonight. I know you really wanted that car.
I really did. Yeah, I'm going to be taking buses in Vegas now.
I think you'll be okay. Another great run, Eric. Great to have you here.
Okay.
And we have to say goodnight to Eric Seidel, while 4 players are still in the hunt to be known as the champion among champions. They say it takes one to know one, so we call on one of our own WPT champions, Tony Dunst, to give it to us straight in the raw deal.
Everyone knows that if you never bluff, you become easy to play against. But that doesn't mean that bluffing all the time makes you difficult to play against. Ideally, you should balance value bets and bluffs at a frequency that makes you unpredictable. So what happens when you start bluffing too often? Let's break it down. It's not exactly a secret that Michael Mizrachi likes to bluff a lot. He plays an absolute ton of hands. And since many of them won't connect by the river, he can either bluff or lose at showdown.
You got it.
And because his aggression is so relentless,
You look nervous.
he's going to win more than his share of pots. Mizrachi got Dylan Wilkerson to fold an ace on a 2-pair board, and he triple-barreled 9-high like a boss.
So the grinder firing 3 bullets there to take down that pot. That's why he is the grinder.
The problem is, Mizrachi's opponents know he loves to bluff, so they adjust by calling down wide and repeatedly checking strong hands to him. In fact, that move worked twice for David Ormsby, who checked a straight to Mizrachi and got him to bluff all in.
All in. Go. I think you're gonna play Jack-9 in small blind.
Then later, on a rivered flush, he snapped off another bluff. Mizrachi should realize that his opponents are reacting to his image, but sometimes it feels like he just can't help himself. And I'll admit, it's pretty fun to watch him try to win every pot. But if the whole idea behind bluffing is balancing your aggression and remaining unpredictable, then your opponents shouldn't be able to consistently trap you with just one word. Check.
I'm playing tight.
Well, Vince, as you know, there's an old poker proverb. If they call you every time you're bluffing, you're probably bluffing too much. Sometimes the grinder fits in that category.
I just want the golf trip.
This one's the golf trip, the Tiger Woods thing?
Tiger down.
Yeah. I can't play golf, so if we get heads up, I'll let you have it.
Happy to buy it.
No, I'm a big golfer.
You're a golfer?
Yeah.
All right.
Daniel Weinman is a 2-handicap golfer. He plays golf with Michael Jordan and Smoltz of the Atlanta Braves. Those guys can play.
Really? Nice group. We got a raise by Ormsby, but he's getting called by Daniel Santoro with a pair of 5s.
Grinder goes out.
So 9-6 versus a pair of 5s and a flop of ace-ace-10.
Santoro's going to check his 5s. No continuation bet here. But David, a little surprised by that. Now 5 comes off, giving Santoro a full house. Man, this guy's catching more cards than everybody at the table, for sure.
He checks, and let's see if David falls into a trap.
Well, he's got to know the only way he can win the pot is to bet at it, but he's just not giving up any more chips here in this spot.
Self-control. 8 on the river. Changes nothing.
Santoro going to bet the river and win the pot, so even though David raised before the flop there, he didn't lose any more money after that flop, Vince.
Daniel Santoro, great things happening for him here tonight. He's 31 years old, out of Belmore, New York.
I would say that my temperament over my poker career has been different. There were times in the past where I would definitely tilt if I did something wrong or took a bad beat, got aggravated. I mean, I try to play well still, but it's hard to if you're angry about something or annoyed about something. In the last however many years, I usually keep even temper, even mind on things. I don't let things bother me. If I lose a hand, just move on, take it in stride. You just get older and you mature a little and you learn to let things go, because at the end of the day, if you win or lose, you go home and life goes on.
The number one thing you need to know about playing poker, don't tilt after you lose a pot or two. It's the easiest way to do all your money. You got to deal with them.
Move around.
All right, the grinder from Miami folds his hand. Our chip leader, Weinman from Connecticut, with an ace-deuce.
Well, Daniel Weinman going to raise it up to $35,000 with the ace-deucey. You have to widen your range of starting hands in a 4-handed poker game. Daniel number 2, Santoro, Gonna make the call here with the Queen Jack of diamonds. And it comes Jack, Jack, 5.
3 of a kind for Daniel Santoro.
Well, he checks his 3 jacks. See if Wyman falls into a trap here of a continuation bet. No, he doesn't. He checks the flop with the ace high.
Pretty amazing. 6 on the turn.
Now Santoro is going to bet at it. And by betting here, you don't know if he's bluffing or if he's got a hand. Wyman trying to figure it out. And he's drawn completely dead and figured it wrong as he makes the call here with just ace high.
A river card, 8 of diamonds.
Action back on Santoro. He said, hey, the guy called me on the turn. Maybe he'll call me on the river here. So he bets 100,000. Wyman trying to think, maybe my ace high is good. Curiosity call.
Out of jack.
And he's going to get spanked for it. So Santoro continuing to roll at this final table.
I'm tired.
Yeah. Vince, he's running hotter than anybody at this final table so far. That is for sure.
Running well is better than playing well.
4 players remain. We're coming back with more action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
There are many reasons to sign up for a Club WPT membership. 100,000 to be exact. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at clubwpt.com. Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock and the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. So much is on the line tonight, along with some magnificent prizes. Each player at the final table will receive a Monster Superstar Rave Box, but the winner will really score, receiving a week stay with Wyndham Extra Holidays, a seat into Tiger's Poker Night, a custom BDO poker table, Monster headphones, a Hublot King Power Unico Carbon and Red watch, and a 2018 Audi S5 Coupe. Now, cards are about to go back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Daniel Santoro out in front. Daniel Wyman in second place. And right now, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi bringing up the rear in 4th place.
Daniel Santoro from New York, who came in as the short stack, and now is the chip leader. He's going to fold this one. And now the Grinder with an attractive Jack 10 of spades. He likes it, and he makes it 32,000 to go.
Well, Wyman now picks up ace-7 offsuit, and most of the time, when the Grinder raises, this is a good hand. But let's see how Wyman wants to do with this hand now. Just going to give it up, Vince. You could tell he thought about raising it and then said, I'm in good chip position. Why play a marginal hand? He gets out of the way.
And Ormsby behind him with Queen, 3 of diamonds, will make this call. And we'll see a flop. Here it is. It's a 10 deuce-deuce.
Well, good flop there for the Grinders. He's flopped 10s and deuces as David checks to him. And the Grinder checks 10s up right behind him. Not worried about giving his opponent a free card. And he certainly did the right thing. His opponent now has got 2 pair, 3s and deuces. And is going to lead out and bet 25,000. And the Grinder going to call with 10s up.
River card, another deuce.
Both players have a full house. David betting for value here, thinking his deuces full of 3s are the best hand.
All in.
Didn't even hesitate, Vince. Said, look, you got jacks for better, good luck to you. I don't think you do. Might be difficult for David to get away from his hand, Vince. There you see the action clock going off for David.
Yeah, tick, tick, tick. And he's going to fold it.
What a fold there by David Ormsby. Vince, this guy is really playing great, I think. He's making good bets and good laydowns. That was an impressive laydown there against the Grinder.
I'm so pleased to be joined by Noel Lee, the head monster. Now, Noel, what made you want to come back this season, not only as title sponsor, but also to add $100,000 to the prize pool?
Hey, we love World Poker Tour. You know, the players, the staff, yourself, you know, just delight to come back and join you guys again. And I think music is really a part of what the player uses to enjoy themselves or isolate.
Now, Noel, tell us about the headphones that the players are receiving.
Last year and this year, we're given the rose gold elements. And that is like a piece of jewelry. And you can go to any nightclub in Miami and get to the front of the line.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a special one.
For me?
It is the elements on ear, and this thing is tiny, as you can see. Oh, that looks so nice.
Rose gold's my color.
Rose gold.
Thanks so much for these awesome headphones.
Yeah.
And I can barely hear you because they're so effective.
What?
All right. Thanks so much, Noel. These are great. Mike and Vince, back to you.
And there's the Royal Flush crew with their monster headphones on over at the Dr. Pepper bar as we whittle down to 4 players.
I'll tell you who's enjoying the evening so far here, and that's Daniel Santoro. Big chip leader now with 4 left after starting out in last chip position.
And we go back down to the money pit, going after the title of champion of champions of the season. And we get a quick fold by the chip leader Santoro. Now the grinder with Queen 5 up to his usual stuff, makes a raise, but right behind him, Daniel Wyman picks up the real hand. Pair of queens, and he'll re-raise to 80,000. Now Ormsby with an ace-jack.
Well, he knows grinder raises light. He's learning that Daniel re-raises him with not so strong of a hand. So what's he going to do with ace-jack here? He better be a little careful. Wow, Vince, he is going to 4-bet this hand. 167,000.
Grinder goes away, and now back on Daniel with the ladies.
How much do you start with?
386 left.
Well, I don't see Daniel going anywhere with this hand.
Oh.
Yep, there it is. Wow, and a good laydown there by Ormsby. Well, Ormsby just picking the wrong time to 4-bet there. Many times it'd be good when these guys are raising and re-raising, but not this time.
Tonight's sponsors are Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Maui Jim, maker of premium polarized color-enhancing sunglasses. Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. And Monster, the official headphones and speakers of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back. We're in Hollywood, Florida for the World Poker Tour.
Well, Vince, here we are at the season-ending championship event, and I must say, we are styling. We are looking good.
Well, you're right. We get to wear tuxedos on this final show. You look great. That's your own tuxedo. You must have spent a lot of money on that. Beautiful. I actually have to rent mine. I don't have one. And I went to the Formal Wear store in North Miami. Happen to love it.
Well, it looks great on you. Let's get back to the table and see who's going to iron out the others and take down this title.
Daniel Santoro from Belmore, New York. He's the chip leader with close to 1.6 million. Daniel Wyman behind him with $1 million.
2 guys with over $1 million, 2 guys in not good shape.
The antes are going up, though, to 3,000. The blinds are 10 and 20,000 at this point. Going to Daniel Wyman. Quick fold by him.
Well, David Ormsby's got less than 15 big blinds.
All in.
He's got ace high on the button, and he's moving in with it. I don't blame him.
But right behind him, Santoro with ace-king again here tonight.
Wow.
Ready to crush.
This guy has caught more cards tonight than everybody else put together. And he's moving in over the top.
Grinder goes out, and they show the hands, and the Canadian in big trouble at this point.
Yeah, David Ormsby, just a terrific player, youngest player at this table with 27.
King? Black King. Is that one of your friends called the Black King? Okay.
Gonna have to get lucky to stay alive to win the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions.
Ace 8-3, Santoro out in front with the big kicker.
Black King now isn't so bad.
8 of spades and 3
One
of
of them.
spades.
Ormsby needs to catch a 4 or 2 running cards to make a wheel. Otherwise, he's going to be our 4th place finisher.
Turn card is at 8 of clubs. No help for David Ormsby.
2 more outs for you. Well, actually, yeah, more than that. 3 more outs.
1 less out for me.
Yeah.
Must catch an ace or an 8 for a tie. Nothing will win it for him.
Last hope, not going to be happening. 10 of diamonds hits the board.
Nope, that's going to do it for the talented player David Ormsby from Canada, but just not his night tonight, Vince. Out in 4th place.
That is right, 27 years old. He is gone, picking up 95,000. Let's talk to him.
Great run this week. You started off short stack, but you moved up a couple spots. How was your experience this week?
It was great. I love this tournament. Small fields are really fun, and shot clock is also really good, and good time.
You gonna play this one every year?
Yeah, as long as I'm free, I'll definitely come back and play.
All right, congratulations.
All right, thank you.
It's got to be the best hour and a half of poker of my life.
Did you think there was a chance that you were going to bust 6th, 5th, and 4th?
Yeah, exactly.
I told you it's skipping.
Well, exciting moments for all 3 of these guys, especially Santoro, who is the chip leader.
Yeah, it's got 1.9 million in chips. Wyman with just over $1 million. Grinder with just 339,000. But Vince, what's amazing, Santoro came to this final table in 6th chip position, yet he's taken out the first 3 players at this final table. Incredible.
All in.
Grinder has gone all in with his ace-10. And Weinman behind him now with King-Jack.
Call.
Is interested, more than interested. He's made the call. Santoro goes out.
I'm in the lead.
Grinder's out front right here. Ace-10 against King-Jack.
And there is the Grinder rail.
They want 2 aces. A greedy ass rail.
And here's the flop.
Grinder on his feet, staring down at the board. Good flop for him, 8-6 deuce. Really good flop for the Grinder. Just has to dodge a king or a jack.
No jack, no king, no jack.
They're chanting on the rail. And a queen on the turn.
Now Grinder wiping his brow.
Mike, look this way. Don't look there. 3.
God.
River card. 4 of clubs.
There it is. The Grinder's doubled up. And with that pot, Vince, he now moves into 2nd chip position. Weinman falls to 3rd place.
The Grinder rail exploding with excitement. We still have 3 players remaining here at the Seminole Hard Rock. We're coming right back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Okay, we're just about to head to commercial, so I really don't have a lot of time to talk about PlayWPT.com and how they offer ring games and sit and goes and multi-table tournaments around the clock. But I will say very quickly that you can join a game at PlayWPT right now, even if you only have a few minutes. I wish I had time to tell you more about the cool graphics, avatars, and emojis that really help you express yourself at the table. Personally, I like the cute kissy faces and the one that gets angry and blows up. Oh no, I didn't get to mention that you can play on a computer or download the app. You can start playing ASAP on PlayWPT.com. Did I get it all in?
Well, we're back at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. 3 players battle for this championship, Mike.
Yeah, Daniel Santoro well out in front with 1.8 million. Both his opponents have about 715,000, so Santoro, who started this final table in last chip position, now has more chips than both of them put together.
And Santoro continues to get cards here tonight. He's got ace-10 here, and he'll pop it up to 45,000 total.
And Vince, he has busted the missing 3 players at this table. So far, it's all Santoro.
Weinman with ace-4 will call this. So ace-4 versus ace-10. And we are flopping, and the flop is an 8-3 deuce.
Well, Santoro still out in front, but Weinman with the wheel draw. Santoro is going to bet after Weinman checks. 45,000. Weinman going nowhere, makes the call.
Turn card is a 5, giving a straight for Weinman.
Yeah, the joker for him. Well, he's going to check it. But Santoro not making another bet on 4th Street. Now the board pairs 8s.
Will Weinman come out of the woodwork and make this bet, try to get some value?
Straight.
What? Oh my
Straight
God.
is good.
Didn't get the most out of it.
Not all trappers wear fur hats. Some of them wear baseball hats.
We're playing high-low hold'em.
Can't be careful. Now I don't have chips.
Each season, we like to honour the player who excels above the rest, and I am so very pleased to announce that the season 15 Hublot WPT Player of the Year is Benjamin Zamani. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, when you took the early point lead, did you think that you would actually finish out the season as Player of the Year?
Well, I thought I'd have to win a tournament somewhere along the way, but you know, the WPT puts on great events and great tournaments, and to win one of their bonus prizes is pretty cool.
Sure is. Now, along the way, you had some players nipping at your heels. You had Sam Panzica, our own Mike Sexton, very close. Were you sweating that leaderboard, hoping to hold?
I was keeping an eye on it, but I was trying not to think about it too much when playing.
Spoken like a true professional. Well, I have your custom one-of-a-kind Hublot watch. It even has the 15 marks there on the bezel.
Wow, that is awesome. Thank you very much.
Pretty amazing. Well, congratulations again, Benjamin, our season 15 Hublot WPT Player of the Year. Mike and Vince, back to you.
Yeah, congratulations to Ben Zamani. He started out fantastic in the season and held on. Rest of us just couldn't catch him, Vince.
Mike, what an effort.
Had a shot at it. Didn't quite get there, but still, can't complain about the year. Very good.
We're back down to these guys, and right now, Weinman gonna raise with a king, 8 of diamonds. Centaur goes out.
Well, the grinder with the 6-5 of spades gonna make the call. So these two guys clashing for the umpteenth time at this final table.
King 8 versus 6-5, and the flop is at 8-8-5.
Wow. Daniel Weinman has flopped 3 8s. The grinder's got part of the flop with 2 5s.
Beautiful flop for Daniel Weinman. He's going to check it. We're going to the turn. Another 5.
Well, this could spell doom for Michael the Grinder of Mizrachi. He's got a full house here. 5's full of 8s. Unfortunately for him, his opponent has a bigger full house.
Now Weinman thinking about this. Of course, we know he doesn't have to think about this. Do you just call and rope him in? That's exactly what he's going to do. He wants to break the grinder.
He probably thinks Grinder's just bluffing at the pot. Now deuce comes off. Well, the grinder is just jumping through hoops right now, thinking he's got the best hand with a full house. Makes a big bet this time. Now we know Weinman's going to raise it. Just a matter of how long it takes him to do it.
Owen.
Not a min raise, just going to push it all in. Now will that scare grinder off?
Well, Grinder's got about 400,000 left. Do you want to put it all in here with 5-4? I mean, it's hard not to, but he's replaying this hand now. What's going on here?
Clock going down, and Mizrachi wants more time, so he throws in his time button.
That gives him another 30 seconds, and here's where he needs that time button, Vince. Trust me. It's tough to lay down a full house in a 3-handed poker game. How do you do it? His tournament life's on the line. If he makes the call, he's out in 3rd place, where he finished last year in this event, I might add.
The clock is ticking again. Now we're down to 9 seconds. Now he's throwing in another.
Well, the grinder is pitching in his last time button, so he's going to have to act fast the rest of the way.
No. 5 would have.
Down to 10 seconds again. 9.
Wow, the grinder shows the full house that he's laying down here. So the guy everyone says plays so aggressive in so many pots has the discipline to lay down a full house. That's impressive.
Oh boy, and there's his rail saying, what did he do?
Good fold.
Be epic if there wasn't.
I'm stupid. I'm not that stupid.
We're watching some excellent poker here on the World Poker Tour.
Woo! It's the Tournament of Champions. Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to PlayWPT.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker.
Where skill matters.
My name is Dietrich Fast. I won a WPT at LAPC. I actually thought I would win. I have the chip lead, so I'm pretty confident to win this. The atmosphere was crazy. I'm Ollie.
I call. It's an 8!
Unbelievable. Now Dietrich must catch a jack or a 9 to win this pot. Jack.
But the river changed the whole thing.
A jack! Dietrich has done it!
I won. My friends from Germany and America went crazy, and that was awesome.
Well, he's right about that, Vince. There's no feeling like that last card's over and you're crowned a WPT champion. And I was fortunate to win an event this season, and I'll be grateful for life for it. And I'll also be playing this monster WPT Tournament of Champions the rest of my life as well. Eligible now. Love it.
You deserve it. You played well. And we're moving on. 3 players here. Down the stretch we go. And we have a call by Daniel Weinman.
Wow, limps in the small blind with King Jack of Diamonds. Most guys would raise with that, but he limped in. And now comes King Jack Deuce. And look, 2 hearts out there. Wow, that gives Santoro a flush draw. We could see some fireworks here.
Daniel's going to check the 2 pair, top 2 pair. And Santoro is getting the chips out with his flush draw. 35,000.
With the possible straight and possible flush draw out there, I think you have to raise here if you're Weinman, and he does. He makes it 115,000 to go. Santoro. He does make the call. Well, a 10 comes off, so that does create a possible straight draw. But certainly, if you're Weinman with top 2 pair, you check raise on the flop, you're going to bet the turn. He does it 150,000. Santoro now also has a good shot straight draw to go along with his flush draw. And he's going to make the call.
Not going to get super aggressive, just wants to catch his card. Can he do it here? No. 5 of spades.
Well, Weinman liking that card.
350.
350,000 now the bet on the river by Weinman.
Daniel with only 9 high. So you got to think he's going to leave the premises. He's going to lay that down. Weinman going to take it.
Well, even with the pot that he did lose, Weinman regains the chip lead, as you can see, right there. Not by much, but by just a little bit. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi in the distant third right now. But Weinman came to the final table as chip leader. He has regained it.
Grinder could be actually out of here if you would have called the 5s full of 8s, but he played great defense and he's still sticking around. And this time he has a Jack 10, and he'll make it 41,000 to go.
Well, Daniel Weinman with the ace queen. There's the 3-bet, 102,000. Santoro goes out, and without hesitating, the Grinder puts in 61 more thousand when he's only got 320,000 in chips.
Well, he is gambling here tonight. Can he get lucky with the first 3? And yes, he does. 8, 9, 10 on the flop.
What a flop for the Grinder.
Oh, call.
All in and called.
And Grinder out in front with the 2 10s, also has the open-end straight draw. So a queen won't help Daniel Weinman because that'll give the Grinder a straight. Daniel looking for an ace or a jack. The jack gives him a queen high straight. The ace gives him the lead.
Should have just checked fold.
Weinman almost fell to the ground when he saw the snap call by Mizrachi. He was sickened that he made that move so quick.
Well, the Grinder can get right back in this thing by doubling up here, I'll tell you that.
Comes the turn. It's a 7. That's a straight for the Grinder.
Well, now Weinman needs a jack to win the pot. Nothing else will do.
And it's going to happen. Queen of spades on the river.
And don't count the Grinder out, Vince. He's doubled up yet again. 1 year ago, he was at this final with 3 players left. He had the big chip lead, went out in 3rd place. Now he was a short stack with 3 left. Can he come back and take down this title?
It's time for us to say goodnight from the Seminole Hard Rock Casino and the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gill-Martin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
A goal is just an aspiration. It's a mark you set that you attempt to reach.
A goal is something you strive to achieve, and in poker, that can be a title, amount of money to win. It can be a lot of things.
In general, my goals are to constantly be improving.
To be happy in life, happy with me and happy with my friends.
I set my goals really high. Sometimes they're too high to where they're almost unachievable, but I like to push myself.
My number one goal in life is to leave a legacy, to just be remembered for something. I think that's kind of, at the end, when it's all said and done, that's really all you have.
At the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, season 15 of the World Poker Tour ends with a bang. Hi everyone, welcome to the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. I'm Lynn Gill-Martin. This is the event that everyone wants to win, and there is so much at stake tonight for these remaining players. Right now, I'm joined by my illustrious colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Len, it's been an exciting final table so far, no doubt about that. Our current chip leader is Daniel Santoro. What's unique is that he came to this final table in last chip position. Now he's the chip leader with 3 left, but the other 2 guys he's up against, very, very tough. We've got Daniel Weinman, a high-stakes cash game player, and Michael, the grinder of Mizrachi, is back trying to win this tournament for the 2nd year in a row.
It is great to see the grinder back at a final table. I mean, the man plays about 80% of all the hands. He earns every pot. So talented. This is going to be really fun down the stretch.
Well, gentlemen, I think we are in for a fantastic finish, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Daniel Santoro out in front with 1.4 million. Started this final table in 6th place. Now the chip leader, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi with 962,000, and Daniel Weinman 922,000.
The winner's going to take home 381,000. Also get the beautiful Monster headphones, the Hublot watch that every player wants, a seat in Tiger's Poker Night, the custom BBO poker table that I love, and a week stay with Wyndham Extra Holidays, and the 2018 Audi S5 Coupe.
And Vince, don't forget about lifelong bragging rights as being a WPT Tournament of Champions winner. Santoro folded on the button here.
Blinds are 10 and 20 with 3,000 ante, and Michael the Grinder Mizrachi with King Queen makes it 41,000. Could Weinman's cards, wow.
Daniel Weinman's picked up 2 aces in the big blind. It's what you dream about. You've been raised, you look down and find 2 aces.
Whew. He will re-raise to 120.
Got me covered. 9 maybe to start.
Well, the grinder going to make the call with King Queen, and he needs a lot of help to win this pot. Let's see if he can get it.
Look out, here we go. And it's a flop. Is it ace 10, 9, 3 of a kind for Daniel Weinman.
Grinder with the gut shot, straight draw checks. Let's see how much Weinman bets here. Look at this bet size here, Vince. 70,000 into a pot that's got 250,000 in it. But the grinder with the gut shot straight draw makes the call.
Just build the campfire real slow.
Reeling him in.
Going to the turn. It is a king, so now the grinder hits kings here.
Now action's on the grinder. He's going to check. See what Wyman does here. Wow, he checks too. Gives his opponent a free draw at that straight. Doesn't hit it as the 4 comes off. And the way the betting's going, Vince, Grinders probably thinks he's got the best hand with 2 kings and a queen kicker. I would. Looks like his opponent's got queens or jacks to me. But Grinder bets for value here, 120,000. But Vince, if you're Daniel Wyman, you say, if he's got a straight, good luck to him. No way you can't raise with top set.
Looking back down like he doesn't know his cards. We know better.
All in.
There you go.
Wow, he's gone all in.
He wants it all.
That's another 600,000 to the grinder. That's a lot. Virtually all his chips. Whoa. He acts like he was going to call there, Vince. But he opts to lay it down. Good lay down by him, but I just wonder if Wyman bet too much there, setting him all in. Grinder might have called another 200,000.
Melech Malka.
And there, the grinder's saying something in a different language.
He's telling Israel in Hebrew that he had king queen there.
And we move on to the grinder. He has the button. He has ace-8.
41.
And he will make it 41,000 with ace-8. Wyman quickly folding, and Daniel Santoro with a 5-3 of hearts will splash around.
Oh, and what an action-oriented flop. Santoro's flop bottom pair with a flush draw. Grinder's flop top pair, but it goes check, check. And 3 5s now for Santoro. He has the best hand, the best draw, and this is a very sad state of affairs for the grinder here.
Yeah, Santoro coming out with a bet, 65.
Well, no way Grinder's going to throw aces up away with a king kicker. That's for sure. Your opponent has to have a 5 to have you beat here, virtually. If he had ace-king or ace or kings, he would have re-raised you before the flop. That didn't happen.
He just calls. Jack on the river.
Daniel Santoro, what a show he's put on at this final table. He's also caught the most cards at this final table, no doubt about that. 31 years old from North Belmore, New York. Been a pro for 10 years.
Got a 5.
Grinder makes the call and doesn't like it when his opponent shows him 3 5s. And Vince, how good has Daniel Santoro run at this final table so far? Just been incredible. He's busted the 3 missing players at the table. He made another hand there to really knock the grinder down in chips.
We are so excited to have Craig Lamanna and Scott Perillo from Maui Gym here at the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. Guys, tell me about Maui Gym.
Maui Gym is a premium polarized sunglass company. We were born on the beaches of Maui 30 years ago. We really pride ourselves on having the best lens technology in the market. For us, it's all about the view through the lens, not just how you look at them.
Now, all of the players in this tournament and the WPT cast had a custom fitting this week. Tell us how that went.
Yeah, so the fitting went really well on all the players. Were able to come over, try on a nice assortment of styles, colors, shapes, and different lens colors as well.
Totally perfect fit.
They're really lightweight and very comfortable so that they can wear them all day long in 12, 13-hour tournaments or out by the pool and wherever they go. And I saw you chose a very nice pair here as well.
I gotta say, I had a tough time choosing because they are really cool glasses, but I went with the Moon Bow. What do you think? Good choice?
Really good. Perfect.
I love them. And what is it about Maui Gyms that makes the color pop?
That's our patented Polarized +2 lens technology. What our technology does is instead of filtering light out, it actually enhance light wavelengths. So you see the colors faster and you can see the true beauty of the world.
Well, I agree. Everything looks fantastic through those lenses, and I love my glasses. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Mike and Vince, back to you.
Well, Lynn, I agree. As a WPT champion, I was privileged to get a pair of Maui Gym sunglasses fitted for me, and they're fantastic.
Well, Mike, I'm not a champion of the WPT, but I was given 2 pair of glasses.
Oh, boy. For a guy that's in the sun every day like you are, you got to love them.
I need them. All right, Andes have gone up to 4,000, blinds at 12 and 24. We have a raise by Santoro. Grinder goes out.
Well, Daniel Wyman going to defend out of the big blind here. And when I say defend, he's defending with a 3-bet. Makes it 175,000 to go. It's another 120,000 to Santoro. What a bet by Daniel Wyman here. Now, these are the 2 chip leaders, remember. Action back on Santoro. And look at this, Vince. He has pulled the trigger for all his money with queen high. What a play by Santoro. Incredible.
If you're a fan of the WPT, then you may have joined us for a game of poker on Play WPT. And if that's the case, then you know that on Play WPT, the stakes are real, even if the cost is 0. That's because you have to earn your way to the higher stakes game through disciplined play at lower levels. Unless, of course, you ship one of the many tournaments that run each day. So how do you find success on Play WPT? Let's break it down. You begin all the way down at 200 gold buy-in games and incrementally unlock higher stakes as your bankroll grows. Build that bankroll for long enough and you'll reach the nosebleed stakes like 50,000, 100,000, but don't get ahead of yourself. And if you're not a cash game player, then head over to tournaments on Play WPT. There's plenty of free rolls in case you're low on gold, and if you manage to take one of those tournaments down, then you can parlay your bankroll in a higher buy-in event. Best of all, you can access Play WPT 24 hours a day. Plus, since the WPT is a global tour, Play WPT is a global site, beamed directly to your desktop or mobile device for whenever you feel like turning your night into poker night. But really, the true way to find success is to play. So head to playwpt.com or download the app today.
Going into my final table, I had a chip lead, so I felt pretty good about it. Probably more confident than I should have been.
Jonathan is going to lead out and bet here with nothing. So the aggressiveness paying off there.
That's my boy. And I happen to run really well. So even though I tried to slip up heads up, Poker God saved me.
Well, Jonathan Jaffe just has to dodge an 8 or a 10 on the river to become champion. Can he do it?
Queen of Hearts! It's going to work out for Jonathan!
Winning the WPT was just an awesome moment.
Well, Jonathan Jaffe, terrific player, in fact made this final table a year ago in the WPT's first ever Tournament of Champions.
Right now, the 3-handed battle is being won by Daniel Wyman with 1.7 million in chips. The grinder down to 382. Takes a look at an 8-7, and he will take a rest. Wyman with a solid queen jack of clubs, just calling. Gonna play it sneaky, and Santoro fine with that. We'll see a flop.
Now flop comes queen 5 deuce. Great flop for Wyman as he's flopped top pair with a jack kicker. His opponent's flopped top pair with a 6 kicker.
Wyman betting 24. Santoro with queens as well, making the call. Turn card is a 9.
So Daniel Wyman, I think you have to bet this. Your opponent could have a flush draw, a small pair, gut shot straight draw. 130,000. And I don't see Santoro giving up top pair that easily, and he's not. He's made the call here.
Going to the river. It's a deuce pairing the board. So Wyman's kicker gonna play. He's in good shape. He knows it. He's getting those betting chips out once again. Yeah, 240 he wants.
The question is, can Santoro get away from top pair here? That's hard to do.
I'm sick. Open at the bottom.
There you see the action clock going off, brought to us by Protection Poker.
Down to 5 seconds, Mike.
And he's gonna have to use a time button.
3, 2, 1, and muck.
Vance, I tell you, we've seen some incredible play at this final table. both in terms of bluffing, 3-betting, 4-betting, 5-betting, and in terms of making laydowns. Grinder laid down a full house earlier. He just laid down top pair. And there you see Jason Mercier with his dog Marshmallow. Not sure who was having more fun there, Jason or Marshmallow.
Go right back to it. Santoro this time with a solid ace-jack. He'll make it 55,000 to play. Grinder going out. Now Wyman with just a queen deuce.
He's going to 3-bet here with just a queen deuce offsuit.
Makes it 185.
Now these are the chip leaders clashing. How far does Santoro want to go with ace-jack here?
All in.
Whoa.
How much?
A 4-bet all-in by Santoro, and the jig is up. Mr. Weinman, you tried.
I thought.
Just didn't work. So Weinman gives it up.
Daniel Santoro came into this event as the short stack. He is now in second chip position.
Expensive misclick.
What are you trying to do?
About 50,000 less.
Your stacks are over 100, right?
Yeah. It should be about 3.3 million.
All right.
Shock to the world. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi has picked up a pair of queens, a real hand.
51.
Well, one thing about very aggressive players, you get action when you do get a hand, so I'm guessing the Grinder's going to get a lot of action here.
Call.
Well, there it is. Santoro set him all in and snap call by Grinder, and he is in great shape to double up.
Queen. Queens versus king, queen.
And if he does, Vince, he'll move into second chip position behind Daniel Weinman.
Go, Michael. Go, Michael. Go, Michael. We'll be here all night.
Right to your hats.
2 of my hats.
Well, Weinman enjoying the show because he's not involved in the pot.
Santoro has king of hearts, queen of diamonds. Who are you rooting for? You're rooting for a king, right?
Yeah, but
I'm rooting for me.
If Santoro should get lucky, he'll have knocked out the Grinder, the local, and will be on down into a heads-up battle. Flop is a safe 9-7-4 for the Grinder.
Yeah, so far so good. He's got to dodge a king or a running jack and a 10.
Here we go to the 4th Street. It's a deuce.
Santoro must catch a king, otherwise the Grinder will double up. Got to avoid the Cowboys.
Last card. It's a 3 of clubs.
There you go. The Grinder's arms are back up, Vince. He is feeling good again. And with that pot, has about $1 million in chips. Right in the thick of things here.
Yeah, he has just gone into second chip position. Santoro down to third. It's still up for grabs. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour in just a moment.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Season 15 has been filled with philanthropy thanks to the work of the WPT Foundation. And we're finishing off strong with the always exciting Tigers Poker Night, presented by the World Poker Tour.
I'm competitive in everything, whether it's basketball, Connect 4, poker, no matter what it is, I play to win, and I play a lot of cards, so I'm interested to see how this goes.
My nerves are up because I have a feeling I'm not going to win tonight with all of these world champion poker players here.
Oh yes, A6-6, that's exactly what I was hoping for. You check, I win.
I got dealt pocket aces, which is hard to do, and I won with them, which is also hard to do, so I feel like it's going pretty good.
The foundation's amazing, and so this is, I think, my 4th or 5th year that I've been coming. So I get to come out and hang out with some really cool people. They're just here to help, and that's what makes it special.
We really believe that poker is more than a sport. It's a way of connecting people. And there's nothing more important than connecting them with a great cause like this.
The mission of the Tiger Woods Foundation is pretty simple. We believe kids should have the opportunity and the inspiration to seek a better future.
I think it's so important to be there as a mentor and help them succeed in the future. So they always have goals and they always want to strive to be their best.
We just eclipsed 20 years with the Tiger Woods Foundation, so our future is really bright. We've launched tgreduexplore.org, which is a digital website where teachers can go on and download our lessons and our curriculum. And the big thing now that we're really looking at is how do we take some of this material and take it internationally. So that's a really exciting part of our future going forward.
I couldn't have imagined any other support system designed better for me than the Tiger Woods Foundation. They have truly led me to where I am today, and for that I will be forever grateful.
Monetary gifts are always valuable, but the most thing that we can give as people is our time. So giving these kids your time and showing them that you really do truly care about them is just as important as anything else.
So much fun. To learn more about the Tiger Woods Foundation and other WPT charitable events, head to WPTfoundation.org. Now play is ready to resume, so I'll send it over to Mike and Vince to check the chip counts and get back to the action.
Tigers Poker Night, just a great event for a great cause, Vince.
Year after year, raising so many great funds. But right now, we have a great battle down the stretch here at the Tournament of Champions. Blinds are going up to 15 and 30,000 with a 5,000 ante. Let's go to the felt.
Is this real life?
And they got the walk. They folded to him in the big blind. And now they're all happy. They're clapping for him.
Everyone's like, oh my God, now.
I saw it in the eyes.
I shouldn't even look. God.
It's Rocky aggravating himself.
Just change dealers, please. No, I'll take that. Give him queens one time. No, king, queen. I'd rather king, queen than queen.
I would have just open folded the king, queen.
Action then going to Daniel. Santoro, he's going to fold it, and the grinder will look down at an ace.
No way. Kings and aces back to back.
70,000.
He got no action last time. Let's see what happens here with the aces. Well, Weinman with just the king 7 offsuit, but he's going to make the call. He better hit lightning here. Now flop is 9-6-3 rainbow.
Check.
Grinder checks. Now, if you're sitting there and playing against Grinder, the first thing you say is, why is he checking? He never checks. It arouses your suspicion, I can tell you. Well, he checks again, and now Wyman has got a two-way straight draw here. And he is going to bet it.
All in.
And all in by the grinder. No more games, he's saying. Wyman has to run away.
What else would I have? Aces now.
And it shows aces. So back-to-back hands, kings and aces. He did make some money on the aces, though, by checking it all the way until his opponent stuck something out there.
I like this dealer.
Last year I played this event. Unfortunately, I came in 3rd place.
That is going to do it. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi out in 3rd place.
Well, you know, it's depressing. Fareed, his one hand was a little confusing. I thought I was trapping him with the 10s. When he had deuces,
Hold in.
And I don't know why. I made a play where I was like, there's no way I'm ever folding. I was trapping him with 2nd pair.
That good?
No.
Big fold.
Oh, no, don't show it to him.
I had a read on him, overthought it and just folded. You learn from your mistake. No one plays perfect, but it's nothing to do. It's just another tournament. I do this for the last 20 years, so just another day in my life.
Even he acknowledges he makes a mistake sometimes. Last year, he wished he'd have made that call. Who knows, he might have been wearing the crown instead of Fareed.
We are back at the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. So many great prizes here tonight. Plus, each player at the final table will get their own Monster Superstar Rave Box. Now you can take the party with you wherever you go. This is the boombox of the future that connects via Bluetooth with up to 12 hours of playtime, a built-in light show, and of course, you can't beat that pure Monster sound. Check out monsterproducts.com to find out how to get yours. Now, let's get back down to the table.
There you see Daniel Wyman, 1.7 million in chips. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, 945,000, and Daniel Santoro with 640,000.
Well, let's go down to the hometown guy, the Grinder, 36 years old. Looks at a King 3.
The Grinder, 2 WPT titles, 3 World Series of Poker bracelets, including 2 in the $50,000 Buy-In Players Championship. That's amazing.
Well, he is raised to 60,000, and Daniel Weinman, our chip leader with the pair of 7s.
Hold on.
He's going to rev it up and push it all in. Santoro out, and the Grinder.
I saw a king.
Hope you don't find another one.
I see a king. I think it's 2 different ones. 28 seconds. I see a king. Oh my God. I see a king.
You gotta go odd number of times.
And now he realizes it. Okay. Wyman putting big pressure on the Grinder, gets the Grinder to fold.
Huh? I saw a king. I kept seeing a king.
That's why he's great. He sees cards that he doesn't even have.
He doesn't need cards to play and to win.
No. Santoro's going out. He's on the short stack, and the Grinder now calling with Jack-9.
That's ungrinder-like right there. So Weinman going to raise it here. Just can't imagine the Grinder limping in.
Yeah, he makes it 90,000 to go. Grinder's going to call. We're going to see a flop.
And flop is Queen 4-3. No help to either player.
Look at that. Santoro would have flopped queens and 4s. He's sickened by that. Well, Wyman's going to bet 60. And the Grinder hitting none of that. Taking his time. The clock is ticking, and he's going to take a shot at a raise with nothing.
Check raise to 180,000.
He just picked up on Daniel's weakness here, perhaps.
Vince, he is going to make the call. He's got backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws, and position, and more chips. And now the Queen of Spades comes off. So it does give Daniel Weinman a flush draw.
Well, the Grinder's getting at the betting chips.
He picks up a sack of chips, looks at Weinman, and then puts it in the middle of the pot, 180,000. Weinman got the flush draw, but nothing else, 9 high. Wow, all in with 9 high here. Vince, look how these guys have played this pot. Now, in poker, the #1 trait of a great player is that they fight for pots. Look at how these guys have fought for this pot. Raise, re-raise, raise, re-raise, bet, raise, raise, and neither one of them have anything. That's incredible.
I went to college at Georgia Tech in Atlanta. Got into poker there, but before that, I was kind of set on trying to be a tennis pro. Tennis was something I did growing up forever. I was, 6 years old, out there 6 days a week, traveling all over the U.S. to play tournaments. At one point, I was top 20 in the nation. But kind of realized that I was burning out too quick and there wasn't really a future in it. It was tough being competitive at an early age, but it definitely got me into this super competitive mindset, which I think is kind of continued throughout my poker career.
Well, Vinny, he started tennis at 6. I don't think you were that young. Can you take him now, though?
Oh, no, he is way too good for me.
Oh, no. Vinny's setting the guy up right now, folks. I can tell you that. There's no poker player on tour can beat Vince Van Patten at tennis. I said it.
He looked awfully good in those pictures. Everything going right for Daniel Weinman. Grinder goes out, and right now, Daniel Weinman with an ace-4.
Home.
He's just going to push all in with the ace-4. Santoro, he's going to make the call with king-queen.
King-queen? Yeah. That's all it could be with that face.
Wow, so here we go. Santoro at risk with less chips, and right now he has the worst hand, king-queen, up against ace-4.
I need your rail on my side. I feel like they will the cards in.
9-10 jack.
2 hearts.
Here we go with the flop. It is a queen, 8 deuce.
Wow, right in the door, a queen. Santoro is taking the lead.
Yeah, he has turned it around in a big way to double up against Weinman.
Put up a king or a queen.
7 comes off. Weinman's got to have an ace.
Yeah, otherwise, Santoro will be right back in there with a big double up. Down to the river. Weinman needs a miracle, and he gets it! He gets the ace!
Ace on the river for Weinman to knock Santoro out. Unbelievable.
The great Santoro out of here. In third place, will take home $133,000.
We are so close to seeing who will win the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. Heads-up action between Daniel Weinman and Michael Mizrachi starts right after this.
That was cool, what you just did.
Well, Mike, thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members.
You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Preparations are currently being made for heads-up play between Daniel Weinman and Michael Mizrachi. And during the last break, I grabbed a quick word with both players. How good would it feel to be labeled Champion of Champions?
I mean, it's a great accomplishment. You know, back-to-back final tables is amazing. You know, I'm a little short, but I got a good feeling. I don't give up. It's in home court advantage. I don't even know how Daniel's going to win right now. I mean, look at his crowd, look at my crowd.
It's pretty impressive. Are you feeling good going into this heads-up battle?
I'm feeling great. He's a tough competitor for sure. He doesn't have too many chips to work with, so we could see some fireworks early. But hopefully I'll win the big confrontation.
Well, there you have it. 2 great players going at it here. Daniel Weinman out in front with over $2.6 million. The grinder was $640,000. So Weinman about a 4-to-1 chip lead as we start heads-up play.
The winner's going to take home close to $400,000 here tonight and become the champion at the Tournament of Champions. And right now, Daniel wants to take it because he says all in with his ace-6.
Well, first hand to heads-up play. Oh, and the grinder right on the borderline of do you put your money in or not in this situation. King Jack offsuit. If he plays and loses, it's over.
All right, call.
Well, the grinder's a gambler. He's made the call. He's just under a 3-2 underdog to win the pot, but he's gambling, hoping to get lucky, to double up, stay alive, in hopes to win this title.
You called there?
Dude, I've won every tournament in my life with ace-X off.
I don't know, I think it's cool.
I wouldn't have thought so long.
You wouldn't have?
I'd have put it in 5 seconds faster than you.
Now there's Chino Ream, 3-time WPT champion, smiling here.
5 cards to come. Here's the first 3.
Well, 9-6 deuce, great flop for Weinman. You see Mizrachi shaking his head.
Daniel, you want the ace of hearts?
No.
You won't take the ace of hearts?
No.
Right now?
You go up to 8 outs.
Grinder's got a backdoor flush draw, a backdoor straight draw, but he's looking for some paint right now.
Going to the turn. It's a safe 7 for Daniel Weinman. 1 card away from the championship.
Michael Mizrachi must catch a king or a jack, or the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions for season 15 will be history.
Can Daniel do it? King is hit!
Yes!
A king has hit in Miami! The long shot has come in!
Wow! A king on the river. Incredible. Well, high fives all around for everybody. Smiles for Grinder and his fans. And his crowd erupts. Wow.
Not in my house.
I'm gonna how you can smile on that spot. You were one card away from being the WPT Tournament of Champions winner. And Grinder hit a king. Now you have to go back to work. It just shows you what great composure and what a great attitude Daniel Weinman has at the poker table. I think it's phenomenal. He's always seemingly in a happy-go-lucky mood.
Daniel's going to raise to 60,000 with just a 7-4. Grinder's going to call with 9-6, and the flop is a Jack 8-5.
All spades. So the Grinder with a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. Weinman also with a gut shot straight draw.
And Daniel's going to continue. That's 60,000.
And the Grinder's going to call. Now this is the kind of case you don't know if you want a spade to come up. You don't know what to do with it with a 9 of spade. Now a king comes off, no help to either player. Grinder checks. And look at this heart that Daniel Weinman is showing with this Garfunkel hand he's got. 135,000 is bet. Instead of folding, like most everybody would do in this spot, the Grinder is getting out raising chips. He is doing it. 280,000. Vince, unless Weinman moves in, the jig is up here. I mean, he tried and tried to win this pot. The Grinder just wouldn't let him. And he gives it up, so the Grinder earning that pot with bold play. Well done.
Tonight's sponsors are Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Maui Jim, maker of premium polarized color-enhancing sunglasses. Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. And Monster, the official headphones and speakers of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. We hit the Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. Daniel Weinman out in front.
Yeah, when we started this heads-up battle, Weinman had a 4-1 chip lead over the Grinder. It's now down to 140,000. Certainly anybody's game from here.
Down to the felt we go. The Grinder with a little 5 deuce of hearts. He will call.
On the button.
Weinman with a 9-8 says, let's see those first 3. And the flop is a 10-6-3.
Well, 2 hearts for the Grinders. Get the flush draw. Weinman with the gut shot straight draw himself. He checks. 35,000 bet by the Grinder here, and it's going to be called by Weinman. So we're going off to the turn.
Grinder looking for a heart, and he's going to get it. 6 of hearts.
The flush for the Grinder. He's got to be loving it. Well, here comes Weinman betting 60,000. Well, the Grinder just calls, doesn't raise here with the flush.
River card is an 8.
Well, this gives Weinman 2 8s. Now he's got check down value, and he does check.
How much you playing? About $1 million?
When you're playing heads up for the title, you know your number of chips, and therefore you should know his number of chips.
He's the Grinder. He just likes to talk a little bit.
400.
But in the meantime, 400,000 is the bet into a pot that's got 260,000 in it. So an overbet by the Grinder to make it look like he's bluffing. But look at this. Weinman's going all in over the top. Vince, if the Grinder makes this call, he'll have 3.3 million in chips. Daniel Weinman will be down to 140,000. Well, the Grinder is out of time buttons. So he's going to have to make a decision within 10 seconds or his hand's going to be folded. Wow, Vince, if he loses this tournament, he's going to look back at this hand and say, how did I fold that flush?
Daniel shows him the bluff.
Nice. Almost called.
Oh, he is mumbling to himself.
Vince, he would have had 3.3 million to 100,000 for his opponent.
Daniel just played that brilliantly. To think that he could take that down and make that move at this time, just amazing.
We say it's easy to fold the flush, but what's the guy going to move all in with right there, unless it's a bigger flush or a full house?
Blinds are up to 20 and 40, and here we go. Daniel Weinman this time just calling with 3 deuce of diamonds. Ms. Rocky, okay with that, 8-7, and the flop is an 8-6-3. Gives Ms. Rocky 8 threes for Daniel. And we both check, and a deuce on the turn. That gives 2 pair for Daniel Weinman.
Grinder with top pair. His opponent with bottom 2 pair. This could spell doom for the grinder here.
The grinder's come out and bet 40,000. And now 2 pair Daniel.
Now he is going to raise it.
Yeah, 180.
Well, the grinder could well go all in right here. Wouldn't blame him at all if he did. He's just calling though, Vince.
Wants to see the river.
The 10 comes off. That makes another possible straight, but you're not going to think anybody's going to 7-9 the way this hand was played.
Grinder's going to check it. Daniel now with 2 pair.
All in.
And he is just going to push him. He wants it all.
Well, Vince, how do you get away from top pair here? We just saw Grinder throw a flush away, threw a full house away earlier. Is it possible he could throw top pair away? He lays it down. Good lay down for him.
Very solid.
So he stays alive by laying it down.
Very dangerous unraised before the flop. Anything could happen, and Daniel Weinman now looking good. Would love to close out this tournament and become the champion of the Tournament of Champions. All right, we look down at the grinder's hand. He's got a pair of 5s.
All in.
He says all in. Daniel with ace-8.
Call.
He does make the call, so it's going to be a race for what could be the title. Weinman wins the race. He's our champion. If the grinder wins it, we're going to be just about tied in chip count. Both players on their feet, everybody on their feet, waiting for the flop. They recognize this hand could end it all.
What drama we are seeing. Ace-8 versus a pair of 5s. The race will begin. And here we go. Queen, Jack 3.
Well, if Grinder's hand holds up, he's going to be our chip leader. Right now, he's in front with 2 5s.
Queen of clubs.
No aces, no eights.
So much willpower away from the ace and 8.
Let's take a look at the turn. He hits an 8. Daniel's hit an 8. He's out in front now.
The grinder has 2 outs, must catch a 5 on the river. Otherwise, Daniel Weinman will be our season 15 champion of champions. Well, Daniel all smiles. He can't help himself. He knows he just got to dodge a 2-outer. And he does it.
Daniel's going to take this title down.
Michael, the grinder Mizrachi, put up a great fight this week. Finished 3rd in his tournament last year, 2nd this year, Vance. Pretty impressive.
Daniel Weinman is our champion. Oh, brother. We're going to go talk to him.
Mike, I've seen you in a lot of tournaments over the years, a lot of deep runs, a lot of wins, but you really seem to want this one tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, you know. Actually, I needed a car. My tire blew out on the way here, so I could have used an Audi and I would have traded my Mercedes.
3rd last year, 2nd this year. What do you think?
You know what happens next year.
Next year? All right, Mike. Congratulations
Thanks
once again on another deep run.
Thanks, Matt.
And now, let's talk to the winner of the season 15 Monster WPT Tournament of Champions from Atlanta, Georgia, Daniel Weinman. Daniel, congratulations to you. Tell us what it feels like to beat a field of this quality and win this title.
It's absolutely incredible, Mike. This was the toughest poker tournament I've ever played in my life. Just 66 incredible competitors, and to come out on top is really special.
And in addition to nearly $400,000 in cash, you get a number of other prizes, including a beautiful set of Monster headphones, a Hublot watch, an Audi S5 automobile. Congratulations one more time. Let's hear it for the champion of champions on season 15, Daniel Weinman. Lynn, back to you.
What a thrilling run for Daniel Weinman, winner of the season 15 Monster WPT Tournament of Champions. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next season on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com.
I cannot play these
these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Tonight, the WPT kicks off our televised coverage at the Choctaw Casino and Resort in Durant, Oklahoma. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the premiere episode of Season 16 on the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. It's a pleasure to be back for a third season at WPT Choctaw, and while the list of past champions of this event may be short, it's a list that every player would love to add their name to. Set in the beautiful southern plains of Durant, Oklahoma, Choctaw Casino and Resort has established itself as a poker destination where players have come from near and far to play in the first WPT televised tournament of Season 16.
World Poker Tour.
And this event holds a special place in the hearts of past champions, James Mackey and Jason Bryn.
I started out and I got really short. I was probably in 6 out of 6 and then just came all the way back. It was probably the best moment in my poker career.
This event's special for me because I'm the inaugural winner. I won't lie, I was drinking and playing cards and I was having fun.
You lying son of a bitches.
The turkey and the provolone's ready.
Okay.
Turkey better?
What's provolone? Cheese? That's the one catchphrase that everybody gets me on. I love provolone cheese, man. I order it all the time now.
This season, the field swelled to 924 entrants over 2 starting days. And WPT champion Lane Flack liked his chances.
I think I have an edge based on just pure experience. There's so many players in Oklahoma that aren't traveling poker players. They are just local players, and there's a lot of them.
While recreational poker player Brock Walden, who raises performance horses for a living, thinks he has as good a shot as Lane.
Well, there's gambles and long shots and horses just like there are in poker tournaments. The beauty about poker is everybody has a chance, you know, male or female, and I enjoy that and also enjoy winning. I'm here to win, I like to win, so that makes it a lot of fun.
But the fun would end for some as the field continued to thin.
Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. That's gonna be on TV.
And Oklahoma poker power couple Eric and Lauren Bunch still had high hopes.
It's still really early, but the event is going well. I'm hoping to final table it with my husband. He got 4th last week in the Millie Guaranteed, so I'm hoping this week to run pretty deep.
There was a lot at stake as players contended to get a piece of the over $3.1 million prize pool. 99 of them would make the money, with a first place prize over $600,000. This season, the WPT is instituting the action clock in all main events, from one table out of the money until a winner is crowned. And 3-time WPT champ Darren Elias was up for the challenge.
I think it's going to be good for the game. They're going to put the clock in place, so 30 seconds to make decisions, which can be pretty tough when you're playing for big money. And 8-handed is great. You get to play more hands. I think all tournaments should be 8-handed, so it's exciting.
And congratulations all main event players who are in the money.
And once everyone was in the money, including Lauren and Eric Bunch, Houston businessman and poker pro DJ Alexander adjusted his goal for the day.
If I can find the bag, I'll be happy. If I can put 20 big blinds in the bag, I'll take that. Not greedy. Just move on to the next day. You keep fighting.
The field continued to narrow and play became serious as only one more day stood in the way of a WPT final table.
I'm gonna smash him with this can. I'm gonna smash him.
It was a beautiful day in Durant, Oklahoma. The serene setting made way for some intense poker action as it was the final day of playdown at WPT Choctaw.
Congratulations on making this far. 24 players left. Guys, good luck.
Only 24 players remained, all fighting for one of the 6 seats at the WPT final table. 20-year-old Michael Stashen was dominating the leaderboard with over 5.5 million in chips.
Pressure's definitely on, especially now the pay jumps are big, but I'm just keep playing my game, not really switching anything up. I think I've played solid so far, so I don't really feel the need to change anything yet.
When play got underway, short stacks were looking for early double-ups. Food delivery guy Jay Lee and local restaurant owner Andrew Wynn found theirs. Then Choctaw regular Jeff Kester found himself on the wrong side of a race, but was still proud of his play.
Oh yeah, it represented well.
With players continuing to fight over every pot, there were bound to be more casualties. Poker pro Blair Hinkle started to find his run good, and a little luck over his shoulder, reigning WPT Choctaw champion and his best friend, James Mackey. Oklahoma native Eric Bunch was building his stack and caught up with Ivy Tevez from the Royal Flush crew.
What would it mean for you to actually get a World Poker Tour title?
I mean, everything to me. I mean, anybody that watches the poker shows, they want a World Poker Tour title. So that's what I'm looking for today.
With everyone trying to get a hold of chips, WPT champion Jordan Christos looked primed to double through fellow pro Josh Kay when disaster struck on the river.
Oh.
Jordan would have to settle for 20th place, and Josh sat back down relieved.
Good luck, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Sucks to not win $600,000 today or tomorrow, but it's poker. It's the price to play. Sometimes you just get it shoved in your face. So, I mean, yeah, it stings, you know. I'd be lying if, said it didn't sting.
Josh Kay continued to find the cards he needed when his ace-jack outflopped Blair Hinkle's ace-king, sending Blair home in 16th place.
I just couldn't get another boost. I got it in bad and doubled up, and then just now I got it in really good and lost. So, the way poker goes.
Josh's good fortune did not stop with Blair, as he busted 5 of the next 6 players.
I think I did pretty well for not grinding as much as these sickos over here.
I had 8 bigs, but he had a lot of chips, and he woke up with an ace, and the rest is history.
Got kind of too aggressive, and that hurt me. But I bought in for a $100 satellite, so I capitalized on my $100 buy-in.
With the field dwindling, Paul Fisher, a recreational player from Chicago, assessed the situation.
We're down to 9 players and we're combining to 1 table. Everything's good. I'm happy to still be here. I started the day as the shortest stack out of the 24, so I'm thrilled.
The pressure continued to build with the WPT final table in sight. Kevin Colenso, a regular on the World Poker Tour, had his run cut short at the hands of Eric Bunch. Then Daniel Nakic became the latest victim of a red-hot Josh Kay. With 1 more elimination to go, WPT champion Zachary Smiley applied pressure to the youngster Michael Stashen when he shoved on the river holding only ace high. Michael, holding second pair, went into the tank, used one of his time chips, and finally came to the correct decision to call.
Both hands have to be shown, guys.
Zachary would finish 1 spot short of another WPT final table. And the final 6 would get ready to compete for their first WPT title.
While the players are settling in their seats, I'll turn it over to Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Lynn, it is great to be here. Start of season 16, and I'm with my new great partner, Tony Dunst, the Raw Deal. Tony, we're gonna have some fun this season, right?
We really are, Vince. It's amazing to be here. I feel so lucky and privileged to be offered this position, and I'm just super excited to watch a full season of final tables.
Okay, well, listen, handicapper as well.
Well, I do love to bet on things.
Okay, I've divided the 6 into halves. You can take the long shots or you can take the favorites.
Okay.
Here are the long shots. Explain.
All right, well, our long shots tonight are Jeb Hutton, Paul Fisher, and Eric Bunch. Now, Jeb and Paul haven't made a major final table on the WPT before, and neither is Eric. However, Eric's having a fantastic week here at Choctaw. He got 3rd in their Millionaire Maker event. He won the PLO event. I don't want to undersell our underdogs here just because they're low on chips.
Well, low on chips, you get 5-to-1 odds. On the other hand, the favorites, Jay Lee, Michael Stashin, and Josh K. So you get the honors. What are you going to take? You want to take the favorites at 1-2 or the long shots at 5-to-1, Tony? What's it going to be?
Well, I think you've set a good line here, Vince, because I'm oscillating between which side of the bet I want to take, but I've decided I'm going to go with the favorites today. Not only do they have 20 million in chips against the underdogs 4 million, but Josh K is a very experienced player. He's played under the lights before. He has a great seat here today. And I just kind of feel like he's the man to beat.
You're still oscillating.
Nope, I'm taking the favorites.
Okay, he's taking the favorites. I got the dogs. We'll see what happens. Let's go to the felt.
All right, guys, I got to get in on this action. But before we do, let's head down to WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage, who has grabbed a quick word with our chip leader, Josh K.
Amazing rush coming into tonight's final table. How are you going to keep the momentum?
Just going to play the way I played yesterday. You know, hopefully everything works out like it did.
How's your experience going to help you tonight?
I think just being through similar situations before, maybe a little bit more often than the rest, I might have a little bit of an advantage there. But, you know, you never know what happened.
All right. Good luck tonight.
Thanks.
All right, well, it looks like action is about ready to start up. There is a lot of money at stake, plus a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. In addition, the champion tonight will also be awarded a Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, so a great deal is on the line for these players.
All right, well, Josh K out in front with 11 million, followed by Mike Stashin at 7.6. After that, the rest of the field much shorter. Jay Lee, 3.4. Eric Bunch, 2 million.
The winner's going to take home $608,000 here at WPT Choctaw. The antes are $10,000. Blinds are 40 and 80, and here we go. First to play is Jeb Hutton. He's got a pair of 5s.
Jeb with just 20 blinds here in kind of an awkward position, decides to just make the fold.
And now Paul Fisher, the senior at the table on a short stack. He's got ace-9. He's going to raise it up to 180 total. Eric Bunch goes out. The young Mike Stashin, only 20 years old, also folding.
Now over to Josh, who I expect to be really loose in the big blind, but I'm not sure he's going to be 9-2 offsuit level of loose, and he does let it go there to Paul, so he will take down the first pot of this final table.
Paul Fisher, his wife on the rail, rooting him on.
How come your wife's on my rail?
She's loud enough.
She said she could see you better. I said, well, you got to root for both of us.
Yeah, she roots.
He's a semi-retired man. He's in the home improvement business. Takes down the first pot. Moving on, gonna be on Eric Bunch. He's from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's gonna go out. Now Mike Stashin, the young kid, ace-6 of diamonds.
We've been hearing from Mike Stashin all week, and I expect we'll hear from him on this final table. Meanwhile, right behind him, Josh with ace-8 of spades. How does he want to play this? He's gonna re-raise to $575,000.
To Jay Lee going out. Paul Fisher.
Fold. I'm not even looking. I'm fold.
Paul wants no part of it, so back on the young Mike Stashin.
Mike Stashin giving us the first stare down of the day, but he is going away in this hand, and we're going away too, but we'll be back with more from Choctaw in a minute.
Guess I can't play any pots. Guess I'll just be doing a lot of folding.
I love poker because it keeps you on your feet. You know, the game is constantly evolving, and it opens your eyes to new ways of thinking.
I'd really just like to think about how I'm gonna approach the tournament. Maybe take like a cold shower, just get my mind clear, and then go and play my game.
I'm just totally self-taught. I've never had any coaching or really read books. I watch a lot of it on TV, but I'm as ready as I can be.
A WPT title has been on my list of goals that I want to achieve. Being down to 6 people, I feel like this might be my chance.
Wow, I hadn't played a tournament probably in a year and a half, and so I drove up here on a whim and just stuck to ABC Poker. My strategy is just to see how long I can survive.
I have 11 million out of like 27 million. I'm in great shape. Now it's like I kind of have to win.
If I play well, I should win, and there's a little bit of pressure with that.
Well, there are the future stars here on the World Poker Tour, and right now Josh K running away with it with 11.3 million. And action goes to him. Let's take a look at Josh's hand. Wow, Tony, a big ace-king for Josh.
He's got all the chips. You hear him speak to the pressure of entering the final table with a chip lead, because at that point you're telling yourself, don't blow it, don't blow this great opportunity.
Well, he has raised it to 235, but around the horn to Paul. He's got ace-queen of diamonds.
And this could spell serious trouble for Paul. He's got under 20 blinds with ace-queen suited. Most players would just be going all in. Let's see how Paul wants to play it.
Call.
He's just gonna call, so perhaps this more conservative decision will pay off for Paul, and he'll avoid getting stacked here by Josh's ace-king.
Perhaps Eric and Mike stashing going out, so two huge hands going to the flop. Here we go. And the flop is a 10-5 deuce, so no one improving. Action on the chip leader, and he's going to stick in a continuation bet.
Little does Paul know, that's actually a great flop for him, because it will prevent him from losing a significant amount of his chips to Josh. You see, he gets away there.
Coming after my big blinds?
Just playing like nerds.
I don't know. I think it's a little personal.
Hey, I didn't know you before the tournament started, man. It's definitely not personal.
Kidding. Let me win a couple pots. You don't have to play every pot I'm in.
Yeah, nicely done by Paul. Nothing fancy. He says he's self-taught. He knows what he's doing. Big money at stake here tonight. Jeb Hutton doesn't want to play. And now Jay Lee has picked up a pair of eights.
Jay currently third chip position at this final table. He's got a little more room to breathe than some of the other short stacks, but he also can't afford any mistakes.
Well, he has raised it to 160, and now Paul Fisher once again with ace-queen suited.
I'm all in.
He's gonna go for it. Drop that hammer, Paul, let's go.
Eric Bunch goes out. The young kid stashing, only 20 years old. He goes out. Back onto the man with the real hand, pair of eights.
It's about a 16 blind shove. He knows that Paul is on the tighter side. He's got a medium strength hand. He could afford to call and lose, but like we said earlier, he doesn't have that much breathing room, so how's he want to play this? Oh wow, he lets it go.
Paul Fisher now, the home improvement man, taking that pot. Had to sweat it out a little bit.
He did.
Well, he's having a good time tonight. He's from Chicago. He's a business owner. Arizona State University. Loves tennis, Tony. We like tennis.
Well, we love tennis. He's our kind of guy. You'll be setting him up for a hustle on the tennis court in no time.
Of course. We move on. Action again on Paul Fisher. He must be having a ball. And look at this. He picks up a pair of queens.
What a rush.
Raise.
And of course he is going to raise with that. Makes it 200,000. Eric Bunch goes away. Mike out. The chip leader will fold it. Jeb out. Now Jay Lee with a king 10.
And I would expect Jay to see a flop out of the big blind with a couple of Broadway cards, and he does.
Jay is in the Chinese food business. He's a delivery driver, family-owned business. And now he's playing big-time poker. And look at this flop, ace, queen, jack.
I mean, my goodness. Jay flops the nuts with the ace-high straight, Paul with middle set, and a backdoor flush draw just in case.
And Jay sets him up with the check. And Paul has to love his hand.
260.
Boom. 260.
Yeah, you gotta fast play here. This is not a slow play texture.
Will Jay pop it now? No, he's gonna rope-a-dope. Makes a call and hopes the board doesn't pair. Oh, but the board does pair!
Oh my goodness. Jay is about to lose a whole bunch of chips. Oh, not a fan of that check there. This is a great board to keep betting and getting. Oh my goodness, and now there's two pair on the board, and all of a sudden, the straight for Jay Lee looks worthless.
Check.
And Paul checked this back. Oh
yep,
no!
Yep.
Wow. Ooh, should have. And I hit the ace. The ace.
He was scared the guy might have had an ace.
How did we not get all in?
I'm gonna tell you something, Jay got off very cheap right there.
Because I can't bet the river with the ace. I mean,
Jay is thrilled. He's like, did you see that? I barely lost any money.
What just happened? You should have lost a lot more chips over there.
Whoa. How many daily tournaments are there to win on ClubWPT.com?
Well, there's Hold'em, Omaha, Pot Limit, No Limit, Free Roll, Qualifier, Tournament, Headphone Putters, and even WPT main event packages. That's a lot.
Poker tournaments all day, every day. ClubWPT.com.
All right, we're back here at Choctaw, where still Josh K well out in front, followed by Mike Stashin.
Jeb Hutton, he is on the short stack with 1.3 million. And here we go. Winner's going to take home over 600,000 here tonight.
I'm not complaining when I win a handle, so.
And Eric Bunch goes out. Mike Stashin, only 20 years old, going to fold as well. It's into the chip leader, Josh K, with a king, 4 of diamonds. Just getting out those raising chips, Tony.
Going up to 180,000 in the cutoff here.
Jeb goes out. Jay Lee wants no part of it. So Paul Fisher now with a Jack-10.
Paul with a nice hand to see a flop with out of the big blind.
180.
He's gonna make this call.
I hope it's not as crazy as last time.
I hope so not.
And we're gonna see the flop, but he's got it like that. Ace, ace, jack, so he gets a better flop than Josh.
Yeah, this is a nice hand for Paul, but I'm a little confused that he's leading out here. He has a hand that's essentially a bluff catcher. I don't think he really wants to build a pot here when his opponent could have trips.
Bet 250, and Josh is gonna stick around with king high. Going to the turn, it's a 10.
3 pair for Paul, but the only ones that play are the aces and jacks.
Paul Fisher's gonna check into him.
And now Josh. Gonna make a bet of 525,000, and we see the difficulty that leading out on the flop creates for Paul. Now he has bloated this pot.
Strange hands.
He's not really sure where he is in this hand.
And let me add one thing. That is not a poker face, okay? There's a lot of things I'm seeing there. There's a whole package of problems there you're looking at.
So a misstep for Paul and a well-played hand for Josh, and he will take down yet another pot.
But it goes to show you don't always have to have a great poker face to be a good poker player, because he is doing quite well, and Paul Fisher is living the dream at the final table on the World Poker Tour. So what do I know?
You gonna play 6-12 last night?
Yeah. That's what I did. He said I didn't go get in the pits.
One too.
Yeah, it was the best $500 I've spent.
So, yeah.
I don't play a lot of those games, so
Of course
we had
not.
fun.
Of course not.
You played cash yesterday?
He played
Played 6-12 with some of the dealers and floor guys.
I played some Papa shot. I was trying to set the high score in the arcade.
Jeb played all night last night with some of the staff here at Choctaw in a mixed game. I admire his gamble, although I would question his preparation for the biggest final table of his life. But hey, man, to each their own.
Jeb with ace-7 has raised. It's around the horn. Mike Stashin has picked up the pair of aces.
What you got there?
1.2 after that.
I'm all in.
And he is going to just shove it all in.
Yeah, he's just going to rip it here and try and get Jeb to play for his stack. I wonder, though, if Mike just calls here pre-flop, does he have a chance to stack Jeb after the flop? We will never find out, though, and Mike, he is going to show the aces.
I didn't want to bust you.
Thank God my hand was terrible. First card I've seen over a 7 all day. Nice hand, Mike.
Thanks.
Never believe a man that says, I didn't want to bust you. Cannot believe that statement. Of course you want to bust him. But right now, Josh K has 12.2 million in chips, and Mike Stashin, only 20 years old, is in second chip position.
Yeah, it's very cool, and we visit some properties that allow 18-year-olds and up to play in our WPT events. That allows some of the young and up-and-coming talent in the poker world to make our final tables like Mike Stashin.
And Mike has put in a raise to 175 with a pair of 6s. But right behind him, Josh with ace-7 coming over the top to make it 600.
And Josh relentless with his aggression in position against Mike, and you see him taking advantage of the fact that he is the chip leader and Mike is in second, and so Mike is very much disincentivized from playing big pots out of position against Josh.
Don't like your big 3-bets. They're not fun.
And you hear him talking about exactly that.
Yeah, but sometimes it's tough to push a 20-year-old around.
But I can't call.
But he is going to get pushed around. He was on the clock. Josh K going to take this one.
Can someone just jam on him when he 3-bets me so I can see his hand, please? Really curious.
I'll do anything for you.
Thank you.
You want them to be the guinea pig?
Yeah, I don't want to be the guinea pig.
Josh K showing his understanding of tournament situations there and the fact that Mike should not be playing big pots against the only stack on the table that has an opportunity to bust him. And Mike, a little bit unlucky to draw specifically that seat with the chip leader on his left.
Jay Lee, the ace-jack has moved it to 160 to go. Paul Fisher going to take a breather, goes out. Eric Bunch from Oklahoma not going to play, and now it's Mike Stashin with a very seductive Jack-10 of spades.
This is one of the best hands to see a flop with, but you can also sense Mike's mounting frustration. And yeah, he's going to re-raise here, and he's turned a calling hand into a raising hand, and I think that's a result of him just trying to take down a pot after getting bullied by Josh in the previous hands.
He makes it 400,000. Chinese restaurant man. Wow, he's going to put the hot sauce back into this one.
Yeah, Jay sensing that frustration comes right over the top and bluffs him out with ace-jack. My goodness.
You real drinking yet?
Been drunk.
With that, Jay Lee will stack up chips as we go to commercial. More great action coming to you from Choctaw right after this.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. And Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour.
Playing at Choctaw is great. The locals are great. Everyone that is involved with the tournament is great. It's been a great atmosphere, and I've had a lot of fun.
I love playing here. This is pretty much a can't-miss tournament.
This is my first time here at Choctaw. I really enjoyed it. It's a very nice property.
I love playing here in Choctaw. You can't beat the action here. When you have a $2 million prize pool guaranteed and they crush it by $1 million plus, it's hard to beat that.
Well, Vince, it was also my first time playing here at Choctaw, and I was so impressed with the quantity of players they get to this event here, and over 900 entries, building a prize pool above $3 million.
Great poker action, but also a great spa, excellent food, just a great facility out here at Choctaw. And we move on. We have a couple folds around to Jeb. Jeb goes out, and now Jay Lee. And he is going to raise it up with a Queen 10. Paul Fisher goes out. And now Eric Bunch from Oklahoma has picked up a pair of kings.
Cowboys here for Eric. In the heart of cowboy country, how does he want to play them?
Well, he's going to play it aggressively. Makes it 580 to go. Back on Jay. Now, Eric Bunch is from Oklahoma. Believe it or not, he says he was almost a professional juggler. In fact, he used to juggle fire, Tony.
Really? Well, he wants Jay to fire his chips into the middle right now because he recently saw him make a 4-bet pre-flop. He says, do it again, do it again.
Yeah, boy, the clock is ticking down, so Jay is going to let it down. So the fire juggler is going to take down the pot with the pair of kings.
There's Lauren Bunch over at our Dr. Pepper bar. She cashed 99th in this event, hanging out watching her husband. They met across the table. Oh, young love, Vince.
Well, that's where romance should be happening, I think, Tony. You keep your eye open out here.
I'm working on it, Vince.
You'll never know who you'll...
No need to twist the knife over here.
Yeah, forget it.
Raise.
All right, here we go. Paul's got an ace-queen again. He has raised to 205,000. Eric goes out, and now Mike Stashin from Massapequa, New York, not gonna play. Josh also folding.
Over to Jeb, our short stack, and he's got ace-king. This could be big trouble for Paul. He is dominated here, and Jeb only has about 13, 14 blinds to start this hand. So Paul getting an excellent price with a premium holding, but does he want to continue?
There's Pam, his wife, and there's a good poker player with a bad poker face.
Now with seconds ticking down on the action clock.
Yeah.
At best, it's a race. I'm folding. If I had that chip or that chip, I would call.
Wow, what a big fold from Paul. Avoids disaster. Jeb takes it down uncontested.
Nice lay down. I figured it was either ace-king or like jacks or tens.
What a great fold by Paul Fisher, again at the table. So many players would get involved with the ace-queen, but he just mucks it. Well done.
Yeah, that's twice already he was dealt ace-queen against ace-king and lost the minimum.
And now our chip leader Josh K with king-queen. Wants to get aggressive with it, and yes, he makes it 190 to go. On to Jay. He's got queen 7 of clubs. He can't do it. Paul Fisher with an ace-10. Doesn't even think about it. Goes out.
Eric with a king-queen of his own in the big blind.
Yeah, the fire juggler considering this.
It's always interesting when two players are dealt the same hand and we get to see them face off.
Well, he is going to call. He's sticking around, so two same hands, and the flop is a 9-9 jack.
And that's a pretty interesting flop for king-queen because both players have two overcards and a gut shot straight draw, but on a paired board where they can't feel super confident about the strength of the draw.
Eric checked Josh's bet, and what's the juggler going to do? Look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Oh, I like this very much, Vince. Eric turning his hand into a bluff, doesn't feel confident enough to call down, decides to bluff by check raising, and this is going to work out great. He gets Josh to fold the exact same hand, and so a very well-timed bluff from Eric there is going to work out for him as he drags that pot.
Excellent play. 6 players remain here at Choctaw. We'll be right back after this.
Looking to get in the action while on the go? Yes! And join me and other real poker players on Play WPT. And it's not just all-ins and coin flips at Play WPT. Fun, free poker, anytime, anywhere. PlayWPT.com.
I'm Mac Lambert, and I won my way into the WPT Choctaw Tournament. Good to be at your table.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This tournament has been worth a lifetime of membership fees. I had such a great time. It was great to play with a 2-time WPT champion. Wilson really congratulated me on playing as long as I did. I can hardly wait to get home to get back playing on Club WPT online. Keeps your mind active. I play at least once a day, and if my wife's not watching, I'll play more.
Yeah, sign up and play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including seats to live WPT events, multiple tournaments all day, every day on ClubWPT.com.
All right, we're back here at WPT Choctaw where Josh K is running away with the final table, 12.6 million. Mike Stashin slipping a little bit at 6.2 million.
Yeah, Tony, the antes are going up to 15,000. Lines are 50 and 100. 6 players battling for this championship. We got a couple quick folds around to Jeb on the short stack. Now he goes out. Jay Lee, the restaurant delivery driver, has a pair of queens. And he'll raise with it.
Paul going out here. Now Eric in the big with King 4 suited. And Eric will make this call.
And the flop is a 6-deuce-4.
Pretty good flop for Eric's king four of spades, and a very nice flop for Jay's pocket queens. Both players probably like where they are right now. 250,000 from Jay over to Eric.
He will make this call. Going to the turn, it pairs the board with a deuce.
The deuce of spades, another good card for both players. Eric picks up a spade flush draw. Jay now with two pair queens and twos, likely not very concerned about his opponent holding a deuce here. He is going to fire a second barrel for 480,000.
Now Eric with the four flush as well is going to make this call. We're going to the river. Wants to hit the spade. Can he get it? No. 6 pairs the board again. So 2 pair on the board.
One more check from Eric. And I wonder if that card will get Jay to slow down, or if he'll go for a third street of value here. A lot of players would check back out of concern. Jay going for it, 550,000. So Jay very confident that his hand is good. And Eric in a precarious situation here.
Well, Eric's invested pretty deeply so far. He's going to make this call and be disappointed.
He's going to pay off, and Jay makes a great bet on the end and gets maximum value from his queens. They're going crazy for Jay Lee while he calmly collects his chips.
Fireman! Get him good. Putting fires out today. Huh?
An unfortunate hand for Eric Bunch. Drops him to the bottom of our leaderboard.
Josh K still out in front with 12.6 million. Winner's going to take home over 600,000 tonight.
Even third in chips has 4.8 million, and forget about it with Mike Stashin and Josh K. Those guys are eclipsing the field.
Jeb Hunton on this hand, and he is, oh wow, he's got the pair of aces.
I'm on.
And he's going to shove it all in. Jay's going out. Now Paul has picked up a pair of 8s.
Thus far at this final table, Paul has been on the conservative side, not calling off his chips, and he gets away yet again. So very nice fold.
And now around the horn to the chip leader, that is Josh, and he's got a pair of 7s. He's got well over 12.6 million in chips, so he can afford this call and speculate.
Okay.
He's going to do that.
And so Jeb, all in and at risk, but in an excellent position to double up.
2 aces.
Just needs to dodge an improbable diamond flush.
Josh has been running good all tournament long. And Jeb gets the nice rub down by his girlfriend. One of the perks of poker. And he has to sweat out 5 cards to come. Well, the flop is safe there for Jeb. 9-4 deuce. Going right to the turn. It's a nice solid queen, so another good card there for Jeb.
I folded second deuce. I had a 7.
He's getting rub downs from everyone. The last card's a jack of diamonds. It's going to work out for Jeb. The aces hold up. Josh is paying off. 6 players remain here at WPT Choctaw, Durant, Oklahoma. Stay with us.
One thing you might not know about the World Poker Tour is that all of the music you hear is custom made for the TV show. This season, we are featuring new theme music and invite you to take a peek behind the scenes at its creation as part of the WPT Legacy Through Art series.
Hi, my name is Adam Pliska, the CEO of the World Poker Tour. You know, many people are surprised when they hear that we compose our own music on the World Poker Tour. But we're committed to bringing the drama and emotions that happened at the table to the screen. So today we've composed our own score for the show open, and, well, we hope you like it. Hit it, guys.
As a composer, I wanted to bring a cinematic approach to the theme song. This is where we bring in the timpani. The opportunity to have an orchestra representing the theme song felt right.
We didn't just want to make a show open. We wanted to tell the journey of the player. The theme song is called Rise Above. It's about winning. It's about pushing yourself to the next level, to be at your best. I think this recording session is reflective of the commitment that we've made to high quality. To bring that drama, the emotions, the intensity that happens at that poker table to life on a screen, that's the art.
Well, we got to be proud of that. That was beautifully done. And Tony, you were so good playing the kazoo in the back of that orchestra.
Thank you, Vince. Years of practice, but I really, the credit goes to the composer.
It's pretty amazing. But right now we have 6 players battling for this title. Josh K out in front with over 12 million. And action's going to be on Jeb. Go to folded. Jay Lee also going away. Paul Fisher from Chicago. He can't play that mess.
Over to Eric now, our short stack.
All in.
He's all in. Just 5 big blinds remaining here, and just trying to take down the blinds without a confrontation.
Now Mike Stasher behind him. Call. He's going to make this call with just a king-7. Nice call.
Yeah, Mike knows the game here. He knows that Eric would be going all in on the button with a very wide range of hands. And Josh also going to come in here. He's going to close the action with 10-3 suited and make the call. So it is a 3-way all-in that Eric is actually in abysmal shape in.
A lot of slop. Who will get lucky? Eric in trouble. And the flop is a Jack 8-4.
Bad start for Eric. At this stage, he is looking for a 6 or a running straight to survive this hand.
Check a possible side pot. Going to the turn, it's a 3.
With that 3 on the turn, Mike picks up a flush draw, Josh picks up a pair, and now Eric needs a 6, not of spades, to survive this hand. No, and with that 4 of hearts, we are gonna lose Eric Bunch.
King high. I got it.
Played a real tough final table and did great over the last couple of weeks here at Choctaw, but comes up a little short in the main event.
Well, that's going to do it. Eric Bunch drowns in the Oklahoma oil here at Choctaw. He's going to take home $117,000.
He's our 6th place finisher, and he's standing by with Matt Savage.
Eric, congratulations. He had quite a week here at Choctaw. Tell us about it.
Well, I ran deep in 3 of the tournaments this week. The million guarantee, I got 4th in that. Then I got 1st in the Omaha tournament, and then I ran deep in this one. Obviously, I was looking for a better result, but I'll be happy with it.
Does this give you title of best player in the family now?
Not quite. She still got me by a little bit, but I'll be there pretty soon, I think.
All right, well, congratulations.
Man, thanks a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, that hand marks the end of tonight's coverage from the Choctaw Casino and Resort in Durant, Oklahoma. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Tonight, the hotbed of poker action is here in Durant, Oklahoma at the Choctaw Casino and Resort. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. Joining me to call the game tonight are Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, what are we in store for tonight?
Well, Lynn, one player has drowned in the Oklahoma crude here at Choctaw. That was Eric Bunch. He is gone. We're down to 5 players. Josh K is the chip leader. He is dominating right now, but on his right is the Massapequa kid, and that is Mr. Stashin, only 20 years old. He's holding his own as well.
Well, Vince, you covered our chip leaders there, but another man to watch out for here is Jeb Hutton. He doubled up towards the end of our last show. Pocket aces held up against pocket sevens. He's now in a much better position to take down this tournament.
Thanks, guys. And I know these players have their eyes on the prize, including the impressive Hublot Big Bang Steel watch that will be awarded to tonight's champ. Now, play is set to resume, so let's check the chip count and get down to the action.
Josh K. from Delray Beach, Florida, 30 years old, is the chip leader with $13.5 million. Mike Stashen from Massapequa, New York, in second chip position with $5.7 million. 5 players remain, and the winner will take home $608,000. The antes at this point are $15,000. The blinds are $50 and $100. And here we go. Action on Jeb Hutton from Houston, Texas.
It's essentially been the Josh K show, but Jay Lee has been climbing up that leaderboard and playing some very thoughtful poker so far.
Jeb goes out. Jay Lee also going out.
Penalty.
Penalty.
Those two guys are having a blast on that end of the table.
Around to Paul Fisher, who is a recreational player, but playing quite well so far. He goes away.
250.
Mike's got queen 10 of clubs, makes it 250 to go.
Yeah, Mike raising it up out of the small blind here. Kind of a small raise. You often see players size up out of the small blind since they'll be out of position against the big blind. So Josh makes the call with a queen 5 offsuit. And we go to a flop. That is ace jack 5, so something for everyone. A gut shot straight draw for Mike and bottom pair for Josh.
Mike Stashen, only 20 years old, playing in his first ever WPT event. Got in this tournament through a satellite. He will make a continuation bet, 275. And Josh with the 5s, quick call. Going to the turn, and it's another 5. Look at that.
There is the gin card for Josh. And hopefully Mike knows to slow down on that card. Yes, he will. Check over to Josh. I would expect Josh not to slow play here. There's enough his opponent can have to call another bet.
Now the massive chip leader will make this bet, 675. Mike flies away.
And you can see Mike getting frustrated there because he has not won a single pot against Josh at this final table. And he came in second in chips and has been losing those chips over to Josh.
Now Josh is 30 years old. He's a professional poker player out of Delray Beach, Florida, to Michigan State. He's married with 2 children.
And you see his biggest cash was $367,000 in the Bahamas, so he is accustomed to playing for big money, which is a nice advantage to have at this final table. Most of these players looking for their first major score.
Jeb Hutton will rest on that one. Now Jay Lee, who is actually a delivery driver for a Chinese restaurant and fine poker player, has a pair of 8s, and he will raise. 225 to go. Paul's out, but Stashen's going to call with the queen 10.
And Josh seems to be considering the situation. Bear in mind, Jay is third in chips, Mike is second in chips, and there are 2 players well beneath them. So if they want to move up this pay ladder, they should really avoid playing major pots against Josh, the only player that could eliminate them.
With 6 high, he's going to try to squeeze this one for a win.
And you see that Josh recognizes that their chip stacks force them into an awkward position. Now the action clock ticking down on Jay in his pocket ace. What's he want to do?
Down to 1 second.
Time chip comes into play. He'll get an additional 30 seconds.
Wow, Jay Lee in a quandary. And he is going to fold his hands. Stashen also going out. So a nice squeeze play with 6 high by the chip leader will be successful.
Another great recognition of the situation by Josh. Another frustrating fold for Mike Stashen, who gets increasingly annoyed with having to let go of every pot to Josh. And Jay Lee just kind of doing his thing, avoids the confrontation there and does fold the best hand, but so far has played some very smart poker at this final table. Blinds and antes are going up. We are playing $60,000, $120,000 with a $20,000 ante.
And a quick fold by Stashen. And now Josh again likes to play a lot of hands, makes it 250 to go.
And Josh has had a great table to play a lot of hands, not only because of the way the chips are distributed, but because his opponents are playing for their first major score. I'm sure they would very much like to ladder up our payouts and try and get some more money here, whereas Josh is thinking about the title.
Paul Fisher here Mullen. He's going to shove it all with the same hand, ace-7.
Wow, this is surprising. I mean, Paul has been very conservative. We saw him not go all in with ace-queen suited in a couple of similar spots. Now with ace-7 offsuit, he apparently just does not believe Josh anymore.
Yeah, Josh doesn't like being pushed around. That's an additional 1.3 million.
The action clock is ticking.
All right, I'm out.
And it's gonna work.
Paul gets away with that one. There's Paul's wife, Pam, in the audience.
Just enough. Just enough.
I was glad you didn't snap call. It wasn't that good.
Well, thus far, Paul Fischer's timing has been impeccable.
I'm a confident person. I've just always been self-assured, and I don't know exactly where it comes from. It helps my game just because I'm not like second-guessing myself a lot if I make the right call or don't make the right call. I'm not gonna kick myself. I just go on to the next hand and just try to do better.
And Paul clearly enjoying his time here in Oklahoma and at Choctaw. He's a big fan of poker. Getting an opportunity to play at a WPT final table is the thrill of a lifetime. Even more exciting if he becomes our champion.
Jeb Hutton with a quick fold. Jay Lee also going out. Paul again, he also elects to fold. And Mike Stashin from Massapequa, New York, picks up Cowboys. Pair of kings.
He even has them against his nemesis, Josh K.
275.
And now he says, please re-raise me before the flop. Please make that 3-bet.
Mike's made it 275 to go. And Josh with just a king 6 of hearts. Will he get out of line here?
Call.
Nope, he just calls it. So Mike, loving this moment right now, would love to get some revenge on the chip leader, and the flop is a 10-9-8.
Mike bets out. Josh does have a gut shot to the 7 and a backdoor flush draw plus an overcard, so he elects to peel and see a turn. And he pairs up on the turn, but it is bottom pair. Not a card that Mike loves to see, as there is now 4 to a straight on the board.
Yeah, so Mike slows down with a check.
Josh might just check back here and try to get the showdown, or he might bet twice and turn bottom pair into a bluff. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's a bluffer.
He's got 14 million in front of him, so he's going to take a gamble.
And you see Mike moving very quickly to call. Sometimes you see players do that when they have a medium strength hand and they want to discourage their opponent from making another bet on the river.
Look at this last card. It's a 7, which makes both players a straight.
Now Mike is going to hate this.
He checks it.
This is so sick, man. This is sick.
And Mike is livid. I mean, he didn't even lose chips in this pot. He is livid.
I can't win. I can't win. So sick, man.
Mike's got a little bit of Helmuth in him. The demeanor, his look, the constant frustration whenever he doesn't win a pot.
Yeah.
Every time, man. Every time. It's your time to win this tournament, I guess. I mean, the way this is going. So sick.
Surprised it's taken that long for everybody to figure that out.
Now the 20-year-old is steaming here.
I haven't lost a hand in 2 days.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Oh, and the other guy's enjoying the pain at the table. A quick fold by Josh. So lucky to chop that pot. Jeb also out. Jay, he can't play that hand. Now Paul Fischer, he's on the short stack.
Raise.
Paul is going to raise to 260.
Call.
And Mike is going to quickly call.
And Mike didn't technically lose that last pot, but he's still steaming as though he did. Another small raise out of the small blind, and oh wow, look at this flop. Top pair for Paul, 2 pair for Mike. Paul is in a world of hurt right now.
He's gonna bet 375.
He really just does not have enough chips to get away from this hand.
All in.
Cool. The Massapequa kid's gonna go all in. Quick call by Paul.
And Paul is gonna need to improve, otherwise he will be our 5th place finisher.
Hold. 2 pair.
King, flop top pair.
Mike Stash, at 20 years old, got this tournament through a satellite with a big opportunity to knock out the man from Chicago.
So Paul looking for a king, a 7, a running pair, or running spades.
And the turn is a 10 of hearts.
So now a king, a 10, or a 7 would save Paul. Otherwise, Mike scores the elimination.
No king, no 7, no 10, baby.
Paul, the non-professional player from Chicago, hanging in there by dental floss.
Mike knows the outs he needs to dodge. Let's go to the river.
It's a jack.
Let's go, baby.
Mike makes a full house and will eliminate Paul Fisher in 5th place. A big pot for the 20-year-old.
Paul Fisher gonna take home $153,000. Another player blown off the plains here in Oklahoma has to go home. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Paul, you're a big fan of poker. You love the game. Tell us about your experience this week.
I really had a great time. I have never been here before. I heard this was a great place, so I just came in and tried it and really had a great time, and obviously did pretty well here.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
What a setup, man. King 7, Jack 6, blind 5.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah. Good game. Good game.
Not much he could do there.
There's a new sheriff in town, and we'll get a chance to meet him right after this.
You can play against us and other real players on Play WPT through Facebook, the Play WPT website, and on Apple and Android devices.
You need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that silly junk hand. Fun, free poker anytime, anywhere. PlayWPT.com.
Standing by right now is the poker brat himself, Phil Hellmuth, ready to speak his mind in the raw deal.
Guess I'll just be doing a lot of folding. Can someone just jam on him when he 3-bets me so I can see his hand, please?
Mike's got a little bit of Hellmuth in him. The demeanor, his look, the constant frustration whenever he doesn't win a pot.
That seems oddly familiar to me.
Oh, no. It's like his pants are on fire.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, I had him drawn to running 7-7. All these weak plays, and you gave him a king.
He's actually one of the biggest whiners in poker.
All right, let's call a spade here. Mike seems to be bringing Hellmuthian tactics to the table. His kings do not win the pot, and he loses it.
This is so sick, man. This is sick. You can't win.
Like me.
So sick, man.
Although I must admit, it's entertaining to watch him walk around whining and pulling his sunglasses off.
Every time, man, every time.
Am I entertaining like that?
God dang, he spiked a king on me.
Phil acts like a baby sometimes. They'll be saying, oh, give him his blankie and pacifier or something.
He's in a fetal jailhouse kind of position.
Well, let's take a closer look at this hand. I like to pre-flop raise. It's small, and when I have kings, I like to raise them in, not raise them out. And the flop bet was perfect. I could not have done it better myself. Well, maybe. But it's your check on the turn that separates the good from the greatest. Had you bet the turn, you probably win the pot right then and there. It's hard for Josh to continue with just bottom pair and no draw. And with that check, there are a lot of hands that he could be holding that beat you on the river, like Jack 3 suited, Ace 5, and Queen 8, just to name a few. Don't give him a free card. Fire 700,000 and take down the pot.
It's your time to win this tournament, I guess. I mean, the way this is going.
Kid, I do like your style, and you have a lot of potential, but don't get ahead of yourself. You're no Phil Hellmuth. Yet.
So sick.
Well, it is too perfect that for Phil Hellmuth's first raw deal, there is a Hellmuthian player at the table talking it up.
Nicely done, Phil. Welcome to the team here. And now we're down to 4 players here on the World Poker Tour.
Cocktails? I want shots for everybody.
I can't drink.
Don't listen to him. No, nobody wants shots, I don't think. Unless he's ready. Unless he's ready. One more. One more round? All right, we'll wait.
Somebody better card Mike's stash, and he's only 20.
Jeb, you take mine.
If we go shot for shot, gotta get the edge.
They're having a good time. 4 players remain. Big money at stake.
I'm sure Mike's never had a drink in his life. Wink, wink.
All right, we go to the table. Josh, our chip leader with close to 14 million, has an attractive ace-4 diamonds, and he'll raise to 260. Jeb out. Jay Lee will also fold.
Call.
Stashing with the quick call with his horrible 10-6.
Yeah, he's in the big blind, so he's getting a good price here.
Why not? Flop comes out, he hits his 10s.
Wow, this flop is all Mike. Top pair with the flush draw. Josh really has nothing here, just the overcard.
But he's still got guts because he's going to bet 225.
It's a good flop to go ahead and bet as a bluff.
I can't fold, I was too small.
But I would expect Josh to shut down when Mike continues.
Can't fold. Sure you can't. And the club makes him flush.
Well, and with that card, Mike is now 100% to win this hand. Josh is drawing dead.
Unless he gets bluffed out of it for some crazy reason. They both check there. And another club.
Oh, he has a straight flush, Vince. Of course, a jack of clubs would be a higher straight flush, or if Josh somehow had the queen jack of clubs. But overall, I think Mike has got to feel pretty confident he has this hand wrapped up. So now the question is, how much do you bet?
Clock ticking down. It's going to be a 650 bet. Now we know Josh has nothing. And he finally quietly goes away into the night. So Mike stashing, taking that pot. He's had some frustration, but starting to look good.
When you see someone playing poker, you can't see what's going on in somebody's head. But sometimes you can see like the facial expressions they make. And if you get good cues, you could really make a big decision. Like the last hand going into day 6, I had a read on the other opponent. And I saw him like look down, look up. And I just thought he was weak.
All in. You are tricky, sir. You are tricky.
And I threw in my time chip to take an extra 30 seconds just because I thought I was good. And I eventually called, and I was right. I think I'm in tune to tells because I'm always very observant. I see everything that's going on, and nothing really gets past me.
Just a street smart Massapequa kid from Long Island. And he does have good awareness at the poker table, and he should be proud when you make that kind of call. That's what poker is all about.
Yeah, you can see him intently watching his opponents, especially when he gets tangled up in hands against them. We'll be hearing more from him. I promise you that.
And we get a couple folds into Jay Lee.
Jay has gradually become our short stack. So with pocket 7s here in the small blind, he's only got about 20 blinds. And Mike, with a big suited ace here, ace-9 suited, I would expect the money to go in pre-flop here. Mike is gonna re-raise.
All in.
All in.
Count. Jay will shove it in.
Stashing wants a count. Takes the glasses off.
Call.
Oh boy, he's gonna call it.
Not afraid to get his money in with pocket 7s. Mike makes the call with the ace-9 suited, and yet again, it is a classic coin flip.
Let's flip. I got ace-9 of clubs, ace-7s.
Come on, baby.
So Jay out in front, about a 55% favorite here with his pocket 7s, hoping to hold up against Mike's ace-9 suited.
It's my tournament.
Mike confident?
I'm not worried at all. I'm a little worried.
Less confident.
First 3 cards are a jack, 6-4. That is pretty safe for Jay.
Yeah, it's a good looking flop for Jay. Mike does pick up a backdoor flush draw, but overall he still needs a pair if he wants to win this pot.
Going to the turn, it's an 8 of spades.
Yes, we have a spade.
Stashing a big dog right now. The fireman about to hose him down.
Now a 9 or an ace of spades would no longer award this pot to Mike.
And the river card. Another 8.
The crowd goes wild. And Stashing taking this with a lot of composition.
Nice hand. Jay Lee, the delivery man, says, send me the chips.
We have to take a short break, but when we return, we'll get a taste of Choctaw's finest.
1832 Steakhouse is the finest dining facility in all of the Choctaw Nation, where its guests enjoy the ultimate dining experience. Most of its bill of fare items are steaks, but they also offer great seafood and foods from all over the country. The beef is certified Angus beef, locally grown on the Choctaw ranches. Today, the dining trend is farm to table because it shows freshness, wholesomeness, and the best food that the customer can get.
Yeah, we had a couple steaks here this week. Phenomenal. And right now we're down to four-handed poker here at Choctaw. The championship on the line. Get your name inscribed on that beautiful Champions Cup and get over $600,000. That's what the winner will get here tonight. As we go back down to the felt, Mike now with the king-queen.
Mike reaching for raising chips first to act, going up to $325,000.
Blinds went up to 75-150 with a 25 ante. Josh is going to re-raise with just 4 high.
Josh loves to get involved when Mike is the open raiser.
Jeb goes out, and Jay picked a pair of aces.
Yeah, I was wondering when this would happen to Josh. Thus far, when he has re-raised Mike, nobody has found a hand behind him. This time, Jay wakes up with the aces. And Jay will re-raise to $2.1 million.
To the disappointment for Mike as he mucks his hand, and now Josh. Saving face, awful hand, bold effort, but adios.
Bold. Yeah, he's selling it a little, most of all to Mike.
And there he goes. He's gonna fold it, and the Jay Lee boys are excited.
Missing 2 of them. I thought y'all got smaller. Y'all let the other 2 go gamble?
Off the deep end.
Jay has had all the good hands at this final table so far, and they've all held up. You can see there he's moved up to second chip position, above 7 million in chips now. Came in as one of our short stacks, but as Mike and Josh have bled away, many of those chips have accumulated.
Josh has gone out, but Jeb following with a pair of 6s. He'll make it 350 to go. And right behind him, Jay, oh man, aces and then queens.
I mean, he just has a surplus of premium hands today, and at some point, people are going to stop believing him. He's going to re-raise. Jay goes to 875, and now Mike in the big blind with pocket 8s. This is a tough spot, Vince.
I'm all in.
He goes all in for $5 million. Oh, disaster.
Jeb folds the 6s.
How much is that?
Jay, I would be stunned if he gets away from queens here.
I call.
Yep, and he's gonna make the call.
I'm behind.
Mike Stashing.
I got 8s.
A knife going through his heart right there as he looks at queens over his 8s.
Mike, who entered this final table in second chip position, is now at risk to go out in fourth place if he can't find an 8.
There's the ring of Lee. All his buddies rooting him on. Can his queens hold up? It's a king, king, jack on the flop.
Safe flop for Jay so far. His friend's asking for a king to end this right now.
And the turn card is a 10.
Now Mike has had enough. Down to 2 outs, must get an 8 on this river or he is our fourth place finisher.
Last card coming up, it's a 4.
That's gonna do it.
Well, there you have it. Michael Stashen, the Massapequa kid from Long Island, out of here in 4th place. Going to take home $202,000, but he is stunned.
Yeah, great result for the 20-year-old here tonight. Perhaps a little bit disappointed, though, after coming in second in chips.
Yeah, he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Michael, how are your reads tonight?
I think for the most part they were pretty good, except that last hand. I thought that Jay might have been 3-betting a little bit wider, but overall I think my reads were pretty on point.
What are you going to take away from your first WPT event?
I mean, this was the dream come true, to be honest. Didn't really expect to get this far. The experience was great, and I think I'll be back.
Well done.
Thanks.
Michael Stashen is out and only 3 remain looking to be crowned a WPT champion. Stick around.
Vince, I have to say it's great to be here in the booth with you this season, and while WPT Choctaw is the first televised tournament of season 16, the World Poker Tour has been off and running with events around the globe.
That's right, Tony. We added dames to the WPT Champions Cup on 2 different continents. At the first one, WPT main event in mainland China, Pete Chen was victorious at WPT Beijing at the Nuo Hotel Beijing. And then in Europe, at the Holland Casino Amsterdam, Danny Yara finished on top at WPT Amsterdam.
And Vince, there are lots of players who also made their way into the winner's circle. Some WPT Deep Stacks tournaments here in the States at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort, Maryland Live Casino, Turlock Poker Room, and Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa. There was a WPT 500 in Los Angeles held at the Gardens Casino, plus 2 WPT Deep Stacks in Europe at the Holland Casino Amsterdam and at Le Creuset Casino Berrier Cannes.
Yes, a very impressive group of winners, and it could be you. Just join us at a live WPT event and check out the tournament schedule at WPT.com. Now let's get back down to the action here at Choctaw Casino and Resort.
Now Jay Lee with 12.8 million, edging out Josh K at 12.6. Jeb Hutton, our short stack, a little over 2 million, but hanging in there.
I'll tell you what, your last 2 days have been funny as hell, man. Watching you play, like coming in day 3 with 300 something.
Had them all in ace-4 of hearts versus king-9 of hearts for 142K.
Spiky little king ball, huh?
Jay Lee, I can't believe it. Pair of kings. 3 gigantic hands, 3 hands in a row. He'll make a raise to 350.
Does Jay even play anything besides big pairs? I mean, he just has an endless supply. Uh-oh.
I'm on.
Jeb all in with pocket jacks. Jay snap calls pocket kings.
This is how it happens.
Yeah, we might be heads up very quickly here, Vince. Let's see how it plays out. Jeb, with his last 2 million, is at risk with his pocket jacks.
Absolute cold deck.
Dude, wow, that's a cooler, man. Come on.
He's like, sorry, man. I hope this doesn't affect our friendship.
This is bull.
That is bull.
Oh, boy, that's a Christmas card right there.
Let's chop it up.
Straight on the I wish it were him. I wish it were him. I mean, you know?
Josh is feeling very left out.
I feel like I'm losing half my rail if I bust you.
Oh, you are. We're not rooting for you.
Josh picked up some followers.
Jacks versus kings. And go into a heads-up battle. Here's the flop. Let's see what happens. And the flop is a 9-5-4. Very safe for the kings.
Good clone on turn.
We don't want to club. That's at least like, come on now.
Jeb is going to need a jack and only a jack to improve.
Jeb Hutton, a consultant out of Houston, Texas. A non-professional player. On the ropes. He has to hit a jack.
Oh, it's a jack! Wow. And Jeb feels like Superman, but looks like he's heartbroken. What is going on?
I'm not going to look at the last one, all right? I don't want to look at the last one. I don't want to look. Do I have to look?
Jay keeping a smile. It's impossible. A 3 on the river. Jay sickened. It's all about Jeb. He has done it. He's hit a big head. He's doubled up.
Jeb Hutton was our short stack to begin this final table. Finds a big double up pocket jacks, suck out on pocket kings. He's now got over 4 million.
Mine a flush win.
And our 3-handed tournament continues.
Hey, with a name like Jeb, you gotta get lucky. 3 players remain.
Jeb Hutton, our short stack.
So happy to be sticking around in his Superman outfit. And he takes a look at this hand. He's got a king 7. Oh, how exciting was that?
Still trying to catch my breath over here, Vince. Meanwhile, Jay gonna raise it up here from the small blind. He's got ace-4 offsuit. Josh with jack-9 offsuit in the big blind is gonna take a flop in position. So our two chip leaders get tangled up here.
Josh plays a lot of hands, and the flop is a queen 3 deuce. No help to either player.
Yeah, but not a bad flop for Jay. He's got the gut shot, he's got the backdoor nut flush draw, he's got the overcard, and Josh really has nothing here. And yet, he's gonna call, so I assume Josh is essentially floating here. That's when you call the flop with the intention of bluffing on a later street. That 3 of diamonds, though, no help to either player.
Yeah, but Jay's not gonna slow down. He says, I'm gonna earn this pot. I deserve it. I've been betting throughout. And there's another bet, 6, 7, 5. Now will Josh just shrink up?
Yeah, I expect him to give up, and yet, oh my. Josh apparently feels that he can represent having a 3 here and that Jay is not likely to have one.
He is gonna push it, 1.5. Unbelievable, what a move he's making.
I mean, Josh has absolutely nothing. No pair, no outs, no nothing.
He's asked for more time.
Jay wants to think this one over, but man, it would be difficult to proceed in this hand. He just has the gut shot and an overcard.
Josh has just read him from the get-go and thinks he can steal it. And he is successful with this.
Yeah, very inventive play there from Josh.
What hands, what play, what action we are seeing from Choctaw. We'll be right back in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour. What are you doing?
I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, really? I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, I'm not playing on ClubWPT.com. I'm crushing it. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at ClubWPT.com.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. And Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour.
All right, we are back here at Choctaw in Durant, Oklahoma. Josh K, still your chip leader. Jay Lee, 8 million, and Jeb Hutton rounded out the field, 3.1 million.
Yes, we go down to the felt. Jay Lee says he loves poker so much. Back in the day, he used to sneak out of his house to play poker. I love that. Jay Lee, gonna go out. By the way, the blinds are going up to 1 and 200.
Josh completes in the small blind with 8-6 offsuit. Gonna check from the big blind. And king 8-8. Josh drills trips on this flop. And he'll check it over to Jeb. See if he will do the betting for him, but no, Jeb checks it back, and on the turn, Josh makes a full house, whereas Jeb picks up a diamond flush draw.
Josh has got to bet this with his full house. He's got to bet 200,000 just to keep his man in. He gets the call he wants. And nothing happening for Jeb there.
Yeah, lucky for him, he didn't improve.
Josh doesn't know that. He's trying to get some value. 700,000 on the river.
It's really weird that I think this hand is good and it's terrible. Don't even have a pair. Jack high. Still think it's good.
Josh can't keep the poker face. He just cracks up.
If you call Jack high, that hand makes TV, I think. Right or wrong?
right or wrong, it definitely is.
Well, about 608,000 to the winner here tonight. We just had an amazing outcome here. 924 total entries at Choctaw this week. But we're down to these 3. And action's right back on Josh, our chip leader. With just a Jack-9, we'll make it 450 to go.
Jeb, very short here now. He's gonna go all in. He's got less than 2 million. That's under 10 big blinds.
Jay Lee going out.
Josh, receiving an excellent price here, is going to make this call.
He figures it out. He was priced in. He's going to call it and hope to get lucky.
I have ace-8.
Jeb a slight favorite. Ace-8 up against Jack-9. Jeb goes to the rail.
His tournament life is on the line. Needs his ace-8 to hold up.
What?
Josh goes to his lovely wife.
Okay. You're gonna be on TV a lot.
Oh, there's the Jack of Hearts, but all 3 cards are hearts.
I have Jack. I have the pair, but he has a flush draw. So no ace or no heart.
So Josh out in front with the jacks. And we're gonna go to the turn. 4th Street.
8 of spades on the turn, so an 8 would also award him this pot.
All
right. Jeb going to the river looking for a heart, ace, or 8.
Let's go, John. Don't look. Let's go, Johnny. You got me.
He's staying happy-go-lucky. Can he get lucky?
Heart.
Oh, he does! 4 hearts on the river. He is sucked out again. He has doubled up against the chip leader.
You didn't even root for me right there. That's kind of rude.
The money is on the game. All right.
Jeb Hutton's gonna stick around.
These guys are having a ball out here.
So that is a big double up for Jeb Hutton. We have 3 players remaining at Choctaw. We're coming back with more action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
I'm already way ahead right now. I mean, like y'all won't even give him a shot.
Ooh, yay. That would be bad.
Oh, well, these two are having a riot. Josh, not so much.
Options for social poker sites used to be quite limited. Nobody played like it mattered. It was all in every hand. It was predictable. It was bunk. Then came along Play WPT. With Play WPT, every hand counts. Every hand captivates. Every win is more and more satisfying. Finally, pure poker for real players. Available around the clock, 24/7, even on the go. Head to playwpt.com or download the app today.
Welcome back to Durant, Oklahoma, here on the World Poker Tour for the WPT Choctaw. 3 players remain, and Josh K is our chip leader with close to 15 million in chips.
Yeah, Josh has been the chip leader for most of this final table. Now finds himself 3-handed with an excellent opportunity to get his name on that WPT Champions Cup.
Jeb Hutton just doubled up in a big way. Now he's got a nice ace, queen of diamonds. Gotta love that. He makes it 450 to go. Jay Lee goes out.
Josh wants to take a flop here in the big blind with 5-4 offsuit.
Josh likes to be in every pot, loves to gamble. Very deceptive, but look at this flop for Jeb. Ace, queen, 3. Top 2 pair for Jeb.
Yeah, Josh does have a gut shot to the deuce, but really not working with much here.
And Jeb's gonna bet 575 and hope he gets called, but oh, he loses his man.
All right, let's go get it.
I hadn't had this many chips. I didn't know where to put them. I mean,
Well, there's...
I'm messing.
I know.
Nice comeback for Jeb from Houston, Texas. He's looking around for something. What could that be?
Where'd our cocktail waitress go?
Oh, there it is. That's what it is.
Jeb, clearly from the Scotty Wynn School of Poker.
Well, those Texans love to play poker and drink at the same time. Loosen you up, and he's having a good time tonight. But on this hand, it's up to Josh with a jack, deuce of spades, and he'll raise it. 450 to go.
Jeb with a pretty good hand here. He's got ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah, but he's just thinking about the cocktail.
Yeah, he's too caught up in his cocktail. He doesn't even want to play.
Jay with a king, 9 of spades will call this. Jeb gets up from the table.
He says, you don't have a waitress? I'll get my own drink.
Wow, look at this flop. 8, 5, deuce, 2 spades.
Oh, man, this is an action flop, Vince. Pair and a flush draw for Josh, 2 overcards, and a flush draw for Jay.
And the bet by Josh is 525. Jay with the 4 flush, he's gonna bump it. Total of 1.4 million.
Jay does have a very strong hand, but I'm not sure he actually wants to play a big pot with Josh when Jeb is so much beneath him in chips.
I'll go on.
There you see, Josh goes all in, and so now Jay, if he calls, will be at risk of elimination in third place. This is in many ways a disaster for Jay, unless of course he calls and wins the hand.
And Jay is starting to squirm in his seat. He is down to 3 seconds.
Well, Jay has put all his time bank chips in. I guess he thinks this will be the last time he needs them.
Are you gonna use that all? Because I can go to the bathroom if you're gonna use all of them.
Not quite sure yet.
Oh, Jay's lost his sense of humor. You can't blame him. What a big moment this is for him. Do you call this or not?
If Jay could use a lifeline to phone a friend, I'm pretty sure he calls Jeb.
Oh, he's made the call.
So it is Jay who wants to see a spade, but he'd be happy with a king or a 9. Josh wants the board to run out safe.
Huh? Hit a 9 one time. Not a dime.
Time. Time, booty.
It's a spade! He got the spade!
Pandemonium on the rail. Vince can't
Come on. Jay Lee gambles, takes down the pot, and now he's the big chip leader.
We've run out of time and have to say goodnight, but we will be back in Durant, Oklahoma for more coverage from the Choctaw Casino and Resort. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
Jay, does that mean you want a shot now?
Yeah, fireball.
2 fireballs.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com.
I can help play these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
The Choctaw Casino and Resort in Durant, Oklahoma has played host to the World Poker Tour all week long, and tonight the final cards will be dealt. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. We are very close to seeing who will emerge victorious here at WPT Choctaw, and here to give us more insight are Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, very exciting. We are down to 3 players, and right now, the man they call the fireman, that is Jay Lee. He is out in front. He's got a lot of momentum. The fireman is definitely hosing these guys down.
Yeah, but Josh K was the chip leader for most of our final table. Now, behind Jay Lee, he's really playing his game, looks comfortable, still like his chances.
Yep, and then very interesting so far.
Thanks, guys. We are so close to seeing who will have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup, plus be awarded a Hublot Big Bang Steel watch. Action's ready to start back up, so let's check the standings and get down to the table.
All right, as you see on our leaderboard, Jay Lee out in front with 17 million, Josh K in second at 6.6 million, and Jeb Hutton rounding out the field, 3.9 million.
The winner's going to take home $608,000, get his name on the Champions Cup. Now the antes are 25,000, blinds are 1 and 200. Here we go. Action on Josh K. He's got the button and he's got a big hand, ace king. And he will make it 450 to go. Jeb goes out.
Jay with a queen 3 offsuit, gonna make this call in the big blind. And it is king jack 5 on the flop.
Nice for Josh, top pair, big kicker. Jay getting none of that, he's gonna check. Wow, Josh gonna check it, disguise his strength. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
And that check behind on the flop is going to work out for Josh here. He induces Jay into betting the turn with nothing.
350 bet. And Josh going to string along. Okie dokie call, going to the river. It's a 7, no luck for Jay. And he is going to check it, giving up on the pot. Josh is going to bet it. And a quick fold by Jay.
So Josh ends up getting an extra bet out of his opponent by checking back on the flop there.
Josh is in Delray Beach, Florida. He's married. He has 2 little children. He's 30 years old. And he's made a lot of money in poker. Done very well.
Yeah, about to make a lot more. Josh here completes in the small blind with the 7-6. Jeb will check ace 5 in the big blind. And it is queen, 10, king, 2 spades. Not much for anyone here, but Josh is going to stab out of the small blind, 275,000. And Jeb, who has been mostly straightforward post-flop at this final table, is reaching for raising chips with the gut shot. Yeah, he's going to pump this up to 575,000, and that leads Josh to a very quick fold. So a nice bluff raise by Jeb. He gets away with one there.
For me, playing poker is fun. I know a lot of these people do it as a job. And don't get me wrong, if I'm making a lot of money in this tournament. So I'm taking that seriously, but it's also, it's fun to me. It's what I love to do. I love to play cards, and so why not have fun doing it? And I want shots for everybody. If it becomes something you don't enjoy doing, it's not worth playing.
Well, he used to say, money won is 10 times better than money earned. And with poker, I have to agree with that. There's nothing like it when it's going good, having a good time, and you're doing what you love.
You're a regular Paul Newman over there, Vince.
That's right. What movie was that, Tony?
Color of Money.
That's it.
I'm all in.
All in.
Jeb with ace-jack has just shoved all in. Back on Josh, and he can't call, so Jeb going to take it down with the ace-jack.
Jeb on a little roll here. Came in among our short stacks and has been the short stacker close to it for most of this final table, but now putting a run together, climbing towards second position, currently held by Josh and his 7.3 million in chips.
Jeb would like to get his name on that Champions Cup. This is his first time ever at a WPT main event. So impressive tonight. Now Josh has picked up ace-jack and he has raised. Makes it 450 to go. Jeb with the jack-7 will fold it. And Jay Lee, the chip leader, will call it with a 10-3 of clubs. And here we go with the first 3 cards. It's a queen 4-5.
Not much for either player, but Jay gonna lead out. This is curious.
Well, he's got 10 high, so why not? And Josh says, I don't believe you. I think I might still be in front. I'll outplay you. Here we go with the turn. It's a 5. Pairs the board.
And that does give a flush draw to Jay, and so we see him lining up chips for a second barrel here, and it might work this time.
He's taking it a bet, a hefty one, over $1 million.
Call.
And a quick call by Josh with ace high.
Yeah, Josh very undeterred, does not believe that his opponent leading out twice signals strength, calls it down with ace high.
River card hits it. Ace for Josh.
Oh, man. Well, if Jay fires for a third time, it's gonna go very wrong.
Good things happen when you're playing well, and that's what just happened to Josh. And Jay has got a big bet of 2.4 million. And it looks like I was gonna say insta-call, but can I still say insta-call, Tony? No, I can't.
Yeah, no more instant, but I would be shocked if this is not a call. Action clock ticking down. He is gonna use a time bank chip. It's a little funny to me that he snap called the turn, but tanks the river.
He loses this pot. He's thinking, I'll be down to my last couple of million. This clock is ticking down again. 3 seconds left. He's gonna use another time chip, Tony.
I'm a little surprised that he wants to think this one over for so long, but I guess at this stage he really believes that Jay either has a 5 or something like deuce 3 for a straight.
His wife on the side rail.
Action clock blinding down yet again.
He's gonna use another one.
Call.
Good call. Good solid call.
So with that ace on the river, Josh collects a big pot against his nemesis Jay.
There's his wife Lindsay, so excited for her man, makes the right call. Great instincts tonight by Josh K, and now he's the new chip leader.
Salty river. Firing anything.
Recently, Vince, Tony and I attended the annual Take 'em to School Poker Tournament in New York City, benefiting Education Reform Now.
Bumping and weaving, bumping and weaving.
I love you. We have a really good competition today. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm ready to kick their butt.
You have to intimidate your competition when you're sitting at the card table. You got to have the look. You better have some.
I'm the most amazing poker player in the world. The reason why I'm not playing is because I don't want to win everything tonight. I want to leave some for the rest of them.
She's about to take him to school. She doesn't care. One of the things that you're seeing tonight is people from all kinds of backgrounds coming together, having fun, engaging, trying to be their best.
It's fun having a mix of athletes and hedge fund people here. I'm especially excited because Charles Oakley's here. He's my favorite Nick of all time. He was the best. It's kind of cool to see him at the poker tables.
This is a great bunch of people concerned about education and reforming education, and we have to make sure that we have a public system that's second to none.
As a former classroom teacher, I really know the power of a high-quality education and the power of a great teacher. Every kid has the opportunity to really be whoever they want, as long as we're providing the tools to them in a really early setting.
Education today is as important now as it's ever been, and in many ways even more important. Too many young people are graduating high school simply not ready for this global labor market. So it's absolutely critical that if we want not only our kids to be competitive, but we want our country to be competitive, we have to make sure that every child, every baby receives a great education.
Find out more about education reform now and how you can join us at a charity poker tournament at WPTfoundation.org. Play is starting back up here at Choctaw, so I'll send it down to Tony and Vince.
Great event for a great cause. And now we're back down here at Choctaw, three-handed poker.
How much do you have now?
10. He's got about 10 or 11. Y'all about even, and I'm just still hanging out. Y'all just let me live in y'all's world.
Action on Jay Lee.
I need another shot.
Don't worry, your buddy Jeb called the waitress over 10 minutes ago.
Josh K with a pair of kings. The real hand makes it a $500,000. And Jeb Hutton with a seductive little 9, 8 of hearts will make the call. And here is the flop with the 9, 7, 4, but 2 hearts.
Look at this monster flop for Jeb. Josh, meanwhile, has to feel pretty good about his kings.
Josh betting 600,000. Jeb with the 4 flush and top pair.
Come on.
And he's gonna go all in.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, he has a massive hand here. It just so happens that Josh with the overpair has an easy call. And as you can see from the percentages there, this is essentially a coin flip. Josh, a tiny favorite at 51%. Jeb looking for a 9, an 8, or a heart, or even a running straight.
I didn't think I had kings.
From having been in a position like Josh's before, you might be a favorite, but you are disgusted to see your opponent having that many outs when you're holding the overpair. 6 of hearts on the turn.
Boy!
Jeb finds the flush, but now Josh the one with the flush draw. However, a 5 or 10 of hearts would give Jeb a straight flush.
Wait, dude. Wait. Think about it. Think about it. All right, now I'm ready. Wait. All right, now you can go.
On Jeb's cue.
Wait.
Can he double up and devastate Josh? Here's the river card. It's a 6. It pairs the board. Gonna work out for Jeb.
Well, unfortunately for Josh K tonight, he just cannot win a big all-in.
3 players remain. It is completely unknown who will take down this championship tonight. We are coming back with more action in just a moment. Stay with us here on the World Poker Tour.
Thank you. Oh, wait, I can't tip her.
Three-handed action. We are seeing it all here tonight at Choctaw, Tony.
Well, for most of the evening, either Jay or Josh had a clear chip lead, but now Jay with 10.5, just out in front of Jeb with 8.9, and Josh at 8.1. Truly anyone's game.
Yeah, it's wide open. Let's go back down to the felt and see what happens next.
All right, Jeb first to act here. He has the 10-7 of diamonds on the button. And, oh, wow, he makes kind of a tight fold there. Jay now in the small blind. He is gonna call.
Check.
And Josh now with a 9-8. Says, let's see him. Here we go with the flop. It's an ace-7-5.
Jay with bottom pair, fires out 200,000. Josh has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. And he is gonna raise. I like this play, Vince. When you have a weak draw that you don't really want to call with, it's a good opportunity to turn it into a bluff. But Jay here, undeterred with his bottom pair, makes the call.
Big pot built in here, and the turn card is a queen, giving 2 pair there to Jay.
What a card for Jay. Absolute dream card, and no, what is this? Oh no, Jay, don't lead out. Give your opponent an opportunity to bluff. He just tried to bluff you, let him keep doing it, no!
Well, he bets over $1 million. And he's gonna chase away his victim.
Wow, so Jay wins the pot, but loses an opportunity to win more chips. Just needed to check there, Vince.
Well, he knows in the past he gets a lot more action from Josh when he leads out. That time didn't work out, but he still takes the pot. Jeb, this time with a king-8 of hearts. Jeb is from Houston, Texas. And he has raised it, making it 450. Now Jay with the real hand, pair of kings.
Yeah, 1 king on the button runs into 2 kings in the small blind. Jay about to pump this up, going over $1 million. Josh with ace-jack suited in the big blind. Nice fold there.
Do y'all think I should ever buy him another shot?
Yeah, raise and a raise, gets out of the way. And now Jeb with just king-8 of hearts.
And he lets it go.
I had one of those.
A lot of love at the table here tonight.
I was born and raised in Austin, Texas. I love it as a city. Growing up in high school, I played football. What I really enjoyed about it was the team, the family. You build relationships. Just like football and poker, I've developed a good group of friends. They'll definitely walk me through some stuff, give me pointers, what I could do better, what I did bad, what I did poorly, what I did good. And it's become very helpful. It's Stuff Rider, or Bones, Mush, or Slum, Boots, Lukey Al, MSG, all these guys. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. And as like a big group, we're able to discuss and just get better and improve ourselves.
Austin, Texas, baby! Let's go, Fireman!
He's got a whole crew of nicknames. He just needs a Goose, Maverick, and Iceman.
You want a shot, bro?
I figured we could go to break and then come back with one.
That is the man of the moment, Jay Lee, the chip leader. from beautiful Austin, Texas. He's got his buddies with him on the rail. He wins this, they're gonna have some party, I can imagine.
I think Jeb's gonna get an invite too.
That's for sure.
450.
We have a raise by Jeb here. Jeb's got a little pair of threes. Jay with the king 7 of spades has called, and we will see the flop. And the flop is a 9-3 jack, 3 of a kind there for Jeb.
Beautiful flop for Jeb. Not only does he have a set, but it's a pretty coordinated flop. Unfortunately for him, Jay really has nothing with king high, no draw.
Jeb bets 650, hoping against hope to get a call, but no! Cannot get the call by Jay.
That's a sick one.
Come on,
Threes. Set.
2 threes. It's 2 threes.
It's a sick one. That's what happens when you defend king suited.
Like, please flop something.
Suited kings. Man, it is hot, these lights.
You know you're wearing a black hoodie, right?
They call you the fireman, you're hot? Now the blinds are going up to 125, 250. Jeb looks down at the old Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce.
Doyle Brunson won back-to-back World Series main events with the 10 deuce offset.
And Jay with a queen 5 has raised it to a nickel. Josh is gonna make this call with a 6-3. And here's the flop.
And it is 7-6-5, rainbow with a club, so bottom pair for Jay, second pair, and a gut shot to the 4 for Josh.
I can't get Josh to drink. I have an advantage if I can get him on a drink.
You're gonna need him to drink pretty fast if you want him to catch up there, Jeb.
Who is this guy? I love his style. Wants to get them all to drink because he has an advantage. That's old school poker.
We were talking about Paul Newman earlier, and it's like the early stages of the hustler in here.
That's right.
Josh bets 575,000. Jay makes the call. Go to a turn. It is the 8 of clubs. So Jay picks up a flush draw with his pair. Josh still with second pair.
They both check, and the river card, a deuce.
Well, Jay, with just fourth pair on this river, is going to turn his hand into a bluff. Fires out 900,000, and it's going to work beautifully for him. Josh folds a slightly better pair, so Jay, when he sees that one on TV, is going to love the result.
Do you want to flip coins or play cards?
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites. So they're switching to playwpt.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
Find free poker anytime, anywhere. Playwpt.com.
We are back, WPT Choctaw, and Vince, it looks like you and the crew hit the jackpot this week while I was playing in the tournament.
Well, that is true, Tony. It has been great fun, and Choctaw Casino and Resort, has so much to offer besides just gaming. In addition to the great gaming, there's wonderful dining, there's entertainment, there's a spa, there's phenomenal pools. So I always have a great time here at this world-class resort.
And these players at the final table are sure having a great time too. So, looks like play is starting back up. Let's get back to the table.
Yeah, there's the beautiful Champions Cup. Jay Lee is the chip leader with about 11.3 million. Jeb Hutton in second chip position with 10.2. And now Josh K, he's down to 6 million.
Jeb with an ace-9 on the button. Another pretty tight fold there on the button from Jeb. So Jay will complete in the small blind. Josh checks 7-5 of spades. Josh has played a great final table, but the big pots have gone against him. Now our short stack three-handed. Flops an open-ended straight draw here. Jay with second pair.
Jay hits the 8s and he's checking. Now Josh now has an attractive hand. He's going to bet the open-ended. 275. Our chip leader will make this call with the 8s.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's my kind of guy. Bringing over drinks to the guys, come on.
Well, Jeb is either very thoughtful or very greedy.
4 on the turn, that hits a straight for Josh.
Gin card for Josh. That also gives Jay a gut shot straight draw. And uh-oh, we've talked about him leading out on the turn before. And again, he's doing it with the kind of hand that plays much better as a check and call.
Well, he has bet 625, and Josh...
If you're playing a poker tournament, you better be drinking.
Oh, man, Jeb.
This is the greatest day of their entire life.
Call.
Meanwhile, this is the greatest day of Josh's life. He's got the nuts and his opponent's leading right into him.
He's gonna be sneaky, just call it. 9 on the river.
That 9 does create a flush possibility. Now Jay will slow down.
1.89.
Josh gonna bet out 1.8 million.
A big bet, trying to make it look like a bluff bet to get the action he wants. Will Jay be too smart and get away, or will he pay him off? Oh, he's gonna lay it down, nicely done. Jay Lee not gonna lose too much. Josh taking that one.
I would say a lot of the players think I'm a little crazy. Back when I was younger, I was a little nervous. I don't think I played my best, but through the years, I think I've grown and I'm ready for the big stage. I have probably more experience playing poker than, the rest of the final table. But I'd say this is my tournament to win, and I'd also say it's my tournament to lose. There's a lot of pressure, and I think I'm ready for it.
I don't buy it. It's either your tournament to win, or you're gonna lose. It's not both, all right? You can't have both.
You can't have it all.
No.
Yeah. I didn't know it was that close.
Meanwhile, Josh is the one attempting to break up the love fest between Jay and Jeb.
Like Jay will take a breather and take the drinks.
This final table's blowing my mind, Vince. Nobody wants to play their button.
700.
They're all getting up all the time.
Yeah,
drinking.
it's just a hangout is what it is.
You're right.
Okay, Josh going up to 700,000.
And Jeb's gonna look down at, ace, 8 of diamonds.
I'm all in.
And he's going for it, all in.
Wow.
We wondered how Jeb would play once he had some chips. Turns out he's very aggressive.
Well, he's been drinking.
Focus, get a clear head.
I got a headache.
What's up?
I got a headache.
You want some water?
I'm drinking water. No, it's like the lights.
I know.
It's not nothing crazy.
This is getting very personal over there.
It's like NASCAR, and he's got his pit crew behind him.
You got it. He's got it.
Wow, he's gonna make him lay down the 5s. Huge move there by Jeb, opening up his game. But after 14 beers, you can do that.
Well, as you see, Jeb Hutton, who entered this final table as a short stack, has now slid into the chip lead. Jay Lee right behind him, Josh K, our short stack.
Like if their time's running out, can I sell them a time chip?
Yes.
Jeb, the only one with time chips remaining.
Oh, we need to write that in. We need to write that in. That'd be awesome.
Because I definitely need some time on that one.
You might remember, Vince, that he used them all in a big hand against Josh earlier at this final table.
Are you going to use that all? Because I can go to the bathroom if you're going to use all of them.
Not quite sure yet. We should get some more chips some more time chips three-handed.
Y'all shouldn't have used them all at once. You didn't even use the whole clock, did you?
I piled my time chips.
Players never stop complaining, Tony.
No, they really don't.
They always want to tweak the rules.
Whatever you do, don't check poker Twitter. All right, Jay here with an ace-jack. Just limps into the small blind, laying a little trap for Josh.
750.
And Josh gonna take this bait, raising up a jack-deuce offsuit.
All in.
And the trap snap shut. Josh forced to fold the jack-deuce offsuit.
Oh, is that an angle? Come on.
And Jeb slurs out something he's thrilled about.
He's turned into Dean Martin all of a sudden. I love the guy.
Hi, my name's Bill, and I won my way into the WPT Choctaw main event. For a living, I run heavy equipment, dig for gas mains and electric lines, but working as much as I do, I don't get a whole lot of time off. So this was a very special occasion for me because it's an opportunity that I wouldn't have afforded myself. By winning this event, I found out what they meant by VIP, and I truly got treated VIP. I like playing on Club WPT because I get to play for big packages, and that's the exciting part of it. There's always a game, always a tournament, always something fun to play for. You just put in an email, and it's just a lot of fun, and it's real easy to do. You play at your own leisure, and that's the best part of it.
Find out how you can play for a seat at a live WPT main tour event.